Martial Peak, Chapter 5282, Cries of Agony. Normally, it took an extremely long time for an injury on a cultivator's soul to heal, and even with the help of the soul-warming lotus, it took Xianxia almost a month to recover from refining the first 3 soul-rending thorns. And so, only after 4 months was Xianxia able to fully refine all 12. Without further delay, he went to the universe fragment that housed the black ink nest. As usual, he first went to see Xianxia, who was watching over this place, and only after receiving permission did he step into the black ink nest under his accompaniment. The reason why Xianxia was accompanying Xianxia was because he was curious to see what plan the latter had thought up to solve this problem that had been plaguing them, and secondly, it was to stand guard for Xianxia in case something were to happen to him while he was dealing with the territory lords. During this time, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had not tried to enter the strange space again. The few 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who tried and failed previously showed the humans that any attempt would only be a great risk to them without a proper solution to the problem. Xianxia was not sure what Xianxia was going to do exactly, but he had received some vague information previously from the Inner Sanctum that if anyone was going to solve the problem of the black ink nest, then it had to be Xianxia. The source of this information was somewhat obscure, but it did not take much to guess that it was probably related to the old ancestor. Since the old ancestor trusted Xianxia so much, then what was there for him to worry about? However, it was still necessary for someone to stand guard for him. Soon, the two of them arrived at the center of the black ink nest. Xianxia said, "Kid, you must be cautious. If the situation turns awry, then retreat immediately. Those territory lords must be lying in ambush inside. Several have already suffered considerable losses from them previously. Even though the humans had not made any moves for more than a year, how could the territory lords become complacent? Under Hongdi's lead, the Black Ink clan stationed at Great Evolution Pass were forced to agree to meet Jing Luan's condition of allowing them to keep the black ink nest when they retreated. However, now that the humans had a mid-rank black ink nest, the Black Ink clan could only use this method to force the humans to give it up. Only by forcing them to give up on the black ink nest would the Black Ink clan be able to ensure that the humans would not be able to spy on them when they were exchanging information in the future. Xianxia nodded solemnly. "I understand." With that, he opened the portal of his small universe, and as world force surged, the black ink nest devoured it like mad. Xianxia immersed his mind into the stream, forming a connection with the black ink nest consciousness. Soon, a familiar yet strange sensation engulfed him, as if his entire being was merging with the black ink nest. This was a clear sign that his connection was successful. Connecting to the black ink nest consciousness was not difficult, and any 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master could do it with ease. That was because even though the black ink nest itself had a consciousness, it was not sentient. The black ink nest consciousness was more like a platform that could carry one's soul and become one with it without distinction. However, the black ink nest consciousness could only ever carry one soul at any one time. In other words, if Xianxia connected with his black ink nest consciousness, then nobody else could join him from the same black ink nest. This meant that once an 8th Order Master connected with the black ink nest consciousness and entered that strange space, they would forever be forced to fight alone. However, it was different for the Black Ink clan. Even though the Great Evolution East-West Army destroyed many black ink nests during the war, there were still many owned by territory lords remaining on the Black Ink clan side. Each of these mid-rank black ink nests was representative of one territory lord, so they would always have the advantage in numbers. As Xianxia's consciousness connected to the black ink nest consciousness, he entered the strange space that he was familiar with in an instant. It was a space completely different from the outside world. It seemed vast, but also small at the same time. Not a hint of vitality could be felt, and the entire world was dead silent. With a slight thought, Xianxia brought out his soul avatar. The reason he had to bring out his soul avatar was naturally so that he could prepare for the big fight to come. The moment his soul avatar emerged, Xianxia immediately put up his guard against his surroundings. But to his surprise, the attack that he expected did not immediately come. No territory lords were lying in ambush inside of the strange space. Only the rapid movement of a feudal lord's consciousness coming from a certain direction. By the time Xianxia's body moved in order to chase after it, the feudal lord's consciousness had already disappeared. What's going on? Where's the Black Ink clan? Even though Xianxia thought of many possible scenarios he would face, what he encountered still left him confused. However, in the blink of an eye, one by one territory lord consciousnesses suddenly appeared from nowhere. In the blink of an eye, the originally empty space now contained 6 territory lord consciousnesses. After these territory lords entered the strange space, some who did not transform into their soul avatars were just irregular blobs of spiritual energy, which were ever-changing. Only 2 territory lords made the same choice as Xianxia and manifested their soul avatars. One looked like an ape, while the other looked like a giant. Xianxia instantly understood. It must have been that the old ancestor's appearance previously surprised the territory lords, and that was why they did not dare to appear here. Before verifying who it was in case, they ended up running into the old ancestor again. Even though they did not wait in this space, they had clearly left behind some subordinates to keep an eye on the situation, which explained the feudal lord that Xianxia encountered when he first entered. The territory lords had to verify that it was not an old ancestor who entered before they could feel assured. The territory lords were no fools, so how could they allow the old ancestor to give them trouble? This was also the reason why the old ancestor was unable to resolve the matter. She was strong, but the decision to fight or not was in the hands of the Black Ink clan. On the other hand, the 8th Order Division commanders were helpless against the enemy and would only be putting themselves in danger to face them when they were so seriously outnumbered. Xianxia was the best person for the job. With the soul-warming lotus protection, he was not worried about being injured, and with the soul rending thorns, it was not a loss to take out an enemy. If he could take down 2, that would be a good deal. If he could get rid of a few of them, then he was certain that the Black Ink clan would not dare to act presumptuously in this strange space again. The territory lords clearly had no intention of greeting Xianxia. They did not even care which 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master it was who entered this place. Since they had already confirmed that it was not the old ancestor, what else was there for them to hesitate about? Naturally, they grouped up and sent out a barrage of attacks, like they were trying to wash away the disgrace that the Black Ink clan had suffered in the war over the past 150 years. So, when the territory lords entered this strange space, 3 of them charged at Xianxia without even a single word, while the other 3 assumed a triangle formation as they bombarded him with secret techniques. In an instant, a storm spun up by spiritual energy swept over Xianxia. The Black Ink clan had no particular talents when it came to artifact refining, arranging arrays, or alchemy. Most of them relied on the Black Ink disciples under their command for such things. However, when it came to cultivating secret techniques, they had a special talent for it. Perhaps that was the Heavenly Way's compensation. Who could say for sure? They were able to freely perform many of the human race's secret techniques, and it was all thanks to the teachings of the Black Ink disciples that were corrupted by their Black Ink strength. They had even been able to develop new secret techniques based off of the foundations of the secret techniques they learned, evolving them to better suit the Black Ink clan. And what the territory lords were using now were exactly those powerful soul secret techniques. Xianxia could feel the power behind those 3 soul secret techniques. Even though he was not physically here, his scalp could not help but tingle. It was no wonder why the 8th Order Division commanders all suffered such heavy losses here. Which 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would be able to withstand such a barrage? They would probably be beaten into a cowering ball after just 1 round of attacks. Even though the enemy was strong, Xianxia had no intention of summoning the soul-warming lotus. He could easily block these attacks with the protection of the soul-warming lotus, but that would just be exposing his trump card from the start. Taking things slow was preferable in a fight with these territory lords. He had to beat these territory lords half to death and make them suffer. Only then would the humans be able to take full control of their Black Ink nest. The territory lords had ruthless techniques, but Kai was even more ruthless. As the soul secret techniques blasted his way one by one, he rushed straight towards the territory lords that resembled a blob of flowing liquid. Kai's actions had clearly startled the territory lords. Many times in the past, they faced off with the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but every one of them would try and flee when faced with their united attacks, since nothing good would befall them if they dodged too late. However, this human was quite interesting. Not only did he not run away, he even took the initiative to charge at them. Was he perhaps tired of living, and that was why he was eager to have a taste of death? If that were the case, then these territory lords did not mind granting him his wish. However, a moment later, something even more shocking for the territory lords happened. A flash of spiritual energy suddenly burst out of this open heaven realm master's soul, and a piercing scream rang out deep within the minds of all of the territory lords. Gah! This was a scream filled with agony that pierced directly into their consciousnesses. Though there was no sound in this space, the territory lords could still feel like they could hear it. The territory lords had never heard such a miserable cry before. It was as if that human was suffering an extremely vicious form of torture, and it made their hearts clench with anxiety. What they could be sure of was the fact that this cry of agony was no illusion. It was truly miserable and also resulted from a grievous injury. And indeed it was, for at the same time that Open Heaven Realm Master screamed, his spiritual energy noticeably weakened, as if he had become severely wounded all of a sudden. However, something confused the territory lords. Their attacks had not even landed yet. So how could he be severely injured already? Only in the next instant did the soul secret techniques released by the three territory lords finally envelope the human master. The dead silent space was sent into turmoil at once. When the dust settled, only the 6 territory lords' consciousness were left in that space. The human soul avatar had long since disappeared from sight. The 3 territory lords who had unleashed their secret techniques stood still, confused. The other 3 territory lords, who charged straight at Kai, had no choice but to stop as they had lost their target. The one territory lord with the long arms and an ape-like appearance asked, "Did he die?" At that moment, the energy fluctuations were so messy that they were unable to even notice what end came to that Open Heaven Realm Master. The other territory lord's soul avatar, who had transformed into the shape of an eyeball, laughed coldly. "Even if he isn't dead, he won't be alive for long." The territory lords had no idea whether the human was dead or not. All they knew was the fact that that human soul was heavily injured. Martial Peak, Chapter 5283 Awe. No human could come out of the combined attacks of 3 territory lords' soul secret techniques unscathed. Moreover, something strange had happened to the human all of a sudden. His soul suddenly became extremely weak. In such a state, even one of the human's old ancestors could not hope to be able to withstand their combined attacks. Those foolish humans really don't learn their lessons. The territory lord whose soul avatar had morphed into the form of an eyeball coldly snorted. After saying that, he suddenly turned to look at one of his companions in realization, wondering, "What happened to you?" The companion next to him was the one whose soul avatar was in the form of a blob of flowing water. At the moment, a very unusual aura could be felt from the territory lord's soul avatar. It was as if he was desperately trying to hold his form, but was being met with great resistance. His shape was constantly changing, and his aura was fluctuating wildly. This anomaly soon attracted the attention of the other territory lords, who turned their attention to him. It was then the fluid-like territory lord finally seemed to be able to gather a shred of his strength and spread out his voice. "Save! Save me!" As soon as he said that, a violent wave of energy exploded inside of his fluid-like body, causing him to howl miserably in pain, and his shape, which had been unstable to begin with, wavered even more. The other 5 territory lords were shocked, and they all gathered together quickly. They were surprised to find that a needle-like object had suddenly appeared inside the fluid territory lord's soul avatar. It appeared to be some kind of artifact with something like a soul inside of it, and it was constantly piercing deeper and deeper into the territory lord's soul avatar, shredding everything in its path. The territory lords could see the viciousness of this artifact at a glance. If the needle-like artifact was truly allowed to destroy their companion soul avatar, then even if his body survived, he would lose his soul and become a walking corpse. Not to mention the fact that the long needle was still tearing apart his soul avatar, causing him to suffer from unimaginable pain. If he could not stop the encroachment of this artifact, then it would be difficult to say whether he could survive or not. A soul-type artifact, the ape territory lord shouted in a deep voice. He also had some black ink disciple subordinates, so he was naturally no stranger to soul-type artifacts. Most of the open heaven realm humans who came to stir up trouble previously had their own soul-type artifacts, which were indeed powerful when activated, but they were still unable to stop their combined attacks. However, the soul-type artifact that they were seeing now seemed different. It was far more malevolent than anything they had ever seen before. Could this be the human's trump card? They had not even noticed when the human activated this artifact, but obviously it must have been when things turned chaotic earlier. And, adding to the artifact's stealthiness, nobody noticed it. Resist it. I'll help you. The ape territory lord shouted, and his spiritual energy surged. Not only him, but the other territory lords also did the same so that they could help their companion withstand the encroachment of the long needle. It was then that a familiar aura appeared in the strange space. It was that human who was screaming so miserably earlier. He wasn't dead. Not only was he not dead, he actually came back at them. However, he was in the same condition as the territory lords had guessed. He was heavily injured, and his soul avatar was also much dimmer compared to before. Even his aura seemed very unstable, strong at times, but weak at others. This reckless fool, I'll deal with him. The eyeball territory lord bellowed, turned around, and charged at Xianxia. At the same time, Xianxia also charged towards him. Halfway there, spiritual energy flashed again, and another miserable cry rang out. Ah! If one regarded death as their ultimate home, they would not fear charging ahead, even when facing 10,000 enemies. The eyeball territory lord was stunned. This scene was familiar. Just now, this human had also rushed at them while screaming, and now he was doing it again. When he thought about what his companion experienced, he immediately raised his guard. One by one, rays of light condensed within the eyeball, each containing a powerful soul attack, which turned into a large net that was thrown over Xianxia. Xianxia did not dodge it, as his soul avatar's aura weakened rapidly. Opening his mouth, he simply spat out a stream of light. Even though the eyeball territory lord was extremely wary, he was still unable to defend against this bolt of light. As soon as the ray of light appeared, it broke through his net and shot straight into his soul avatar. In the next instant, the net also enveloped Xianxia and contracted abruptly. Xianxia's body turned into glowing wisps of light that disappeared into thin air. The eyeball territory lord did not feel any joy at having won, however. It just hovered in midair as if it had been caught under a binding technique, unable to move. The other territory lords who were helping their companion defend against the needle artifact suddenly felt a wave of unease. As they watched on, the eyeball swiveled to the side and divine sense surged. A voice was transmitted to all directions. Hell! Help! The four unharmed territory lords wanted to curse. At the same time, Ouyang was looking at Xianxia in disbelief inside the black ink nest. Soon after Xianxia connected to the black ink nest, he discovered that Xianxia's soul had suddenly weakened, which was apparently due to sustaining injuries. Ouyang couldn't help but click his tongue, as he had already warned this brat to be careful. He told him early on that there were territory lords lying in ambush inside of the strange space, but it seemed now that his words had fallen on deaf ears. Now things were bad. Even though he had no idea what had happened, Ouyang was still sure that Xianxia had been beaten up by the territory lords after rushing into that space from the changes in his soul. Ouyang silently prepared some spirit pills for Xianxia to heal his wounds once he withdrew. However, despite receiving such injuries to his soul, Xianxia showed no intention of retreating. Immediately after, his soul, which had already weakened considerably, withered dramatically again. Ouyang Lai jumped in shock. Things were really bad now. Yang Kai's soul had already shown signs of weakness from suffering severe injuries, but now that he weakened again, he was likely not far from death. If it were possible, Ouyang Lai would have wanted to forcibly pull Yang Kai from that strange space, but even he was powerless to do anything in this situation. He could only hope that Yang Kai escaped sooner rather than later. Only then would he be able to ensure his survival. Ouyang Lai even had doubts as to whether Yang Kai would be able to return alive or not this time. It would also be difficult for him to suffer no consequences in the future. Even if he did not become completely brain-dead, his cultivation might still regress from the seventh order. Just as he was on edge, Yang Kai suddenly came back to his senses with a jolt. Ouyang Lai asked anxiously, "How was it?" When he heard his voice, Yang Kai turned to look at him out of instinct with a dazed look in his eyes. Ouyang Lai knew right away that there was trouble. Yang Kai's hollow gaze was a clear sign of his soul falling unstable. He was done for. However, before he could speak, Yang Kai suddenly crouched down and held his head, screaming awe. The scream was so miserable that it broke the hearts of those who heard it and made them shed tears. Ouyang Lai felt goosebumps rising on his skin, not for any other reason than for the fact that Yang Kai's screams reminded him of his own experiences of when his soul was injured back when he was young. It was because he had a similar experience that he knew just how much it hurt. It was not something that anyone could just endure, regardless of how strong they were. It could be said that there was nobody that could withstand such pain. For a moment, Ouyang Lai was at a loss as to what to do. Yang Kai had already begun rolling on the ground. Ouyang Lai stepped forward and tried to restrict Yang Kai's movements with his world force. Then he stuffed all the spirit pills he prepared into Yang Kai's mouth and helped him swallow them before refining them. The entire process was a mess. Ouyang Lai had no idea how he was supposed to report this to the old ancestor once they returned. It was fine if it were just an ordinary 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but this was Yang Kai. Even though purifying light was no longer the only means that the humans had to resist black ink strength, Yang Kai was still needed to arrange universal rays. If anything were to happen to him, that would be a terrible loss for the human race. However, some results did seem to have been spawned from his efforts. Yang Kai's screams gradually calmed down, but his body was still curled up and twitching from time to time. His entire body was covered in sweat. Ouyang Lai stood up with a grave expression. There was currently nothing that he could do in this situation but report to the higher-ups and see whether the old ancestor had any method of bringing Yang Kai back at the brink of death. After transmitting a message to the outside, it wasn't long before Gong Lian entered. When he saw the injured Yang Kai, he asked in surprise, "What happened to Brother Yang?" Ouyang Lai quickly said, "He connected to the black ink nest and was ambushed by the territory lords, injuring his soul. Look after him. I'm going to report to the old ancestor." This was a serious matter, so even Ouyang Lai did not dare to handle it carelessly. Passing through the space array at once, he returned to Great Evolution Pass. Ouyang Lai arrived at the old ancestor's residence, but there was no sign of her there. When he finally gave his report, the old ancestor only gave him one answer: "Just wait and see." Yang Kai was already in this state, yet they were just going to wait and see. If anyone else had said this, Ouyang Lai would have definitely spat on their face, but these words came from the old ancestor, so he did not dare to disrespect her. He could only speculate that perhaps things truly were not as bad as he expected. After returning to the universe fragment where the black ink nest was located and heading into the black ink nest, what he saw was mystifying. Yang Kai was now seated cross-legged, meditating. Under Ouyang Lai's perception, even though Yang Kai's soul was incredibly weak, it seemed to have stabilized. "What's going on?" Ouyang Lai asked his disciple. Gong Lian was also flabbergasted and shook his head. "I have no idea. Not long after Honored Master left, Brother Yang suddenly crawled up, and it has been like this since." Ouyang Lai was scratching his head in puzzlement. How could Yang Kai still meditate and recover on his own after his soul was so injured? It seemed like things were not as bad as they thought they were. The old ancestor must have known something, but since she did not explain, he did not dare to ask. For now, he would just wait and see, just as the old ancestors said. Immediately, Xianxia had the black ink nest sealed off to prevent anyone from entering. Then, every few days, he would personally come over to check on Xianxia's condition. As time passed, Xianxia's astonishment deepened. That was because Xianxia's condition would actually improve upon each visit. Even though the recovery speed was not fast, he was indeed getting better. It was simply unbelievable. Ordinarily, soul injuries like those sustained by Xianxia were irreversible. No matter how one tried to fix them, it was still impossible for one to return to their peak after being wounded so grievously. Being able to keep one's life was already incredible. However, from the situation now, it seemed like Xianxia was well on the road to a full recovery. After a year had passed, when Xianxia came to check on him again, Xianxia's recovery speed increased noticeably. It was because of his visits every few days that he knew better than anyone what the situation of Xianxia's recovery was. Martial Peak, Chapter 5284, It's him, it's him. 2 years later, the condition of Xianxia's soul had already completely stabilized. By the 3-year mark, he had already been restored to his original condition. Xianxia, who witnessed the entire process from beginning to end, was completely speechless. Despite how serious the injuries to his soul were, it surprisingly only took Xianxia 3 years to return to his peak. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he simply would not have believed it. Xianxia had a vague suspicion that Xianxia must have some kind of astonishing treasure which protected and sustained his soul. Otherwise, there was no way he could have recovered from such injuries. As for what that treasure was, only a few legendary things could have such a miraculous effect. This brat is truly a man of great fortune. One day, 3 years after returning from the black ink nest strange space, Xianxia exhaled deeply. Even though he had now fully recovered, thinking back to that day's experiences still made him shudder. This soul-rending thorn was truly too sinister. Xianxia had already sacrificed a thread of his soul when refining each of those artifacts. But even so, he did not have to sacrifice much back then and would be fine after resting for some time. However, while facing the territory lords, the portion of his soul that he had to sacrifice was simply incomparable to when he was merely refining the soul-rending thorn. The best way to describe the experience of using the soul-rending thorn was to wound oneself to wound one's enemy. That was why his soul suddenly turned so feeble when he attacked those territory lords, and why he could not hold himself back from screaming. Based on Xianxia's estimation, even in peak condition, he could only use 3 soul-rending thorns within a short period at any moment. After 3 uses, he would have exhausted so much of his spiritual energy and soul that he simply couldn't do it again. If he were to try to make a 4th attack, even with the soul-warming lotus's protection, his soul would still be extinguished. That was why he made a firm decision to withdraw from the black ink nest space after 2 consecutive attacks. There was no other choice, for if he stayed behind, he would truly meet his end along with the territory lords. The memories of the days after he withdrew his soul from the strange space were blurry for him because of the damage he sustained to his soul. With an incomplete soul, one's memory would naturally be affected. Now that he had recovered, Xianxia's face would still darken at the thought of going through the same pain again. Gong Lian had been watching over Xianxia all this while, and when he saw the latter wake up, he immediately sent word outside. It was not long before Xianxia arrived. After looking him up and down, Xianxia beamed. "I've never seen someone like you before who can recover after sustaining such injuries to their soul. How are you feeling now?" Xianxia laughed bitterly. "I'm fine now." Xianxia nodded. "After paying such a huge price, how were the results of your battle?" Xianxia grinned and lifted 2 fingers, 2 territory lords. "Even if they aren't dead, they should be critically injured." Xianxia was almost eyeing Xianxia as if he were a ghost. Truly, this junior dares not lie. Then, the 2 territory lords suffered severe wounds to their souls. "Indeed. Good." Xianxia was overjoyed. Ordinary wounds were nothing, but things were different when it came to wounds on one's soul. Ouyang Lai had no idea what sort of treasure this brat had protecting him to be able to recover in just 3 years after having his soul reduced to the state it was in back then. But those territory lords could not possibly do the same. Now that Yang Kai told him that 2 territory lords were either dead or heavily injured, it meant that those 2 territory lords had completely lost the ability to fight. Ouyang Lai was actually very curious how Yang Kai was able to achieve such a feat when he was only in the 7th Order. After all, many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had entered that strange space previously by relying on the strength of their own souls, but all of them returned in failure. Still, Ouyang Lai decided not to ask since it was beneficial for the humans regardless. As he spoke, Yang Kai got up. Since this junior is just about done recovering, I will immediately get to work to take down another 2 territory lords. You can still fight. Ouyang Lai was astonished. Even though he was just thinking that even though 2 territory lords were killed, it still couldn't change the overall situation. After all, there were still many more territory lords. However, he was surprised to see that Yang Kai still had another fight in him. Yang Kai nodded. We need to strike while the iron is hot. Now is the time for us to pursue the enemy while we have them cornered. Ouyang Lai nodded. In that case, you should be careful. Don't get carried away by momentary success. Yang Kai gave him a scare last time, so much so that he had to run over to seek out the old ancestor for advice, so he had no idea what it would turn out like this time. After reassuring Ouyang Lai, Yang Kai went to the center of the black ink nest and opened up his small universe, connecting his consciousness to it. Inside the black ink nest space, 6 territory lords were lurking in different corners, just like before. The reason why there were still 6 was because 2 of them were new. Even though it had been peaceful and quiet in this space for 3 years, the territory lords did not dare to let down their guard and remained vigilant at all times. 3 years ago, a reckless human who did not fear death burst in and used a needle-like soul-type artifact, heavily injuring 2 territory lords. Even though things did not end well for the human, the 2 heavily injured territory lords did not fare any better, despite the best efforts of the other 4 territory lords trying to save them. One of the territory lords unfortunately had his soul destroyed and died. The other territory lord managed to keep his life, but the long needle artifact was still deeply rooted in his soul, constantly damaging it. Currently, that territory lord was struggling to resist the encroachment of the artifact, and it was not even clear yet whether or not he would succeed in the end. However, even if he did succeed, his foundation would still be severely damaged, causing a drastic drop in his strength. The loss of 2 territory lords was heartbreaking for the Black Ink clan, whose strength had already taken a sharp dive in the Great Evolution Theater. After that encounter, the surviving territory lords reflected on the situation, and when they combined it with what their Black Ink disciple subordinates told them, they concluded that the soul-type artifact that the human used must have been some kind of sacrificial weapon, one that damaged the user to deal greater damage to the enemy. Unfortunately, the Black Ink disciples had no idea what artifact it was either, as none of them had ever heard of anything like it. If they had, then they might be able to figure out a defense. However, that did not matter too much, as such an artifact would surely be difficult to create, and if used, would be equally devastating for the human who used it. That human from before must have already been reduced to flying ashes and smoldering smoke. Because Yang Kai's soul was so powerful, despite only being in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, in soul avatar form, he was indistinguishable from an 8th Order master. Thus, the territory lords all thought that Yang Kai was in the 8th Order. Territory lords were valuable existences in the Black Ink clan, but so were the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters for the humans. There was no way that the humans would be crazy enough to sacrifice multiple 8th Order Masters to kill a few Territory Lords. So, what happened before should not happen again. Probably. After 3 years of waiting in ambush, sure enough, there had been no movements from the human side. This made the Territory Lords who were waiting here both angry and helpless. They were angry that they were unable to return the favor after having suffered such a huge loss, but helpless as well that even if the humans did not come, they could only sit and wait here. unless the humans voluntarily gave up the mid-rank black ink nest. Any information that the Black Ink clan passed between themselves in the future could not be hidden from the enemy's eyes and ears. One day, as the 6 territory lords were feeling bored, a ripple suddenly broke out in the calm space. A figure appeared out of nowhere, which caused all 6 territory lords to sit up and focus. After ascertaining that it was not an old ancestor, they all rose from their ambush spots, ready for an attack. 6 powerful spiritual energies transformed into a barrage that blasted in Xianxia's direction. The soul avatar that Xianxia brought out was not his own image, but rather the image of a tall, lanky man. Since soul avatars were formed out of spiritual energy, they had no definite shape. Just like before, there was a territory lord who took on the shape of an eyeball, and another who was like a blob of fluid. It all depended on their personal preferences. Even if one did not cultivate any sort of transforming secret technique, it was still easy to do this. However, although one's soul avatar could change its appearance freely, the aura of one's spiritual energy could never be changed. Every cultivator's spiritual energy rippled differently. So even if some people had secret techniques that allowed them to disguise themselves as others, there would still be flaws. So, if one wanted to identify someone through their soul avatar, the best and only way to find out who they were was to check the aura of their spiritual energy. Xianxia had purposefully reined in his power as much as he could this time, out of worry that the territory lords would recognize him at a glance. He had even taken on a different image. As expected, the territory lords felt assured when this different human showed up and boldly emerged to launch their attacks against him. 6 powers that were completely silent in the outside world transformed into a variety of visible attacks inside of this strange space, all hitting Xianxia without fail. Since Xianxia did not summon the soul-warming lotus's protection, he was truly strong in will but weak in strength even if he wanted to defend against these attacks. However, he did not even bother trying to defend himself. He was going to be on the verge of death by the time he was done here anyway. So defending himself or not made no difference. The 6 attacks sent out by the territory lords were no joke, and Xianxia's soul immediately felt shaken. The pain was hard to suppress, as it felt as if his soul was going to shatter right then and there. In fact, if it was any other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in his place, they also would not be in good shape after taking these 6 attacks. It was all thanks to the soul-warming lotus that Xianxia had the courage to engage in such a reckless fight. Even though he did not urge the soul-warming lotus to protect himself, it still made his soul far sturdier than normal. A long, miserable scream rang out next. At Xianxia screamed. He charged straight at the territory lord that was nearest to him. Of the 6 territory lords, other than the 2 newcomers, the other 4 were all stunned. This scene could not be any more familiar to them. 3 years ago, they encountered the same thing twice, and the result of it was that 2 territory lords had been severely injured by that bizarre artifact. The wail of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was simply a death knell for the territory lords. Then, an even more familiar scene emerged. Following the anguished wails of the human, his soul sharply weakened. At the same time, a familiar burst of energy rippled out. The face of the ape territory lord who had experienced this scene before immediately changed, and he exclaimed, "It's him! It's him!" Another territory lord, who had experienced the same thing, shouted, "Run, quickly!" Despite Xianxia's disguise, he could no longer hide his identity once his spiritual energy burst forth. The 4 territory lords who had fought him before recognized him instantly. But what shocked them even more was how this human could still be alive. Even though the eyeball territory lord had clearly seen this human on the brink of death during the last moment, he actually reappeared here after just 3 years, running and jumping like nothing was wrong. Just like last time, he screamed and became weak, but at the same time rushed in for the kill. What's wrong with this human? Marshall Peak, Chapter 5285, My Destined End Has Come. Despite the timely warning of the ape territory lord, he still could not save his fellow territory lord from his fate. This strange space was created from the consciousness of the royal lord's black ink nest. It was a platform that connected the consciousnesses of all the mid-rank black ink nests linked to it. It seemed very large, but at the same time very small without any definite shape. For someone proficient in the Tao of space, this was the perfect battlefield. After sacrificing his own soul ruthlessly, Xianxia opened his mouth and an unfamiliar soul avatar, and a soul-rending thorn turned into a golden light that broke through the confines of space as soon as it appeared, nailing straight into the soul avatar's body. The Territory Lord was not unprepared. Since the enemy he was facing was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, how could he have lowered his guard down? At the same time as when Xianxia charged towards him, he had already condensed his power to protect himself. However, it was all in vain. The spiritual energy that he used to protect his avatar was no different than paper in front of the soul-rending thorn, easily tearing. The Territory Lord's soul avatar was instantly frozen in place, as if he were struck by lightning. The next instant, his figure began to shake. Xianxia did not even look at him as his soul avatar weakened once more. Then, he turned his head to look towards the Ape Territory Lord and opened his mouth again, spitting out another flash of golden light. The Ape Territory Lord feared for his life. He couldn't understand how he could be targeted by the enemy despite being so far away from him. However, he was the one who was too loud earlier, so if not him, who else would Xianxia target? Space principles began to surge as a golden light flashed. Almost at the same time, a bright green barrier appeared in front of the Ape Territory Lord that looked as if it were made of vines. This was clearly a soul-type artifact, and a defensive soul-type artifact at that. It was not known where the Ape Territory Lord got his hands on this thing, but it must have been made for him by a black ink disciple proficient in artifact refining. This soul-type artifact was of decent grade. Whoever created it must have been at least a great master in the Tao of artifact refining. However, even with the soul-type artifact protecting him, it was only able to block the golden light for only a moment before the green barrier shattered into wisps of light and the soul-rending thorn pierced into the Ape Territory Lord's body. The Ape Territory Lord instantly felt an unbearable pain. At the same time, a frenzy of attacks once again covered Xianxia from all directions as wild waves of spiritual energy rippled through the strange space. How could any of the Territory Lords go easy on him after discovering that this was the same human as last time? While Xianxia made his move, they also sent out their own ruthless attacks. Using the soul-rending thorns twice had caused Xianxia's soul to become incredibly weak. He would not be able to hold on if he were hit by these attacks again, and so he wailed, "My destined end has come." With those words, his avatar dissipated, disappearing from sight. The chaos subsided after just a couple of breaths, but all of the Territory Lords present felt as if they had just walked the border between life and death. Even thinking back to what they just encountered was enough to cause them to shudder. One tall Territory Lord with bull horns on his head looked left and right nervously. Was that the same 8th Order human from last time? The tall bullhorn Territory Lord was the very same Territory Lord Hong Di who led the retreat of the army from Great Evolution Pass and gave away the mid-rank black ink nest to the humans. Hong Di was both very lucky and very unlucky. Several years ago, he led peace talks with the human Mi Jing Luin that led to the safe evacuation of the Black Ink Clan army from Great Evolution Pass. However, the price that he paid was a great number of resources, the many fortifications throughout the entire Great Evolution Pass, all of the 7th Order Black Ink disciples, as well as his own Black Ink nest. No Territory Lord had ever voluntarily given up their own Black Ink nest before. In all of history, Hong Di could be said to be the very first. However, it had been worth it since he was able to ensure the safe evacuation of their army, to avoid running into the old ancestor or the other human army along the way. Hong Di had specifically made a long detour after leading his army out of Great Evolution Pass, and they had to march for an entire month before they finally saw the royal city again from afar. However, the human old ancestor literally appeared out of nowhere at that moment. That was undoubtedly one of Hong Di's misfortunes. In that battle, Several territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples perished at the old ancestors' hands. There was no need to mention the Black Ink clan soldiers, as their casualties exceeded 100,000. Fortunately, Hongdi was unharmed in that battle, not because he fled due to fear of death, but because he was lucky. The old ancestor had killed her way in and out of his army without even sparing a glance at him. Now that the humans were trying to stir up a storm using his Black Ink nest, he naturally could not sit out of this matter. The reason why he did not wait in ambush here before was mainly because he was still recovering from his injuries. When he encountered the old ancestor several years ago, the old ancestor may not have spared him a glance, but the fallout from her rampage still wounded him a little. Now, after recuperating for a few years, he finally managed to recover. Of the 2 previous territory lords posted here, one was dead, and the other was in critical condition. Now that 2 were being added to replace the fallen members, Hongdi was naturally obligated to join. He heard about what happened last time from the 8th territory lord, and that was why he asked such a question. The other humanoid territory lord who participated in the last fight nodded at his words. That's right, it has to be the same 8th Order human. Hongdi wondered, didn't you say that he died back then? The humanoid territory lord shook his head. I have no idea about that. Maybe he did not die, and we all just thought he was dead, just like this time. Hongdi frowned. You're saying that he isn't dead this time either? But we clearly saw him being beaten to within an inch of his life just now. The humanoid territory lord looked deeply at him. That's what we thought last time. Hongdi did not ask any further questions and frowned silently. If that human had some method that could bring him back from the brink of death, then it was very possible that he would come to stir trouble for them again. But how did that human achieve such a thing? How could damage to the soul be healed so quickly and easily? Unless it was not the real soul of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master that entered, but rather something similar to a soul clone. However, that did not make sense either. Even if it were just a soul clone, his true body would still be affected if it were destroyed. While Hongdi was communicating with the humanoid territory lord, the other 2 territory lords had already gone to examine the injuries of their peers. The territory lord who was first targeted by Yang Kai was a newcomer, just like Hongdi. Not knowing the severity of the situation, he charged in the quickest, and so he was also the most severely injured. When Hongdi went over to investigate, he saw the long needle artifact that was constantly digging deeper into his peer's soul avatar, seemingly trying to tear it apart. It was just like the other territory lord who was lingering on a last breath of life after facing the same attack. With just a glance, Hongdi knew that his peers were fated for a tragic end. Even if they did manage to survive, their foundations would still be severely damaged. When he turned to look at the 8th territory lord, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since the 8th territory lord was well prepared, and he also had the artifact to protect him, his injuries were not too serious. The long needle-like artifact had only drilled halfway into his soul avatar, and though it was still trying to work its way in deeper, the 8th territory lord was able to force it into a standstill by resisting it with great effort. The other territory lords did not dare to dally. With one of them watching over the less fortunate territory lord, the other 3 gathered around the 8th territory lord and poured out their spiritual energies to lend him a hand. And so, 10 days passed by. It was not until a certain moment that the long needle-like artifact was forced out by the 8th territory lord from his soul avatar. Even then, the 8th territory lord appeared extremely weak, and his soul avatar was clearly unstable. The other territory lord was in a much worse situation. The long needle artifact had sunken completely into his avatar, so who knows when he would be able to force it out of his body, or if he could even live long enough to do so. That human must not be dead yet. He will come again. That man is strange. He's no longer someone that we can deal with. We must report this to the royal lord and ask him to make a decision. The 8th territory lord declared weakly. Even though he had seen the soul of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master being beaten to the brink of death with his own eyes, that was also the case last time. They all thought he was dead, But then he appeared before them again, just 3 years later. The reappearance of a similar situation could only mean that the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master could live even if his soul was shattered. Perhaps he would come to stir up another storm in another 3 years. All the Territory Lords present knew that the Ape Territory Lord was right. Even though they were powerful Territory Lords, there was nothing more that they could do in this situation. The only way to resolve this matter now was to report it to the Royal Lord. Hongdi's voice was a little weak. Sir Royal Lord has not been in a good mood lately. Despite being heavily injured, the Royal Lord was unable to enter his black ink nest to sleep and heal from his wounds, so it would be strange if he were in a good mood. This was all the fault of that dastardly old ancestor, who would run over to the royal city from time to time and show her aura, causing fear and trepidation among the Black Ink clansmen while also driving the Royal Lord to exhaustion. She would not attack the royal city, just sit outside of it and taunt them. The power of a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was released in an unbridled manner, like a beacon of light in the darkness, making the Black Ink clan feel miserable. Nobody knew what sort of technique it was she used to be able to mysteriously appear near the royal city. After she left, the Black Ink clan organized a large number of soldiers to search the area, but to no avail. Worse yet, the old ancestor would suddenly wheel around from time to time, and none of the Black Ink clansmen who were sent out would fare well when that happened. So, for a while now, no Territory Lord dared to draw the Royal Lord's ire. They had also hidden the death and injury of the previous 2 Territory Lords because they were worried that the Royal Lord's fury would explode and he would take his rage out on them. However, the matter had already reached a point that they had no choice but to report it. They thought that they could stop the humans from using the Black Ink nest with their own power, but now it seemed that the methods of the humans were beyond even their imaginations. After hearing what Hongdi said, the Ape Territory Lord answered weakly. There's no need for Sir Royal Lord to act personally. He just needs to agree to allow us to utilize the power of his Black Ink nest. The next time that Eighth Order human returns, we won't give him the chance to escape. Hearing this, Hongdi understood. If that's the case, it would not be a problem. The Ape Territory Lord did not speak too clearly, but how could Hongdi not know what he meant? The most troublesome thing about the situation they were currently facing was the fact that they were unable to kill off that human completely. During both of their brief encounters, it seemed as if they had already brought their opponent to the brink of death. But in reality, a glimmer of vitality still remained, and he had escaped. However, with the help of the Royal Lord's Black Ink nest power, they could seal off this space completely so that the human had no way to run. Then, after paying a certain price, the Territory Lords would be able to take him down slowly. There was no such thing as an opponent that was impossible for them to kill, only a lack of power and opportunity. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5286, what was he trying to say? While the Territory Lords were discussing their countermeasures in that strange space, Ouyang Lai and his disciple were both staring in amazement at Yang Kai. Just like last time, Yang Kai had become slightly dazed after withdrawing from the strange space with a dull expression. Not only was his expression stiff, even his eyes seemed unfocused. The last time he saw Yang Kai like this, Ouyang Lai jumped in shock. However, he was more at ease now that he had some experience. And under some careful inspection, he realized that just as he thought, Yang Kai was in a soul-fragmented state. When his soul became fragmented, it was natural for him to appear like a fool. This made Ouyang Lai sigh a little, as this young boy truly did pay a heavy price to secure this Black Ink nest. Even though he had a special treasure that could repair his soul, having to bear this kind of pain over and over again was not something that an ordinary person could do. If they could really take control of this mid-rank Black Ink nest and allow the humans to build their own intelligence network, then Yang Kai would be the first to take credit. Just like last time, Yang Kai collapsed to the ground while hugging his head after a few moments, rolling around on the floor while screaming miserably. Ouyang Lai and Gong Lian could not bear to watch, but they had no choice but to stay here and stand guard in case anything happened. Another few days went by, and even Yang Kai's voice had become hoarse. His entire body was extremely weak, and the clothes on his body were drenched over and over again in sweat. It was only at a certain point that his pitiful screams finally stopped. Not that it was no longer painful, but because his soul had recovered slightly under the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus, allowing him to regain some control of himself. As Xianxia forced himself into a cross-legged position, Ouyang hurriedly handed over the spirit pills that he had prepared earlier, which Xianxia took with a pale face and swallowed down. Even though he had the soul-warming lotus to repair his soul, having spirit pills on hand would still allow him to recover a little faster. As time passed, the injuries to his soul gradually mended, and Xianxia's aura also stabilized. The last time he ended up in this state, it took Xianxia nearly 3 years of recovery to return to his peak. The amount of time it took him to recover was not much different this time, shorter only by a single month. The reason why such a difference occurred was because Xianxia's soul had become a little stronger than before. He had noticed after his last recovery that recovering from these self-inflicted injuries made his soul a bit stronger than before. This was an unexpected surprise for him. The situation now was the same as last time. After the injury to his soul recovered, it once again became slightly stronger. Xianxia felt as if he had unexpectedly chanced upon a method for him to cultivate his soul. However, even if this method was quite effective at strengthening his soul, Xianxia was quite unwilling to do it, unless someone was forced to, who would willingly endure such pain. It was not strange that such a method was able to strengthen his soul, as it was quite similar to how one would temper their body. Constantly battering one's physique, then healing would slowly improve their physical quality over time. It was a method that only those with great perseverance and determination could use. When Xianxia opened his eyes, he saw Ouyang and his disciple watching him with concern. Xianxia first reassured them, "I'm fine now." Ouyang could not help but smack his lips. "Are you going in again?" Naturally, Xianxia nodded. Since he had already started, then he naturally had to see the black ink nest matter through to the end. How could he even have the thought of giving up halfway? However, he still had to ask, "What's the situation inside the black ink nest currently?" Ouyang told him, "I personally went inside to check last time. There aren't any changes, so I did not dare to stay long either. I withdrew immediately." Xianxia chuckled. "Seems like the Black Ink clan hasn't suffered enough yet." After going in twice, he used a total of 4 soul-rending thorns which injured 4 territory lords in succession. Even under such circumstances, the Black Ink clan had not diverted from their initial plan. It was clear that they were waiting for his return so that they could take revenge. As some say, one must not attempt the same trick thrice and expect to get away with it. If Xianxia went in again, he would probably not be as successful as he was the last 2 times. The Black Ink clan wasn't made up of fools. Since they had already figured out his trick, there was no way they would just offer themselves up on a platter for nothing. So, he was almost certain that the Black Ink clan had prepared some sort of nasty trick and was waiting for him to fall into their trap. However, he had the soul-warming lotus to protect him, so what was there for him to be afraid of? Without needing to make any sort of preparations, Xianxia said, "Senior Ouyang, things may change this time around, but as for what those changes are going to be, this junior won't know until he enters. If all goes well, then this junior will return soon. In the meantime, I will have to ask for senior to stand guard for me." Ouyang nodded. "Naturally, that is not a problem. You must be careful." Without saying anything more, Xianxia opened up his small universe and allowed the black ink nest to devour his world force. With a surge of his divine sense, he connected with the consciousness of the black ink nest. Xianxia's figure appeared inside of the familiar space. This time, he had also taken on an unfamiliar appearance. Even though his identity would be exposed as soon as he made his move, it did not hinder him to put on a disguise. As soon as he appeared, he noticed several auras locking onto him. The Black Ink clan had obviously been waiting here for him. One of the soul avatars had even taken the initiative to approach him, but Xianxia was surprised to find that the soul avatar did not hold much malice. From afar, he transmitted his thoughts over via divine sense. "One moment, Tao brother. I am Sita Kwai. By order." Before he could finish a sentence, Yangkai wailed in agony and spat out a golden light in his direction. The golden light traveled as quickly as lightning, shooting straight into the soul avatar. The person who called himself Si De Kuai immediately broke out into a cry of anguish as his soul avatar writhed violently. Yangkai forcibly endured the tearing pain and took a few steps forward. His spiritual energy was surging madly, turning into beam-like attacks that shot towards Si De Kuai furiously. The storm of attacks enveloped Si De Kuai, and in just a short 3 breaths, the soul avatar, which had already been severely damaged by the soul-rending thorn, shattered and dissipated into nothingness. Yangkai's face was twisting in pain, but he still looked dumbfounded at the soul avatars around him and muttered, "What was he trying to say?" Honestly, Yangkai recognized at first glance that this Si De Kuai was not a territory lord, but an 8th Order Black Ink disciple. And, in terms of spiritual energy, he was on par with Yangkai. If they were to compete with their respective secret techniques, then it was not known who would win. However, this guy should have received an order from the territory lords to try to communicate with him, who knew that Yangkai would not have that intention at all, immediately releasing a soul-rending thorn as soon as he stepped up and attacking him until his soul avatar shattered. He was truly dead, unlike Yangkai, who had the protection of the soul-warming lotus. Si De Kuai's soul was damaged to the point of shattering, so there was no chance for him to survive. All the territory lords were dumbfounded at what they saw. This human had already killed the man, and now he asks what he was trying to say. The Black Ink clan lacked high-end combat strength to begin with, and that 8th Order Black Ink disciple was a part of the strength that they were heavily relying on. Yet he had just died here, which was heartbreaking news for them. The fallout of a soul avatar's death gradually spread out to the territory lords who had already surrounded Yangkai in a close circle. Just as Yangkai expected, things were different this time. During the previous 2 times, 6 territory lords were lying in ambush inside the strange space. This time, the number of territory lords did not increase, but there was the addition of 4 8th Order Black Ink disciples' soul avatars. Yangkai cut down one of them earlier, so only 3 8th Order Black Ink disciples remain. At this moment, the 6 territory lords surrounded him in an outer circle whilst the 3 8th Order Black Ink disciples formed an inner triangle. The intentions of the territory lords were obvious. Since Yangkai had the means to severely damage their souls in one attack, they would use these 8th Order Black Ink disciples to exhaust Yangkai's power first. In this way, even if Yangkai were to use his needle-like artifacts, the only ones who would be injured would be the Black Ink disciples. Judging from a situation during the first 2 times, this human could only use the long needle artifact twice at most, then his soul probably wouldn't be able to withstand more. So, that meant that this human in front of them only had 1 attack left. The Black Ink disciple that Yangkai cut down before did not actually intend to try and negotiate with Yangkai. He was just trying to get close so he could try to launch a sneak attack on him. However, Yangkai acted even more decisively, immediately going for the kill without even giving the enemy the chance to speak any nonsense. The territory lords realized from this that no amount of clever strategy would help in front of this human. The best way to face him was through overwhelming force. Attack! Hongdi gave the order. The 3 Black Ink disciples in the inner circle had fierce looks on their faces as they all charged at Yangkai. Since Yangkai only had 1 attack left in him, then he would not be able to stop them all. The Black Ink clan would only lose 1 more Black Ink disciple, which would be much better than a territory lord dying. As soon as Hongdi's voice came out, Yangkai did not hesitate to spit out another soul-rending thorn and hit the nearest 8th Order Black Ink disciple. He had no specific target in mind. To Yangkai, the effects of killing an 8th Order Black Ink disciple or a territory lord was the same. Both could help in weakening the Black Ink clan strength so as to reduce the pressure for the humans in their future crusade. The lethality of the soul-rending thorn was truly terrifying. After all, the user had to sacrifice a big piece of their soul each time it was used, and the larger the sacrifice, the greater the strength. So despite the fact that the three black ink disciples left no openings for him to attack, the soul-rending thorns still quickly and accurately pierced into its target's body. The eighth order black ink disciple screamed at once as his soul avatar began to writhe. The remaining two black ink disciples calmed themselves and each blasted a secret technique in Xianxia's direction. Xianxia was so mentally and physically exhausted at the moment that he no longer had the strength to defend himself. His soul avatar was torn to pieces at once, as if it were a mere rag. On the previous two occasions, he used the tearing of his soul as a cover to evacuate from the strange space. But this time, something unexpected happened. The entire strange space seemed to be sealed off by an invisible force, completely isolating him from the outside world, so that Xianxia had no way of leaving and connecting back to his own body. It seemed that when the lead territory lord called for an attack, an unusual change occurred within this space. The pain in his soul at that time was so hard to bear that Xianxia was unable to sense it clearly. Now, it seemed like the unusual change must have been a technique used by the Black Ink clan to seal off the strange space and isolate it from the outside world. So it's this again? This was not the first time that Xianxia had encountered such a situation, as it had been the same back in the Yin-Yang Theater when he was ambushed by a large number of feudal lords and He-Yuan territory lord. Given the situation, Xianxia quickly understood what sort of plan the Black Ink clan had come up with. Undoubtedly, they were trying to trap him here and deny him the chance to escape, allowing them to finally kill him. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5287, Living Corpses. It had to be said that the Black Ink clan did make the right decision this time, since this human that barged into the Black Ink nest again and again could not be killed quickly. They had to cut off any chance of him escaping. No soul could not be killed. It was just that they failed to grasp their opportunities when they had them. As long as they were able to trap the human soul avatar in the Black Ink nest space, then they could do whatever they wanted to him, especially now that the human had used his needle artifacts twice in a row and could not use them a third time. And to seal off the Black Ink nest space, the territory lords had no choice but to have Che Kong and Hong Di, two territory lords, take the lead in meeting with the royal lord to request the latter's help during the critical moment. The entire Black Ink nest space was a platform that evolved from the consciousness of the royal lord's Black Ink nest to begin with. Naturally, the right to enter and leave that space was in the hands of the royal lord. If they were to seal off this space completely, then they had to have the royal lord's cooperation. Without the royal lord's explicit permission, the territory lords had no ability to control this. However, with the royal lord permission, they could use a simple secret technique to seal up the Black Ink nest space. When he was informed about this situation, the royal lord let loose a barrage of curses and insults at his disappointing territory lord subordinates. But he also had no choice but to cooperate. The days had been harsh on the royal lord. His injuries were piling up with no chance to rest and recover. And now he was facing such a rotten problem, which naturally put him in a foul mood. Fortunately, he did not take out his rage on his subordinate territory lords too much, which allowed Che Kong and Hong Di to breathe sighs of relief. After confirming that Xianxia had entered the space, the territory lord sent word to the outside so that the territory lord waiting on standby inside of the royal lord's Black Ink nest could activate its power to seal off the space and isolate it from the outside. If they did not do this, then Xianxia would have escaped long ago. As the strange space was completely sealed off, at the center of the Black Ink nest possessed by the humans, Ouyang Lai and his disciple, who were both waiting for Xianxia's return, paled instantly. Gong Lian gasped, "Honored master, brother Yanghe." Ouyang Lai also had a grave look on his face and stepped forward to try to get a better grasp of the situation, the look on his face changing constantly. Just now, the reverberations of Xianxia's soul that they should have been able to feel disappeared completely. In plain terms, it meant that his soul was gone. Even though his body was still here, it was now just a living corpse. This was a clear sign that something had happened to Xianxia inside of the Black Ink nest space. When Ouyang Lai thought back to what Xianxia said earlier, It seemed that he had anticipated that something different would happen this time around. However, this development was far beyond what they had expected, with Yang Kai's soul essentially vanishing. What were they going to do now? After a long time, Ouyang Lai finally showed an anxious expression. For what he could sense, Yang Kai's soul had indeed completely disappeared. He could not sense where it was located at all. Twice previously, even though Yang Kai's soul became somewhat vague and indistinct after entering the black ink nest space, Ouyang Lai could still feel an invisible connection between it and his body. As long as that connection existed, Yang Kai was fine. However, that connection had now been severed. But if his soul was truly destroyed, then there was no way that the aura of Yang Kai's body could remain stable. The most likely scenario would be instantaneous death or complete dementia. Strangely enough, the aura of Yang Kai's body remained perfectly steady. This made Ouyang Lai confused as to what was going on. After pondering for a moment, he had Gong Lian watch Yang Kai's body carefully while he left in a flash so that he could find several 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters proficient in soul cultivation to see what was going on. While Ouyang Lai was busy, Yang Kai was fleeing like mad while forcibly enduring the tearing pain in his soul. He had no choice but to run, as only an old ancestor would be able to withstand the combined attacks of 6 territory lords and 2 8th Order Black Ink disciples, not to mention that his soul already suffered critical damage from using the soul-rending thorns. That was the troublesome part about this strange space that was created by the Black Ink Nest consciousness. It seemed both large and small, being of no definite shape, which made Yang Kai's escape particularly difficult. That was because no matter how he tried to run, his enemy's attacks would still be able to catch him at any moment. In just a short few breaths of time, Yang Kai felt like he could run no more. His entire soul avatar was in tatters, which severely affected his ability to think and was causing him to make mistakes in his judgment, which worsened his injuries. If this went on, then he would surely be doomed. Desperately holding onto the last bit of consciousness in the depths of his soul, Yang Kai did not dare to hesitate anymore when he saw the attacks coming at him from all directions. He finally summoned the soul-warming lotus that he had been hiding all this while. A 7-colored light blossomed, and in an instant, a 7-colored lotus appeared in the strange space. The lotus appeared in the form of a bud about to blossom, enveloping Yang Kai's tattered soul. The fierce spiritual energy attacks hit the 7-colored lotus, but caused no damage to it in any way, forming only light ripples on the surface of its petals. The soul-warming lotus was a supreme treasure, unique in the universe. It may not be able to display much strength under normal circumstances, but in the Black Ink Nest space, where spiritual energy ruled everything, there was no strongest defense in existence. None of the attacks of the 8th Order Black Ink disciples or the territory lords could break through its protection. The Black Ink clan quickly realized this unusual change. After all, none of them was blind. Who would not be able to see the dazzling 7-colored lotus that suddenly appeared. To their shock and incomprehension, while looking delicate and fragile, this thing was incomparably solid, remaining completely unaffected as it hovered silently in the void, no matter how fierce their attacks were. After a while, the bombardment ceased. 6 territory lords and 2 8th Order Black Ink disciples surrounded the soul-warming lotus, observing it warily. "What is this?" Hong Di asked. He watched as this lotus flower suddenly appeared to protect the human that they were about to kill, and the fact that they could not break it even with 8 top masters of the Black Ink clan joining forces naturally left him annoyed. However, he did not recognize what this lotus flower was. If even he could not recognize it, then there was no need to mention the other territory lords. The question now would have to go to the 2 surviving Black Ink disciples to answer. One of them, who took on the form of an old man, was frowning slightly. As he observed the soul-warming lotus carefully, a vague guess came into his mind. However, he had never seen this treasure before, so he dared not be certain. He could only ask his companion. "It's that, isn't it? This old master should be correct." The other 8th Order Black Ink disciple nodded. "It is as the rumors say. If it truly is that, that explains why this man has no fear of sustaining damage to his soul. Not counting this time, Xianxia had already invaded this black ink nest space twice and used the soul-rending thorn 4 times, killing or severely wounding 4 territory lords. Such aggressiveness was alarming. But what puzzled them even more was his ability to recover from his injuries. This man's soul had been fatally wounded, yet he returned running and jumping after just 3 years of recovery. No spirit pill or precious treasure could possibly have such an effect, no matter how good they were, save for one legendary object. Speak clearly. What is this thing exactly? Hong Di asked in a stern voice. This was what annoyed him most about humans. They always seemed to talk in a roundabout manner, which was very unpleasant to listen to. The old man bowed, reporting to Sir, if this servant is not wrong, then it should be the rumored soul-warming lotus. Soul-warming lotus? The territory lord frowned. Even though he had been dealing with the human race for countless years and learned many of their habits, he was still not very clear about some of the human race's more obscure rumors, not to mention something like the soul-warming lotus, which was basically a mythical existence. Even the masters of the human race themselves would only see such a thing recorded in the ancient books and never in real life. It is said that there exist 2 supreme treasures in the form of twin lotuses that grow side by side, the old man explained. One is the flawless, purifying golden lotus that grants the holder a flawless body, impervious to all impurities, allowing them to gain twice the result with half the effort in their cultivation. The second is the soul-warming lotus that, while useless for one's physical body, can protect and sustain their soul. Under the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus, its holder's soul constantly grows stronger, and no matter how severe the damage sustained to their soul, as long as it is not completely destroyed, the soul-warming lotus can allow its holder to rapidly recover to their peak. These 2 supreme treasures are unique, with only one of each in existence. Once the first is found, another would never appear again. Not to mention, most had never seen them before, many have never even heard of their existence. What Sir see before you now must be the soul-warming lotus of legend. It's that precious? A territory lord asked. The old man nodded solemnly. A supreme treasure of heaven and earth is priceless, beyond value entirely. Unless one has great opportunity and great destiny, they can never possess it. Hong Di rubbed his chin in thought. If that is the case, the reason why this man has been able to escape death repeatedly and return unscathed was all thanks to the nourishment and protection of this soul-warming lotus? Indeed, the old man nodded. It is said that the soul-warming lotus first blossoms with 3 colors, then 5, and then finally 7. What Sir see before you is already the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, which is considered its apex. This man must have come into possession of this treasure many years ago. Otherwise, it is simply impossible for him to have nurtured it to its 7-colored form. With the nourishment of such a supreme treasure, he will naturally not fear any sort of injury to his soul. The territory lords all had ugly looks on their faces now. With such a treasure, it was laughable they even thought they had killed Xianxia the first time. It now made perfect sense that after just 3 years he was back to full strength and could come back to butcher 2 more territory lords. If they had not sealed the black ink nest space this time and forced him to summon the soul-warming lotus to preserve his life, they would probably still be oblivious to the situation they faced. Hong Di frowned. This man is not making any further moves. I think his soul is too badly damaged, so he must be resting inside of the lotus flower. Based on our previous experiences, it would only take him 3 years to recover completely. Then, he will definitely use those evil artifacts against us again. We have to find a way to deal with him before then. Does anyone have any ideas? All the territory lords were silent, and the 2 black ink disciples also kept mum. They had all seen what happened. The attacks of 6 territory lords and 2 8th-order black ink disciples couldn't even disturb the soul-warming lotus, so trying to break through its defenses was clearly a waste of time and energy. One territory lord suggested, "Why don't we try attacking again? He can only take our attacks now, without being able to retaliate. So no matter how powerful this soul-warming lotus is, there should be a limit to how much it can take. We might be able to break it. The old man's face twitched as he shook his head. This is a unique supreme treasure. It would be a waste to break it. It would be best if we could recover and refine it. Hongdi was impressed by his suggestion. That is a reasonable thought. If this treasure is so useful to a person's soul, then our Black Ink clan can also make use of it. If we can refine it, then we will no longer have to fear the soul secret techniques of those 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the future. Martial Peak, Chapter 5288, Endurance Contest. The humans did not have the innately strong physical bodies of the Black Ink clan, and their growth cycle was also much longer, but the humans also had their own racial advantages, and that was the variety of strange artifacts and techniques that they possessed, especially their secret techniques, which practically every territory lord had eaten a loss from. Of them, some soul secret techniques were difficult to guard against and were the most troublesome. If they could really refine this soul-warming lotus, then what soul-type attack would they have to fear in the future? If the humans dared to perform those soul secret techniques again, then it would only be lifting a stone and dropping it on their own feet. That was why Hongdi was so impressed with the old man's proposal. And, as the most senior territory lord here, Hongdi would naturally not step down from this opportunity. I will try and refine it. Saying so, he took a step forward and his spiritual energy surged, enveloping the soul-warming lotus. Even though the other territory lords were displeased, there was nothing they could say. The two Black Ink disciples exchanged glances and stepped back, looking for their companion that was injured by Xianxia before and helping him to resist the soul-rending thorn that was shot into his body earlier. Upon entering the Black Ink nest space, Xianxia first killed a Black Ink disciple before injuring another. The Black Ink disciple who was injured earlier had been fending off the power of the soul-rending thorn this whole time, but he was only a Black Ink disciple after all, not a true 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. So it was a difficult struggle for him. His two companions came at just the right time. If they had been any later, then he may not have been able to hold on. Even with two companions helping, it took a lot of effort for the Black Ink disciple to stabilize his condition. But if he wished to force out the soul-rending thorn, it would be a long and grueling task. Moreover, the entire process was bound to be fraught with ups and downs. The slightest misstep could result in a fatal end for him. The Black Ink nest space was quiet for a while, with only the constant fluctuations of Hongdi's spiritual energy breaking up the monotony. After half a month, Hongdi finally lost patience and withdrew his spiritual energy. Not a single drop is going through this thing. It's impossible to refine. If any of you are interested, you're free to try. He spent half a month and wasted a lot of spiritual energy, yet he came out completely empty-handed, which was extremely vexing for Hongdi. However, he needed to let the other territory lords have a try. After all, just because he could not refine it did not mean that others could not. Anyone would want to give it a try. After he stepped down, another territory lord took his place eagerly. However, half a month later, he stepped back in disappointment, just like Hongdi. The other 4 territory lords tried one after another, but they all failed. This showed the territory lord that this soul-warming lotus probably wasn't so easily refinable, especially when its owner was still alive. If they wished to refine this supreme treasure, there was no choice other than to kill its owner first. However, that human had been hiding inside of the lotus bud ever since the soul-warming lotus appeared, and the territory lords had no idea what his condition was currently. How were they going to kill this guy off if they could not break through the soul-warming lotus's protection? This was simply a problem with no solution. Just then, the old man came over with bad news. Sirs, Brother One is on the verge of death. Could Sirs please open the space and allow him to return to his body so that he may recover? The Brother One that he spoke of was the Black Ink disciple that Xianxia injured previously. Hearing his words, Hongdi turned around and saw that, sure enough, the soul of the Black Ink disciple surnamed One was unstable and weakening continuously. Hongdi frowned. Wasn't he fine before? Why did this suddenly happen? The old man smiled bitterly. Sir may not know, but for the three of us to remain in a mid-rank black ink nest with our consciousness connected to the black ink nest consciousness, we must use our world force as a bridge. In other words, as long as the three of us are in here, the black ink nest will constantly be devouring the world force inside of our small universes. Counting the time, it has been 2 months since we entered this place. We may be in the 8th Order with deep heritages, but Brother Juan's soul was severely injured, and with the world force inside his body gradually running out, he can no longer hold on. Not to mention Brother Juan, even he and the other unharmed black ink disciple could not remain inside of the black ink nest space forever. Otherwise, once all the world force inside their small universes were devoured by the black ink nest, there is a risk of it collapsing, which was the same as them dying. Their situation was unlike the Black Ink clan. The territory lords may not be significantly stronger than them, but the power within the Black Ink clan was black ink strength that could connect with the black ink nest at will without the same risks that they had to take on. The territory lords could stay in their black ink nest for as long as they wanted, but the same could not be said for the black ink disciples. Before the power in their small universes dried up, they had to return their souls to their bodies and seal off their small universe. Otherwise, they would be sucked dry and turned into withered corpses by the black ink nest. However, as these two were unharmed, they were able to last longer than Brother Juan. After hearing what the old man said, Hong Di realized that he had overlooked the predicament of these black ink disciples. However, he was still hesitant to open up this space. That was because the human hiding inside of the soul-warming lotus would be allowed to escape once the space was opened. Only the heavens knew what condition he was in right now, so who could say if he was capable of escaping when given a chance? The territory lords had already paid a very heavy price, and even asked the royal lord for help just so they could trap this human here. So how could they be willing to let him escape? However, the 8th Order Black Ink disciples were currently a force that the Black Ink clan relied on, so Hong Di was also reluctant to have that Black Ink disciple surnamed Juan just die in vain here. It was a difficult choice. Hong Di was indecisive when faced with this predicament. However, the eyes of another territory lord suddenly lit up. If you Black Ink disciples are facing this problem, then it must be the same for that human. Since he could enter this place, it means that he must have connected his consciousness with the black ink nest, just as you have, using the world force of his small universe as a bridge. So, there's simply no need for us to try so hard to refine the soul-warming lotus or even attack him. We only need to wait until the power inside of his small universe is exhausted. Then sooner or later, he will die. Hong Di thought it was very logical when he heard it and nodded repeatedly. That's right. That's exactly it. The old man's heart went cold upon hearing this. It seemed like the territory lords were saying that they would rather sacrifice the black ink disciple surnamed one than open this space. However, it must be said that what the territory lord said was indeed the best solution at hand. The old man was merely a black ink disciple after all. So despite how unbearable it was, the territory lords had already made their decision, and he was in no position to try and convince them otherwise. He could only turn around and glance at the black ink disciple, surnamed Juan, signed. However, Hong Di said, "You do not need to worry either. I've just thought of something." The old man bowed. "Please, sir. You said before that this soul-warming lotus grows from 3 colors, 5 colors, and 7 colors, correct? Now that this soul-warming lotus has already reached 7 colors, it means that this man has possessed it for a long time, correct?" "Exactly so. Based on your speculation, how many years do you suppose this human has possessed the soul-warming lotus?" "At least 1,000 years, if not several thousand," the old man reported. "That's right." Hong Di's eyes shone brightly. "If my guess is not wrong, then there's a great possibility that this human is not in the 8th Order." "Not in the 8th Order?" The territory lords and the old man were stunned. They had no idea why Hong Di would make such a guess. I had a strange feeling when I fought him before. However, I couldn't tell exactly what that feeling was. He just seemed different from the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters I've faced in the past. Knowing what I know now, though, it is obvious that the reason his soul has reached the intensity of the eighth order is because he had the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus. As such, it's likely he is only in the seventh order. If he was truly in the eighth order open heaven realm, then his soul should have been far more powerful than an ordinary eighth order human. Hongdi's speculation was also logical, and the territory lords who heard him all nodded repeatedly. And this indeed made sense, for if this human was truly in the eighth order open heaven realm, then after his soul was nurtured by the soul-warming lotus for several thousand years, there was no way his spiritual energy would remain at the same level as an ordinary eighth order human. It would definitely far surpass that. Now, the spiritual energy of this human was merely on par with an ordinary eighth order open heaven realm master, so it was clear to see that his true strength was not in the eighth order. The old man was even more delighted than the territory lords at that, and exclaimed, "In that case, this man's strength lies entirely in his soul, while his true strength should be far inferior to ours." Hongdi smiled, "And so, he will not be able to hold out longer than you can." "Sir, is absolutely correct." The old man bowed. If that were the case, then the black ink disciple surnamed One might still have a thin hope. As long as he could outlast the man inside of the soul-warming lotus, then once their opponent's small universe dried up, their predicament would be solved, and there would be no need for them to seal the black ink nest space any longer. At the same time, at the outpost with the black ink nest in its center, Ouyang Lai and his disciple were standing by, next to Yang Kai. Several months had gone by, with Yang Kai remaining in this living corpse state without any trace of a ripple from his soul, yet also with no physical abnormalities showing in his body. Ouyang Lai had also invited several eighth order open heaven realm masters who were proficient in soul cultivation to come and take a look at him previously, but they all came to the conclusion that the connection between Yang Kai's soul had been cut from his body, and it should be suppressed and sealed inside of the black ink nest space. Since only a single person could connect to a black ink nest at any one time, there was nothing they could do to help on the human side, even if they wanted to. In this situation, Yang Kai could only protect himself. While being idle and having nothing to do, Gong Lian suddenly said, "Honored Master, this disciple heard that Brother Yang's small universe is raising countless living beings. Even if he doesn't cultivate, the heritage of his small universe is constantly increasing. Is that true?" Ouyang Lai smacked his lips. "I've heard that too, so it is most likely not false. That means that this boy is a lucky one. Not even an ordinary eighth order open heaven realm master would dare to raise living beings in their small universe. Yet he, as a seventh order brat, had done so. Only the heavens know how many years of cultivation that will save him in the future." Gong Lian looked impressed. "If I were to raise living beings in my small universe too, then would I not have to cultivate in the future?" For him, this was a perfect solution, as he always felt cultivation was a huge hassle. If he could increase his cultivation even while lying down and sleeping, nothing would make him happier. Ouyang Lai glanced at him. "He has the capital to do so, but do you? The 4 universe pillars aren't cabbages you pick up in a market. Without one of the 4 universe pillars to fortify your small universe, once you fought against a powerful foe, your small universe would certainly be shaken. When the time came, it would be a disaster for all the living beings inside. Such a sin would not be beneficial to your future cultivation." Gong Lian felt a little dejected upon hearing that. Looking at Yang Kai, he really had to sigh with envy. Ouyang Lai smacked his lips again. "However, we should be thankful to those living in this boy's small universe. If not for them, he might have been sucked dry by the black ink nest after not returning for such a long time." Marshall Peak, Chapter 5289, I'm tired, I'm going to sleep. Ouyang Lai had been observing the condition in Yang Kai's small universe this whole time, which he naturally could not normally check on. However, since Yang Kai had to connect to the consciousness of the black ink nest, his small universe remained open the whole time, allowing the black ink nest to devour his world force. At least, Ouyang Lai was still able to see some clues. After a few months had passed, any ordinary 7th Order open heaven realm master would have been drained dry. However, The world force inside of Xianxia's small universe remained plentiful without visibly decreasing in the slightest. It was clear that the living beings that he raised inside of his small universe were working in this case. Now, there was no need to worry that Xianxia's small universe would be sucked dry by the black ink nest, and he also had the soul-warming lotus to protect his soul. Even a royal lord would not be able to do anything to him inside the black ink nest space, so there was little to worry about when it came to his safety. The only thing the Black Ink clan could do was trap him inside the black ink nest space, and he had no idea when Xianxia would be able to escape. Ouyang Lai believed that the situation would not change much in the near future, and there was nothing that he could do about it either. So he just waited here and monitored Xianxia's status. As soon as anything happened, he would immediately report it. Time passed inside the black ink nest, and in the blink of an eye, another 2 months went by. It had almost been half a year since the black ink nest space was sealed off, an amount of time that would barely count as anything for both the territory lords and the Eighth Order Black Ink disciples. At their realm, one would ordinarily spend upwards of several dozen to 100 years in retreat during their cultivation, so a trivial half a year was just like a snap of one's fingers. However, for the Black Ink disciple surnamed Wan, this half a year was torturous. The soul-rending thorn was constantly wearing down his soul, and even with the help of the 2 Black Ink disciples, it was difficult for him to turn the tides on his condition. If his soul avatar could return and unite with his body, then it would provide some help to his current situation. However, the territory lords were too worried about opening the black ink nest space simply for fear that the human would escape. Under such circumstances, how could the black ink disciple's soul return and remerge with his body? In addition, the black ink nest was constantly devouring the power inside of his small universe, further adding frost to snow and worsening his condition. He had no idea what the condition of his small universe was at the moment, but if too much of his world force was consumed, it would also kill him. With the help of 2 companions, he was able to last for half a year, but the black ink disciple surnamed one was starting to slip away. At the same time, as when his spiritual energy began fluctuating violently, the 6 territory lords who were watching for any movements from the soul-warming lotus turned around just in time to see the soul avatar of the black ink disciple surnamed Wan exploding, turning into dots of light and dissipating from the black ink nest space. Brother Wan, the old man cried out in grief, feeling sad for his fellow peer. The other black ink disciple also had a mournful expression. They had done everything they could, but they were unable to save the life of their companion. Before entering the black ink nest on this mission, nobody could have expected that the situation would turn out this way. They had a lineup of 6 territory lords and 4 Eighth Order Black Ink disciples. Even if an old ancestor were to enter, they could still somehow put up a fight. But now, 2 Black Ink disciples were dead, and the human was still hiding inside of the soul-warming lotus, without showing any signs of moving. There was simply nothing the Black Ink clan could do. Hongdi's eyes were practically spitting fire. We lost another one. After counting the 2 prior times, the battles inside the Black Ink nest space had already cost the Black Ink clan 2 Eighth Order Black Ink disciples and 1 territory lord, and there were 3 other territory lords left with severe injuries to their souls. It was not known whether they were even dead or alive at this point. Such losses could not be considered small for the Black Ink clan. After the last war in Great Evolution Theater, the Black Ink clan's forces were nowhere near as strong as they had been before. Whether it be the territory lords or the Eighth Order Black Ink disciples, their numbers had essentially been halved from what they were just a few hundred years ago. Suddenly, doubt emerged in Hong Di's heart. Was it worth paying such a high price just to force the humans to give up the Black Ink nest? If their plan worked, then of course it would be worth it. However, they had now experienced several serious setbacks, with the humans only having to mobilize a single person to make them lose so much ground. In the words of the humans, the Black Ink clan was now riding a tiger. The cost was too great, but if they gave up now, how were they supposed to explain themselves to the Royal Lord? So, no matter what, they had to deal with this human and seize the soul-warming lotus so that they could show their faces to the Royal Lord. On the other hand, The two black ink disciples could only watch as the sole avatar of their companion, surnamed one, faded away. Losing a friend, they were both sad and also worried about their own situations. Even though they were currently unharmed, it would still be a problem for them if they did not return to their physical bodies for a long time due to the black ink nest continuing to eat up the world force inside of their small universes. They were 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but how long would they be able to last? A year? 2? Maybe 3? Nobody could say for sure. In fact, they were already feeling a bit of fatigue. Even though it was not very obvious, it was definitely a result of the depletion of their physical strength being reflected in their souls' avatars. This bit of exhaustion was nothing at the moment, but if they allowed this to continue, things would only get worse. However, they were nothing more than Black Ink disciples, servants of the Black Ink clan, so how could they advise the Territory Lords to abandon this plan at this time? The Territory Lords couldn't give up easily. The two Black Ink disciples could vaguely foresee the miserable state that awaited them, but now they could only hope that that human was not in the 8th, but in the 7th or even 6th Order. Only then would they be able to outlast him. Time passed in silence. 1 year, 2 years. The Territory Lords remained unchanged, but the soul avatars of the two 8th Order Black Ink disciples had clearly dimmed. The fluctuations of their spiritual energy had also clearly grown extremely weak, as if they were ailing and sick. Souls naturally could not get sick, so there was only a single explanation for this occurrence. Their bodies in the outside could not hold out any longer. For 2 long years, the Black Ink nests were constantly devouring the world force from their small universes, so even 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were not be able to hold on. The weakness of their bodies was being reflected in their soul avatars, and that was naturally how things came to appear as they were. After enduring for so long, the old man could not bear it any longer and came trembling to Hongdi's side. Bowing, "Sir, could you please open the Black Ink nest space and allow us to withdraw first? I'm afraid we won't be able to hold out much longer." There was a look of struggle on Hongdi's face. Frankly, he did not wish to lose 2 more 8th Order Black Ink disciples here for nothing. After all, they had already lost 2 before. He was also happy to have the 2 8th Order Black Ink disciples alive. The reason he did not open the Black Ink nest space previously was because he was worried that Xianxia would take this opportunity to escape. However, there was no choice but to open the space now. If he didn't, then the 2 Black Ink disciples would surely die here. He couldn't understand just how this human could last even longer than the 8th Order Black Ink disciples. His guess should have been correct. If this human truly was an 8th Order and had the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus for several thousand years, then his soul would definitely be a great deal stronger than an ordinary 8th Order human's. The fact that he only exhibited strength on par with an ordinary 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master proved that his true cultivation was not in the 8th Order. It was highly possible that he was only in the 7th Order. The heritage of a 7th Order small universe naturally could not compare to an 8th Order Black Ink disciples. Yet even though these 2 8th Order Black Ink disciples could not last much longer, the humans still showed no signs of weakening. Now that things had come to this, Hongdi had no choice but to let the 2 8th Order Black Ink disciples retire first while they, the Territory Lords, stayed behind and continued waiting things out. He had just made up his mind and was about to open up the Black Ink nest space when a weak voice suddenly came from the soul-warming lotus, which had been silent all this while. Yes, quickly open this space. I also can't hold on much longer, so let's call it a draw. We'll talk again when we get the chance to meet again next time." "There's going to be a next time?" Hongdi glared and shouted. "Impudence! No matter how amazing your skills are, this time, you will definitely die here." The old man's soul avatar trembled as he turned his head towards the heavens. If he were here in the flesh, then he would surely have burst into tears. The only ray of hope he had left had just been destroyed by that human. He silently stood down and found a secluded corner with his other companion, calming the fluctuations of his spiritual energy and trying to minimize the loss of power as much as possible. His only hope now was that they could last a moment longer than this human. Inside the soul-warming lotus, Xianxia was now chattering nonstop. You territory lords, why are you doing this? Those two obviously can't hold on much longer. If you don't open up this place, they're gonna die here. I don't care since I've killed so many of you already, and now I even gotta take 2 more of you along with me to the grave. It's a win for me no matter what. The territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples on your side are not many now, right? I guess it makes sense. After the war, we humans suffered huge casualties, so I can only imagine what it was like for the Black Ink clan. If 2 more of you die, then the loss would be immense. By the way, how are the Royal Lord's injuries? Is our old ancestor still visiting him often? We're all neighbors, so we should check in on each other frequently, but your race is always so distant and unwelcoming. How boring it is that you don't even come a visit. Don't pretend to be mute. I'm dying here. Will it kill you to say a few words to me? Ha! I've been cultivating all my life and shook the wind and clouds. Even though I only reached the 7th Order, I've managed to kill quite a few territory lords. Unfortunately, the heavens must be jealous, as it seems I'm going to die here after all. Since I'm going to die soon, let me ask you something. Answer me if you can, or don't if you can't. The Black Ink nests are divided into different ranks, and each rank is the subnest of the rank above it. In that case, whose subnest is the Royal Lord's Black Ink nest? What gave birth to it? This question has bothered me for a long time. So can you please enlighten me? If you can tell me, then I will also be able to die in peace. The territory lords were silent, but as they listened to the human ramble on by himself, they could finally ascertain that just as they suspected, he was not in the 8th Order open heaven realm, only the 7th Order. Even though it was possible that he was lying, what was the point of doing so now that things have come to this? What's more, this situation was exactly the same as they had previously deduced. So, this noisy human had to be in the 7th Order, no doubt about it. How humiliating. If they had been driven into such a miserable state by an 8th Order open heaven realm master, then so be it, but now they were actually being made fools of by a human brat who was only in the 7th Order. All the territory lords felt great shame, and if possible, they wanted to drag Xianxia out of the soul-warming lotus and make him suffer all kinds of torture to relieve their hatred. Xianxia's voice grew weaker and weaker. All right, fine. Since you are unwilling to speak, then pretend I never asked. I'm tired, I'm going to sleep. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5290, this disciple will set off now. Munan Fei, one of Great Evolution Paradise's 1,653rd generation disciples, showed a special talent in cultivating since entering the sect and was highly valued by them, supplemented by the careful education and the training of famous mentors. He was also hard-working and diligent, cultivating seriously and never disappointing his elders, and just 800 years after stepping onto the martial Tao, had advanced directly to the 6th Order open heaven realm. The day he broke through was a day when the sky opened up for him to fly high like a bird. But before his lofty plans could finally be realized, something suddenly happened to the sect. News came from the Black Ink battlefield that Great Evolution Pass was being attacked by the Black Ink clan army and was in a precarious situation. So, Great Evolution Paradise quickly mobilized all its available troops to provide support. Munan Fei vividly remembered the day when all of the open heaven realm masters in the sect, regardless of their order, their gender, their age, or whether they were in the high rank or the low rank open heaven realm, gathered together. Led by many 8th Order divine monarchs, tens of thousands of Great Evolution Paradise's open heaven realm masters marched out from the sect and went towards the no-return pass before stepping into the Black Ink battlefield. Once they arrived at Great Evolution Pass, the situation was even worse than any one of them could have expected. Far off in the distance came violent energy fluctuations. Naturally, it was the fallout of the old ancestor of Great Evolution Pass fighting with the Royal Lords. However, the old ancestor was facing 2 enemies, and having already been severely injured from sneak attack, his aura had become extremely weak. Outside of Great Evolution Pass, the Black Ink clan army poured in like a tide that resulted in many of the humans either dead or injured. There was simply no time for them to recover. All of the disciples who came from Great Evolution Paradise to provide support were thrown onto the battlefield as soon as they arrived. For these newcomers who had never fought the Black Ink clan before, this war was extremely brutal, and many perished the moment they stepped onto the battlefield. Munan Fei's Dao partner, a gentle woman who had been accompanying him for 500 years, was killed in that battle. He was seeing red and had completely lost his mind as he fought madly until he exhausted all the strength in his body. He had forgotten how that battle ended. He just knew that by the time he was conscious, Great Evolution Pass was gone. The entire army that had been defending the Great Pass together with the old ancestor was completely wiped out, all except for those of them who were corrupted by Black Ink strength and transformed into Black Ink disciples. It had been 30,000 years since that happened. The newly advanced 6th Orders of Zen were now already in the 8th Order, and among them, he was different from the rest. That was because he had advanced directly to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, and so his limit was the 8th Order, so he did not need Black Ink strength to break through his shackles. He could be described as a true 8th Order Open Heaven realm master that was no worse, even when compared to the human race's 8th Order division commanders. In a one-on-one fight, most territory lords may not even be a match for them. His 30,000-year-long life as a Black Ink disciple could almost be said to be extremely boring until the human armies came to retake Great Evolution Pass. A bloody battlefield just like the one 30,000 years ago appeared, but this time it was the Black Ink clan who were on the losing end. The humans reoccupied Great Evolution Pass while the Black Ink clan incurred severe casualties and was forced to retreat to the royal city, even having to willingly hand over one of their mid-rank Black Ink nests. The royal lord was furious while the territory lords were all extremely ashamed, vowing that they must force the humans to give up that Black Ink nest of their own accord. They were quite successful when it came to hindering the humans from using the Black Ink nest at first, because the humans had to connect their consciousness to the Black Ink nest consciousness in order to use it. Inside of the Black Ink nest space, the Black Ink clan occupied an absolute advantage. They had beaten several 8th Order Open Heaven realm masters and forced them to flee, and even the old ancestor had to return empty-handed after a visit. The territory lords thought that they had cornered the humans. That was until a strange fellow appeared. 2 successive attacks from this human left 4 territory lords either dead or severely injured, and when all the territory lords thought that he was dead with certainty, he appeared for a 3rd time. Another 2 8th Order Black Ink disciples died because of him. The territory lords had been locked in a stalemate with this human for 3 years now. That man was protected by the soul-warming lotus, so even the territory lords could do nothing about him. They could only hope that his small universe would be sucked dry by the Black Ink nest, which would in turn cause his small universe to collapse and kill him. However, after waiting for 3 years, Munan Fei and the other 8th Order Black Ink disciple could finally hold on no longer. In the final moments of their lives, the 2 Black Ink disciples opened their eyes in unison, seemingly as if something had awoken and resonated between them. As their gazes met, they could both see the confusion in each other's eyes. What had they been doing all these years? Why would they willingly become the minions of the Black Ink clan? Why would they willingly turn their blades against the human race? How could the sins of this life be washed away by their mere deaths? Without need for words or deliberation, the 2 8th Order Black Ink disciples emitted a brilliant light in the final throes of their life. Their extremely weak spiritual energy burst into flames all of a sudden, and as they supported each other, they shot across the strange, empty space and charged straight into one of the territory lords. The territory lords were completely unguarded, with all of their attention focused on the soul-warming lotus, or rather, the 7th Order human hiding inside of it. These days, the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would open his mouth and make a bunch of noise from time to time, annoying them to no end. Though it was annoying, the one thing that was giving hope to the territory lords was the fact that this guy's voice seemed to be getting weaker and weaker, as if he was on the verge of death. And yet he simply refused to die, clinging stubbornly to life from beginning to end. The territory lords were all sick of him. He wouldn't live either way, so couldn't he just make it quick? Burning the last bit of energy in their souls, The two 8th Order Black Ink disciples charged over, but the territory lords didn't notice them at all. It wasn't until they rammed into Hong Di that he suddenly turned around with a livid expression and roared, "What are you doing?" If it were any ordinary 8th Order Black Ink disciples joining hands like this, then even Hong Di would not be able to withstand it if he was caught completely off guard. However, these two were too weak now. Even burning the last of their spiritual energy, ramming into Hong Di felt like they were doing no more than scratching an itch. Hong Di didn't even feel much impact from it. The flash of light dimmed, and the two figures relying on each other reappeared. However, at this moment, both Munan Fei and the other 8th Order Black Ink disciple soul avatar were dull to the point of transparency, and they were fading quickly. It was clear that they were about to fade away. However, Munan Fei laughed, "A fitting death for us. Ancestors of great evolution paradise, this disciple will set off now." The other Black Ink disciple nodded. "Together, we shall go together." With those words, the two soul avatars faded completely, dissipating as if they had never existed before. The territory lords watched this scene in silence, deep frowns drawn between their brows. Though they lamented the loss of two 8th Order Black Ink disciples, they were more curious about the reaction these two showed before death. It was quite strange. However, they were not given much time to ponder the issue, as a powerful burst of spiritual energy was released at that moment, followed by the emergence of an extremely dangerous aura. The territory lords were all shocked and hurriedly turned back, only to see that the soul-warming lotus had opened up at some point, and the human who had caused them so much pain was standing in the middle of the blooming flower. Divine sense locking onto a territory lord, a golden light shot out. None of them had expected this human to rise up and make trouble for them at such a time, but what puzzled them more was the fact that this human did not seem weak in the slightest. His soul avatar was dense and solid, pervading with an imposing might, just short of glistening to show off his power. How could this be? The eyes of the territory lords almost popped out of their sockets. Even if he had the soul-warming lotus to nourish his soul, what could he do if his physical body failed to hold on? The two 8th Order Black Ink disciples were the perfect example of that. However, looking at this human now, the past 3 years did not seem to have made a dent in his strength. This is impossible. Unlike his attacks from before, Xianxia did not scream miserably this time. Yet violent pain still shot through his soul avatar, as if his very being was being torn apart. He forced himself to bear with it only so that he could make this sudden attack, and the effects were remarkable. The attention of the territory lords were drawn to the strange actions of the two Black Ink disciples, and, further dulled by the preconceived notion that Xianxia had no more power to fight, none of them kept their guard up. The first soul-rending thorn hit one of the soul avatars of the territory lords squarely, sinking in viciously, sending him flying back as he screamed, drawing distance between himself and Xianxia. But could Xianxia still have the energy to bother with him? A second soul-rending thorn was already targeting a different territory lord. He originally wished to attack Hong Di. As from their previous exchanges, it seemed that this territory lord was of a higher status than the others, so it would naturally be more meaningful to kill him off or at least severely injure him. Unfortunately, whether intentionally or not, Hong Di was now the furthest away from him. Xianxia had no choice but to choose a closer, more certain target. As the second soul-rending thorn came out, the territory lords had also aimed a flurry of attacks at Xianxia. However, Xianxia did not pay them the slightest mind. He had already summoned the soul-warming lotus to protect himself and was not as helpless as he was before. So why would he still have to fear the attacks of these territory lords? Violent spiritual energy collided with the soul-warming lotus, but only a 7-colored ripple appeared on its light halo before the attacks were completely dissipated. On the other hand, Xianxia's second soul-rending thorn broke through the soul defenses of the territory lord in an instant, nailing straight into his body. However, he fared a little better than the first territory lord, for he had at least taken some precautions. The The soul-rending thorn did not dig into his body completely, a small portion of it remaining outside, making it look as if he had been struck by an arrow. A similar howl of pain left the second territory lord's mouth, though, as he stumbled backwards, his soul stirring violently. Whether it be in its refinement or use, the soul-rending thorn had cost Xianxia a great deal of energy to activate, so it was naturally very powerful. Its limitations were such that anyone who obtained it would only be able to use it as a one-time trump card, impossible to bring out again after one use. However, Xianxia could use it over and over again thanks to the soul-warming lotus, which would always repair his damaged soul. So what did it matter? Once they saw that Xianxia had already released 2 soul-rending thorns, the remaining 4 unharmed territory lords finally breathed sighs of relief. Based on their past experiences, this human could at most use that strange artifact twice before becoming incapacitated. It was impossible for him to shoot out a third needle within a short period of time. Before they could even finish that thought, though, a terrifying scene emerged. As Xianxia opened his mouth, a third soul-rending thorn shot out like a golden light, just as the territory lords began to relax. The timing was perfect. This strike was even more effective than the first and second ones, as the soul-rending thorn shot straight into the soul avatar of a third territory lord, disappearing from sight. Another wail of horror broke out. Throughout the black ink nest space, soul auras fluctuated madly, from the 3 injured territory lords to the 3 unharmed territory lords, as well as Xianxia's. It was pure chaos. Martial Peak, Chapter 5291, Each Side Retreats. After 3 years of silence, chaos suddenly broke out inside of the black ink nest space with the final blaze of the lives of 2 8th-order black ink disciples as the starting signal. As their souls were damaged, the painful wails of 3 injured territory lords and Xianxia's echoed in unison. The other 3 uninjured territory lords were all on high alert, none of them daring to lower their guards. Who knew if the human could launch a 4th attack? They had no idea what that artifact was, but it was something that even the territory lords could not defend against, to the point where it could almost be described as a sure hit. A long time passed before the territory lords gradually relaxed, because it seemed like the human really lacked the strength to attack again. Just from looking at his state, they could tell, for his soul avatar seemed to be warping constantly, as if it had sustained great damage. The glow of his soul avatar had also dimmed, like it was on the verge of collapsing. If not for the soul-warming lotus's protection, then such damage would have been enough to extinguish his soul entirely. Only then did the 3 territory lords dare to check on the injuries of their 3 companions. After a short while, all of them were frowning. Just like the conditions of the few territory lords who were hit in the past, the artifact was able to dig into and shred one's soul avatar. Moreover, it was extremely stubborn and difficult to expel in short order. Things suddenly became extremely tricky for them. Hongdi's face was so dark that the abyss would blush in shame. 6 territory lords and 4 8th-order black ink disciples. They had a whole 10 top masters equivalent to 10 8th-order human masters lying in ambush inside the black ink nest space. But the result? The 7th-order human was able to last until now, leaving them with 3 alive and 3 injured. The 4 black ink disciples had truly perished without any chance of survival. Counting the 4 territory lords from the previous battles, there were now a total of 11 powerful masters who had either been killed or seriously injured by this one 7th-order human. Hongdi could not understand how things had come to this state. However, there was no point in getting entangled with this human any longer. Even 10 masters could not kill him. So what could they do now that only 3 territory lords remained unharmed? Were they going to wait until that human fully recovered and then wiped all of them out? That would be the epitome of foolishness. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the thought of withdrawing rose in Hongdi's heart. Among other things, he had to first get the 3 injured territory lords back so they could heal their souls. Indeed, the dead Black Ink disciples were a painful loss for the Black Ink clan, but to lose another 3 territory lords would really damage their foundation. However, The human seemed to be able to read his mind, and as soon as the thought came to Hong Di, the human who was wailing incessantly said through clenched teeth, "Want to run? If you dare to open this place, I'll immediately escape." Those words left Hong Di in a horrible mood. Not knowing whether to go forward or retreat, there was no need to mention how aggravating that feeling was. Another territory lord howled in anger. A petty human dares to act so impudently? You're just a trivial seventh-order brat. It's pure luck that you've lasted this long. How much longer do you think you can last? Yang Kai snickered. I'm afraid I won't last for long, but at the very least, I can hold longer than those three. Why don't you place your bets? The territory lord coldly snorted and said nothing more. There were only two choices for the territory lords at this point in the confrontation. First, they could ignore the life or death of their injured companions and continue fighting it out with Yang Kai. 3 years have passed, so even if this seventh-order human's body could hold out this long, he must be near his limit. It would be best if his world energy was depleted before the condition of their three peers deteriorated. However, the territory lords were concerned that this seventh-order human had some method to replenish his world force. If that wasn't the case, it did not make sense for him to be able to last 3 years. If that truly was the case, then wasting any more time with him would be pointless. The second choice was naturally to open up the black ink nest space so that both sides could retreat. However, that would mean that the Blacking clan had put in all that effort and capital for nothing, and the 4 eighth-order Blacking disciples would also have died in vain. How could the territory lords bear to accept that? The 3 uninjured territory lords conversed through their divine senses for a moment, none of them knowing which choice to make. Inside of the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai was barely able to maintain a trace of mental clarity. Using the soul-rending thorn thrice in succession was no different than an insane test of his ability to cheat death, but was a chance that he could not miss as he might never get again. Currently, with his 7th-order open heaven realm cultivation, it would be amazing enough to be able to escape if he truly faced off against a single territory lord. If he wished to injure or even kill such a master, then favorable conditions and an advantageous position were required, along with a good deal of luck. However, in this black ink nest space, the number of territory lords and 8th-order black ink disciples that he had either cut down or crippled already reached 11. Of course, that also meant he only had a single soul-rending thorn left of his original 12. This was the best chance he had to reduce the number of territory lords without taking too much of a risk. Whether it be for him or the human race, this was an extremely rare opportunity. Thus, Yang Kai was unwilling to leave before finding a way to use his final soul-rending thorn. Otherwise, how could he be in any mood to provoke the territory lords? Currently, the best way for him to describe his condition would be a life worse than death. Even the soul-warming lotus power was barely able to dampen the extreme pain he felt in his soul. In spite of his immense suffering, Yang Kai had no choice but to divert some of his attention to the territory lords' movements. Who knew whether they would open the black ink nest space or not? If on the off chance it did happen and he missed the timing, then he might truly be trapped here forever. Something else seemed to confuse him, but with his soul in such turmoil, he didn't have much energy to be thinking about anything else. As Yang Kai was in the middle of suffering, the 3 uninjured territory lords were also discussing their options. After only a short debate, the 3 territory lords decided to open the black ink nest space. As things stood, the human's physical body showed no signs of withering. Otherwise, how could his soul avatar have been so full of energy just now? 3 years passed, and there were still no obvious changes to his physical body. This 7th-order human must have some special trick that allowed him to maintain the world force of his small universe. If this went on, once he had a chance to restore himself, the 3 of them would be the unfortunate ones. Furthermore, the other 3 territory lords who were injured could not stay here any longer, as this situation was only exacerbating their condition. Hong Di had an ugly look on his face, as he could almost imagine the royal lord's fury when he found out about this debacle. The withdrawal of his army from Great Evolution Pass and his abandonment of his own black ink nest could be said to have been forced, and the royal lord was also responsible since it was his order, so the blame could not be put on him. However, this failure was likely going to affect Hongdi's position in the Black Ink clan, but what else could they do now that things had come to this? Since they finished their discussion, there was no need to delay things. The Black Ink nest space was sealed off by a special technique, and unsealing it was not a difficult task. The territory lords just had to use the same technique to open it again. However, while they were opening the Black Ink nest space, the territory lords took precautions and opened it for just a brief moment. The 3 uninjured territory lords escaped with their injured compatriots at the same time. Then they quickly sealed off the Black Ink nest space again. They hoped that the human would not be able to react in time and then be trapped inside. However, the results were bound to disappoint them. Hongdi had clearly seen the 7th Order human make a quick escape as they were leaving. The entire Black Ink nest space became empty in an instant without any signs of life left behind. At the universe fragment where the Black Ink nest was located, Yang Kai woke with a stifled grunt. Gong Lian, who had been watching over him from the side, came over immediately and helped Yang Kai steady himself while shouting, "Honored Master, Brother Yang is awake." Ouyang Lai breathed a deep sigh. "Brat, you're finally back. You really scared me this time." Saying so, he stuffed a large handful of spirit pills into Yang Kai's mouth as if they were common candies. Yang Kai did not even have the energy to thank him and quickly refined and absorbed the pills. Only after watching his condition stabilize slowly did Ouyang Lai let out a sigh of relief. He gave his disciple a look with his eyes, signaling for him to come out of the Black Ink nest with him. "What are your orders, honored master?" Gong Lian asked curiously. Ouyang Lai said, "Go back to the pass and report to the old ancestor. Tell her that Yang Kai has made a safe return." After receiving the order, Gong Lian left quickly. As he watched his disciples back, Ouyang Lai's tense heart finally relaxed. Not because Yang Kai was able to return safely, but because of the old ancestor. Since Yang Kai's soul entered the Black Ink nest space, he had not returned for 3 years, a fact that could not be hidden from the old ancestor. Everyone knew that something must have happened to Yang Kai in the Black Ink nest. Otherwise, he couldn't have been trapped inside for so long, but nobody knew what happened exactly. They could only guess that the Black Ink clan must have used some sort of trick to seal off the Black Ink nest space, preventing Yang Kai from returning. It was not known how the news had reached the old ancestor's ears, but when it did, she immediately declared she would visit the royal city to ask about the situation. A panicked Mi Jing Lun hurriedly tried to stop her. He knew that the old ancestor would not just show her aura from afar to taunt the royal lord like she had done before. If she really did go there now, then she would definitely attack the royal city to put pressure on the Black Ink clan to see if she could help Yang Kai out of his predicament. Even if she was an old ancestor, to attack the royal city alone still bore serious risk. How could Mi Jing Luan allow that to happen? He immediately negotiated with the old ancestor, and they finally agreed to wait 3 years to see whether or not things would change. If Yang Kai still did not return after 3 years, then the Great Evolution Army would join the old ancestor to attack the royal city. The reason why they decided on 3 years was because Mi Jingluan had received news from Ouyang Lai that it would take around 3 years of time for Yang Kai's soul to recover after each attack. According to Mi Jingluan's estimation, the stalemate would definitely break once Yang Kai's soul was able to recover. And now, that did seem to be the case. As soon as the 3-year limit hit, Yang Kai's soul returned. Ouyang Lai was naturally in a hurry to send Gong Lian to Great Evolution Pass to report the matter. In case the army really was mobilized and the soldiers followed the old ancestor to attack the royal city, it would be difficult for them to revert that decision. Sometimes, Ouyang Lai wanted to cut Mi Jingluan's head open to see what was inside. How could he be so far-sighted and always know what others did not? However, he did not feel discouraged, since to him, everyone had their own strengths. At the very least, charging through enemy lines was his strength, something that Mi Jingluan could not replicate. Moreover, he was manlier than Mi Jingluan. News of Yang Kai's soul returning quickly reached Great Evolution Pass, and the old ancestor, who was ready to mobilize her troops and spur her horse, asserted that she wished to make a trip to the royal city to visit the royal lord and thank him for taking care of her subordinate for the past 3 years. Mi Jingluan was unable to stop her this time, nor did he even try to. Since Yang Kai was fine, then the old ancestor would surely act more prudently. Martial Peak, Chapter 5292, Can't Enter. Another 3 years went by in the blink of an eye, and the trauma on Yang Kai's soul finally recovered. The successive recoveries after heavy injuries actually increased his soul's strength by about 10% compared to just over a decade ago. If Yang Kai's spiritual energy was comparable to that of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who had just advanced a dozen years ago, then his spiritual energy was now on par with an established 8th Order Master. This was indeed a shortcut to cultivating one's soul, a shortcut that belonged only to Yang Kai. Without the soul-warming lotus protection, anyone trying to use the same technique would just be digging their own grave. However, Yang Kai never wanted to cultivate in such a way again after experiencing that much pain. It was simply inhumane torture. He would not consider using such a method to raise his spiritual energy unless he was left with absolutely no other choice one day. 12 soul, rending thorns, 10 years of time, entering and leaving the black ink nest thrice. As many as 11 territory lord equivalent masters either died or were seriously injured at his hands. It was an unprecedented feat in all of history. There were no open heaven realm masters who could replicate this feat in the 7th Order or even the 8th Order. But Yang Kai knew that the greatest reason why he could achieve such a feat was thanks to the soul-warming lotus. He did not achieve it because of his own strength. So even though the results were great, he did not dare to be arrogant. If he underestimated the Black Ink clan too much, then he would be the one to suffer a loss in the future. Right now, there was another matter for him to consider, and it was the strange reactions displayed by the 2 Black Ink disciples at the final moment inside of the Black Ink nest space. Yang Kai had noticed the unusual reactions of the 2 Black Ink disciples back then, but he was in no mood to contemplate such a thing at that time. He just instinctively seized the best moment to strike and unleashed a soul-rending thorn, severely injuring a territory lord. Then, after 3 soul-rending thorns were used, Yang Kai's soul was so unstable, and he was in such miserable pain that he simply had no energy to be thinking about anything else. Now that the damage to his soul had been restored, he naturally recalled the strange movements shown by the 2 Black Ink disciples at the end of their lives. There were all sorts of signs that indicated that the 2 Black Ink disciples had recovered their true natures when their souls were about to dissipate. Otherwise, there was no way that they would launch an attack on the territory lords. Only they were already too weak at that time, so even if they joined forces, their hasty attacks still failed to deal any sort of damage. How did they break free from the Black Ink strength's corruption and restore their true natures? After some thought, Yang Kai had a vague feeling that there could only be one explanation. The reason why those 2 Black Ink disciples died was not because they were injured or some other reason, but because their small universes had collapsed due to their world force being drained by the Black Ink nest over a long period. Black Ink's strength corrupted the foundation of an open heaven realm master, which meant their small universe, which in turn overrode their minds. Since the small universe which had been corrupted had already collapsed, then the foundation that the Black Ink strength affected was already gone. So, at the end of their lives, they were able to recover their identities as humans and made a sudden attack against the territory lord. That must have been why they were laughing so unreservedly and so happily before their deaths. For a Black Ink disciple, such a death was undoubtedly the greatest release they could have from life. Yang Kai had heard that the Black Ink clan had left behind over 100 7th Order Black Ink disciples when they withdrew from Great Evolution Pass, as was agreed with Mi Jingluan. Even Xianxia and the others had no idea how they were going to deal with these Black Ink disciples. So in the end, they had no choice but to ask for the old ancestor's instructions. Even though the old ancestor was a woman, she had a firm heart and decisive will. With one move, the over 100 black ink disciples were executed. The old ancestor seemed to have used an inexplicable power then to return the Seventh Order black ink disciples to their senses for a brief moment, allowing them to die as humans in Great Evolution Pass. This was the best way to honor the warriors who fought against the Black Ink clan all those years ago. The fall of the two Eighth Order Black Ink disciples was different from those of Seventh Order Black Ink disciples at Grey Evolution Pass, but was also similar at the same time. Xianxia was relieved that at the very least, they died a worthy death. If they truly died on the battlefield as Black Ink disciples, then they would have died muddle-headed. Their final attack may not have brought any harm to the Territory Lord, but it did create a good opportunity for Xianxia to strike. In that respect, they could be considered to have fought alongside Xianxia. At the sound of footsteps, Xianxia looked up to see Xianxia approaching. Xianxia had come over from time to time to check on him recently, just to see how he was recovering from his injuries. Without interrupting, he would just take a glance and leave. Every time he came, the condition of Xianxia's soul became better. Even after experiencing it twice, Xianxia had to admit that the soul-warming lotus was truly invaluable when it came to matters of the soul. With such a supreme treasure, would one still have to worry about injuring their soul? You look full of energy, kid. You even look like you're glowing. Have you recovered? Xianxia joked. Xianxia got up. This junior is fine now. Then he bowed. Many thanks for standing guard for me, sir. Xianxia waved his hand. It's nothing. Actually, I have a question to ask you. Please ask away, sir. Xianxia moved closer with a curious look on his face. After all those years going in and out, how many Territory Lords did you do in? Xianxia's face twitched slightly. Without bothering to question Xianxia's crass use of words, he answered honestly, 2 Territory Lords during the first round, and another 2 during the second. The third round, I managed to get 4 Eighth Order Black Ink disciples and 3 Territory Lords. 11 altogether. Xianxia's eyes widened as he listened, thinking back to the battle back then where he nearly lost his life charging into an army of tens of thousands only to cut down a single Territory Lord. Yet Xianxia's back-and-forth venture netted him 11 casualties. There was simply no comparison. As he looked at the young face in front of him, Xianxia sighed inwardly, feeling like a small wave about to be swallowed up by a giant tsunami coming from behind. But more than that, he was relieved. Only when the latter wave becomes successful would they, the front waves, have no lack of worthy successors. Xianxia did not know how exactly the battle went on inside of the Black Ink Nest space, but he had also heard some scattered information from Mi Jingluan over the years, and learned that Xianxia was able to achieve this level of success seemingly because of a strange artifact that was given to him by the old ancestor, complemented by the soul-warming lotus. This was something that no other cultivator could emulate. Xianxia added, it is certain that the 4 Black Ink disciples perished, but this junior is unsure about the conditions of the 7 Territory Lords. Xianxia broke out in laughter. At least one of them must be dead. Previously, I heard your martial uncle me mention that the old ancestor just happened to feel the aura of a Territory Lord perishing during one of her visits to the royal city to see their royal lord, and there might have been more than just one death. Xianxia nodded. In that case, this junior's efforts over the years have not been in vain. Sir has come at a good time today. I was just about to make another visit to the Black Ink Nest space and require Sir's protection again. Xianxia's face turned serious. Boy, one does not play the same trick thrice. After going back and forth from the Black Ink Nest, you've killed a total of 11 already. It's too risky to continue. We've already taken a huge advantage of them, so the Black Ink clan will surely be targeting us. Xianxia shook his head. Rest assured, sir. If this junior's guess is correct, then we may not need to fight the Black Ink clan this time. Of course, he wasn't afraid, even if he did have to fight. He still had one last soul-rending thorn that he was itching to use. What do you mean? Xianxia was confused. Xianxia explained, it isn't that this junior is trying to hide anything. It's merely a guess at this point. I don't dare to be sure, but we'll know after another visit. Xianxia looked deeply at him for a moment, feeling at a loss over whether he should let him continue or not. Xianxia followed up, If this junior does not return within a few days, then I must have encountered the royal lord inside the black ink nest space. In that event, I will need to ask her to please inform the old ancestor and ask her to rescue me. The territory lord were unable to do anything to him, so if they were truly planning to fight, then the royal lord would have to come out personally. However, the royal lord had also been going through hard times during these years. His wounds were not getting any better, and he still had to be wary of old ancestor Xiao showing up randomly at his doorstep. So where would he find the time to deal with him? So, Xianxia felt that it was unlikely for him to be attacked this time. Li's mouth twitched. You really don't stand on ceremony, but that's fine. I'll allow you to go, but you must be careful. If things go awry, withdraw immediately. Don't go quiet on me again for years like last time. I will remember. Xianxia bowed in response and encirculated the power within his small universe, opening it, allowing the black ink nest to devour his world force. With the world force as a bridge, he connected his consciousness to the black ink nest consciousness and prepared to enter the black ink nest space. After a moment, Xianxia looked curiously at him. What are you doing? Xianxia blinked his eyes and turned to look at him. I can't enter. What do you mean you can't enter? Xianxia was completely flabbergasted. Xianxia said, I can't enter the black ink nest space anymore. Previously, when this junior's consciousness connected to the black ink nests, I would immediately arrive at the space, but now it seems to have disappeared. Truly, Xianxia was astonished. Let me try. Xianxia did not stop him either and withdrew his power, allowing Xianxia to try. After a few moments, Xianxia had a surprised look on his face. I really can't get inside. But how could this be? Xianxia pondered for a moment. There can only be one explanation for this situation. What is it? Our black ink nest has been cut off by the black ink clan. In other words, the black ink clan has severed all connection with the black ink nest in our possession. Can the black ink clan do such a thing? Xianxia was astonished. Xianxia explained, based on this junior's understanding, the situation of the black ink nest space is as such. Each black ink nest has its own consciousness, but it doesn't have a will, so it cannot be considered alive. The consciousness of the black ink nest can take the form of a strange space that acts as a platform for the black ink nest spawned from it to communicate with each other and to exchange information. For example, in Great Evolution Theater, the consciousness of the Royal Lord Black Ink Nest is the highest-ranking platform that allows all mid-rank Black Ink Nest consciousnesses to enter it. Similarly, the consciousness of our mid-rank Black Ink Nest can also be a platform that can allow low-rank Blank Ink Nest spawn from it to enter. Of course, we do not have any low-rank Black Ink Nests, so we are unable to ascertain that. The relationship between the mid-rank Black Ink Nest and the high-rank Black Ink Nest is that of subordinate and superior. The former is derived from the latter, and the latter, I'm afraid, has complete control and domination over the former. If the latter has the intention of severing the link with the former completely, then it may not be impossible. Otherwise, there is no other way to explain the situation we have at hand. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5293, Creating a Black Ink Nest. Upon hearing this, Xianxia was silent for a moment. It's like a woman who gave birth to a bunch of sons, and one of them brought home some unwelcome guests to cause trouble, which angered the woman, so she expelled them from the household and cut off their relationship. Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That sounded about right. Xianxia laughed. I think I understand now. Just like Big Head Me, if you speak in a roundabout way, it's easy to get someone confused. Xianxia answered readily. It was this junior who was not considerate enough. Xianxia waved his hand. So that means that the Black Ink clan have completely given up on this mid-rank Black Ink nest in our hands. Xianxia nodded. That should be the case. Xianxia guffawed. Truly, we were wearing out iron shoes while seeking our feet, but now we ended up getting it without any effort instead. As early as when Mi Jinglun requested the Black Ink clan to leave this Black Ink nest behind, he had intentions of building an intelligence network for the human race through it. Only, even if it was him, He would never have expected that the Black Ink clan would put up such a fierce struggle with them over the Black Ink nest, unwilling to back down in the slightest. As a result, there was nothing they could do about it. After 10 years, Xianxia's efforts have caused the Black Ink clan to give up on the Black Ink nest on their own initiative, which means that Mi Jingluan has now more or less achieved what he initially intended to do. Xianxia was also surprised since he had only acted to deal with those territory lords. He never thought that they would end up taking over this Black Ink nest completely as well. The Royal Lord Black Ink nest may have completely severed its connection with this mid-rank Black Ink nest, which was in the hands of the humans. However, the mid-rank Black Ink nest did not wither away as a result of it. The crux of the matter was that this connection could be severed. Though the space created by the Royal Lord Black Ink nest could deny access to this mid-rank Black Ink nest, the hierarchical relationship between superior and subordinate could never be broken. In other words, as long as the Black Ink nest in the royal city was not destroyed, then nothing would happen to this Black Ink nest in their hands. Big Head Me will be ecstatic once he hears the news. I'll go and tell him now. But Yonglai left after saying so. After he left, Yongkai immersed his consciousness again, opening up his small universe and connecting it to the Black Ink nest consciousness. Even though he could no longer enter the space created by the Royal Lord Black Ink nest consciousness, there were no problems when it came to connecting to the consciousness of the Black Ink nest he was inside. Moreover, he no longer had to put his guard up in preparation for any possible attacks. Without any disturbance, Yongkai easily brought the entire Black Ink nest under his control. As his thoughts shifted, it was as if the Black Ink nest had become his arms and legs, with all of its functions and abilities within his grasp. Yongkai had, after all, many experiences before. Not to mention the Black Ink nest before him now. Even back in the Black Ink clan's territory, he had connected to the consciousness of countless Black Ink nests, so he was no stranger to it. Only, he was in no mood to mess with anything else back then, so he did not probe too deeply into the Black Ink nest capabilities. But now, things were different. The humans were trying to make use of this Black Ink nest to create their own information network. So, naturally, the more he could find out about it, the better. A short while later, Yongkai had more or less figured out all the Black Ink nest functions. Though, unlike the last time, preparations to create a subnest was not as readily set up. In a flash, he arrived at the Black Ink pool and poured a large amount of resources into it as he controlled the Black Ink nest inwardly to absorb and refine the power within the resources. The Black Ink pool was a very important place for every Black Ink nest. It was also the source of its power, so no matter what resources were put into it, they could quickly be turned into nutrients for the Black Ink nest. With these nutrients, the Black Ink nest could spawn new Black Ink clansmen or subnests. Even when it came to the strange mental soul space, energy was required to maintain it. Of course, Yongkai would not spawn Black Ink clansmen using the Black Ink nest. He only wanted to obtain a subnest. He needed a subnest for his small universe, so that he could familiarize the disciples of the Void Dao Temple with the Black Ink clan's special characteristics early on. The human race also required a large number of subnests to create its intelligence network. At the same time, he also wanted to confirm his and Ouyang Lai's guess from earlier. He wanted to see whether a higher-class Black Ink nest was truly able to sever its connection with one of its subnests and whether that connection could be restored afterwards. If the connection couldn't be restored, then that would naturally be a good thing for the humans. It would mean that they could rest assured and use the Black Ink nest in the future. If the connection could be restored, then they would have to tread carefully. After all, nobody could tell when the Black Ink clan would suddenly restore the connection and try to spy on the human race's communications. It would also be no small matter if they were to suddenly attack the humans standing by inside of the Black Ink nest. Under Yongkai's control, the massive resources in the Black Ink pool was quickly refined, and all of its energy was directed towards the surrounding flesh walls. Soon, a tumor bulged out from one part of the flesh wall. With only a glance at the tumor, Yongkai could not bear to look at it any longer. This couldn't be helped as he could already feel very clearly that what was coming out of the tumor was not the subnest that he wanted, but a Black Ink clansman. The first attempt was a failure. Xianxia was not discouraged. He killed the Black Ink clansman before it was even fully birthed and tried again. After several failed attempts, a new aura appeared inside the Black Ink nest. It was Mi Jingluan who had rushed over after receiving the news. He was not alone, however. Xianxia and Li Zhiping, the two army commanders, came with him, including Ouyang Lai. All 4 army commanders of the Great Evolution Army were now gathered in this place. It could be seen how much importance the higher-ups placed on the Black Ink nest from this alone. Xianxia had no choice but to put his attempts on hold and went forward to greet them. They had already heard the gist of the situation from Ouyang Lai, so when they saw the situation here, they knew that Xianxia must be trying to create a sub-nest. Xianxia asked at once, "How is it progressing?" Xianxia shook his head. "I have tried a few times, but have not succeeded so far." Xianxia nodded. "If the Black Ink clan can produce a sub-nest, then there's no reason why we can't. If a few tries aren't enough, then just keep at it. One matter should not bother 2 men. I will leave you to deal with the Black Ink nest and wait for you to create a sub-nest." "Understood," Xianxia responded. Lu Zhiping was encouraging. "Do a good job, and if you succeed, I will personally ask the old ancestor to grant you more merits." Xianxia answered humbly. This junior is merely attending to his responsibilities and dares not take credit for the work done. Mi Jingluan laughed. "You've basically injured or killed 11 territory lord level figures in 10 years. If such an outstanding feat is not rewarded, then it would seem as if our great evolution army has no order. Think about it and see if there's anything that you want. Once matters here are settled, you may come forward with your request, and as long as it's not excessive, we will satisfy it." There wasn't anything that Xianxia wanted other than the sub-nest. All his previous actions were aimed at that goal to begin with. However, since Mi Jingluan had already spoken, Xianxia did not drag things out any further and just thanked him. Xianxia also asked about Xianxia's struggle with the territory lords inside of the Black Ink nest space over the past few years. Naturally, Xianxia explained everything to them without concealing any details. The army commanders listened with raised brows, even Ouyang Lai. Even though he knew the outcome, he had never asked Xianxia the details of the fight. It was only now that he realized just how devious Xianxia's method of attack was. Even they would not have been able to resist it if they were the territory lords. Unless they gave up on the Black Ink nest, there was simply no solution for them in this matter. One does not play the same trick thrice was true for Xianxia, but also for the Black Ink clan. After Xianxia entered and left the Black Ink nest space thrice in a row, they made a firm decision to give up. They did not have too many territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples left to lose after all. Repairs were still going on in Great Evolution Pass, and the army commanders were also busy. After leaving matters here in Ouyang Lai and Xianxia's hands, Xianxia and the others soon left. Ouyang Lai was a hands-off type of person, so the task of breeding a Black Ink nest sub-nest was left to Xianxia, and he did not refuse that responsibility either. However, the Inner Sanctum was quick to move over a large amount of resources for this matter. After all, Xianxia was already putting in the work, so it would be unreasonable to have him contribute the materials as well. With the support of these resources, Xianxia could rest assured and continue his attempts with increased boldness. After failing again and again, Xianxia finally got a hang of the process. When his consciousness was connected to the Black Ink nest consciousness, he could control the entire Black Ink nest and use it to move the energy output of the Black Ink pool. The countless pits on the Black Ink nest flesh wall were where the Black Ink clansmen were born. If the Black Ink nest energy was directed to these pits, then naturally new Black Ink clansmen would be born. However, if all the energy was concentrated in the Black Ink pool and not allowed to flow out, then once the energy reserves reached a certain level, a subnest would be created. Xianxia had to fail many times before finding this technique. Previously, he had been trying to find where the subnests were created, and since the pits were the breeding grounds for the Black Ink clan, he assumed that the subnest would also be born from one of them. In the end, he realized that something was not right about that speculation. It turned out that the subnests were actually spawned from the black ink pool itself. After having found the solution, things were simple from there. With a lot of resources invested, Xianxia constantly gathered the black ink nest's energy inside of the black ink pool, and at a certain point, the liquid in the pool began to form waves as if something was about to rise out of it. Under Xianxia's perception, he could clearly feel that it was a new subnest. The black water parted, and a black growth resembling a flower bud emerged, just like the subnest that he saw back then at Xiagu, feudal lord's place. Xianxia carefully picked it up and breathed a sigh of relief for a job well done. However, when he considered how many resources it took to create this subnest, he could not help but feel speechless inside. It was no wonder why the feudal lords who had their own black ink nest would treat them with such importance, and why most of the feudal lords had no black ink nest of their own. The cost to create a subnest was not small, so only a few feudal lords had the capital to afford one. Moreover, this was only a low-rank subnest. It was not hard to imagine just how much it would cost to create a mid-rank black ink nest. It would probably cost several dozen to 100 times the amount of resources. Xianxia rushed over after receiving the news, and as he looked at the subnest in Xianxia's hand, not even as large as one's palm, he clicked his tongue in wonder. Is this what a black ink nest looks like when it's just been spawned? Indeed, I've seen one before in the hands of a feudal lord, and it is no different. What is the next step? Xianxia asked. Xianxia answered. Even though the black ink nest has been created, it still requires a significant amount of resources to nurture it. I intend to place this one inside my small universe to observe. If all goes well, then more subnests can be bred for the creation of our intelligence network. Good. Xianxia nodded. Xianxia was not afraid of being corrupted by black ink strength, so it did not matter if the black ink nest was placed inside of his small universe. No one else would not have the guts to do such a thing. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5294, Worship Day. The humans simply knew too little about the black ink nests and were ignorant in many ways in regards to them. Take the last time, for example. If Xianxia had not entered the black ink nest space alone and caused the territory lords to suffer huge losses with the help of his soul-warming lotus and soul-rending thorns, then the humans would not have known that a higher-rank black ink nest could cut off connection with their lower-rank subnests. The black ink nests were the foundation of the black ink clan. If they could uncover all the secrets of the black ink nests, then the human race may have less to lose against the black ink clan in the future. The mid-rank black ink nest in the possession of the Great Evolution Army was particularly valuable for that purpose. Inside of his small universe, Xianxia found a suitable area to plant the low-rank subnest before using his world force to seal off a large area around its vicinity, creating a kind of forbidden zone. In this manner, none of the living beings inside of his small universe, whether they be part of the human race or the small stone race, could possibly get close to the black ink nest, which also prevented it from being damaged unnecessarily. There was less to worry about with the human race, as even if they did approach it by accident, it was unlikely for them to raise their hands against this strange thing. However, it was hard to say what the small stone race would do. This was a race with low sentience and acted entirely based on their instinct. Heavens know what reaction they would have if they ever saw the black ink nest. Incubating the black ink nest was not difficult. Back then, Xianxia saw how Xiagu was able to grow his own black ink nest, so he had some idea of what he had to do. In fact, when he brought the low-rank black ink nest into his small universe, Xianxia had already sensed something unusual about it. From his knowledge of black ink nests accumulated over the years, he could almost conclude that the black ink nests were living things rather than inanimate objects. That was because each black ink nest possessed a consciousness of their own, only that it had no will. If it was a living thing, then it should naturally have its own instincts. The black ink nest's instinct was to devour all kinds of energy to turn it into nutrients for itself, especially world force, which for it was considered the greatest delicacy in the world. Naturally, there was no lack of world force inside of Xianxia's small universe, so it was not strange for the black ink nest to react after arriving at this place. Xianxia did not try and suppress it, but rather allowed the nest to devour the energy. As his madly whirled force drained away, the black ink nest, which was not even the size of a palm before, could be seen growing at a visible rate. And perhaps due to how pure and rich Xianxia's world force was, the speed at which the black ink nest grew far surpassed that of the growth rate he saw with Xiagu back then. After just a few days inside of the small universe, the black ink nest had already grown to the height of a man. A few more days passed, and it was already many meters tall. More days passed, and it reached as tall as a tall building, and one had to crane their necks to look upon it. In a month, the small black ink nest had grown to a gigantic size. Even though it could continue to grow, Xianxia could perceive that no matter what, it couldn't grow as fast as it did before. At the very most, it would only increase in size a little bit at a time. Once it reached this point, it was more or less ready. Controlling his world force, Xianxia poured it inside, and the black ink nest resembling a large flower bud expanded and contracted, spreading out rich black ink strength in all directions. If Xianxia did not restrict it, then this black ink strength would surely spread out to cover his entire small universe. And if that were to happen, all the living beings inside would surely suffer. All of the humans and the small stone race would likely transform into black ink disciples. However, as this place was his small universe, and with the assistance of the World Tree clone, he could control everything with a single thought. The large area he had previously sealed off with his power was the limit of where the black ink strength could spread. This was also the place where he was going to raise some black ink clansmen and where they would live. Only when the entire area became suitable for the survival of the black ink clan did Xianxia stop and begin using the black ink nest to nurture some black ink clansmen. Inside of the small universe, the current void Dao Temple was thriving with the elite cultivators from across the entire void continent gathered in one place, each of them a rarely seen talent in the outside world. In fact, if their talent was low, then they would not have even been able to enter the void Dao Temple to begin with. The Dao Temple had more resources than any sect in the world and provided cultivators an excellent environment for training. There was also a vast collection of books that were inaccessible to the common man. The entire Void Dao Temple had already become a self-sustaining entity of his own after being in operation for thousands of years. The spiritual source of the Dao Temple was, of course, Dao Lord Xianxia, whose small universe was rumored to be the entire Void continent, and that everyone was living inside of his small universe. Though they revered him, the Dao Lord was only a legendary figure to them. The ones in charge of the Dao Temple on the surface were the Temple Master and Deacons, whose aptitudes may not be better than the disciples of the Dao Temple, but they excelled in terms of life experience. All of them were Emperor Realm Masters originating from the top great forces of the Void Continent, so they were mature and stable seniors, responsible in handling some of the Dao Temple's administrative matters. Generally, the Temple Master and the Deacons did not interfere with the cultivation of the Dao Temple's disciples, and to tell the truth, they were oftentimes unable to even manage them. That was because of the gap present between them, whether in terms of talent or current strength. Most of the time, the only thing they could do was provide care in their daily lives and also logistical assistance. From a certain point on, a new tradition was born in the Dao Temple. At the end of every year, the disciples of the Dao Temple would burn incense and pray to the Dao Lord Xianxia's statue under the leadership of the Temple Master and the Deacons for the good fortune of the disciples of the Dao Temple in the coming year. The huge and majestic statue which stood at the center of the square inside of the Void Dao Temple was said to be crafted by the hands of the first Temple Master. It was because the Temple Master of that generation had seen the Dao Lord with his own eyes. That day of every year was also the one filled with most excitement in the Dao Temple. As long as one did not have important matters to attend to or was in secluded retreat, they would generally be present. It was a day of both incense burning and worship. Thousands of disciples, led by the Temple Master and Deacons, burned incense and bowed down to pray in order. The disciples were all looking forward to the exciting days to come after this. That was because the day after prayer day was always a time for the disciples to step onto the field and spar with each other, testing the results of what they had learned during the year. Especially for those who had not been inducted into the Tao Temple for long and whose abilities were still not very strong, they needed to make good use of these few days, as it was a time when they could seek out their seniors to ask for advice on cultivation. Usually, these powerful seniors were all in retreat, so they couldn't be found even if they wanted to seek them out. At the same time, the Tao Temple shopping district would also be open for the disciples to pick up anything they fancied. Burning incense and praying had now become a major festival in the Void Tao Temple, affecting the entire Void continent along with it. On this day, the sound of gongs and drums reverberated through the sky with great festivity. As was always the case in previous years, everything progressed without a hitch. However, just as the ritual was coming to a close, an unnatural wave of energy suddenly spread out. Everyone in the square looked up in shock, as if they had been drawn in by something, all looking up at the statue. What they saw shook their hearts. This couldn't be helped, as the eyes of the statue, which was supposed to be inanimate, were now glowing and filled with spirituality. It was as if the entire statue had come to life. Everyone felt as if they were being watched silently as the statue's gaze swept over them. A commotion broke out instantly among the crowd. Is the Tao Lord making an appearance? Not to mention the ordinary disciples of the Tao Temple, even the temple master and deacons themselves had no idea what was happening. In the midst of the confusion, a powerful divine sense exploded in everyone's minds, transmitting a message to them. Void Continent, the Black Ink clan has invaded. If left alone, life will perish and the world will collapse. Disciples of the Tao Temple must set an example. It is your inescapable duty to slay the Black Ink clan and destroy evil. The same words were repeated 3 times. When the crowd came back to their senses, the statue returned to normal. After a few moments of silence, the disciples broke out into an uproar, discussing in groups with divine senses passing to and fro. Many of the Tao Temple's disciples were in the Emperor realm, so they could naturally guess that the Tao Lord must have transmitted a message to them through the statue. This could almost be said to be the Tao Lord's guidance. However, Black Ink Clan in the Void Continent. The Tao Temple had some knowledge of the Black Ink Clan and knew that the Tao Lord was currently in the midst of a great war with the Black Ink Clan, and the cultivators who walked out of this Void Continent would also join the battle alongside the Tao Lord, while facing the risk of losing their lives at any moment. Anyone without that awareness was in no position to make that step. However, they never imagined that the enemy would one day appear in this void world. Could their Tao Lord have fallen into an unfavorable position in his fight outside, thus causing his small universe to be infested by the Black Ink Clan? No one knew the answer, but the message from the Tao Lord was still clearly guiding them, pointing in a certain direction. The Tao Temple's temple master and deacons briefly conferred with each other and decided to follow the lead to see what was going on. A few moments later, 3 figures took to the skies, heading in the direction where the Tao Lord had pointed them, and while the rest of the deacons stayed behind to pacify the many disciples. Some days later, the 3 figures who set off from the Tao Temple stopped and gazed at the murky void in the distance. That place seemed as if it had been stained with ink, with an immensely evil power surging inside of it. The oldest of them, the temple master, muttered, "The peaceful days of the Void Continent are over." Even from such a great distance, the malevolence of the black power there could be felt. So what would it be like if they were to face it personally? The deacon on the left was thoughtful. The Void Continent has been peaceful since the advent of the Tao Temple, and the disciples are lacking in hardship during their training. This may be an opportunity to change that. Before the advent of the Void Tao Temple, battle was quite common on the continent, with each major sect vying for territory, talents, and resources. Large fights would often break out, and even the eradication of an entire sect was a common occurrence. One can say that though the average realm of the cultivators on the Void Continent back then was low and gifted people were rare, many heroes fought bravely and fiercely. However, since the emergence of the Void Tao Temple, all of the cultivators on the continent put their focus on the Tao Temple and were most proud that their disciples could be chosen by it. who would care about other trivial matters. It was good that there were no large-scale wars, since that meant fewer people suffered and died. However, this was not an entirely good thing, either, since the cultivators raised in such an environment would lack the insight and honing of trials of life and death. No matter how high their cultivations became, if they did not encounter any great difficulties along the way, then it would also be hard to entrust them with serious and dangerous missions. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5295, Tempering. Many years ago, some of the Tao Temple's elders realized this problem, but there was no suitable way for them to solve it. They could not just pick an excuse for the Tao Temple's disciples to kill each other, right? Even if there was some tension between the large sects, they would simply exchange weapons of war for gifts of jade and silk upon the intervention of the Tao Temple's disciples' mediation. After all, every sect now more or less had a few disciples who were cultivating in the Tao Temple. The appearance of the Black Ink clan might solve that problem. The old temple master said thoughtfully, "Do you mean to say that this situation is the Tao Lord's intention?" The deacon quickly waved his hands. "A trivial person like me dares not speculate on the Tao Lord's thoughts. I was just putting it forth as I see it." The temple master pondered for a moment and said nothing more. As the deacon said, the appearance of the Black Ink clan in the Void Continent may not be a bad thing. The disciples of the Tao Temple could make use of it to hone themselves in the future. The deacon who spoke earlier looked left and right before saying, "This is a suitable place to set up a base. If we can build a defense line here, then with the Tao Temple's disciples as the main force and the major sects providing auxiliary support, we can stop the spread of the Black Ink clan and protect the peace of Void Continent's mortals." The temple master nodded lightly. "Very good." With the decision made, one of the three men stayed behind to monitor the movements of the Black Ink clan while the others hurried back to the Tao Temple. Immediately afterwards, the entire Void Tao Temple was mobilized. The Tao Temple's disciples came from all corners of the Void Continent, so as soon as they were mobilized, the forces of the sects behind them would also begin to move. In less than a month's time, a towering fortress was built in the open lands, facing the Black Ink clan. As if by some divine providence, a large batch of oddly shaped monsters covered in the color of black ink came to attack as soon as construction was complete. The Void Continent's cultivators had known of the existence of the Black Ink for many years, but this was the first time they had seen them, even though these Black Ink clansmen were just serfs who were hardly worth mentioning in the outside world. During the battle, the Tao Temple's disciples charged forward and felled many enemies. However, it was unavoidable for there to be some who were accidentally tainted by Black Ink's strength out of carelessness. Those who were corrupted by Black Ink's strength all lost their wills and began siding with the enemy. At this time, the Tao Lord passed down another decree, granting them the refining techniques for the purifying Black Ink pill. It was only by countering the Black Ink's strength with this method that they were able to avert danger. After several victories, the Tao Temple's disciples wanted to make a counterattack to cut off the problem at its source, but the Black Ink strength was so dangerous that it was difficult to progress. Thus, they were forced to abort their plans to launch a counteroffensive halfway through and retreat to the fortress to gather their strength. Years went by with this pattern continuing. Xianxia opened his eyes. The situation in his small universe had already stabilized, and with the energy supplied by his own small universe, the low-rank Black Ink nest was able to produce a steady stream of new Black Ink clansmen. Once they reached a certain level of strength, they would attack the human defense line and further hone the Tao Temple's disciples. These Black Ink clansmen were not very strong at the moment. After all, their growth period had been too short, so the Tao Temple disciples were enough to deal with them with ease. However, as time passed, stronger and stronger Black Ink clansmen would begin to appear, so Xianxia believed that it would become more difficult for them to be dealt with. However, Xianxia was mainly intending to train his future troops, allowing the Tao Temple's disciples to familiarize themselves with the special characteristics of the Black Ink clan early on, so he naturally would not let things get out of hand. So, no matter how the Black Ink clan grew, there was still a limit. They couldn't surpass the Tao Temple in strength. Doing so was a great burden to Xianxia. After all, The power being absorbed by the black ink nest was the world force of his own small universe. Xianxia had already prepared a large amount of resources for the black ink nest to refine, but soon he realized that he had been worried for nothing. The black ink nest gave birth to black ink clansmen, and the Tao Temple's disciples killed them. That in itself was a part of the cycle of life and death, which resulted in a large amount of world force being produced in his small universe. Even though it was not equivalent to the amount being devoured by the black ink nest, it was better than his energy being consumed one-sidedly. Currently, though Xianxia's small universe had expended a lot, he also received sizable returns. It was not an equal exchange, but it was still much better than what Xianxia had initially anticipated. By occasionally supplying some resources for the black ink nest to refine and absorb, the loss of world force in his small universe could be disregarded. Xianxia's small universe, right now, was more or less like a miniature black ink battlefield. It seemed that since ancient times, humans had always had an indescribable tacit understanding on how to deal with foreign enemies. He had not given the Tao Temple any detailed instructions on what to do, but the Tao Temple had done exactly what the humans did on the black ink battlefield. They built a fortress similar to the Great Passes and used it as a shield against enemy invasion. With this large-scale tempering exercise now set up, Xianxia believed that the next time disciples walked out of his small universe, they would carry a different spirit compared to those who came out before. Fighting and killing should become natural to them. It was impossible to avoid death if they joined the black ink battlefield. He was looking forward to it. Over the years, Xianxia had researched all there was to know about the mid-rank black ink nest in the possession of the humans, and also created some low-rank subnests with its power. Ouyang Lai sent these subnests to Great Evolution Pass, while Mi Jingluan arranged for men to incubate them in different places so that they could test out the intelligence network. The results were a success. The low-rank subnests were able to communicate with each other easily through the space of the mid-rank black ink nest no matter how far away they were. Whether or not there was a limit to that distance was yet to be determined. However, the closure of the black ink nest space and the severance between the connection of higher and lower rank black ink nest had already been tested. It was Xianxia who carried out this research, since he had been standing inside of the mid-rank black ink nest these past years. Testing matters such as these should naturally be left to him. When the humans connected to the mid-rank black ink nest consciousness via the subnests and communicated with each other, Xianxia discovered that he could sense everything without deliberately looking into it. That was because the space that they were communicating inside of was created by the consciousness of the mid-rank black ink nest that he was overseeing, so he was aware of everything that happened within it. Xianxia could even urge the black ink nest consciousness to seal off the black ink nest space completely. Just like what he encountered back then inside of the Royal Lord black ink nest space, he could block or sever the connection to any specific low-rank subnest. The connection could be easily restored if it was merely blocked, but if it was severed completely, then it appeared irreversible. It was equivalent to giving up on the connection between them forever. In Ouyang Lai's words, it was like a mother driving out her rebellious son, forbidding him from entering the house ever again. The results of these experiments were very valuable for the human race. If Xianxia had known this information beforehand, he would not have been trapped inside the black ink nest space for 3 years. However, Xianxia could not figure out whether the Royal Lord black ink nest had merely blocked off the mid-rank black ink nest that he was occupying, or if the connection had been severed completely. Naturally, it would be for the best if it were the latter, then the two of them would not have to deal with each other in the future. However, if it were the former, then they would have to be careful. If the Black Ink clan suddenly restored that connection, then there was a high chance that they would launch an attack and make the humans overseeing the Black Ink nest suffer a serious loss. So if Xianxia was to oversee the mid-rank Black Ink nest, then he had to be careful and prepared at all times. Great Evolution Pass, Dawn's Courtyard. During Xianxia's many years of absence, the courtyard that Dawn had been assigned had been beautifully tended by the several female members of the squad and was filled with fragrant flowers. Inside of the courtyard was a small bridge with flowing water underneath it, giving the place an idyllic appearance. At this moment, In the garden, old ancestor Xiaoxiao was lounging lazily on a Taisher armchair, sunbathing with narrowed eyes, appearing very comfortable. Meanwhile, Yang Kai stood to the side with a bitter look on his face. He had been ordered to return recently to help out with repairing the Great Pass. The matters regarding the Black Ink Nest had already come to an end, and all immediate issues had been worked out. The Black Ink Nest capabilities had all been passed on to the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, taking his place in overseeing the Black Ink Nest, and there was nothing that anyone could not be rest assured about with an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master taking on that task. However, Yang Kai reckoned that the ones in charge of overseeing the Black Ink Nest in the future were likely going to do so in rotation. After all, not everyone was like him, able to ignore the encroachment of Black Ink strength. Even though 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were stronger than him cultivation-wise, Yang Kai had a unique advantage in being able to resist the corruption of Black Ink strength. So, the person in charge of overseeing the Black Ink Nest would have to be replaced at regular intervals, and with great frequency at that. With the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters taking over, Yang Kai was also happy to regain his freedom and return to the inner sanctum decisively. These years, he had not been taking part in the rebuilding of Great Evolution Pass since he had been tangled up with matters concerning the Black Ink Nest. When he returned to Great Evolution Pass after more than a decade, he discovered that it had changed completely. The entirety of Great Evolution Pass was filled with a somber atmosphere, something that was always absent when the Black Ink clan occupied this place. Great Evolution Pass now finally regained some semblance of how it once was when the humans controlled it. The great passes of the humans could only bring out their true potential in the hands of humans. The restoration of Great Evolution Pass was still in progress, and it was impossible for construction to be completed without at least 100 years of effort. After all, there were far too many spirit arrays throughout the Great Pass, and many artifacts also needed to be repaired or replaced. In fact, Yang Kai was a little bit confused as to why they were doing this. Currently, the foundation of the Black Ink Clan and Great Evolution Theater had been severely damaged. There was simply no way for them to be able to attack the Great Pass again. So what was the difference whether they heavily fortified and armed Great Evolution Pass or not? As things stood, as long as the humans did not let their guard down, then the Black Ink Clan should never even think about having the chance to retake Great Evolution Pass. Moreover, if he was right, then the human race's crusade should not be too far off. Once the human army took the initiative to strike, then what would the various fortifications be used for? However, despite his doubts, the higher-ups surely had their own reasons to do so, and he was not arrogant enough to question them. When he returned to Dawn's courtyard, all of Dawn's members happened to be resting. Everyone in Dawn had been busy rebuilding Great Evolution Pass, only receiving some free time during the past 2 months. However, they would have to start work again after resting for another month. As they chatted, Yang Kai suddenly remembered something and immediately took it out. It was the beef given to him by Wind and Cloud Pass Old Ancestor when he went there to test the space array and pass on a report. He had originally intended for it to be made into soup to share with the members of Dawn, but he had been busy all this while with the Black Ink Nest without any time to spare. So now was the right opportunity to bring out. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5296, Forcing a Reward. Though Yang Kai originally meant for it to nourish his squad members' bodies, it had no such effect. It was just ordinary beef, while even the weakest in Dawn were in the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm. Even a gift from Wind and Cloud Pass Old Ancestor, if it had no spirituality, was nothing more than normal food. However, it was still a gift from an old ancestor, which made it much more symbolic than practical. So, while everyone was free, Yang Kai decided to take it out and share it with everyone. He had only mentioned that it was a gift from Wind and Cloud Pass Old Ancestor, but without saying anything else, Dawn's members were naturally greatly looking forward to it. Feng Ying led a few female members to handle the beef and simmer it in his soup, while Shun Ao and the others brought out long tables and benches, set out some fruit plates and fine wine, and then prepared for a big feast. This was a rare occasion for everyone on the Black Ink battlefield, where they could all get together and relax, so they naturally cherished the moment well. Even Ning Qi, who was still recovering from his injuries, was helping out. After years of recuperation, Ning Qi's injuries have improved considerably. It should only take a few more years before he fully recovered. Dawn's members were drinking and chatting with each other, having a carefree time. The old ancestor had then arrived, drawn over through the fragrance in the air. Xianxia had no idea how the old ancestor's nose came about, but when the smell of their soup wafted over, she came running over to get a bowl of her own. Naturally, nobody dared to not welcome the old ancestor. In fact, her visit was a great honor for everyone in Dawn. Only Xianxia stood by the old ancestor's side with a gloomy face. Looking up, a great sun could be seen hanging in the air, and he could feel the power in his small universe flowing out of him as if a floodgate had been opened. What are you pulling that bitter face for? All I'm asking for is a bit of sunshine from you. Is that so difficult? Old ancestor, Xiao muttered disgruntledly, without even raising her eyes. Xianxia smacked his lips, but, old ancestor, it takes a lot for me to maintain this divine manifestation. The great sun hanging in the air was no sun at all, but rather Xianxia's golden crow cast the sun divine manifestation. Old ancestor Xiao liked bathing in the sun, a habit that she picked up inside his small universe. During her youth with the hunter couple, the hunter personally weaved a wicker chair for the old ancestor, and a large wicker chair completely enveloped her small body so that she could sit comfortably in the courtyard and enjoy her leisurely time. As her teacher at the time, Xianxia had seen old ancestor Xiao relaxing in her yard countless times. The hunter couple were mortals in the end, so as they reached the end of their lives 150 years later, they both returned to the earth. More than 100 years in old ancestor Xiao's life was but a snap of her fingers, but Xianxia knew just how important those days were to old ancestor Xiao, and no matter how much time passed, she would likely never forget even a moment of that period. Fengming came at just the right time to save the day. The beef soup was done, and she brought a bowl over. Xianxia accepted the bowl from her and handed it to the old ancestor with respect. Your meal, old ancestor. Only then did old ancestor Xiao open her eyes and sit up. Taking the bowl from him, she threw her head back and drank it. Taking advantage of this moment, Xianxia quickly withdrew his divine manifestation. Old ancestor Xiao glared at him while she was drinking her soup, but Xianxia pretended not to have seen it. In just a few breaths of time, the bowl of soup was emptied. The old ancestor wiped the fat from her mouth using her sleeve without any care for her image and pouted, "How petty." Xianxia raised a brow. Old ancestor Xiao said, "Let's talk about that old man. You spent all that effort to visit him, and this is all he gave you?" Xianxia answered, "Well, should he give, then? I wouldn't dare to ask for more either." Old ancestor Xiao lectured him. "The next time you have the opportunity to see him, go and find the old ox with a broken horn and cut some of its flesh. That meat is very nourishing, and just one bite will give even better effects than 100 years of cultivating." While speaking, she had even begun to salivate. Xianxia quickly moved to cover her. If the members of Dawn were to see the old ancestor like this, she might lose all authority in their eyes. Even if the old ancestor did not care about her image, he still had to help defend it, which was tiring work. That ox, is there something special about it? Old ancestor Xiao explained, "That old man has been taking care of that ox for many years, so it's brimming with spirituality. The other oxen are the common descendants of that old ox. That old man often brings out his gifts to others, but you all act grateful, as if it's some good thing." Xianxia carefully recalled when he saw wind and cloud pass old ancestor that day, and there was indeed an old ox with a broken horn on its head. The many years that old ancestor Xiao spoke of was probably far upwards of 10,000 years. Any being that old was most likely incredibly powerful. Xianxia shook his head like a rattle drum. "I wouldn't dare." Moreover, without even mentioning whether or not he would be a match for the ox, how could wind and cloud pass old ancestor take things lying down if he really did cut the flesh from his prized ox? Old ancestor Xiao was the one who wanted to eat beef, yet she came to incite him. It was simply unreasonable. As they were talking, a loud laugh was suddenly heard in the distance. What a strong fragrance of meat. Young boy, did you make preparations beforehand, knowing that you had guests coming? Following the emergence of the voice, Su Linggong appeared, coming in a large stride with two of his disciples behind him, Qin Kui and Xianxia. When he came over and saw the old ancestor, Su Linggong put away his smile immediately, and like a daughter-in-law, seeing her in-laws, he came respectfully before the old ancestor and bowed. 10,000 blessings to the old ancestor. While speaking, he made a look at Yang Kai, asking why the old ancestor was here. Yang Kai returned the look, meaning that the old ancestor came to ask for food. Su Linggong understood. There was not a single person from Yinyang Pass who did not know of old ancestor Zhao's gluttony. In fact, Su Linggong was not here for any business, just that he had been badly injured during their siege at the royal city and had been recuperating in the years after they occupied Great Evolution Pass. After that, as Yang Kai was busy handling the matters concerning the black ink nest, the two never got the chance to see each other. Now that he heard that Yang Kai had returned to Great Evolution Pass, he decided to come over for a visit, but who would have thought that he would bump into old ancestor Xiao here? That made him a little uneasy. Even though old ancestor Xiao was easygoing and did not put on airs, she was still an old ancestor. In all of Great Evolution Pass, apart from Yang Kai, who had the guts to forego formalities in front of her, nobody dared to act so presumptuously. Instead of catching up with Yang Kai, Su Linggong was called over by Shenao and the others to come in with his two disciples and to share soup and wine with Dawn, and they soon settled in. To the side, old ancestor Xiao had another bowl of soup and smacked her lips, looking as if she still hadn't had enough. When Yang Kai went to grab her a third bowl, the old ancestor stopped him. One does not do the same thing thrice. 2 bowls of this stuff are good enough. There's no reason to have a third bowl. Yang Kai was tempted to say, why don't you ever say that when you're eating candied fruit and steamed stuffed buns? The old ancestor seemed to notice what he wanted to say and frowned. What are you thinking? Yang Kai answered decisively, nothing at all. Old ancestor Xiao snorted and continued. Inside of the black ink nest space, you fought against the black ink clan alone, and as a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, you killed or injured 11 territory lords and 8th Order Black Ink disciples. That's a huge merit. So tell me, is there anything you want? If it's not too much, I will happily fulfill it. Mi Jingluan had mentioned this to Yang Kai before, but there was nothing that Yang Kai particularly wanted right now. He had no shortage of military merits. The amount he had accumulated after fighting bloody battle after bloody battle with the Black Ink clan all these years was already enormous. He did not wish to cultivate any other secret techniques of other cave heavens or paradises, as the two secret techniques of myriad demons heaven were enough for him to digest for a long time to come. Things such as secret techniques should be strong in quality rather than high in numbers. He had no shortage of cultivation resources either. In fact, right now, no one on the human side lacked resources. Don't say you don't want anything. Old ancestor Xiao stopped Yang Kai before he could speak. Big Head Me is right. Even if you do not want a reward for such a great achievement, the Great Evolution Army still needs to show our appreciation. Otherwise, it would seem as if the allotted rewards and punishments are unclear and our system is handled poorly. Now that I happen to be here, I might as well handle this matter. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry, to think that even a reward could be forced upon someone. But really, why Big Head Me? Oh, Yang Lai called him that, and even the old ancestor was calling him that. Yang Kai couldn't help but ask, why refer to Senior Me as such? The old ancestor said leisurely, that man has a mind as vast as the sea. So, is his head not big? Big Head Xiang is also the same. Yang Kai rubbed his forehead. Wonderful. Not only was there a Big Head Me in Great Evolution Pass, there was even a Big Head Xiang now. Yang Kai had a deep suspicion that this name actually started from the old ancestor. You haven't told me what reward you want yet. I came here personally, so you can't make me leave empty-handed. can you?" The old ancestor urged him. Xianxia was about to tell her that there was nothing that he wanted, but then he suddenly saw a graceful figure appearing and placing a bowl of beef soup down in front of Miao Fei Ping, red tinging her shy cheeks before she mustered in a tender voice, "Senior brother Mao, please have some soup." Miao Fei Ping answered politely, "Many thanks, junior sister." The woman waved her hands. "Senior brother is too polite." At once, Xianxia pointed with his hand. "Xiaokai was born from my small universe and cultivates the Tao of space. I have the intention to nurture her properly. If I'm ever too busy in the future, she can help me handle some matters relating to the Tao of space. I would like to ask Old Ancestor to please allow her to enter Dawn and become one of my Dawn Squad's members." He did not speak very loudly, but how could Xiaokai not have heard it? She was stunned in place and turned to look at Xianxia in astonishment. Since advancing into the open heaven realm, she had been assigned to a different squad, just like the other cultivators who came out of Xianxia's small universe. However, she would still come around to Dawn to help out now and then. Now that they had good things to share, Feng Ying naturally would not forget to call this young woman over. Only, Xiaokai never thought that she would encounter such a thing today. Naturally, it was her dream to join Dawn, but after accepting Blood Crow and the others, Dawn was already full. The army had its own system, and it was impossible for them to make exceptions. So Xiaokai knew that unless someone from Dawn fell in battle, she would never be able to join them. However, if that opportunity were to come, it would mean that heavy casualties were sustained in both Dawn and the squad that she was in, leading to a mass culling of their numbers. This was something that she was unwilling to see no matter what. Xianxia's sudden comment came as a pleasant surprise to her, but she also felt at a loss, unsure of what to do for a moment. Old Ancestor Xiao was also surprised. "Oh, are you planning to take on a disciple? That's not a problem. Most of these little ones who come from your small universe have traces of your Daos, so there would be no one more suitable to guide them than you." Xianxia shook his head. "I don't need to go as far as taking in a disciple. I could just give her a few pointers here and there." Martial Peak, Chapter 5297, A Bowl of Soup to Break Through to the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm. Xianxia was not even done raising his current 3 disciples, so how could he take on another? To him, 3 disciples were already sufficient. In his life, he was proficient in 3 Grand Daos, and so 3 disciples was just right to receive 1 inheritance each. It made him feel a little ashamed to say that he had not done his duty as a master to his 3 disciples, only tutoring them earnestly during their time inside of his small universe. Since they came out of his small universe, not to mention teaching them, even seeing them was difficult. Xianxia did not even know how the 3 little ones were doing now, but obviously with their aptitudes and them living in the open heaven realm cradle of the star boundary, their future achievements should be boundless. The old ancestor said after pondering for a moment, "Dawn is already full at 50 members. Reasonably, you can't accept anyone else. However, since you asked, we can make one exception, just this once, but it will not become a precedent." "Many thanks, old ancestor." Xianxia bowed. Over on the other side, Xiaokai also thanked them with great glee. With the golden word from the old ancestor, it meant that she was one of Dawn's members from now on. The old ancestor waved her hand and looked thoughtfully at Xianxia. "Was it worth it to you, exchanging such a large merit for this condition?" Xianxia smiled. "Merits are dead, but people are alive. These things cannot be compared." The old ancestor nodded lightly and stood up from her seat. "I'm tired. I'm going back to sleep." Saying so, she disappeared in a flash. "Farewell, old ancestor." Everyone stood up in unison, saluted. With the old ancestor gone, the atmosphere also became livelier. The crowd mingled with each other, exchanging glasses and drinking freely. As they chatted, Su Linggong was stunned to learn that the soup was made from the beef gifted by Wind and Cloud Pass old ancestor, and soon he sank into a state of introspection. All eyes turned to him. The aura inside of Su Linggong's body suddenly fluctuated in a not-too-natural way, and the noise in the courtyard transformed into noises of wonder and excitement. Holding a wine cup in his hand, Su Linggong grinned. "I thought there was something strange about this soup, but it turns out it was a gift from an old ancestor. Its effects are extraordinary indeed. After gaining such an opportunity today, I can't let the old ancestor's kindness go to waste. I will go and advance to the 8th order at once. Everyone, please wait for my good news." With those words, he drained his wine and took to the skies, his aura still fluctuating incessantly. He left the crowd to stare at each other and click their tongues in wonder. Xianxia did not say much when he took out the beef and handed it to Feng Ying and the others to make soup with, only informing them about its source. The rest of dawn was filled with anticipation. After all, it was a gift from an old ancestor, so it might have some extraordinary effects. But when they heard what old ancestor Xianxia said after drinking the soup, there was no way that they did not know that this beef was just an ordinary thing without any special effects at all. Only that the old ancestor of Wind and Cloud Pass had raised the ox well, and so the meat was able to impart a deep flavor to the soup. Su Linggong came later and did not hear what old ancestor Xianxia said. He did not know the truth of the matter and only heard by chance that it was a gift from an old ancestor, so it was a real surprise that he had been blessed by it. Both Su Linggong's disciples were confused at the strange reaction of the crowd, so Qing Kuei asked Xianxia, "Brother Yang, what's going on?" Xianxia laughed. "It's nothing. Martial Uncle Su is advancing to the 8th order. This is a rare opportunity, so I will go and stand guard for him." As he spoke, he had already taken to the air. Rather than call it standing guard, it was more accurate to call it observing and emulating. In fact, the moment Su Linggong departed, Great Evolution Pass was filled with countless figures taking to the air, a number of whom were in the 8th order open heaven realm. They had also sensed the fluctuation of Su Linggong's aura and realized that someone was going to break through to the 8th order. Even if none of them knew him before today, they would still take the initiative to stand guard for him. Most of these people were in the 7th order, and among them, many were also qualified to take the same step. In the Black Ink battlefield, even though a 7th order open heaven realm master advancing to the 8th order was not a once-in-a-millennium event, it wasn't common either. It was rare for them to encounter such an opportunity, so they would naturally take this chance to observe the process so that when it was their turn to break through in the future, they at least had an example to learn from. The qualified 7th order open heaven realm masters of dawn also followed suit. Those under the 7th order did not move. Their goal for the time being was to advance to the 7th order, so Su Linggong's breakthrough was of little use to them. Premature exposure would not be beneficial to their cultivation either. Feng Ying flew side by side with Xianxia, asking through her divine sense, "That meat, is there some sort of mystery behind it?" Xianxia laughed. "What mystery could there be?" The old ancestor said that it was just an ordinary item. "You drank the soup too, but did you feel anything special about it?" Feng Ying shook her head. Xianxia said, "This is likely just Martial Uncle Su's opportunity. Speaking of which, it has been many years since Martial Uncle Su advanced to the 7th order, so he should have reached the critical point to advance to the 8th order. During the attack on the royal city, he was heavily injured, so perhaps he gained some insight while teetering between life and death. When he heard that the meat was a gift from an old ancestor, he formed a preconceived notion that it was some sort of divine treasure. Perhaps that spark of inspiration was all he needed to make this next step. This was Xianxia's guess, but it should be close to the truth. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why Su Linggong would suddenly sense an opportunity for a breakthrough. This was not the work of the old ancestor's gift, but rather Su Linggong's own opportunity. In the void, Su Linggong stood alone with the aura inside his body churning like a tidal wave. He was making the final preparations before advancing. Millions of kilometers away, 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters stood ready in case anything were to happen. Even though they wouldn't be of much help if something critical went wrong during Su Linggong's breakthrough, they could still provide a small amount of guidance, which may turn the situation around for Su Linggong at a crucial moment. Further out were the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, watching from afar. Even old ancestor Xianxia in Great Evolution Pass was looking over in his direction at this moment. The battle to retake Great Evolution Pass caused nearly half of the Great Evolution Army's 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to be lost. Now that there were signs of a 7th Order Master making a breakthrough, she naturally would not ignore it. Breakthroughs in the Open Heaven Realm were different from those below it. Below the Open Heaven Realm, the advancement to a new Great Realm was accompanied by a baptism from the Heavenly Way, which was naturally a risk that came from the outside world. However, after a small universe was created inside the body of an Open Heaven Realm Master, breaking through each order was really an advancement in one small universe. So all of the dangers came from within, which could be said to be even more dangerous. The slightest mistake could cause irreparable damage. As time passed, Su Linggong's aura tumbled more and more violently. Where he stood, a small universe vaguely appeared, and this entire world was expanding and contracting, changing incessantly. That small universe was a manifestation of his martial Tao and all he had comprehended on that journey. As time passed, the small universe gradually grew in size. This growth was destined to break through the limits of the 7th Order and reach the ranks of the 8th Order. The breakthrough took just over a month, which was considered an extremely short amount of time, as expected of Su Linggong as a veteran 7th Order. He had a strong heritage and a solid foundation. So even though the advancement process was not completely smooth, it was still calm and steady. It was clear that he had been preparing for this day for many years. Every Open Heaven Realm Master with plans to advance to the 8th Order was the same. Without sharpening one spear before battle, who can guarantee that nothing will go wrong? At one point, when the might of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm swept through the void, a long cry rang out filled with emotions of joy. On that day, Enyang Cave Heaven's Su Linggong successfully advanced to the 8th Order outside of Great Evolution Pass. This was the first human 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to advance in Great Evolution Pass after more than 30,000 years, so it bore great significance. The 8th Order Division commanders who had been standing guard for more than a month all came forward to congratulate him. Su Linggong exchanged pleasantries with the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters all around with a wide grin on his face, greeting them warmly and happily. It was a proud moment in his life, so why dampen it with restraint and humility? The old ancestor also withdrew her divine sense, and soon after, Xianxia felt a faint fluctuation of space principles, appearing for just an instant in Great Evolution Pass. The corners of his mouth twitched as he realized that the old ancestor had used the space beacon. Her intentions were so obvious that even a child could understand. This was a happy event for the humans. So how could the old ancestor not go to the royal city to report the good news? Who knew whether the royal lord was sick of her yet? Let's go. Xianxia called out to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Dawn. Everyone gained something during this observation session. At the very least, the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters knew what they should do and had a better idea of what they were going to encounter when they advanced to the 8th Order in the future. This was very useful knowledge for them, and it would save them from having to go through some detours. On the way back, everyone was chattering loudly, with only Feng Ying remaining silent. Xianxia did not pay too much attention to this small detail along the way, and it was only when they returned to the courtyard that Feng Ying said, "Squad leader, I want to enter retreat." Xianxia looked at her, a little surprised. "Did you have an epiphany?" Feng Ying nodded. Xianxia smiled. "That's good. In that case, you better not delay it. Hurry and enter retreat." Feng Ying did not hesitate to return to her abode at once, activating the spirit array to isolate herself, and began cultivating in retreat. For Su Linggong to advance to the 8th Order with one sip of soup was surprising enough, but now it seemed possible for that soup to birth 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Xianxia even began to question whether there truly was some sort of mysterious effect from that beef given to him by the old ancestor. However, he did not notice anything special from the soup he drank, and even old ancestor Xiao herself said that it was just an ordinary thing. Ultimately, opportunities were mysterious and unpredictable things. For many of Dawn's members, the soup was just a tasty meal, but for Su Linggong, it was an opportunity for a breakthrough. Observing and emulating Su Linggong's advancement then resulted in an opportunity for Feng Ying. Opportunity after opportunity, it was a mysterious and inexplicable thing. Yang Kai had no idea where his own opportunity lay, but he knew that even if an opportunity were to appear in front of him right now, it would be difficult for him to grasp it because he did not have sufficient accumulation in the seventh order yet. Only when he had raised his cultivation to the limit and accumulated enough experience would he have a chance to advance to the eighth order. Still, Yang Kai had an advantage that could not be matched by others. There were countless living beings inside of his small universe being born, living their lives, growing old, getting sick, and dying, constantly increasing his world force. Additionally, the World Tree clone was always refining that world force, allowing it to become purer and denser than any other seventh order open heaven realm master. The purity of his world force was the foundation that gave Yang Kai the power to suppress his peers in the seventh order. Despite being in the same realm, he was able to exert power several times that of an ordinary seventh order open heaven realm master, so he was naturally much stronger. In the long run, it would also provide him with a lot of help when he advanced to the eighth order. Yang Kai had no idea how long it would take for him to reach a breakthrough, but he estimated that it would take at least 1,000 years. Advancement in the open heaven realm had always been a long journey without any shortcuts. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5298, Going to the No Return Pass. The renovation and reconstruction of Great Evolution Pass was in full swing. As a Grandmaster Artifact Refiner, Yang Kong was extremely busy too. He collaborated with other artifact refiners to refine different large-scale artifacts, and then install these artifacts as array cores in various areas all across Great Evolution Pass. Now that the pass space arrays have been fully repaired, many messages from the outside world could be transmitted through it. As a seventh order open heaven realm master, Yang Kai didn't have many qualifications to have access to any confidential information, but much news of victory was actually purposefully disclosed by the higher-ups, so everyone would eventually be aware of them. There was plenty of news of victory, as the human race's disadvantage on the Black Ink battlefield appeared to have vanished overnight. The battle between the Black Ink clan and the human race resulted in a resounding triumph for the latter in most of the recent battles, as opposed to the constant stalemates of the past. On the whole, the Black Ink clan's forces seemed to be on the back foot. The human race joyously marched across the battlefield in celebration, and just like at Blue Sky Pass, forward bases were constructed in the direction of the Black Ink clan royal cities to reduce the Black Ink clan's capacity for movement. This was the change in the situation that had been in a deadlock for countless eons. On the battlefront, the purifying Black Ink battleships, Black Ink pills, and Void Yin-Yang mirrors all played critical roles. If one traced back all of these innovations, it could be seen that there was one person behind them. Even taking the entire history of the Great War into account, this individual was without a doubt the one who caused the greatest change on the Black Ink battlefield. Yang Kai's days were incredibly busy, but equally fulfilling. It was even fair to say that the lives of the tens of thousands of soldiers in Great Evolution Pass were all fulfilling. On usual days, they would be busy repairing the pass. Then they would cultivate during their breaks. Originally, it was estimated that Great Evolution Pass repairs would take 100 years, but in reality, everything was only finished after almost 200 years. The Great Evolution Pass of this day was completely different from when it was occupied by the Black Ink clan previously. It took about 200 years, tens of thousands of people from the Great Evolution Army, and enormous amounts of energy and resources to restore it back to the state of more than 30,000 years ago. It could be said that Great Evolution Pass was not any weaker than any of the Great Passes now. With the current Great Evolution Pass and the Great Evolution Army, the Black Ink clan would never retake it, even if their foundation was restored. Not to mention, the Black Ink clan could only turtle around the royal city, too afraid to cross the humans. For the past 200 years, old ancestor Xiao occasionally disturbed the royal lord, forcing him to remain on alert at all times. After such a prolonged period, rather than his injuries showing signs of improvement, they had worsened. He was, without a doubt, the most miserable royal lord among all other royal lords. Though Great Evolution Pass had been restored, the soldiers remained in a state of heightened tension. Everyone was waiting for the crusade to begin. The crusade was initially a secret, which only the highest-ranking members of the human race were aware of. However, over time, the soldiers of the lower rankings became aware of the direction the human race was taking. Naturally, after this seemingly unintentional disclosure by the higher-ups, the war with the Black Ink clan had continued for far too long, so long that it was impossible to trace it back to when it began. Throughout these endless years, the elite open heaven realm masters of the 3,000 worlds were deployed to this battlefield one after another to wage war with the Black Ink clan generation after generation. All their sacrifices were to protect the human race's last line of defense. Throughout these years, the human race had suffered countless losses. This situation could not persist indefinitely. Every generation strived to make a difference and eliminate all possible future problems. Yet, there was nothing they could do about it. But now that the stalemate situation had been broken, the human race was no longer on the defensive and had what was necessary to take the fight to the enemy. If they had an opportunity to end the Black Ink clan once and for all, the humans on the Black Ink battlefield would sacrifice anything to seize it. For this reason, a crusade was required, and it must be a joint crusade of all humans in every great pass. Only with this could the Black Ink clan be eradicated. Otherwise, if any single one of the Black Ink clansmen escaped from the battlefield, the war would continue. This cooperation and coordination between over 100 great passes was not an issue that could be addressed overnight. The planning alone would take at least 100 years. Additionally, Xianxia's purifying light, accompanied by the evil purging divine spear that Grandmaster Ma Fan created, would be the greatest weapon to support the human race in this crusade. That was another reason why Xianxia was so busy these days. During the last 10 years of Great Evolution Pass restoration, a great number of evil purging divine spears were delivered through the space array and given over to him. Once he received the spears, Xianxia would need to personally seal purifying light into each and every single one of them. There was no way to seek the assistance of others in this matter, because only he had the ability to use purifying light. More than 100 great passes refined evil purging divine spears in enormous quantities during the years when the Great Evolution Army was reclaiming and restoring Great Evolution Pass. The number was simply uncountable after the accumulation of over 300 years. All of these evil purging divine spears were transported to Great Evolution Pass. So what was presented before Xianxia was a literal mountain of them. As a result, he had to drive the purifying light to seal it into those spears nonstop. It was terribly dull doing the same thing over and over again. Xianxia had no idea how many times he had used purifying light too. All he knew was that the amount of yellow and blue crystals in his small universe kept decreasing. At this time, he was grateful that he had taken enough yellow and blue crystals from the chaotic dead territory. After all, he had no idea when or even if he could acquire more if they ran out. During this period of sealing purifying light, evil purging divine spears were still occasionally transported from other great passes. It was until a few years ago that the number finally began to reduce. Only after another few more years did Xianxia finish dealing with all the evil purging divine spears. Xianxia hadn't counted, but he could feel that there were at least tens of millions of evil purging divine spears sealed with purifying light. As a result, almost half of the yellow and blue crystals in his small universe had been used up, showing how huge the consumption was. There were two types of evil purging divine spear, one designed for use against feudal lords and the other for territory lords. The former was easier to refine and also required lesser purifying light. As such, almost 90% of all the spears were of this rank. The latter was no more than 10%, but that was sufficient. Tens of millions of evil purging divine spears were divided among the 100-plus great passes, with each one receiving almost 100,000 spears. If such a number couldn't make the crusade a success, then the human race should just give up any hope of defeating the Black Ink clan. In Great Evolution Pass, Xianxia was summoned to the abode of old ancestor Xianxia. Some time ago, he finished dealing with the evil, purging divine spears, and he had been cultivating in retreat ever since. The crusade was quickly approaching, so he was keen to enhance his personal strength, because only after he grew powerful enough would he be able to make a real difference in the approaching battle. However, he received a summon from old ancestor Xianxia after only a few days of retreat. When he saw the old ancestor, he realized that, as rumored, the old ancestor was not in a good mood. In recent years, old ancestor Xianxia had been disturbing the royal city regularly. Despite the fact that she went and returned whenever she pleased, she was still not in a pleasant mood for some reason. Xianxia arrived and said cautiously, "Old ancestor, you asked for me? I want you to travel to the No-Return Pass." Old ancestor replied. The No-Return Pass. Xianxia was taken aback when he heard the words, "What for?" He had heard about the No-Return Pass many times before. Although this was the human race's final line of defense, it was personally defended by the Dragon and Phoenix clan, with numerous other strong divine spirits among them. According to the information Xianxia had acquired, a former Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress collaborated back in the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land in a great war against the Black Ink clan. At the cost of their own lives, supplemented by the 16 sacred treasures of different Divine Spirit clans, they managed to suppress and seal a Black Ink giant spirit god. At some point after that, the Dragon and Phoenix clans left the Ancestral Land to take up the role of guardians of the No-Return Pass. Even after so many years, they hadn't returned to the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land. Not only that, but ancient human great experts set innumerable restrictions on the periphery of the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land to segregate the inside and outside and completely prevent the Black Ink giant spirit god from escaping. Back then, when Xianxia and Xiaolin Lang were chased after by Changyang, they strayed into that divine ability sea and experienced a lot of hardship. Upon arriving at the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land, there were no signs of the Dragon Clan or the Phoenix Clan, but a branch of the Phoenixes did remain, headed by Qing Wan, Yuan Chu, Yuzhua, and Hong Hu. Countless years passed as the Ancestral Land's ancestral strength wore down the power of the Black Ink giant spirit god, eventually turning him into a lifeless corpse. But to do so, much of the ancestral strength produced in the Ancestral Land had to be siphoned away. It was only after Xianxia arrived in the Ancestral Land and helped unlock the Demon Sealing Land that the Ancestral Land's ancestral strength began to be restored, making it more suitable for the divine spirits to live in. Su Yin, Zhu Qing, Shanqing Luo, and the others from Voidland who had divine spirit bloodlines were currently cultivating in the Ancestral Land. All of them had divine spirit sources, and cultivating there would undoubtedly bring them great benefits. Hundreds of years ago, as ordered by Xianxia, Xianxia left the Great Evolution East-West Army to circle behind Great Evolution Pass and search for the Great Evolution North-South Army. At that time, Xianxia was able to sense the No-Return Pass from afar. That was all due to his golden divine dragon source. The dragon pool was located at the No-Return Pass, and anyone with a pure enough dragon source and sufficient strength could sense the location of a dragon pool. The feeling Xianxia had at that time was the constant connection between his own dragon source and the dragon pool. It was said that the dragon pool was the origin of all dragon sources, their birthplace, so to speak, the root of the whole dragon clan. When Xianxia initially first stepped into the 3,000 worlds, seeking out the dragon pool was one of his main goals. After all, it was only through finding the location of the dragon pool that he could further cultivate his dragon source. This thought, however, faded as he became stronger over the years. Unexpectedly, old ancestor Xiao actually requested him to travel to the No-Return Pass at this moment. He had no idea whether there was another deeper intention to it. "You'll know why when you get there. No need to ask so much," the old ancestor responded. Xianxia hesitated. "But old ancestor, The crusade is approaching. If I leave at this time, you don't need to worry about the crusade. You're just in the seventh order, open heaven realm. There won't be much difference with or without you. Even if you miss it, what would it matter? Sneered the old ancestor. Xianxia went speechless. Perhaps the old ancestor thought that her words were a bit too harsh. Thus, she clarified, the crusade is still in its preparatory stage. As long as you don't take too long, you won't miss it. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5299, I've been waiting for you. If the barriers between the 3,000 worlds and the black ink battlefield were to be described as a wall, then No Return Pass would be the only hole in that wall. This was also why the No Return Pass was known as the human race's final line of defense. If the Black Ink clan managed to break past this barrier, they would be able to access the 3,000 worlds, and if that really happened, it was destined that all living beings that would be plunged into misery. The whole 3,000 worlds would be destroyed and remade according to the Blank Ink clan's will. The No Return Pass was the last line of defense, while the Great Passes were the outer line of defense. If one were to stand high enough above and connect each Great Pass, one would notice that they could be arranged to form a kind of semicircle. This semicircle acted as a barrier to split off the 3,000 worlds from the Black Ink battlefield, with the center of it being the No Return Pass. As long as the Great Passes were not broken, though, the No Return Pass would never be disturbed, keeping the 3,000 worlds safe. This was why Great Evolution Pass had to be reclaimed before the crusade could begin. A pass seized by the Black Ink clan would leave an opening in their entire defense line. If Great Evolution Pass was not retaken, the Black Ink clan might exploit this flaw and proceed directly to the No Return Pass while the humans were busy with their crusade. At that point, would the human race armies retreat to defend or continue the crusade? The situation was bound to fall into a dilemma. In order to eliminate this potential risk, Great Evolution Pass had to be retaken. Fortunately, the Great Evolution Army had worked hard for more than 100 years and had achieved this objective after enormous sacrifice. There were actually no east, south, west, or north in the vast universe, as there were no fixed reference points, and the terms such as Eastern Army, Southern Army, Western Army, and Northern Army in each Great Pass were just helpful titles. If directions were to be taken note of, there were only up, down, forward, and backwards according to one's own point of view in the massive void. In a certain sense, the No Return Pass lay behind all the Great Passes. This last line of defense, defended by the Dragon and Phoenix clan, could be considered as a kind of support to the human race. Xianxia was perplexed in his early years when he learned that the No Return Pass was personally guarded by the Dragon and Phoenix clans, as the Divine Spirit had always been haughty regardless of their origins, something he knew from over 1,000 years of experience. And these were the leaders of the Divine Spirit, the Dragons and Phoenixes. How could such supreme divine spirits voluntarily assist the human race in guarding their final line of defense? It should be impossible. After all, they were of different races and held no goodwill towards the other. The only plausible explanation was that the Black Ink clan was simply that great a threat. The divine spirits also understood the proverb, without the lips, teeth would go cold. In the ancient past, a Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress did not hesitate to sacrifice themselves to seal and suppress a Black Ink giant spirit god. How could their descendants possibly disregard the sacrifices of their ancestors? This was most likely why the divine spirits had defended the No Return Pass for so long. Xianxia had no idea if there was some other reason or explanation, and it wasn't an issue he had to be concerned about either. Although going to the No Return Pass at this time was a bit hasty, he might at least fulfill a long-cherished dream and see what the mythical dragon pool looked like. In the void, space principles flashed, and in the blink of an eye, Xianxia's figure flickered in and out of existence. It was possible to use the hyperspace array to directly travel from Great Evolution Pass to the No Return Pass, which was convenient and fast. However, the restoration of Great Evolution Pass over the past 200 years had been a huge drain on resources. Additionally, materials were tight during preparations for the crusade. Thus, Xianxia could only choose to fly over. After all, like the old ancestor had said, He was proficient in Tao of space, so he had an advantage when it came to traveling. There was no need to waste resources unnecessarily. What else could Yang Kai say to that? He could only obey and go. Before he left, he notified Dawn, telling them he was going out on a mission. Until now, Feng Ying had not come out from retreat, causing him to worry a little. After she observed Su Ling Gong advance to the 8th Order some time ago, she had an epiphany and chose to enter retreat. With her strength and foundation, her breakthrough shouldn't be much of an issue. However, there was no update from her even after so long, which was somewhat surprising and concerning. Nobody else could provide any help in this situation. There were masters that would guide a cultivator through the early stages of their journey on the martial Tao, but one could only rely on themselves after one reached the high-rank open heaven realm. After all, at this point, others' methods would no longer be appropriate for another person. Normally, it would take at least 3 years for a 7th Order Open Heaven Master to travel from Great Evolution Pass to the No Return Pass, but Yang Kai covered that distance in less than half a year. The journey was extremely dull and uneventful. When a huge parasol tree came into view, Yang Kai knew that No Return Pass was nearby. This was the renowned Phoenix Nest, the ancestral home of the Phoenix clan. Yang Kai had always wanted to see what the Phoenix Nest looked like. Would a magnificent divine spirit clan like the Phoenix clan build a nest on the tree, just like any other bird? That would be far too degrading. Naturally, Yang Kai wondered if the Phoenix Nest was only a label. After all, the so-called Phoenix Nest could be referring to a grand palace the Phoenix clan had built. After thinking about it for some time, though, Yang Kai felt that he was being too nosy. Since he had a dragon source in him, he should only be concerned about the Dragon Clan, not the Phoenix Clan. As he got closer, Yang Kai felt the pulsing of his dragon vein, giving him a sense as though he was returning home. He knew this was due to the connection between his dragon source and the dragon pool. After all, this was not his real home. This type of mood, however, unavoidably made him a bit anxious. It was as if he was a wanderer who had been away for many years and was not doing well, forced to return home, not knowing how to deal with the elders' questioning. However, Yang Kai did not get the elders' ardent questioning, but rather provocative dragon pressure. A figure dressed in green blocked his path. The figure was tall and dashing, and had a noble complexion, with bright red lips and glowing white teeth. But the gaze from him was not at all welcoming. He sized Yang Kai up from top to bottom from afar, as if he wasn't sure where to attack first. Yang Kai could tell right away that this individual was part of the Dragon Clan, since the dragon pressure gushing from him was far too obvious. Based on the dragon pressure alone, this individual should be a Grand Dragon, which was equivalent to his present rank. As to who was stronger, it was beyond Yang Kai's knowledge, so he would have to see it for himself. Yang Kai was taken aback. He hadn't yet reached the no-return pass, so why did this man block his path? He couldn't help feeling that his obstruction was intentional. Since ancient times, many cultivators had traveled from the no-return pass to the other great passes, but few had returned here. Yet the man blocking his way was clearly expecting him. This man's dragon pressure was extremely strong, implying that he was also one of the best among the other Grand Dragons. However, to Yang Kai, it was nothing more than a gentle breeze. Not knowing what he wanted, Yang Kai dared not show any hostility. So he took 2 steps forward and cupped his fist. Great Evolution Pass, Yang Kai, has traveled to the no-return pass under the instruction of the old ancestor. Allow me to ask, how should I address this fellow brother? I've been waiting for you. The dragon clansman in green shook his head angrily, opened his lips and roared. His dragon pressure solidified and rushed towards Yang Kai. As he roared, he charged towards Yang Kai, reached out and grabbed at him. His fair hands resembled a woman's in terms of fairness, yet they possessed deadly power. After all, he was from the Dragon Clan, and naturally had a powerful physique. Even space appeared to shatter under his grasp. Not only that, but Yang Kai also felt mysterious changes around him, which made him think he was surrounded by illusions. Time principles. Yang Kai furrowed his brow, wondering if this Dragon Clan member he just met in the no-return pass was skilled in the Tao of Time. Furthermore, his mastery over the Tao of Time did not appear to be mediocre. In fact, if Xianxia had not also cultivated the Tao of Time, he would have most likely been completely overwhelmed by this mysterious change and been defeated without a fight. When Xianxia came to his senses, the hand was already in front of him, and there was no way for him to escape. He didn't want to fight someone from the Dragon Clan just after arriving here, but according to what his opponent had said, he was clearly waiting for him. In addition, the moment he arrived, he was greeted by this attack. Thus, was all of this the result of some kind of grudge? But why? There's no resentment or conflict between the two of us. Xianxia couldn't figure it out, but all living beings acted for the sake of their benefit. If the other party was pursuing him in this manner, he must have a reason for doing so. Even so, in what way could Xianxia have offended him? Was it because he was not a pure blood dragon? Xianxia couldn't help but sigh. Old ancestor Xianxia had ordered him to go to the no-return pass, and it now appeared that there was going to be nothing pleasant to be expected from this trip. It was no surprise the old ancestor didn't tell him anything. He could no longer dodge the hand, so he extended his palm to resist it. On a branch of the parasol tree at the no-return pass sat a young woman in a colorful attire. Her legs dangled slowly in an extremely relaxed manner. A young man stood alongside her, with both of them staring into the void. Xianxia still has such a short temper, the woman stated when the man in green made his move. After all, that guy was sent here by the human race's old ancestors. How is Xianxia supposed to explain it to the humans if anything happens to that man? The old ancestors of the human race can't control the no-return pass. What's more, this matter involves the dragon pool. Xianxia has been waiting for this day for thousands of years, and when he finally got a chance, some human wants to jump the line? How could he possibly tolerate it? Said the young man standing beside her. The woman turned her head. Speaking of which, it's strange the ancient dragons consented to the human race's request. Were they out of their minds? People can hear what you say, the young man replied as the corner of his mouth twitched. When the woman in bright clothing realized, she stuck out her tongue and swiftly changed the subject. Obviously, the humans must have paid a high price, or else the Dragon Clan would not have agreed to it. How long do you think the human can survive under Xianxia's assault? The man replied, "You're asking the wrong question." The wrong question? You should question it the other way around. How long can Xianxia survive the assault from that human? You are so optimistic about him. Do you know him? The girl replied in shock. I don't know him, but since the humans are willing to pay such a great price to send him here, it implies that he has great significance. And naturally, he would not be a soft persimmon that can be crushed so easily, the young man replied, shaking his head. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5300, Enraged. The serious attitude of her companion made the colorful-robed young woman ponder. As he pointed out, the fact that the humans dared to send this young man over indicated that they had faith in his abilities and that he would encounter challenges once he reached the no-return pass. This human from the Black Ink battlefield was most likely one that should not be underestimated. As she rolled her eyes, the colorful-robed young woman asked, "Shall we make a bet then?" The days were incredibly monotonous for those who lived at the no-return pass. This was the final line of defense, and the 100-plus great passes surrounding it were enough to intercept the Black Ink clan army. When Great Evolution Pass was taken over 30,000 years ago, there were daring Black Ink clansmen that came from Great Evolution Theater to try and break through the no-return pass. But after experiencing the might of the Dragon and Phoenix clans, no Black Ink clansman dared to approach it anymore. The Dragon and Phoenix clans, being the two most powerful of the divine spirits, were naturally bored as they remained at the no-return pass. However, they were bound by the oath their ancestors took and were unable to freely roam about. It was unusual for there to be such a show like today, so people naturally wanted to participate. What are we betting on? The young man replied casually. Let's bet on the visitor and Xianxia. Who will win and who will lose? The colorfully robed young woman replied. The prize. The woman placed one finger on her crimson lips, went silent for a moment, then snapped her finger. Whoever loses will give the human a tail feather. The young man glanced at her speechlessly. This way, the human would receive the reward no matter the result. The girl didn't give him a chance to respond before saying, "I bet this human will lose." As soon as she spoke those words, though, her jaw dropped as an expression of utter disbelief appeared on her face. She already acknowledged that if the humans dared to send this youth alone to the no-return pass, there had to be something about him that made him special. Nonetheless, Ji Lao San wasn't weak. He might not be able to do much harm to this human, but even so, she did not believe he would really lose. It should at worst end in a tie. Right after she had spoken, though, the visitor had somehow grabbed Ji Lao San by his neck, as if it was as easy as grabbing a chicken, and strolled over from the void. Their figures had appeared right in front of the pair after just a few steps, leaving behind a trail of afterimages in the distance. Space principles. The young woman with the colorful robe's eyes were filled with astonishment. With her ability, it was normal for her to notice that this human had cultivated the Tao of space, and to an exceedingly high level of mastery at that. Even she would most likely have to acknowledge his superiority. She had met several exceptional humans who cultivated the Tao of space during her long lifespan, but even so, none had reached such mastery over it. Xianxia had long been aware that a man and a woman atop the parasol tree were watching him, and that numerous divine senses in the no-return pass were also observing him. Counting the actions of the man who blocked him, Xianxia had no idea what the no-return pass had been expecting of him. The blocker's acts might have been due to something personal, but that didn't preclude the possibility of him being instigated by the higher-ups of the Dragon Clan. Are they trying to test me? Xianxia wasn't sure why the no-return pass held such an attitude, but he could also be considered as half a divine spirit. Thus, he understood that he couldn't be too modest while dealing with other divine spirits. Due to the extreme arrogance of the divine spirits, only those who were more arrogant could speak to them on an equal footing. As a result, when confronted with the blocker's attack, Xianxia retaliated without holding back. Still, he just didn't expect this grand dragon to be like an embroidered pillow, pretty to look at but overall useless in the end. Xianxia hadn't even used any strength yet, but the opposite party couldn't resist. Thus, currently, he was like a stray cat being dragged around by Xianxia. This was the simplest conclusion to a battle he had faced since entering the black ink battlefield. Even the feudal lords understood how to fight back, but this grand dragon had no power to resist him at all. Xianxia raised his head and smirked. "Hello, pretty young lady." The colorful robed young woman's face twitched, and she replied, "You have a sweet tongue." Xianxia then passed what he was grabbing onto her, asking, "Does he belong to you?" She smoothed her hair and shook her head. "He's someone else's." "Oh," Xianxia simply said, recognizing that the female in front of him should be from the Phoenix clan, which was not surprising given that she was perched on the parasol tree. Ji Lao San, on the other hand, who was grabbed by Xianxia, was exceedingly embarrassed and enraged. He had never experienced such humiliation and disgrace in the tens of thousands of years of his life. Worse yet, all the divine senses in the no-return pass lingered on him, exposing his embarrassment to everyone. He had shamed the other dragons as well. How was he going to face his peers and the Phoenix clan in the future? "Let go of me." He struggled hard, and his cheeks flushed. He couldn't figure out how he was instantly seized without even delivering an attack to his opponent. In his eyes, the other party was nothing more than a seventh-order open heaven realm human. Although a grand dragon was technically equivalent to a seventh-order open heaven master, if a battle took place between them, the grand dragon always had the upper hand. No seventh-order open heaven realm master could compete with a fully grown grand dragon, which was the Dragon Clan's advantage as the head of the divine spirits. This seventh-order human, on the other hand, simply lifted his hand and easily captured him. Ji Lao San felt like he was in a bad dream when he recalled what had happened just now. When he came into contact with his opponent, his strength was immediately restrained, making it nearly impossible for him to access the power of his dragon vein. This was the reason for his humiliation. "Quit squirming." Sensing the grand dragon's struggle, Xianxia forcefully shook his arm. That caused Ji Lao San to feel dizzy for a moment, but this only made him feel more embarrassed and irritated. Such humiliation was worse than death for an arrogant Grand Dragon. Dragon force erupted all over his body, and even the forceful suppression couldn't stop it. When Xianxia noticed something was wrong, he scowled and lifted his hand, throwing Xianxia away. Then, he said, "You and I don't know each other. Why did you attack me?" Xianxia's dragon force was out because he unleashed his own dragon bead. This was a move that was equivalent to risking his life. Still, Xianxia had felt he could merely resist the power of this dragon bead. In fact, if he hadn't released him, even if Xianxia could escape, his dragon bead was certain to break, severely damaging the ladder's foundation. Xianxia had a dragon bead too, so he could identify what just happened and what would happen if he took certain moves. It was not prudent to half-cripple a Grand Dragon before he even entered the no-return pass, so he chose to let Xianxia go. It was necessary to demonstrate one's strength when in front of those from the Dragon Clan. Nonetheless, it was equally important to do so in moderation. When a high-pitched dragon roar erupted, Xianxia suddenly transformed into a Grand Dragon close to 50,000 meters long. The Grand Dragon's head was held high, and his dragon eyes glared at Xianxia as if staring at an ant on the ground. His whole body was full of thick dragon scales, as he was clearly inflamed with rage. Xianxia was as small as dust in the face of this Grand Dragon. "Trivial human, you dare!" The Grand Dragon roared violently, and the void around him shook. With a disgruntled expression, the colorful-robed young woman on the parasol tree lifted her hands to cover her ears. "How dare you humiliate me like this? You must pay the price with your life in the name of the Dragon Clan." When Xianxia finished speaking, he opened his lips and spat forth his dragon breath, enveloping the ant in front of him. Dragon breath was the most common attack method of the Dragon Clan. Though common, it was extremely strong, especially when delivered by a Grand Dragon. Even a feudal lord would vaporize if hit by such a blast. What's more, time principles were woven into this dragon breath, so along with terrifying destructive force, it also seemed like the withering of 1,000 years was carried along with this secret technique. No seventh-order open heaven realm master could survive an attack like this. After Xianxia's rage had subsided a little, his dragon eyes suddenly widened as if he was struck by lightning. Against the force of his dragon breath, there was a figure that was moving upstream. That figure didn't seem hurried. In fact, it seemed like it was taking a stroll in a garden. Arriving slowly at Xianxia's massive dragon head, he put out his hand to tenderly tap it while saying, "Anger will only bring harm to the body. You should calm down." With one tap, the majestic and massive Xianxia felt his dragon veins shiver violently. Being unable to sustain his dragon form, his body shrank rapidly and returned back to his human form. Xianxia once grabbed him by the scruff of his neck and said while facing the no-return pass, "Great evolution Pass Xianxia has come to the no-return pass under the command of the old ancestor. Is there anyone here?" Noise broke out as the no-return pass gate, which was originally closed, opened. Xianxia bowed from a distance before entering, dragging Xianxia along with him. As he entered the inner sanctum, figures on both sides stared at him. The young man and woman Xianxia saw on the parasol tree earlier were also present. Those stares were a mix of scrutiny and curiosity. Being able to stand here indicated that these people were either dragons or phoenixes, and they had long known that there would be a human with a dragon source coming to the no-return pass. However, both clans did not know much about him. They had been defending the no-return pass, so all the information from the outside world reached them from word of mouth. Rumors from the 3,000 worlds or the Black Ink battlefield. The Phoenix clan was relatively carefree compared to the Dragon clan. After all, this wasn't their clan's business. In fact, they'd all come here to watch the drama play out. The Dragon clan was different, however. They didn't stop Xianxia from picking a fight and causing havoc. It was probably because they desired to test this visitor's skill. After all, a visitor from the human race only brought disadvantages to the Dragon clan. Rather than testing him, though, What made the Dragon Clan speechless was that they didn't witness how the human fought against Ji Lao-san at all. Ji Lao-san seemed to lose all strength to resist after this human simply waved his hand. Since when did the Dragon Clan become so weak? If that was the case, how did the Dragon Clan establish such a domineering reputation? Apart from being perplexed, what happened to Ji Lao-san surprised the whole Dragon Clan. If they did not have the answer to this question, the Dragon Clan would be unable to sleep comfortably in the future. Xianxia couldn't resist smiling and nodding at the people on both sides, regardless of how powerful or old they were, as if they were all here to greet him. Though that was far from the case. After walking a short distance, another figure blocked his path. It was a woman who looked at Xianxia with fiery eyes and dragon pressure radiating from her body. She was also from the Dragon Clan, and a Grand Dragon at that. Martial Peak, Chapter 5301, Phoenix Nest. Let him go, the woman ordered Xianxia. Xianxia gazed down at Ji Lao-san, who was being held by him, and grinned slightly. Then you have to make sure he doesn't bother me again. The woman gritted her teeth and replied, Rest assured, he won't bother you anymore. Xianxia lowered his eyes. The same mistake can't be repeated thrice. I hope he remembers this lesson. Even though he spoke in a casual tone, the message was clear. Ji Lao-san provoked him twice, but he simply subjugated him without hurting a single hair on his head. His patience, however, had a limit. If there was a third provocation, the response would undoubtedly be harsher. Of course, Xianxia wouldn't kill him, but he could beat him to within an inch of his life. Those from the Dragon Clan had great vitality and could recover easily from almost any injury. As long as their source and dragon bead were not harmed, any wound could be restored no matter how severe it was. With the strange skill Xianxia displayed previously, Ji Lao-san would be powerless to fight back if Xianxia really wanted to deal with him. However, since when had the Dragon Clan ever been threatened in this way before? As a result, as soon as Xianxia said those words, a large number of young dragons and grand dragons became enraged, and it was impossible for the female Grand Dragon who was in front of Xianxia to stay composed. After a lengthy period of holding herself back, the female Grand Dragon clenched her teeth and murmured, He will. Upon her reply, Xianxia flashed a smile and tossed Ji Lao-san towards her. When she grabbed him, she gave Xianxia a threatening glare before turning and fleeing with Ji Lao-san in her arms. Great evolution past Xianxia greets 3 seniors, Xianxia said as he turned to face the 3 visibly older people at the gate. He had no idea what rank these 3 held, but according to their dragon pressure, it was clear that they were the strongest present. 2 of them were old men, while the last was an old woman. They most likely held high statuses in the Dragon Clan. One of the old men nodded lightly and said, The Dragon Clan is well aware of the intention behind your arrival here, but we need some time to prepare. You shall temporarily live in the no-return pass and wait patiently for us. I don't even know what I am here for, so how do you know? If you do know, you should let me know first. However, the old man obviously had no intention of explaining anything to Xianxia and just left with the 2 others once he finished. Once those 3 seniors left, the rest of the Dragon Clan also left with no plans to further interact with Xianxia. Then he was left alone, perplexed. The Dragon Clan's alienation became clear too. This trip to the no-return pass was filled with uncertainty since old ancestor Xiao didn't explain anything to him before he set out. Furthermore, the Dragon Clan didn't bother to tell him anything either when he arrived. Instead, he was simply told to wait. So why am I waiting? For how long should I wait? He had no answers. The sense of being completely out of control was quite distressing. Fortunately, Xianxia was not a child. In a situation like this, his only course of action was to seek information from someone. So, Xianxia hurriedly turned back, fixing his eyes on the colorful-robed young woman who was preparing to leave, and said, Miss, please stay for a moment. The young woman stopped when she heard him and turned back with a smile. Are you referring to me? Xianxia then approached her quickly, nodded, and said, I was impulsive just now. I hope Miss won't mind. His courteous manner was now in stark contrast to the domineering man who had just subjugated Ji Lao-san. "What's the matter?" the colorful-robed young woman asked as her eyes flickered with interest. "I'm new here and I don't know anything. I would like to seek some guidance from you," Yang Kai replied, blushing. The brows of the colorfully robed young woman became crescent-shaped, and she proudly twitched her brows at her partner, giving an impression of how she was expecting this. Her companion, meanwhile, was unresponsive to her. Yang Kai, on the other hand, pretended he didn't notice. "What do you wish to ask?" inquired the colorfully robed young woman. "I'm not sure what Miss can enlighten me on," Yang Kai replied. The colorful robed young woman laughed. "You are so strange. Don't you know what you want to know? It's really unreasonable for you to ask me to enlighten you without at least describing what you want to learn." Yang Kai responded with a wry smile. "Please don't blame me, Mississippi, regarding the current visit in the No Return Pass. I'm genuinely baffled. I'm not sure what I am supposed to be doing here." "Didn't your old ancestor mention anything to you?" the woman asked curiously. "Not at all." In that case, the woman tapped on her crimson lips and then proceeded to say, I'm in a good mood today. Follow me." With that being said, she led the way and Yang Kai followed closely. After a while, they eventually arrived beneath the enormous parasol tree. The three figures moved around and soon came to a branch. The young woman simply waved her hand and a portal emerged in front of them. "Space principles?" Yang Kai asked with furrowed eyebrows. Just like how the colorful-robed young woman reacted when she saw Yang Kai's use of space principles previously, Yang Kai's reaction now was arguably the same as hers was. "Come in," the woman said with a triumphant smile that suggested she had anticipated his reaction. Yang Kai followed the woman and her companion into the portal. They soon arrived at a location with stunning mountains and rivers. The view was as beautiful and refreshing as a spring day. The mountains were pristine, and the lakes were crystal clear, not to mention the gently flowing clouds and mist. It was truly a majestic view. This was some kind of sealed world. Yang Kai was no stranger to the existence of sealed worlds. After all, the small universe of a high-rank open heaven realm master was a sealed world. The universe paradises and universe cave heavens left behind after the death of high-rank open heaven realm masters on the Blacking battlefield were also sealed worlds. Yet this sealed world gave him a different feeling. This place seemed to still maintain the aura of the dawn of chaos and the first division of the heavens and earth. The ancient aura was everywhere, giving Yang Kai the illusion of him entering a long-forgotten wilderness. "These are the real phoenix nests." The young woman's words resonated in his ears. The Nirvana parasol tree was there at the birth of the Phoenix clan. There are as many phoenix nests on the Nirvana parasol tree as phoenixes in this universe. The phoenix nest is the root of every phoenix, and this space is different from the outside world. Yang Kai instantly understood. It was no wonder the ancient aura was preserved here. It was because this aura was created by the Nirvana parasol tree itself, which had survived since long ago and remained pure and unspoiled like this. So these are phoenix nests. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel ashamed for having assumed that the Phoenix clan would physically build their nest on the parasol tree, just like any other bird. Yang Kai quietly reminded himself to avoid basing future decisions solely on the surface. Then he saw the young woman straighten her body and move right into a huge nest. Yang Kai looked up at the sky and silently followed. The three figures flew inside and sat down cross-legged. Yang Kai took an inquisitive look around and soon realized that from the outside, it appeared to be a massive bird nest, but that once he entered, it was totally different. Without time to investigate carefully, Yang Kai briefly cupped his fist. "Great evolution past Yang Kai. How may I address the both of you?" The woman gave a gentle smile and replied, "Huang Xin Yang." Then, she pointed at her companion, Feng Lu Lang. Yang Kai wasn't certain how to deal with it, because their names seemed to be a little too simple. In the Phoenix clan, the males were surnamed Feng, while the females were surnamed Huang, which made it concise and clear. At least, it was convenient to address them this way. He was too lazy to delve into the subject, But as he wanted to say something out of courtesy, Huang Xinyang continued, "Before you ask something, I have something to give you." Yankai was taken aback. He had just arrived, and he was already receiving gifts? Were those from the Phoenix clan all this friendly? Immediately, he sat upright and said solemnly, "I dare not reject anything from seniors." While he may have previously addressed her as though they were on an equal footing, he was actually aware that this woman's age was measured in tens of thousands of years. She could even be his ancestor. Huang Xinyang smiled. "You're really good at talking. Humans sure are sweet." Yang Kai placed his hand on his chest. "Everything I have said, I said from the bottom of my heart. I wonder what Senior would like to give me." This, while speaking, Huang Xinyang took out a long feather and handed it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai could tell it was extraordinary just by glancing at the flowing light of the long feather, which was the tail feather of a phoenix. "What did she give me this for?" Seemingly noticing Yang Kai's doubts, Huang Xinyang explained, "I lost the bet with Lu Lang just now, so this is the prize." Yang Kai instinctively felt something was wrong. After all, even if she lost the bet, why did the prize end up with him? But now that it had been handed over, it wouldn't do any good to reject it, especially when he had other requests for her. As Yang Kai received the feather, his body shook. He didn't perceive anything by just looking at the long feather's flowing light, but once he held it, he at once understood that the long feather was covered with an exceedingly potent space principle fluctuation. Although it was clear that he was holding the long feather in his palm, due to the fluctuations of space principles, it appeared to be both tangible and intangible at the same time, as if it could enter into the void at any moment. Ordinary people would have a tremendously difficult time just holding something like this. But fortunately, Yang Kai was also an expert in the Tao of space. With just a little effort, the light flowing off the long feather suddenly took shape. "This is wonderful." Yang Kai felt that if he fully comprehended the secrets within this feather, it would help him improve his understanding of the Tao of space. Huang Xinyang and Feng Lu Lang exchanged glances, and both could see that the other was surprised to witness this scene. They once saw Yang Kai use space principle and were aware of his mastery over the Tao of space. However, now they felt as though they had underestimated him too much. Yang Kai raised his head. "Xinyang is an expert in the Tao of space. Is there a problem with the highest-ranking members of the Phoenix clan being experts in the Tao of space?" Huang Xinyang covered her mouth and smiled. "Are you saying that all the high-ranking members of the Phoenix clan are experts in the Tao of space?" "You didn't know?" she asked curiously. Yang Kai blinked. "I was not informed of this." Additionally, even though he had never seen a pure Phoenix clan member, he was greeted by Qing Wan, Yuan Chu, and others in the Divine Spirit ancestral land. They could be considered a branch of the Phoenix clan, but they didn't look as though they were masters of the Tao of space. Similarly, even with her Ice Phoenix source, Su Yin showed no indications of mastering or even understanding the Tao of space. Thus, Yang Kai was really caught by surprise. Most humans won't know much about the divine spirits, but you're from a cave heaven or paradise, no? How would you not have known? Didn't your elders tell you about it? Yang Kai became a little speechless and replied, "I'm actually not from any of the cave heavens or paradises." Martial Peak, Chapter 5302, Bloodline Talent. Huang Xinyang understood instantly. No wonder. Since you're not from any of them, it's to be expected that you don't know much about such things. Every divine spirit possesses their own unique bloodline talent, an innate talent that is distinct from that of your human race. Just like how the bloodline talent of the Phoenix clan is the Tao of space, the bloodline talent of the Dragon clan is the Tao of time. If not, how could the Dragon and Phoenix clans become the leaders of all divine spirits? Yang Kai's eyes widened so much in shock that they almost fell out. The bloodline talent of the Dragon clan is the Tao of time. Huang Xinyang became more confused. "You don't even know that? Then, do you cultivate the Tao of time?" "I do." He nodded. "That should be expected. If you don't have a dragon source or have dragon clan blood in you, how would you be able to cultivate the Tao of time?" Yang Kai became speechless upon her saying this, but instinctively, he felt something was wrong. His cultivation of the Tao of Time was not heavily influenced by his dragon vein or his dragon source. Instead, it all began for him with a piece of the inheritance left behind by Flowing Time, Great Emperor. The opportunity he met by chance previously helped him comprehend the time flies sealed divine ability, which allowed him to begin cultivating the Tao of Time. After much studying, cultivation, and some other opportunities, he had reached his current level of proficiency in the Tao of Time. What did any of that have to do with the Dragon Clan? But if he thought about it further, since the Dragon Clan's bloodline talent was the Tao of Time, it could be argued that his success in the Tao of Time was due to his bloodline talent. It made Xianxia confused about whether his comprehension of the Tao of Time was due to his Dragon Clan bloodline or his own talent. Suddenly, he shook his head. Wait, Xianxia. Before I came to the No Return Pass, I met quite a number of Dragon Clan members, but only one of them was proficient in the Tao of Time. In fact, forget being proficient at it. They didn't even have a foundation in it. How can this be explained? You met Dragon Clan members in other places? Huang Xianxia was taken aback. Xianxia gave a serious nod. He was referring to Zhu Qing's branch of the Dragon Clan. There weren't many Dragon Clan members on Dragon Island in the Star Boundary at any one time, but there were always a few, yet none of them had ever cultivated the Tao of Time before Xianxia. Now, all those Dragon Clan members had traveled with Yuan Chu to the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land, located in the depths of the Shattered Heaven, to continue their cultivation. Since it had been such a long time, they should all have grown stronger. Some of them might even have advanced to become Grand Dragons. Feng Lulang, who had been silent up until now, cut in. It's not surprising that there are Dragon Clan members roaming about outside. My forefathers once told me that there were other Dragon Clan members that committed mistakes and were exiled from the ancestral land as a result. Huang Xianxia appeared to have remembered this as she casually nodded. The ones you met must have been young dragons, he continued while turning to face Xianxia. Why young dragons? Xianxia inquired humbly. Xianxia was quite knowledgeable about grand dragons, as they were equivalent to high-rank open heaven masters in their dragon forms, which were at least 10,000 meters long. But what about young dragons? Huang Xianxia smiled and explained, anyone below the grand dragon rank is considered a young dragon. Xianxia understood instantly. It was pretty much what he thought, but the Dragon Clan's hierarchy was really thoughtless. Everything only depended on the size of their true body and their strength. If any Dragon Clan member was unable to break through to become a Grand Dragon, would they only be able to stay a young dragon for their entire life? However, it was clear that nothing of the sort would occur. The Dragon Clan was extremely talented, so even if they did not cultivate and only lazed about all the time, their strength would keep increasing over time regardless. They would eventually be strong enough when they had reached a sufficient age. The human race was incomparable in this aspect. Once more, Xianxia questioned, what about the dragons above the Grand Dragon rank? Above the Grand Dragons are the Ancient Dragons, Huang Xianxia stated. Young Dragons, Grand Dragons, and Ancient Dragons were the three standard divisions of the Dragon Clan. Xianxia had a vague feeling that the three old Dragon Clan members he had met before were Ancient Dragons. If young dragons corresponded to the realms below the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, and Grand Dragons corresponded to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, then Ancient Dragons should at least correspond to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. This suggested that the Dragon Clan was likely running out of talent, as there were only 3 Ancient Dragons in such a large clan. If things continued in this manner, the clan would eventually go extinct. According to what Xianxia said just now, I assume that young dragons are not proficient in the Tao of Time. Not only the Dragon Clan, but nearly all divine spirits are this way. The 3 stages of our long life are the development stage, the adolescent stage, and the mature stage. The young dragons fall under the Dragon Clan's developmental stage. As long as they enhance their dragon vein, they will inevitably become stronger and larger. When a young dragon becomes a grand dragon, their bloodline talent will fully awaken and they will be able to master the Tao of Time. The same goes for the Phoenix Clan, but the only difference is that our talent is the Tao of Space, Huang Xianxia replied. So, that's how it is. Xianxia instantly understood the reason Zhu Qing and the others still had no grasp over the Tao of Time. Though the dragon clan was considered very strong in the star boundary, they were still just young dragons. Their bloodline talent in regard to the Tao of Time was still dormant and would only slowly awaken when they had grown to become grand dragons. This made Xianxia suddenly think of his adopted son, the little white dragon, Xianxia. Raising a brow, he asked again, "Are there any exceptions?" Huang Xinyang smiled. "Exceptions are always possible. Some have their bloodline talents awaken while they are still young dragons. They are regarded as extremely gifted individuals. However, in the lengthy history of the Dragon Clan, such individuals could be counted within 5 fingers." Xianxia couldn't help but frown upon her answer. If that was the case, Xianxia seemed to be quite the gifted one. Xianxia deserved some credit for the birth of this boy, as Yang Zhao's dragon egg appeared to have some kind of accident after Fu Zhuan gave birth to him. Yang Zhao had been unsuccessful in breaking free of his shell, resulting in his vitality growing thinner and thinner over time. Fortunately, when Xianxia went to Dragon Island at that time to stir up trouble, he unintentionally found a location of Yang Zhao's dragon egg. In order to hatch him, Xianxia put in a great deal of effort. As a result, this young boy had a natural sense of closeness to him and had known him as though Xianxia was his father, now adopted father, since birth. In addition to that, the relationship between Xianxia and Dragon Island softened up a bit thanks to Yang Zhao. Soon after his birth, this young boy demonstrated his talent in the Tao of Time. Xianxia initially believed it was because of his own comprehension. After all, he used a lot of his own blood essence when Yang Zhao was being hatched, so naturally, inheritance from Xianxia was to be expected. Yet, it appeared now that this was not inheritance from his blood essence. This was unmistakably a Dragon Clan bloodline talent. Yet, Yang Zhao had it since birth, while other Dragon Clan members had to reach the Grand Dragon stage in order to awaken it. Later, Yang Zhao and Yang Shui received Flowing Time Great Emperor's legacy inheritance, became his inheritance disciples, and gained possession of the Flowing Time Temple. Looking back now, it was as though everything was predetermined. The bloodline talent of the Dragon Clan was the Tao of Time, and Yang Zhao had become the disciple of Flowing Time Great Emperor, which would greatly help him with his future cultivation. Yang Zhao was clearly one of the few exceptions that Huang Xinyang spoke of. Of course, this was not limited only to the Dragon Clan, but also other divine spirits. There were always some existences that showed their uniqueness at a very young age, and these existences would somehow achieve great things one day. The trip to the No-Return Pass had been well worth it for Xianxia. Even just learning this information from Huang Xinyang was very valuable. Not to mention, he had something waiting for him on the Dragon Clan side as well. Was his mastery of the Tao of Time, thanks to his own talent, or due to his Dragon Clan bloodline? After giving it some thought, he believed that it might be both. If so, Suyin might be able to awaken her Phoenix Clan bloodline talent once she got strong enough. By then, she would be able to master the Tao of Space as well. This was very exciting news to him. His cultivation of the Tao of Space, however, must be the result of his own talent. After all, he lacked the Phoenix Clan bloodline, so he could not have gotten influenced by it. Looking at the long feather in his hand, Xianxia said, "This junior dares not accept such a precious gift so lightly. Xinyang, is there any way that I can assist you in exchange for this gift?" Although it was only a feather from the Phoenix Clan, Xianxia valued it highly. He would undoubtedly benefit if he used this feather to further understand and cultivate the Tao of Space because it carried insights of the Phoenix Clan's intrinsic talent in the Tao of Space. This was a precious opportunity, so Xianxia couldn't just take it for nothing. Unexpectedly, Huang Xinyang covered her mouth and giggled. "I don't need help with anything. This is only a prize. You should just keep it." Xianxia sensed that it wasn't quite right for him to simply accept the gift, but since she had said so much, he couldn't object to it either. This gift was just too alluring, and he also believed that the Phoenix Clan wouldn't try to harm him. Even if Huang Xinyang would ask him to do something by bringing up this gift matter later, he would comply under the condition that it didn't go against his own principles. Such was what he thought in his heart to repay her. Nevertheless, he still stated for show, It's not appropriate for me to be rewarded for nothing, is it? Huang Xinyang took a deep look at him and saw through his thoughts. With a snicker, she stated, "You just said that you dare not reject a gift from your seniors, and now you say you shouldn't be rewarded for nothing? Humans really don't know what they want, huh?" Yang Kai let out a dry laugh upon hearing that. "If you really feel bad, let me ask you a question. This feather would serve as a reward if you answered me," stated Huang Xinyang. Yang Kai straightened up his position. "Xinyang, please ask. What technique did you use to defeat Ji Lao San just now?" As soon as those words left his mouth, Feng Lulang looked over curiously as well. Though they were both strong, they couldn't understand how Ji Lao San ended up that way. Ji Lao San clearly had superior momentum in that confrontation. Moreover, it was incredible that a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was able to effortlessly capture a Grand Dragon who was approaching 50,000 meters twice. It was impossible for a divine spirit to be so vulnerable, let alone someone from the Dragon Clan. Though they were just spectating for fun previously, the defeat of Ji Lao San more or less embarrassed both clans. If word of this situation spread, people would start looking down on the divine spirits. "Oh, I did not do anything in particular." Yang Kai was surprised that the Phoenix clan members brought up the subject first. He thought the Dragon Clan would be the ones asking about it, but since Huang Xinyang brought it up, he did not intend to keep it secret. In that moment, he suddenly had a feeling that it would have some effect, but he did not know it would have such a strong impact on the Dragon Clan until he tried it. Martial Peak, Chapter 5303, What Benefits? Having said that, Yang Kai extended his right hand, palm down, and with light pressure a simple pattern appeared on the back of his hand. At first glance, the pattern appeared to be nothing special but a simple circle. However, as soon as the two phoenixes noticed this mark, their expression darkened. "The Great Sun Mark. You've been to the chaotic, dead territory." Huang Xinyang exclaimed in shock. Feng Lulang remained silent, yet his expression twitched nonstop. These two must have identified this mark. Otherwise, they would not have reacted in this manner, and Xinyang would not have uttered chaotic, dead territory. "This is the mark of the sun's burning light." And this, Yang Kai remarked with a nod. He stretched out his left hand, and with a slight exertion, a pattern appeared on the back of the hand as well. However, this pattern was different from the one on the right hand, and if the pattern from the right hand were to be inserted into the left one, the two should fit exactly, 2 for 1. The Great Moon Mark. Huang Xinyang was at a loss for words. Now, they understood why Ji Lao San was so vulnerable in the face of this individual. Even with Yang Kai just showing them these two marks, the two phoenixes felt breathless, so nothing need be said about Ji Lao San who had been targeted for suppression. In the beginning, there was chaos. When chaos split apart, Yin and Yang were formed. From Yin and Yang, all divine spirits and living beings were born. The sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer were regarded as the progenitors of all things and the first ancestors of all divine spirits. With these two marks in hand, no divine spirit could lift their head in front of Yang Kai. It was also the first time he was aware that these two marks had such an effect. The two marks he received from the burning light and serene glimmer had always been utilized solely to condense purifying light. However, as he was facing Ji Lao San just now, Yang Kai felt a heat on the back of his hands and unconsciously activated the marks, which resulted in that unexpected situation. Of course, any form of suppression had its limits. Ji Lao San freed himself from the suppression by pushing himself beyond his limits and summoning his dragon bead. However, doing this would ultimately cause Ji Lao San serious harm, and his dragon bead would have been damaged if Yang Kai did not release him promptly. On top of that, this effect was so pronounced because Yang Kai had been facing a grand dragon. If it had been one of the 3 ancient dragons, the effect of the marks would likely have been greatly reduced due to the vast gap in strength between him and them. Ji Lao San picked a bad fight. Huang Xinyang grinned bitterly. Even the Dragon Clan would not dare to undervalue Yang Kai with these two marks adorning his hands. There was a huge chance that Ji Lao San would not have his position in the dragon pool this time. The question had already been answered, and Yang Kai now officially owned the long feather that was in his palm. He carefully put it away with the intention of studying it later when he had more free time. The Tao of Space was, after all, the Phoenix clan's bloodline talent, so he might have some unexpected gains. Was this long feather from one of your wings? He inquired once again. Huang Xinyang gave him a sullen look before ignoring him. Yang Kai scratched his head in confusion. Then, as he suddenly realized something, he glanced at her back. What are you looking at? Huang Xinyang turned around and glared even more fiercely, to which Yang Kai responded with a wry smile. Huang Xinyang then sighed. Sometimes, I am quite envious of you humans. Despite having a short lifespan and a weak body, you have unlimited possibilities. For divine spirits like us, however, we are born with a strong physique and a promising future, but we are incomparable to the human race in many cases. Yang Kai asked humbly, what do you mean? Take you, for instance. You have a dragon clan bloodline, so you can cultivate the Tao of Time. Plus, you have quite the talent in the Tao of Space, so you can use both Grand Taos. We Phoenixes, on the other hand, only have the Tao of Space as our sole bloodline talent, so we can't cultivate the Dragon Clan's Tao of Time. Furthermore, though divine spirits don't encounter many challenges throughout our formative years, we will have to go through much more exacting challenges than you humans if we want to reach our highest potential, she replied. Like the Ninth Order, Open Heaven Realm? Yang Kai frowned. Huang Xinyang responded with a nod. Even though there aren't a lot of Ninth Order's Open Heaven Realm masters among the humans, there are still more than 100 of them. It is very challenging for us, divine spirits, to cultivate to such a realm. Take the Dragon Clan, for example. There is only one divine dragon among the whole clan. Above young dragons were the grand dragons, followed by the ancient dragon, then finally the divine dragons. Yang Kai was aware that the dragon source that resided in his body was the golden divine dragon source. This wasn't a claim that he possessed the strength of a divine dragon, as that would be equivalent to a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm master. Still, his source originated from a golden divine dragon. What's more, it was from a dragon emperor who lived in ancient times. Yang Kai had become aware of this when he entered the Crystal Palace in the divine spirit ancestral land to cultivate. Theoretically, every Dragon Clan member had the potential to become a divine dragon, but that was only in theory. In reality, there weren't many Dragon Clansmen that succeeded in growing into a divine dragon since ancient times. Furthermore, only the strongest of divine dragons were granted the title of Dragon Emperor. The Phoenix Empress, on the other hand, was the title that corresponded to that title in the Phoenix clan. Yang Kai laughed as he heard Huang Xinyang bemoaning herself and said, "It's not that simple. The vast human population is the reason why there are so many Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm masters. On the other hand, there are only a few members of the Dragon and Phoenix clans. Having one divine dragon is already quite a high ratio. That may be the reason, but given that the divine spirits are rare to begin with, how would we know that it wasn't due to the restrictions of the heavenly way?" Huang Xinyang smiled. Her words made Yang Kai think. Then, Huang Xinyang continued, "You came to me to ask the reason why Ji Lao San was so hostile to you earlier, right?" This wasn't the first time she had mentioned Ji Lao San, so Yang Kai immediately recognized that Ji Lao San was the Grand Dragon who had blocked him before. He thus nodded and said, "I have a guess, but I don't know the specific reason." Huang Xinyang chuckled. "It seems like you're quite the smart one. The reason why Ji Lao San targeted you was because you took away benefits that belonged to him." "What benefits?" "The Dragon Pool. The Phoenix clan lives in this immortal parasol tree, and the Phoenix nest here will help us strengthen our bloodlines and gain a better grasp of the Tao of Space. The Phoenix clan has the immortal parasol tree, while the Dragon clan has the Dragon Pool. They are very different existences, but serve almost the same function. A member of the Dragon clan can quickly enhance their dragon vein when they cultivate in the Dragon Pool, saving them a lot of time. However, the Dragon Pool isn't always accessible. The time between each opening is at least a few thousand years, with the last time it opened being 3,000 years ago. Ji Lao San has been waiting for this day for such a long time. Plus, it is finally his turn this time. How could he easily agree while you just came along and snatched the opportunity that belongs to him when he was so close to greatly increasing his strength? Huang Xinyang said. Yankai was at a loss for words. Although he knew that he must have somehow threatened Ji Lao San's benefits, as there would be no reason for the latter to wait for him outside the no-return pass otherwise, he didn't expect it to be related to the Dragon Pool's opening. It was no wonder that Ji Lao San showed such rage when he first approached him. Yankai would have not tolerated it either if it was him. The Dragon Pool is only open to those of the Dragon Clan. You are the first individual who was born a human with an acquired Dragon Clan bloodline that has been allowed to enter the Dragon Pool. The human race must have paid a lot in exchange for this opportunity. Besides, Ji Lao San is not the only one who is unhappy. Others in the Dragon Clan are also unhappy. This was also the reason behind the Dragon Clan's approval of Ji Lao San's assault against Yankai. If Yankai lost to Ji Lao San, the humans wouldn't be able to say anything about it either. After all, the chance to enter the Dragon Pool to cultivate was rare, so no weakling would ever be given such an opportunity. However, neither Ji Lao San nor the Dragon Clan at the No-Return Pass imagined that Yankai, a 7th-order open heaven realm human, would be able to defeat a grand dragon with such ease. When Yankai heard this, he frowned. What price did the human race pay? I have no idea about that, answered Huang Xinyang, while shaking her head. It must have been a trade between the Dragon Clan and the 9th-order old ancestors of the human race. Despite us living together in the No-Return Pass, we hardly ever speak to one another. As long as the Dragon Clan members do not disclose anything, we, the Phoenix Clan, won't stick our nose into it either. Yankai sighed in his heart, finally understanding everything. He would undoubtedly encounter numerous dangers during the upcoming crusade. And while he might be strong for his realm, he was ultimately only a 7th-order open heaven realm master. On the Black Ink battlefield, even an 8th-order open heaven realm master could be killed at any moment, let alone a 7th-order master. Yankai had just ascended to the 7th-order open heaven realm a few hundred years ago, meaning he was still a long way away from the 8th order. Old ancestor Xiao probably felt like he couldn't make a breakthrough to the 8th order in the short time they had left, so she ordered Yankai to head to the No-Return Pass. It seemed he now owed her a huge favor. The Dragon Clan has always acted aloof with the humans, except for the 9th order masters, of course, as the biggest fist will always have a say in things. But relatively speaking, the Dragon Clan hates humans like you who intentionally or unintentionally get the chance to integrate with a dragon source. The source originally belonged to the Dragon Clan after all, but now it has merged with humans like you. In the eyes of the Dragon Clan, this is an intolerable blasphemy. If you had not come from a Black Ink battlefield, I'm afraid that you would have been torn apart by those ancient dragons on sight. They would take away your dragon source before you even left the No-Return Pass. This was another reason why the Dragon Clan had acted so cold towards him. In the end, Yankai's foundation was still human. It might be said that him merging with the Golden Divine Dragon Source was his own opportunity. Yet from the perspective of the Dragon Clan, it was disrespectful to their ancestors. This applied not only to the Dragon Clan members of the No-Return Pass, but to the Dragon Clan members in Dragon Island as well. When Zhu Qing first encountered him, she engaged in a battle with him in an effort to reclaim the dragon source from his body. Of course, that little episode wound up with her losing the rice she wanted to steal a chicken with. The later easing of the relationship with the Dragon Island dragons was largely due to the birth of the small white dragon, Xianxia, plus the fact that Yankai provided help when heaven-devouring Great Emperor Wu Kuang caused trouble in Dragon Island. Listening to all this, Yankai finally understood the reason for his visit to the No-Return Pass, as well as the hostile attitude the Dragon Clan had towards him. Yankai believed his time cultivating in the Dragon Pool wouldn't be simple or peaceful, despite the agreement between the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and the Dragon Clan. As such, he needed to make some plans. Of course, the attitude of the Dragon Clan wasn't enough for him to just give up. Old ancestor Xiao had hoped that he would be able to get stronger to defend himself with the help of the Dragon Pool, so he had to give it his best. Marshal Peak, Chapter 5304, Staying Overnight in Another's Home. When will the dragon pool open? Yang Kai asked again. The dragon force of the dragon pool has recently surged, indicating that the opening of the dragon pool will be in the coming months. However, the opening of the dragon pool is a significant occasion for the dragon clan, so they are still in preparation. Yang Kai only feared that he would have to wait for several dozens to hundreds of years. If so, there was no point, as the crusade would have already started or even ended by then. Such a situation wasn't impossible either, because for races with as long a lifespan as the divine spirits, several dozen to hundreds of years was just like a snap of the fingers to a mortal. If it was only a matter of a few months, Yang Kai could still afford to wait. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai asked, since the bloodline talent of the Phoenix clan is the Tao of Space, why didn't the human race come to you for help to repair the universe temples in the 3,000 worlds during the early years when they were only damaged and not yet disabled? In the end, he was asked to solve this particular problem, causing him to spend a lot of time studying the universe array in the universe temple in order to repair those abandoned universe temples. Yang Kai previously believed that the human race was helpless because there wasn't anyone proficient enough in the Tao of Space until his appearance. But now that he was aware of the Phoenix clan's ability, it made him question this conclusion. It is true that those in my Phoenix clan are naturally skilled in the Tao of Space, but this is a bloodline talent that we innately possess, which is very different from the human race's mastery over the Tao of Space through rigorous training and studies. So, the way members of the Phoenix clan interpret and use the Tao of Space is quite different from the way humans do, which makes our methods and knowledge somewhat incompatible. Additionally, repairing the universe temple not only requires knowledge of the Tao of Space, but also of the Tao of Spirit arrays, so it wasn't an issue that the Phoenix clan could easily resolve. Besides, both the Dragon and Phoenix clans are restricted by the great ancestral bloodline oath to not leave the no-return pass. Oh, Yang Kai plainly remarked. To think of it, though the Phoenix clan members were proficient in the Tao of Space, it didn't mean that they knew how to repair the universe arrays. On top of that, there was the great ancestral bloodline oath. Yang Kai didn't know much about what this great oath mentioned, but since ancestral bloodlines were involved, it was clearly something quite serious. He also inquired about some Dragon Clan information that wasn't confidential, so Huang Xinyang answered him honestly. After half a day, Yang Kai stood up sincerely to show courtesy. Many thanks, Xinyang, for dispelling all of my doubts. He would still be perplexed at this point if Huang Xinyang hadn't explained so much to him. Even though there would always be a path to the destination, it would be preferable if he had known what he was about to encounter sooner, so he could prepare himself. Looking at it now, the Dragon Clan and the Ninth Order's old ancestors must have reached an agreement. The Dragon Clan would uphold its end of the bargain as long as Yang Kai did not willingly withdraw. Regardless, Yang Kai was unsure if there would be any obstructions along the way. It's nothing. It has always been boring living in the no-return pass all these years. It's unusual for something interesting and fun to happen, so it was quite nice being able to watch the show just now, Huang Xinyang said honestly. As to whether her words would offend the Dragon Clan, they clearly wouldn't. They were prideful, but not neurotic. I have another request, and I hope Xinyang will agree to it. Yang Kai bowed with a sincere attitude. He had to humble himself as he requested help. It didn't matter, because Huang Xinyang might appear to be a young woman, but she should already be quite old. Tell me. Then I'll decide. Since Huang Xinyang was not a fool, she didn't agree immediately. Yang Kai chuckled upon her reply and said shyly, This is this junior's first visit to the no-return pass, and I have nowhere to stay. The Dragon Clan doesn't seem to have the intention of welcoming me either. I'm part of the Dragon Clan nevertheless, so it is sad to see them treating me like an outsider. Can I temporarily stay here at Xinyang's place, since there is still some time before the Dragon Pool opens? You won't let me live on the streets, will you? You want to borrow a place at my residence? Huang Xinyang looked at him and chuckled. It's not for nothing. Xinyang, do tell me if you need any help, or perhaps I can pay for it. Added Yang Kai hastily. What do you have that would benefit me? Huang Xinyang spat disdainfully. Putting aside that Xianxia wouldn't be very wealthy as he was only a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Even if he had anything valuable, Huang Xinyang might not be interested because divine spirits like her had acquired many great things over the course of their long lives. Xianxia hurriedly took out a set of yellow and blue crystals and handed them over. Xinyang, are these good enough? He had a lot of wonderful things in his possession, but Xianxia surmised that the only items that could impress a phoenix were the yellow and blue crystals. After all, these things came from the chaotic dead territory and were the condensed power of Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. The sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer were the common ancestors of all divine spirits. So these crystals should be quite alluring to the divine spirits. However, he was somewhat unsure as the yellow and blue crystals, which he always regarded as resources to generate purifying light, didn't hold any special meaning to him. He took them out just to give it a try. What surprised him was when Huang Xinyang saw the yellow crystal and blue crystal. Her eyes lit up, and she swiftly snatched them up. After some examination, she looked up and asked, "Are these from the chaotic dead territory?" "You're right." Xianxia gave a big thumbs up to Huang Xinyang. Xinyang's eyes are as sharp as a hawk's. "You have excellent observation skills." Huang Xinyang did not react to his obvious toady. She put away the crystals as she turned her palm, saying, "Good. You really do know how to show your sincerity. I'll let you temporarily live here." "Many thanks, Xinyang." Xianxia rejoiced. "Then, this junior shall go take a rest. It has been a tiring journey here. I won't be disturbing Xinyang for now." With that being said, he rushed away in a blink of an eye. The inner space of the phoenix nest was actually really large. Watching his leaving figure, Huang Xinyang shook her head and said, "That slippery brat." Feng Luliang, who had been silent the whole time, said suddenly, "You normally don't like to interact with humans. You sure were acting very differently today." The arrival of humans was not rare at the No-Return Pass, as it was the only transit point between the 3,000 worlds and the Black Ink battlefield, so fresh manpower was sent here quite frequently. Still, over the years, Huang Xinyang never had such interaction with any human. Huang Xinyang glanced at him and pointedly stated, "I don't believe that you didn't feel it." Feng Lu Lang replied, "It seems like it's not my imagination. That kid has a Phoenix Clan's aura on him." "This is also what I find to be unusual," Huang Xinyang replied with a nod. "He already possesses a dragon source, so he couldn't possess a Phoenix source as well, right? The coexistence of dragon and Phoenix sources in a single body is impossible. It should be that he has recently been in close contact with someone from our clan." Huang Xinyang shook her head. "As far as I know, he has been on the Black Ink battlefield for hundreds of years and has had no chance to come into contact with anyone from our clan. Even if he had, the aura would have quickly dissipated. I'm not sure why this is happening either. Those from the Phoenix clan are rare, and most of them are currently living within the Immortal Parasol tree. However, there are still some who wander outside. I have no idea if they're still living or not, but perhaps we can locate one of them if we identify who he interacted with," he replied. "That's why I want to keep him here." By keeping Xianxia close, they could observe him more easily. Although Xianxia had taken out a set of yellow and blue crystals, which contained the essence of the burning light and serene glimmer from the chaotic dead territory, they were actually quite useless to Huang Xinyang. Just when they were talking here, though, the entire phoenix nest shook abruptly, making Huang Xinyang's beautiful face pale. Atop a mountain, some distance away, Xianxia was sitting cross-legged. His world force surged, and space principles rippled, resonating with the rich space Tao essence contained in this sealed world. When Xianxia entered the phoenix nest, he saw that the universe's ancient aura was still preserved here. Additionally, because it was a phoenix nest of the Phoenix Clansmen, Space Tao essence was incredibly rich and abundant. With the help of these Space Tao essences, the Phoenix Clan members could continue to cultivate and become stronger in their own Phoenix nest, which was why it was said that the Phoenix nest was the root of every Phoenix. If someone else came to a Phoenix nest, they would only get to experience the ancient aura of the universe. But it was different for Xianxia, as he benefited greatly from the incredibly rich space Tao essence present in this place. His mastery over the Tao of space could be made stronger by absorbing and refining these Tao essences. At the same time, comprehending the differences of the grand Tao of space between ancient times and now would further enhance his mastery. In addition, as this Tao essence was preserved in its most primitive form, it made it simple for Xianxia to refine it as it was extremely pure, without any trace of impurity. To Xianxia, that place was a cultivation paradise. This was an unexpected gain. He had intended to cultivate and better his Dragon Clan bloodline in the Dragon Pool when he arrived at the No Return Pass. But before he had even entered the Dragon Pool, he gained advantages from the Phoenix Clan. Fate was truly unpredictable. On his side, Xianxia devoured and refined the Space Tao essence in the Phoenix nest eagerly, while on Xianxia's side, her beautiful face paled due to how quickly the Space Tao essence in her Phoenix nest was dissipating. She needed to cultivate like him too, and although the Immortal Parasol tree would gradually replenish the Tao essences, even if they dissipated completely, Xianxia's method of cultivating was akin to him drying out the lake to catch all the fish. It was not beneficial for her if the Tao essences here were all consumed. After all, replenishment took time, and if the balance in the Phoenix nest was disrupted, the entire structure would be at risk of rupturing. Xianxia's action right now was comparable to him stealing all of her family's property. To be honest, Xianxia knew that once Xianxia started to cultivate, the spaced out essence in her Phoenix nest would definitely decrease. But she never expected such a situation. She and Feng Lulang both greatly underestimated Xianxia's mastery over the Tao of space. He might even be a level higher than them. With the suction force emerging from Xianxia, the Phoenix nest experienced a world-trembling shock. Is he even human? Xianxia and Feng Lulang felt that they were incomparable to Xianxia when it came to cultivating the Tao of space at this point. A loud cry echoed throughout the Phoenix nest as Xianxia shot into the air, quickly rushing over to Xianxia. Martial Peak, Chapter 5305, Ownerless Phoenix Nest. Moments later, on the Immortal Parasol tree, a portal opened up. Xianxia, who was held by the neck by Xianxia, was tossed out onto his but scram. Xianxia stood up and rubbed his behind, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Xianxia, if there's anything wrong, you can speak to me nicely. Why get mad? I have nothing to say to you, thief. Leave. With an innocent look, Xianxia cried. How can I be a thief? I've paid to stay. No, I have paid the rental and greeted you, Xianxia. I was just temporarily using your place to cultivate. Why did Xianxia kick me out? Just as the words left his mouth, a yellow crystal and a blue crystal were thrown onto him. I'm returning those to you. Never come back again. Ever. Those crystals weren't anything precious, and she only kept them because they were unique. Did he really think that they meant a lot to her? When angered, a phoenix was incredibly strong. Xianxia's face was also swollen as a result of him not being able to dodge the crystals. And as he saw the portal closing, Xianxia said anxiously, Xianxia, I have something to say. I'll stop being so aggressive and be more easygoing when I cultivate. There was no response. Xianxia had already sealed up the portal to her phoenix nest, fully restricting him from entering. However, Xianxia could feel minor traces of the portal, and if he tried, he might be able to forcefully break in. But he would suffer even if he succeeded, since the owner no longer welcomed him. Things had changed once again. Xianxia stood alone on a branch of the Immortal Parasol tree, feeling dejected. Multiple young dragons passing by looked up from below and glared at him, making him even more embarrassed. Though the no-return pass was large, he had nowhere to go after Xianxia kicked him out. Did he really have to spend his nights on the street? The situation would still be alright if it was only a matter of 1 or 2 days, since he could just walk around and time would fly by, but this was a matter of months. If word of this spread, it would embarrass not just him, but the rest of the human race as well. Moreover, he had just tasted the benefits of Phoenix Nest. After merely whetting his appetite, he was kicked out, leaving him craving for more. The phoenix nest was really an excellent place for him to cultivate. According to the levels of mastery he pioneered, his Tao of Space was currently at the 8th level, summiting the peak. So if his skill were to ascend to the level above, the 9th level, it would reach shocking history and dazzling the present. Xianxia believed that when he successfully reached this level, even if he couldn't make a breakthrough with his cultivation, his strength would certainly grow significantly. How could he be content to just let himself be kicked out? There was nothing he could do while standing outside the portal, as no matter how he pleaded, appealed, or vowed to the heavens and earth, Xianxia was adamant about not letting him back in. After trying for some time, Xianxia eventually gave up as he still had some shame. At last, he sighed. There had to be a place for him somewhere else. He raised his head and surveyed the surrounding area, and then he leapt and landed on another tree branch. He greeted the void in front of him. Junior Yang, Kai greets Senior. This is my first time at the no-return pass, and I have nowhere to go. Could you lend me a spot in your precious home to temporarily live in? The void swirled in front of him, followed by the appearance of a portal, causing Xianxia's face to brighten up. A woman with bright eyes and bright teeth protruded from the portal and looked at Xianxia with a disgusted expression, scolding, "Go away." Saying so, she immediately retreated, followed by the portal closing. That made Xianxia terribly embarrassed. Just say no if you're not willing to lend me a place. Why come out and scold me? After appealing his case for some time, Xianxia approached another branch, gave a respectful salute, and then asked for a place to temporarily live. Due to his proficiency with the Tao of Space, it was simple for him to locate the hidden phoenix nests on the Immortal Parasol tree. However, the Phoenix clan members' attitudes towards him remained essentially the same. If they had a mild temperament, they wouldn't show up at all and just ignored him, allowing him to just yell outside for a bit. As for the hot-tempered ones, they either opened the door to scold him or assaulted him in moderation to chase him away, with no intention of hurting him. Xianxia realized there was likely no hope of seeking shelter from the Phoenix clan after getting rejected about 7 or 8 times in a row. He was also unsure whether the Phoenix clan had some sort of mysterious way to communicate with each other. Either way, all the Phoenix clan members should have already known what happened between Xianxia and him previously, or they would have no reason to reject him so stubbornly. Borrowing a place to stay for a month or 2 wasn't an issue. The problem was him stealing from the owner while lodging in their home. How would anybody let him inside after learning about such thievery? Now, he was not permitted to enter the Phoenix nest, and the Dragon Clan did not welcome him. Despite how large the no-return pass was, Xianxia actually had no place to stay. This was certainly one of the most distressing situations he encountered after so many years of cultivation. Again, he arrived in front of another portal, bowed to salute, and asked sincerely for a place. As expected, there was no reaction. Perhaps this was a mild-tempered phoenix, so they did not bother with or assault Xianxia. No matter the situation, he couldn't just force his way in if the owner didn't open the door. Exasperated and dejected, he wanted to head to another phoenix nest to try his luck. However, just when he turned to leave, he frowned, carefully examining the void in front of him. After some time of examination, he flashed to another phoenix nest. He had changed multiple locations before making his way over to Xianxia's phoenix nest. He lifted his hand and knocked on the void in front of him, saying, "Xianxiang, I have a question." There was no response from Xianxia, as she was obviously ignoring him. Xianxia continued, "I'm really here to just ask a question, not to borrow a place." The void rippled a little, and Xianxiang stuck her head out with a cautious look on her face. "What?" Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You're still a noble and powerful phoenix. There's no need to be so on guard against me." He looked into the phoenix nest, and before he could say a word, Xianxia reprimanded. "What are you looking at? You can't come in. If you need to say something, say it. Otherwise, leave." Xianxia wanted to ask if he could come in for a conversation, but after seeing Xianxia's attitude, he was scared that he would receive another scolding if he did. Brushing off that thought, he said, "I just made my way across the Immortal Parasol tree, visiting many Phoenix Clan seniors, and I came on as something odd." Xianxia sneered because she witnessed what happened. This brat was thick-skinned enough to say that he was only visiting them after getting rejected so many times. Then, he pointed to the phoenix nest he visited last. The portal of that phoenix nest seems to have not been opened for many years. Is the senior cultivating in retreat inside? There hasn't been any motion from it. Could they have encountered an accident? Xianxia glanced in the direction he pointed, frowned, and replied in surprise. You can tell that the portal hasn't been opened for many years. Every time a portal is opened, it will leave a few unnoticeable traces. These traces are undetectable to others, but you and I should be able to see them, right? He nonchalantly said, and Xianxia replied flatly, understanding that this brat really did have a higher comprehension of the Tao of space than her. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to notice things like this. She initially couldn't be bothered anymore, but still explained out of kindness. There are some phoenix nests that have no owners. The owner of the phoenix nest you were referring to hasn't returned for a long time. Although members of the Phoenix clan were scarce, some are still born over time. Most of the Phoenix clan members lived on the immortal parasol tree, but there were always some others venturing outside. The majority of these venturing Phoenix clan members have been involved in accidents and perished, whereas some might have come across accidents where they were stuck and were unable to flee. The Phoenix nest of these members remained, but nobody had entered them for many, many years. Xianxia's eyes lit up when he heard it. An ownerless Phoenix nest? Xianxia knew what he was up to based on his expression and said with a smile, There are as many Phoenix nests on the immortal parasol tree as there are phoenixes in my Phoenix clan. A Phoenix nest is the origin of a Phoenix clan source. In other words, the existence of both is interconnected. Unless the source is destroyed, the Phoenix nest will remain forever. Those Phoenix nests which currently have no owner may have already been involved in an accident and have fallen. Nevertheless, their source survived. However, it is most likely that those carrying these Phoenix sources aren't pure Phoenix clan members, so they can't locate this place and arrive here. The slightly sidetracked Xianxia then said, What Xianxia means is that every Phoenix clan member's source correlates to a Phoenix nest. If the individuals who obtain the Phoenix clan source discovers this place, they will be able to own their personal Phoenix nest? Correct, Xianxia nodded. Any existence that arrived here and cultivated in their Phoenix nest would eventually transform into a pure Phoenix clan member, regardless of how they attained their Phoenix clan source. So that is how it works. Xianxia muttered, Nothing else, right? If there's nothing else, stop bothering me. Without allowing Xianxia to respond, she snapped and retracted her head. Xianxia, wait. Xianxia raised his hand to stop her, but was too slow. According to her attitude, Xianxia made it obvious that she didn't want to talk to him anymore. Of course, Xianxia didn't push the issue, but if what Xianxia stated was accurate, then one of these ownerless Phoenix nests on this immortal parasol tree would belong to Su Yin, another to Jiu Feng, and another to Lu Yin. These three individuals possessed Phoenix clan sources. Now, things were getting interesting. Xianxia scrutinized his surroundings, then once again arrived at the ownerless Phoenix nest. He rubbed his chin and pondered. On the other hand, in Xianxia's Phoenix nest, Feng Lu Lang asked after holding it back for a long time, Why did you mislead him? She snorted lightly. To keep him busy, or else he would come to disturb me again. So annoying. Feng Lu Lang sighed, deep down knowing Xianxia was about to get in trouble again. Xianxia did not lie to him, but she did not make things clear either. It was true that each Phoenix nest on the immortal parasol tree corresponded to a Phoenix clan source, but also, those Phoenix clan sources were the only keys to unlock these Phoenix nests. Without the corresponding Phoenix clan source, no matter how proficient Xianxia was with the Tao of space, he would never be able to open these unowned Phoenix nests. There was an undetermined amount of Phoenix nests. Since the creation of the universe, the immortal parasol tree, and the Phoenix clan, the number of the Phoenix nests had increased and decreased as a result of several factors over the ages. A greater number of Phoenix nests indicated a greater amount of Phoenix sources remaining, and decreased Phoenix nests indicated decreased Phoenix sources. Nonetheless, these two factors were unrelated to the life or death of a Phoenix. Even when a Phoenix clan member fell due to an accident, As long as their source remained, their phoenix nest would never be destroyed. If anyone obtained that source by chance and cultivated it in a phoenix nest in the No-Return Pass, they would have the opportunity to shed their former body to be reborn as a pure member of the Phoenix Clan. Martial Peak, Chapter 5306, Su Yan's Phoenix Nest. In fact, just like the Phoenix Clan, the Dragon Clan was the same, with the exception that dragon sources were from the Dragon Pool. Hence, for both the Dragon and Phoenix clans, those places were the root of their entire clan. The Dragon Pool being the Dragon Clan's origin, and the Phoenix Nest being the Phoenix Clan's origin. Xianxia once wondered if the decline of talents would lead to the eventual extinction of the Dragon Clan, but this was simply impossible. As long as the Dragon Pool remained, the Dragon Clan would never go extinct. There might be situations where the clan becomes momentarily weak and vulnerable, but that was unavoidable if it was the will of the Heavenly Way. However, the fact that there were ownerless phoenix nests on this immortal parasol tree surprised Xianxia. Didn't that mean he could enter the ownerless phoenix nests at will? As the saying went, one would wear out iron shoes seeking their feet. Besides, Xianxia didn't seem to have any intention of stopping him from entering these ownerless phoenix nests. Wasn't this a tacit agreement? TSK. Xianxia isn't so cruel after all. Her seemingly unintentional words actually pointed him toward a beneficial path. Xianxia restrained his excitement as he made his way to an unowned phoenix nest. Verifying that the nest had not been opened in many years, he got to work. Space principles rippled as he made a wiping movement to connect to the phoenix nest portal. Initially, he thought that it wouldn't be that difficult to open this portal because he was already proficient enough in the Tao of Space. Besides, this portal didn't have any special barrier to it, making it simpler to access. However, Xianxia soon discovered that things weren't so simple. The Phoenix Nest portal indeed had no barrier, and he could also sense that it was right in front of him, but no matter how hard he tried to open it, the portal showed no signs of budging. The Phoenix Nest portal seemed to be locked by an invisible force. Xianxia at first believed that his approach was incorrect, but as the portal remained shut even after several days of trying, he gradually understood the issue. It wasn't that he wasn't proficient enough in the Tao of Space, but that the Phoenix Nest actually had some other requirement in order to be opened. Xianxia concluded as such because the Phoenix Nest portal in front of him appeared to be locked by an invisible force, and he probably needed the right key to open it. Xianxia couldn't help but sigh as he recalled what Xianxia said to him and her attitude at that time. He was tricked. Now, Xianxia figured the matching Phoenix source was necessary in order to unlock this Phoenix Nest. In other words, the key to these Phoenix Nest portals was the Phoenix sources themselves. Even though he had a higher mastery over the Tao of Space compared to many, he was unable to enter without the key. After all, the Immortal Parasol Tree was a unique existence that was born soon after the universe came into existence. It could be said that it was a type of supreme, innate treasure. How could anything related to such a treasure be so easily accessed? The hope that was sparked previously was put out ruthlessly, causing Xianxia to feel dejected again. He would still be fine if he hadn't known the benefits of the Phoenix Nest for his cultivation. However, not only was he aware, he even got a taste. It was simply a terrible feeling not being able to have access to it anymore. Xianxia, still a little in disbelief, circled the Immortal Parasol Tree once more, searching for portals that had been closed for a very long time. He tried 3 other Phoenix Nests consecutively, all to no avail. When he got to the 4th nest, Xianxia assumed the situation would be the same, but after exerting quite a bit of force, the void in front of him rippled, and a portal hazily formed. Xianxia looked on in pleasant surprise. As he was ready to go all out to pry open this portal, when he suddenly felt that something was wrong. This portal didn't seem to be responding to his actions, but rather a different power from the inside. Xianxia's expression darkened. Oh no. Sure enough, a phoenix's head appeared from the portal, asking as it glared at Xianxia with blood-red phoenix eyes, "Little bastard, what do you think you're doing disturbing me?" Saying so, its sharp beak was aimed at Xianxia, attempting to peck him. Xianxia's hair stood on end. This seemingly normal peck might actually open a big hole in his body if he was hit by it, possibly even tearing apart his soul in the process. This phoenix nest was not at all an unowned phoenix nest. Its master had simply been in retreat for a long time, which was why it hadn't been opened in many years. Thinking about it now, Xianxia realized that this was probably the case for other seemingly ownerless phoenix nests. As the saying went, when one often walks by the river, getting wet is inevitable. Senior, this is a misunderstanding, Xianxia shouted as he pushed his space principles madly, instantly disappearing from where he stood. When he reappeared, he had already 100,000 kilometers away from the no-return pass. However, he was in a mess, quite disheveled at this point. His clothes were torn, and he had a wound on his chest from which golden blood was oozing. On the immortal parasol tree, a cold snort resounded. "Next time, I'll take your life." Then, the phoenix's head withdrew as the portal shut. Now, things were really awkward for Xianxia. Though he reacted in the shortest time possible and even used space principles in order to escape, the Tao of Space was still the grand Tao all Phoenix clan members cultivated. Xianxia was unable to escape from that peck, no matter how he struggled or tried to flee, suffering an injury in the end. Fortunately, it seemed the Phoenix clan had an innately gentle temperament, so the one Xianxia offended did not have any intention of killing him ruthlessly. If it was the Dragon clan that he had insulted, Xianxia would likely be locked in a life-or-death battle right now. Inside her phoenix nest, Xinxiang laughed riotously as she watched the commotion, whereas Feng Lulang shook his head, thinking that the human would stop causing a commotion after suffering such a loss. After all, Xianxia had no idea which phoenix nests were unowned and which had simply not been opened due to the owner being in retreat for a long time. But Feng Lulang immediately realized that he was wrong. After spending some time outside, Xianxia changed into a different outfit and casually ran back to the immortal parasol tree to continue what he was previously doing. Feng Lulang was speechless. Why is this human so stubborn? The phoenix nest will never open unless the owner's source is present. You should know this already, so why waste time? Still, Xianxia, who had prior experiences now, started acting more cautiously. He dared not cause a huge commotion even with the phoenix nest that seemed to have no owner, fearing that there would be another phoenix coming out to peck at him. He was currently searching for specific phoenix nests. Despite the size of the immortal parasol tree, there weren't many members of the Phoenix clan. Consequently, there weren't many phoenix nests. There were only roughly 100 of them. In other words, the number of Phoenix clan members was only around 100. This also counted the numerous Phoenix clan sources lost outside. Xianxia estimated that there were approximately only 40 or 50 members of the Phoenix clan who were still residing on the immortal parasol tree. Still, this was already a huge force considering it was the Phoenix clan. Each mature dragon was equivalent to a high-rank open heaven realm master, and due to their long lifespan and inherited bloodline, they only required time to strengthen themselves to ascend to the level equivalent to the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm, without having to go through many risks. A process similar for all divine spirits. Since there weren't many phoenix nests, Xianxia had little trouble locating all of them, and after 4 hours, he stood in front of a specific one. This was another phoenix nest that had not been opened for many years. If Xianxia hadn't felt a trace of a familiar aura flowing out of this phoenix nest, he would not have been able to determine whether there wasn't an owner inside or not. It was that familiar aura that confirmed that this phoenix nest was ownerless, or at least the owner was not in. This was because the fire phoenix aura coming from this nest belonged to Liu Yan. The phoenix source that Liu Yan owned today dated back to Martial Flame Great Emperor, who had attained the phoenix true fire by chance many years ago. After cultivating with it, Martial Flame eventually ascended to become a great emperor of the star boundary. It was during that period that heaven-devouring great emperor Wu Kuang had caused chaos. As a result, all the other great emperors of the star boundary fought him in a deadly battle in the Shattered Star Sea. In that battle, Wu Kuang's body was destroyed as a result of his defeat. Along with his death, several other great emperors, namely Azure Sea Great Emperor, Martial Flame Great Emperor, Yuan Ding Great Emperor, and Cyan Lotus Great Emperor perished. That was the time when Wu Kuang overpowered everyone else and ruled like a tyrant. But in the end, his actions led to public outrage, which ultimately got him killed. It was later revealed that Wu Kuang faked his own death, and many years later was resurrected. However, the tale of him using his own power to kill numerous great emperors remained, fascinating all who heard it. No other great emperor had possessed strength on par with Wu Kuang's. After the fall of the Martial Flame Great Emperor, the Phoenix True Fire remained in the Shattered Star Sea. When Yang Kai traveled to the Shattered Star Sea for training, he obtained the Phoenix True Fire and later gave it to Liu Yin to refine. Consequently, he could easily recognize the aura of this fire phoenix source because he was very familiar with it. The Phoenix True Fire, strictly speaking, was actually a phoenix source. The aura that was just barely noticeable on the phoenix nest in front of him undoubtedly came from the same source as the Phoenix True Fire that he gave to Liu Yin. Now that this had been confirmed, Yang Kai could act boldly without having to fear a Phoenix clan member showing up to deal with him. But to his disappointment, despite being certain that Liu Yin was the Phoenix Nest's owner, he was still unable to open it. He didn't continue because he knew that the Phoenix Nest wasn't that simple to open from previous experience. After half a day of searching on the Immortal Parasol Tree, Yang Kai stood in front of another Phoenix Nest. If he was not mistaken, Jiu Feng should be the owner of this Phoenix Nest. However, he wasn't really sure as he had not interacted with Jiu Feng frequently, so he didn't have a vivid memory of her source's aura. There was a high chance it was, though. He had found Liu Yin and Jiu Feng's Phoenix Nest, so what about Su Yan's? There would definitely be a Phoenix Nest here that belonged to Su Yin. At this moment, Yang Kai had no hope of entering the Phoenix Nest to cultivate and further strengthen his understanding and mastery over the Tao of space. So all he wanted was to find out where Su Yan's Phoenix Nest was located so he could help guide her here in the future, where she would be able to cultivate with peace of mind. Moments later, as Yang Kai stood on a branch of the Immortal Parasol Tree and looked at the void in front of him, he smiled gently. Found it. Su Yin should be the owner of the Phoenix Nest in front of him. He was very familiar with that aura. After all, she was his first wife, and their many times of cultivating together had already connected their auras. When Yang Kai arrived here, he almost immediately recognized this Phoenix Nest as Su Yan's. Martial Peak, Chapter 5307. How did he enter? This familiar aura made Yang Kai sigh in reminiscence. He had not seen Su Yin for hundreds of years before entering the Black Ink battlefield, and now several hundred more years had passed, yet his parting with her and the others felt as though it only happened days before. To a master like Yang Kai, the higher their cultivation, the less emphasis they put on time. Back when he was still young, Yang Kai felt every day was extremely precious, but as he became stronger, even a simple retreat could take years. His greatest desire used to be to mature quickly and obtain the freedom and strength that came with it. But looking back now, he realized how precious the time when he was a carefree kid was. That was a period of time that could only remain in his memories. He had spent his entire life traveling around, from south to north and back again. Though there had been a lot of women around him, he had never really spent much time with them. Yang Kai felt deeply that there was more time spent away from his family and loved ones than with them since he began his journey on the martial Tao. It was still fine before, as there would always be occasions to gather, but after he had entered the Black Ink battlefield, he knew he would never see them again unless the Blank Ink clan was completely eradicated. Was all this really worth it? He thought to himself, but Yang Kai's expression quickly changed to one of determination. No, it is. The current short separation was necessary to prepare for the long-term reunion afterwards. He would finally be at peace and bring his lovely companions to travel across mountains and rivers and enjoy himself when the battle in the Black Ink battlefield was over. For that reason, he had to become stronger in order to survive. The familiar aura lingered around his fingertips as he extended his hand to touch it, as if he was brushing Su Yan's face. As he reached out, Yang Kai's expression soon filled with shock, which then quickly turned to joy. With a flash, he rushed into the portal in front of him and disappeared. The next moment, two figures appeared on the Immortal Parasol tree together. Both Huang Xinyang and Feng Lulang looked at the place where Yang Kai disappeared in extreme disbelief. Xinyang's eyes bulged as she muttered in a hoarse voice, "He went in." Feng Lulang nodded lightly, confirming, "He went in." Xinyang's thoughts were all over the place. How? Feng Lulang had no idea how to reply either, so he just said, "Just like that." "Nonsense." She glared at him. She had been observing Yang Kai, so of course she knew he went in just like that. The point was, how did he get in? That was a phoenix nest. Besides, it was not just any phoenix nest. While the two were talking, more phoenix nests opened up, and figures emerged from the portals, obviously having noticed something. These people were all attractive men and women of varying ages, and they were all staring in the direction of where Yang Kai had disappeared. A woman with a particularly noble and dense aura emerged. She appeared to be 15 or 16 years old on first impression. However, if one paid closer attention, she seemed to be in her early 20s. Strangely enough, after observing her for some time, she suddenly appeared to be in her mid-30s. This woman's age seemed to be a true mystery. She then asked in a soft voice, "Has someone returned to the clan?" Huang Xinyang and Feng Lulang exchanged glances before quickly bowing and explaining everything that had just happened. The group of Phoenix clan members were shocked to learn that a human from afar opened this phoenix nest. What's more, this human was no ordinary human, but rather a human that had refined and fused with a dragon source. The phoenix nest was opened by such a person. This had never happened before. The Phoenix clan members started chattering and demanded that the brat be dragged out of the phoenix nest and punished. Phoenix nests were the root of the Phoenix clan after all, so no one other than the Phoenix clan members were permitted to set foot inside of them. However, a half-dragon human had now entered one. How could such blasphemy be tolerated? If this phoenix nest could be opened by an outsider, wouldn't everyone be able to access the other phoenix nest in the future? Many Phoenix clan's members shared the same thoughts and attitude. In the Immortal Parasol tree, more than half of the 40 Phoenix clan members supported this plan. The smaller half did not explicitly state their viewpoint, but it was clear that they did not disagree. What they were most concerned about was how this human managed to enter this phoenix nest. The ability to enter a phoenix nest indicated that an individual owned a phoenix source. But how was it possible that a human who was confirmed to possess a dragon source also had a phoenix source? Despite the dragon and phoenix clans being said to coexist side by side, certain things like their sources could never coexist inside a single individual. This was fundamental knowledge. After countless years of peace and tranquility, the Immortal Parasol tree became lively because of Yang Kai's unprecedented actions, and almost all the Phoenix's clan members that were able to come out from retreat came out. The Dragon Clan was immediately alerted by the commotion, and many of them throughout the No-Return Pass released their divine sense, immediately understanding the whole story in an instant. The incident shocked the Dragon Clan as well. The human who was sent over to take advantage of the Dragon Clan had entered a phoenix nest of the Phoenix Clan before even stepping foot into the Dragon Pool. Having lived with each other for so many years, how could the Dragon Clan not know about the mysteries of the Phoenix Nest? They were equally perplexed as to how a bastard who refined a dragon source would be qualified to enter an ownerless Phoenix Nest. It had been many millennia since the No-Return Pass had been this lively. Even though masters from the 3,000 worlds would frequently be sent to different great passes through the No-Return Pass, their stays here were always brief. Additionally, due to the authority of the Dragon and Phoenix clan, these humans were also well-behaved in the No-Return Pass, not daring to be the least bit presumptuous and always departing with haste. This human, on the other hand, not only embarrassed the Dragon Clan when he first arrived, but he also violated the Phoenix Clan's sacred home. It made everyone speechless. Phoenix Clan's issue, though, was not the business of the Dragon Clan. Thus, all they did in this situation was observe the commotion. On the Parasol Tree, the Phoenix Clan members were filled with rage, especially the young phoenixes that denounced Yang Kai loudly. On the contrary, the older phoenixes soon fell silent, their eyes filled with pensive light. There were many things that the young phoenixes were unaware of, but the older ones had already heard certain stories from their forefathers. The phoenix nest that was opened was not an ordinary phoenix nest. It was a phoenix nest that belonged to a previous generation phoenix empress. After a certain incident, that empress source went missing, its location unknown even now. As such, wasn't the opening of this phoenix nest an indication of something? Even this generation's phoenix empress had shown herself. She was a noble woman who had an extremely dense aura. Her strength was comparable to the Dragon Emperor as well as the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm humans. It could even be said that a Dragon Emperor and a Phoenix Empress were stronger compared to Ninth Order old ancestors. Without such a master assuming command, they wouldn't be able to maintain the safety and security of the no-return pass throughout the years. But in the end, even with the Empress present, the Phoenix clan members were unable to drag Xianxia out from the Phoenix nest because they lacked the ability to do so. Though they were Phoenix clan members, they couldn't simply open a Phoenix nest that did not belong to them. In other words, they couldn't really do anything unless the human willingly came out. The Phoenix nest belonging to Su Yin was fully covered with snow and ice, making the whole world snow white in color. In midair, Xianxia surveyed his surroundings as he admired the beauty and magnificence of this place. This was a world sealed in ice and snow, so it was absolutely freezing. The fact that Su Yin owned this Phoenix nest made it reasonable that this was the case. Su Yin's Phoenix clan source was an ice Phoenix source, so naturally, her Phoenix nest was filled with ice principles. The cold inside was the kind that permeated one's soul. Even Xianxia felt a bit uneasy when he first arrived here, but thankfully, he felt much better after circulating his world force. A moment later, he felt overjoyed. Just like Huang Xinyang's Phoenix nest, this place was filled with dense, primordial space Tao essence. On top of that, this Tao essence was 10 times denser than it was in Huang Xinyang's nest. That was an immense difference. This was also a reasonable situation, though. The Phoenix clan members cultivated in their Phoenix nests, where they refined the ambient space Tao essence to enhance their own understanding of this grand Tao. At the same time, the mysterious power of the immortal parasol tree would replenish the space Tao essence. Of course, as long as the Phoenix clansmen could maintain a balance, the Tao essence of their Phoenix nest would never completely deplete, allowing them to slowly cultivate for as long as they wished. However, it was different for Su Yan's Phoenix nest. Throughout the years, when nobody refined the space Tao essence in this ownerless Phoenix nest, the Tao essence had accumulated to become very dense. This did not apply only to Su Yan's Phoenix nest, but every ownerless Phoenix nest on the parasol tree, with the abundance of Tao essence varying with the years since they became ownerless. If any Phoenix clan member that was roaming outside managed to find their way here and open their Phoenix nest, their strength would undoubtedly increase immensely in a short time. This was a type of reward for returning to one's roots. Right now, this circumstance was a great blessing for Xianxia. He had got a taste of it at Xinyang's place, but was soon kicked out before he had eaten his fill. The circumstance now here at Su Yan's place was equivalent to serving him a table of delicacies when he was starving. Of course, Xianxia would want to feast. He didn't fear that this would harm Su Yan in any way, since the space Tao essence in this place was dense after countless years of accumulation. As long as he cultivated in moderation, he would not dry out the Tao essence here, which would also be replenished after he left. When Su Yin visited in the future, she could still enjoy the gifts of this Phoenix nest. Xianxia sat down cross-legged after he found a random ice peak. As space principles rippled, the world resonated, and the space Tao essence in this Phoenix nest was quickly absorbed by him. Refining this incredibly pure and ancient Tao essence was of enormous advantage to Xianxia's comprehension of the Grand Tao. On top of that, it helped him understand the differences between the ancient and current Grand Tao of space, which was also extremely beneficial. Xianxia already caused quite a commotion at Xinyang's place, but now he caused a bigger one in Su Yan's place. He seemed to have transformed into a bottomless abyss, incessantly swallowing the ambient space Tao essence. Consequently, he felt that he gained a deeper, broader sensibility of the Tao of space. Martial Peak, Chapter 5308, Why Are You All Here? Though there was no one to guide Xianxia as he cultivated in the phoenix nest, the primordial Tao essence was the best teacher. By consuming and refining these Tao essences, he was able to reflect, identify his weaknesses, and eliminate the bad while retaining the good. His mastery of Tao of space increased rapidly. A few months flew by quickly. Xianxia opened his eyes and reviewed his gains. He didn't achieve a breakthrough, but his mastery of the Tao of space had evidently been enhanced, and this enhancement of his grand Tao improved his strength too. By just lifting his hand, Xianxia could feel the quivering motion of the void around him. Xianxia remained as tranquil as an ancient well, though such a result was certainly pleasing to him. Cultivating in this phoenix nest for a few months was far more beneficial to him than cultivating outside for many years. The only thing that saddened him was that despite greatly enhancing his comprehension of the Tao of space, he didn't seem to have any signs of breaking through to the next level of mastery. According to his own division of a grand Tao, the last stage was shocking history and dazzling the present, a stage that few had ever attained throughout history. Though he did not break through this level, he had gained a lot, so he had no regrets. He believed that he would eventually reach such mastery one day in the future. Deciding it was time, he stopped cultivating. The initially dense space Tao essence in this phoenix nest had noticeably diminished after his months of intensive refining, precisely like those in Xianxia's phoenix nest had. He couldn't just keep cultivating, though, because Su Yin would eventually return here to cultivate in the future. The more space Tao essence he absorbed, the less would be left for Su Yin. The situation right now was just right. He had absorbed a sufficient amount of Tao essence, which would be replenished by the immortal parasol tree over the coming years. That way, it would not cause any hindrance to Su Yin when she arrived here to cultivate. Moreover, Xianxia also believed that it was pointless for him to keep cultivating as he couldn't break through to the final level of mastery simply by absorbing the phoenix nest space Tao essence. In order to reach the highest stage, he had to fully understand the Tao of space by himself. Besides, he didn't know when the dragon pool would be opened. If he accidentally missed it while he was cultivating here, the dragon clan would definitely not wait for him. It was thus time for him to leave. After feeling the familiar aura of this place one last time, Xianxia shifted his thoughts and pressed on something in the void. The phoenix nest portal opened, and he exited. Xianxia was startled by the scene in front of him. Many sets of eyes that were dispersed across the parasol tree glared at Xianxia with all sorts of emotions, including scrutiny, confusion, and even hatred. Under the envelopment of so many divine scents, Xianxia's body froze up. What's happening? Xianxia was confused. Without having the need to count, he could judge that at least 30 pairs of eyes were focused on him. Furthermore, based on the divine sense intensity, several Phoenix clan members who were equivalent to 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were present. He knew that the whole Phoenix clan had gathered in this place. No ordinary person could have the opportunity to witness a single pure-blooded Phoenix throughout their entire life. Yet Xianxia was not delighted even if there were several dozens of them in front of him now. This was all due to their unfriendly expressions, which looked as though they wanted to tear him apart. I'm being blocked by the Phoenix clan now? Why? There's no need for this. All I did was make use of Su Yan's Phoenix nest. The Phoenix clan members won't be that petty, right? Why are you all here? Xianxia stated dryly while squeezing forth a smile. There was no response. Xianxia secretly began condensing his space principles, preparing to flee at any moment. Although the Phoenix clan members were also experts in the Tao of space, and he might not be as fast as them if he tried to flee, it was his only hope. That was his last resort since he didn't want to cause too much trouble. As he locked eyes with Xianxia, intending to ask about the situation by glances, she openly pretended not to notice. It made Xianxia curse in his heart. This woman is too wicked. If it weren't for her invitation, how could I have come to the immortal parasol tree? But when things turn out like this, she pretends not to know me. Xianxia made several assumptions about the existing circumstances. It was undoubtedly due to his entrance to the phoenix nest despite the fact that he was a human, but wasn't this just too much? He couldn't help but get a headache. Since ancient times, the dragon and phoenix clans had guarded the no-return pass. Though there were other divine spirits, these two clans were still the most crucial among them. The dragon clan wasn't very pleased with him already, so if he offended the phoenix clan as well, he might have no way out. What now? While he was pondering, a noble-looking woman suddenly asked, "Do you possess a phoenix clan source?" Although he did not feel any kind of pressure or intimidation from this woman as he turned to face her, Xianxia felt a kind of pull from her deep stare, as though his very soul was about to be pulled from his body. Under such a gaze, any lies or deceptions would be seen through and extremely disrespectful. Xianxia's heart trembled a little, knowing that this woman was not someone he should provoke. She had no intention to coerce him, but her strength was so great that even a simple gaze and question was enough to feel stifling. He had experienced a similar feeling from a few other individuals before, and all of which were old ancestors. "Senior, you are?" he asked, though he already had guessed it in his heart. Following that, Xianxia, who finally showed some righteousness, explained, because she was aware that Xianxia was not well versed with the Phoenix clan, "This is the current clan head of my Phoenix clan." The Phoenix clan head was naturally just a title, similar to the clan head of the Dragon clan. Xianxia quickly bowed to salute, "So is Madam Clan Head. I apologize for my rudeness." The Phoenix clan head nodded lightly and frowned as she said, "Though you have the aura of our clan, you don't seem to carry a Phoenix clan source." Xianxia replied honestly, "Madam, this junior does not have a Phoenix clan source." "Then, have you come in contact with a Phoenix clan member before this?" she asked again. "Yes." Xianxia was secretly at a loss for words. It had been hundreds of years since he was in contact with a Phoenix clan member. So how were these phoenixes even able to sense that? Were the Phoenix clan members' noses that sensitive, or did they have any other methods to tell? Xianxia was unaware that Xianxia had invited him for a conversation at the Phoenix nest only because she could feel a phoenix's aura in him. Otherwise, how would any Phoenix clan member allow a random stranger to enter their Phoenix nest, given their haughty character? Even the Dragon clan members that were living in the no-return pass with them wouldn't get such treatments. How was the individual you came in contact with doing right now? The Phoenix clan head asked once again. Xianxia thought for a while before replying. She is doing well and should currently be cultivating in the divine spirit ancestral land. The ancestral land, she muttered softly, with a hint of nostalgia on her face. The ancestral land was something long not mentioned by both the Dragon clan or the Phoenix clan. Ever since they took charge of the no-return pass, they had never visited the ancestral land. It appeared to be some sort of fate that a Phoenix clan member entered the ancestral land to cultivate. In the no-return pass, the Dragon and Phoenix clans were somewhat aware of some of the secrets of the ancestral land. "Is she a human?" The Phoenix clan head continued to question. Most of the Phoenix clan sources left outside were found and refined by humans. If the source could be integrated, then their bloodline would slowly be altered. In addition to that, if they were strong enough and had enough opportunities, they would be able to arrive at the no-return pass and cultivate in a phoenix nest on the immortal parasol tree, allowing them to shed their former body and be reborn as a pure-blooded phoenix. Of course, this did not solely apply to the human race. Any other being with a pure enough Phoenix clan bloodline could easily refine and fuse with a Phoenix clan source. Indeed. Are you close with her? If it wasn't for this reason, that person's aura wouldn't linger on him. She's my wife." Xianxia scratched his cheeks shyly. "Wife?" The Phoenix clan head was startled for a moment. Though the Phoenix clan structure was different from the human races, she could somehow understand the meaning of the term wife. A woman with a Phoenix source became the wife of a man with a dragon source. This type of occurrence had hardly happened throughout history. Both the Phoenix clan and the Dragon clan were equally arrogant. What was more was that there were not many sources of these two clans left outside. "Have you both bonded?" The Phoenix clan head asked again. Xianxia's face blushed. This woman, how could words like that leave her mouth? How am I supposed to answer that? Furthermore, wasn't it normal to perform such acts as partners? Why does she have to ask about everything? Yes, he murmured in response. This time, many members of the Phoenix clan were unable to control their anger. Especially those who had previously been glaring at Xianxia were now much more furious, with murderous intent blazing in their eyes. If it wasn't for the clan head being there, they might have already jumped out to murder this brat who sullied the purity of the Phoenix clan. With an expression that indicated she had now fully understood the situation, the Phoenix clan head said, "No wonder you can open her phoenix nest." As they had bonded with each other, their auras naturally mixed. As a result, the aura of the woman's phoenix source lingered on Xianxia's body, which was enough to gain the approval of the phoenix nest, allowing him to enter. Of course, if enough time passed and the aura faded or dissipated, the phoenix nest would not be accessed so easily. It could only be said that the Phoenix clan member aura that lingered on Xianxia was just enough to get the approval of the phoenix nest. After listening to the Phoenix clan head's words, Xianxia suddenly understood too. "Senior, you mean that the reason why I could enter the phoenix nest is due to the remnants of my wife's aura?" She nodded lightly. "There is no other explanation than this." Xianxia nodded in agreement. In fact, he had made a guess when he entered the phoenix nest, but he wasn't that concerned about it because he was just too happy at that moment. This woman's words had just helped to confirm his initial suspicions. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense for him to be able to enter Su Yan's phoenix nest, but not Lu Yan's or Jiufeng's. Putting Jiufeng's aside, as Xianxia rarely interacted with her, he had actually quite often been together with Lu Yan. The only thing he lacked with her was the interchanging of auras. In that case, it was all thanks to Su Yan that he managed to enter the phoenix nest. The ancestral land. The Phoenix clan head murmured softly again. She would not have paid it any mind if she didn't know the whereabouts of other Phoenix clan members. But now that she knew there was one cultivating in the ancestral land, she felt it was time to find a way to bring her home. Martial Peak, Chapter 5309, Source and Bloodline. The Phoenix Empress didn't linger for long, and after inquiring as to how Xianxia was able to access the Phoenix nest, she turned and left. The majority of the Phoenix clan members were cold and aloof. Typically, they cultivated by themselves, without minding others' business. There were very few members who enjoyed being nosy like Huang Xinyan. There wouldn't be as many Phoenix clan members coming out to investigate if they hadn't noticed the odd occurrence in a Phoenix nest. Meanwhile, Xianxia was panicking. With the Phoenix clan head's presence, these Phoenix clan members dared not cause any trouble. At most, they would just glare at him. However, if she left, Xianxia guessed that he would be in for a lot of pain, judging by the posture of these phoenixes around him. He just couldn't understand how he had offended them. Usually, he could use his magnificent space secret techniques against the Black Ink clan, but in the face of the Phoenix clan, that might not be useful. So, before the Phoenix clan head stepped into her phoenix nest, Xianxia shouted, "Senior, please wait a moment. I have something to ask about my wife." The woman turned around in confusion. "What do you have to ask?" Xianxia rubbed his hands and replied awkwardly, There are too many people, so it's not convenient for us to speak here. Could we find a private place to speak, Senior?" The Phoenix clan head looked at him with a tiny smile on her face, aware of his intentions. Yet, she didn't think he was timid or a coward, as anybody would be afraid if they were glared at by so many phoenixes with hostile intents. It was already quite the smart move, being able to quickly think of a solution to save himself in a situation like this as a seventh-order human. Though the Phoenix clan members wouldn't kill him, beating him black and blue was a possibility. Thus, she nodded lightly and said, "Follow me." Without having to perform any action, a portal appeared in the void, followed by her entering it. Xianxia was overjoyed, and he hurriedly followed her. As he made his way through the crowd around him, he couldn't help but smile and say, "Excuse me, excuse me." The phoenixes didn't stop him, as it was clear that the clan head was offering him shelter. If they made the situation difficult for him, it would be the same as not respecting the clan head. Consequently, they could only give way, even though they felt tremendous indignation. Moments later, Yang Kai entered the portal as well. Huang Xinyang, who watched from start to finish, sneered, "He's quite the bold one." Yang Kai's situation was somewhat related to her, so she initially wanted to invite him to her phoenix nest to hide from the Phoenix clan members temporarily, but who knew this brat was bold enough to seek help from the clan head herself. He really doesn't see himself as an outsider here. Meanwhile, Feng Lu Lang, who was standing next to Xin Yang, frowned slightly. "He's too sly. I don't like him." The setting of Su Yan's Phoenix Nest and the current Phoenix clan head's Phoenix Nest were polar opposites. This place was scorchingly hot as dense fire principles filled the air. Yang Kai instantly understood that the current generation leader of the Phoenixes was a fire phoenix. He was still surveying the surroundings as he followed the Phoenix clan head into the Phoenix Nest when she asked, "Is there really something you wish to ask, or was that just an excuse?" In a more serious manner, Yang Kai replied, "I actually do have something to ask." In the previous moment of crisis, he didn't give it much thought because all he wanted to do was to use the status of the Phoenix clan head to escape. But now, he genuinely had a question. She nodded lightly. "Go on." Yang Kai then stated, "Xin Yang explained to me something about the Dragon Clan and my position there as a human with a dragon source. This junior would like to know what mindset the Phoenix Clan has in such circumstances. Does the Phoenix Clan also think that other races do not deserve the Phoenix Clan source and should be marginalized, if not eliminated?" Upon hearing that, she did not answer his question, but instead asked, "Do you know where both the dragon and Phoenix sources are from?" Yang Kai thought for a while and answered. Xin Yang said that Phoenix Clan sources are born from Phoenix nests. There are as many Phoenix Clan members as there are Phoenix nests. As for the Dragon Clan, do they come from the Dragon Pool? No one had told him about the origin of the dragon sources, but since the Dragon Pool was the root of the Dragon Clan, it was not surprising that Yang Kai thought of it this way. The Phoenix Clan head nodded. "Not bad. A Phoenix source originates from a Phoenix nest, whereas a dragon source comes from the Dragon Pool. This is one of the reasons our two clans are hailed as leaders of all divine spirits. Both dragons and phoenixes are extremely strong, and their numbers are quite large as well. Of course, this is in comparison to other divine spirits. Since you are a 7th-order open heaven realm human, I believe you have also come into contact with other divine spirits. But have you met a divine spirit clan that is as numerous and powerful as the Dragon Clan?" Yang Kai shook his head. Although the divine spirits he encountered couldn't be counted as many, they were unquestionably not few as well. For example, Zhu Jiuyin and Shanqing Luo were the only 2 members of the heavenly moon demon spider clan he knew of. Then there was the Mianming mother and her son pair. The divine spirits he saw in the grand ancient ruins boundary appeared mostly as individuals. There might be more of them. Likewise, there were likely to be clans that he hadn't noticed. Only the Kuin clan in the divine spirit ancestral land had a few more members, but there weren't more than 10 of them. In comparison, the dragons and phoenixes each had dozens of clansmen, which indeed made them far stronger and larger clans. Logically speaking, the more powerful a race, the more problems they would face in terms of reproduction, but the situation was somewhat different for the dragon and phoenix clans. Due to their ability to produce the dragon and phoenix sources, the Dragon Pool and Phoenix Nest were the foundation of these 2 clans. With more sources, naturally, there would be more clansmen, and as long as the Dragon Pool and the Phoenix Nest were not destroyed, both clans would never go extinct. In contrast, other divine spirits did not have such advantages. The continuation of their bloodline and reproduction solely depended on the bonding between clansmen. The Dragon and Phoenix clans could not only rely on the bonding of their clansmen, but also on the Dragon Pool and the Phoenix Nests. With these 2 supreme treasures, they would not end up like the diminishing of other divine spirits, even if their clans did not expand too much. The Dragon and Phoenix clans have produced a large number of clansmen over the ages, no less than tens of thousands of them. Among these clansmen, it is not unusual to encounter accidents outside which result in death. If they pass away, their blood and source will naturally be lost too. If the blood or source is acquired, refined, and integrated by a member of another race, it will lead to that individual having either a dragon or Phoenix clan bloodline. Of course, far more blood is lost than sources, so the former is much easier to come across than the latter. Xianxia nodded his head continuously in agreement, as he was one such example, so he resonated with her words deeply. In most cases, blood lost by the dragon and Phoenix clans will be obtained by you humans due to your enormous population and widespread activity. So, other than the pure-blooded in this world, there are also other living beings that have some dragon clan bloodline or Phoenix clan bloodline in them. Naturally, your descendants might carry a thin trace of the dragon clan bloodline or Phoenix clan bloodline. This is something that both the dragon clan and my Phoenix clan are aware of. A divine spirit's bloodline inheritance is incredibly mysterious. No matter how thin the bloodline is, given enough time, there will come a day when it will be purified and awakened. One becomes more and more like a dragon or phoenix as that day approaches, regardless of whether you are originally human or a member of any other race. However, bloodline alone is insufficient if one wishes to become a true dragon or phoenix. A source is also required. In reality, the source and bloodline are complementary. Those who possess a divine spirit source are definitely owners of a divine spirit bloodline, but many may have a divine spirit bloodline, but not necessarily own a source. Do you understand so far? Xianxia nodded. The source is the root, and the bloodline is the derivative of the source. Just like the flood dragons, though they have a dragon clan bloodline, they do not have dragon clan sources. Indeed, this is exactly how it works. However, if these flood dragons manage to purify their bloodline to a certain extent, a source can evolve from it. When that occurs, they can transform into a true dragon and become an official member of the dragon clan. So, does that mean if I could refine my dragon vein to a certain degree, I would officially be part of the dragon clan? Xianxia seemed to have some thoughts in his mind. The Phoenix clan head looked at him briefly and said, "You can put it that way. This is the same for the Phoenix clan as well." Xianxia couldn't help but think of Qing Yuan and others in the divine spirit ancestral land. According to the woman's words, existences like Qing Yuan and Yuan Chu all possess strong Phoenix clan bloodlines, which would only require one last step before evolving into sources. After taking that step, they would officially become pure-blooded Phoenix clan members. Of course, even if they didn't take this step, they were still powerful divine spirits. It is just that. You know how the Dragon Clan is. There is an abundance of living beings in this world with Dragon Clan bloodlines, whereas there are very few who have a Phoenix Clan bloodline. Xianxia gave an awkward laugh. It's the nature of a dragon to be lascivious. It's still acceptable if you solely possess a Dragon Clan bloodline. The Dragon Clan wouldn't care about that since there are many living beings that have a Dragon Clan bloodline as a result of the Dragon Clan's own actions. You, however, possess a dragon source, which means something to the Dragon Clan. If your source is taken away and returned to the Dragon Pool, the Dragon Clan will undoubtedly have an additional heir in the future. Xianxia frowned. The Dragon Clan do such things? To which she shook her head and replied, "Not anymore. If it was a long time ago, they would certainly do so. While it is also conceivable for you to strengthen your bloodline and eventually turn into a pure member of the Dragon Clan, that is merely a possibility. Instead of clinging to that faint hope, it was preferable for them to simply extract your source and return it to the Dragon Pool." The Phoenix Clan head was referring to an extremely ancient period when she said that it was a long time ago, but the Dragon Clan definitely did such things back then. However, given Xianxia's current standing, it was clear that the Dragon Clan didn't like him but wouldn't do anything to him either. What about the Phoenix Clan? This was the issue that Xianxia was concerned about. The Phoenix Clan head knew what he was thinking, so she smiled and said, "Rest assured, the Phoenix Clan will not be as unscrupulously as the Dragon Clan. Since your wife has the Phoenix Clan source, that is her opportunity, and it also means that she is a member of my Phoenix Clan. If she comes to cultivate in her Phoenix nest in the future, she will certainly be able to fully awaken her Phoenix Clan bloodline." Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing her words. The Phoenix Clan was indeed far more friendly than the Dragon Clan. My wife can come and cultivate in her phoenix nest? Kai asked again. Of course. She nodded. This was great news. Su Yin had already been cultivating in the divine spirit ancestral land for some time, which meant her strength must have been greatly increased. If she came to her phoenix nest to cultivate now, she might be able to purify her bloodline and become a pure-blooded Phoenix clan member. After all, her source was no ordinary source, but the source of a Phoenix Empress, even stronger than the woman in front of Kai now. He had to find a way to bring Su Yin and the others over here, but now that he was on Black Ink Battlefield, it was pretty challenging for him to do so. It seemed like he had to ask for a favor from the Phoenix clan. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5310, Open. After the matter was brought up to the Phoenix Empress, she smiled and replied, Even if you didn't ask, I would have done so. There is nothing I can do if I don't know the whereabouts of my clansmen, but now that I do, I will bring her back to the Phoenix nest. Pleasantly surprised, Kai quickly thanked her. More and more, he felt that the Dragon Clan's actions were unreasonable. Just look at the Phoenix Clan. The Phoenix Clan head herself had already made plans to fetch Su Yin, who is still currently in the ancestral land. Whereas for Kai, he came all the way here just to almost get punched by a member of the Dragon Clan upon his arrival at the no-return pass. It was just too much. She smiled and remained silent. She did not lie when she spoke earlier. She indeed sincerely wanted to fetch the human with the Phoenix Clan source back to the Phoenix nest to cultivate, hoping that she would be able to purify her bloodline and transform into a pure-blooded phoenix. One thing, though, was not mentioned. If that human was unable to become a pure-blooded phoenix, she would have to spend her entire life in the phoenix nest until she died. It was impossible for the Phoenix Clan to allow their sources to be leaked out anymore, so this was also a way for them to retrieve and retain them. Su Yin would be one of them, if she had the ability to transform into a pure-blooded phoenix. If not, her source would remain in the phoenix nest to produce new clansmen after Su Yin passed away from old age. Within a few days, the dragon pool will open, and there will certainly be battles. Are you prepared? The Phoenix Clan had abruptly shifted the topic out of concern that Kai would figure out the Phoenix Clan's hidden intent. Kai was a little confused. We need to fight to enter the dragon pool. The woman shook her head and replied, There is no need to fight to enter it, but there will always be battles inside the dragon pool. Kai continued to ask humbly, Senior, would you care to further enlighten me? The Phoenix Clan had paused briefly, as if debating whether or not to tell him. But even if she didn't, Kai would soon find out when he entered the dragon pool. So, she continued, the Dragon Clan's route is the dragon pool, so cultivating inside is significantly beneficial to purifying a dragon's bloodline. This results in the Dragon Clan members battling for the few available slots every time the dragon pool is accessible. There was a limited number of spots available in the dragon pool. No one told Kai about this before, but he had guessed it himself. Otherwise, Ji Lao Sin would not have blocked him on his way to the no-return pass. Just like how Huang Xinyang said, Ji Lao San had waited for this opportunity for a very long time. But just when his turn finally arrived, his spot was snatched by Kai. How could Ji Lao San tolerate it? In general, when the dragon pool opens, a portion of the young dragons and a number of grand dragons will enter. As for the ancient dragons, it wouldn't help much even if they cultivated in the dragon pool since their bloodlines are already close to the peak. As such, no ancient dragons will enter the dragon pool. As far as I know, there are 3 spots for young dragons and 10 for grand dragons. Ji Lao San had one of them, but his spot was taken by you. The Phoenix Clan head cast a thoughtful glance towards Kai, as if to suggest that Kai should now understand why Ji Lao San was after him. Kai simply listened in silence. After all, he sort of figured this out already. Unlike our phoenix nests, which are visible to the naked eye, the dragon pool is a mysterious place. Since ancient times, only Dragon Clan members have been able to connect with it and open it. It is also solely the Dragon Clan members who have entered the dragon pool who would know exactly what the dragon pool is like. Even the Phoenix Clan is not fully aware of the details. That being said, from what I understand, the deeper you dive into the dragon pool, the greater the benefits you can obtain. So, when you enter the dragon pool, you should head as deep as you can. Who knows? You might be able to gain something unexpected if you can dive deep enough. Since fighting is inevitable in the dragon pool, and the dragon clan also loves battling, your time in the dragon pool might not be easy. Hearing this warning, Xianxia was unconcerned and declared lightly, "As long as no ancient dragon enters, none of them can be my opponent." Xianxia was also a grand dragon, so why would he be afraid of other young and grand dragons in the dragon pool? After entering the dragon pool, those dragon clan members would be fine if they didn't make trouble for him, but if they dared to do so, they would definitely be humiliating themselves. The Phoenix clan head appeared to want to warn him about something, but after some consideration, she replied as she softly nodded, "Fair enough. That is all I know about the dragon pool." With a courteous bow, Xianxia said, "Many thanks, Senior, for enlightening me." The woman simply waved her hand and replied, "You must be worth it since the human race is willing to send you here. Even though the dragon and Phoenix clan are different from you humans, everyone's stance on the black ink battlefield remains the same. You would have learned of these things when you entered the dragon pool, even if I didn't mention them to you." Shaking his head, Xianxia insisted, "No matter what, it is always better to be prepared than to have to make decisions on the spot." The Phoenix clan head smiled lightly. "I'll let you know when the dragon pool is about to open." Xianxia understood her implications. Then, "This junior shall not disturb Senior anymore." Saying so, he flew off and found a quiet spot in her phoenix nest. After sitting down cross-legged, he started to rest. He didn't refine or absorb the ambient spaced-out essence here, because he had already gained enough from Su Yan's phoenix nest, so it would be pointless to do so again. Instead, he needed to figure out how to digest and absorb his recent gains. Besides, the Phoenix clan head was kind enough to allow him to temporarily take refuge in her home. It would be extremely ungrateful of him to also try to steal her belongings. Several days went by. As Xianxia was reflecting on the Tao of space, a voice sounded in his ears. "The dragon pool will soon be opened. You should go." As the words sounded, the void in front of Xianxia rippled and a portal formed. Xianxia instantly stood up, paid his respects to the Phoenix clan head, then stepped through the portal. Looking at the place where Xianxia disappeared, the woman closed the portal while thinking to herself, "This time, the dragon clan will probably have to suffer a bit." The dragon clan was unable to determine what kind of source Xianxia had refined because he hadn't shown any of its aura since arriving at the No Return Pass. So, they only thought of it as any ordinary dragon source. After all, the dragon clan had left behind a sizable number of sources outside, many of which now belonged to living beings that had a dragon clan bloodline. Those sources were not conceived by the dragon pool, but rather born after a bloodline had reached a sufficient purity. The dragon clan didn't know about his source, but the Phoenix clan head had some guesses, because he was able to access that phoenix nest. In ancient times, a dragon emperor and phoenix empress of a certain generation sacrificed their lives to seal a black ink giant spirit god. They had fallen at that time, and their sources vanished along with the shattering of the void. Back then, the Black Ink clan was threatening the 3,000 worlds. Consequently, the Dragon and Phoenix clans lacked the time and resources necessary to search for the Emperor and Empress sources due to the urgency of the situation. After many years, when the situation finally stabilized, no traces remained to be followed. The Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress source of that generation were thus lost forever. However, based on the situation of the Phoenix Nest, even though the Phoenix Empress source was missing, it should still exist somewhere. Otherwise, the corresponding Phoenix Nest would also be destroyed if the source had been destroyed. Since the Phoenix Nest remained, it indicated that the source was safe. Only its location remained unknown. Now, many years later, a human boy with a dragon source arrived at the No Return Pass, received the approval of that generation's Phoenix Empress Phoenix Nest, and easily entered it. There were several indicators that suggested the source refined by this human should be that generation's Dragon Emperors. Since the sources of the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress were lost at the same time, it was no surprise that they would be found at the same time too. If this was the case, those trivial grand dragons would be no match for him, and even the ancient dragons of the Dragon Clan might face a lot of pressure in front of him. At this moment, dozens of the Dragon Clan members had gathered in the massive square of the no-return pass. However, except for a few young dragons, all other Dragon Clan members had transformed into their human forms. Those few young dragons lacked the proper fine control over their power, so they found it less energy-consuming to simply remain in their dragon form. Though they were titled young dragons, some were several thousands of meters long. Some were hovering above the square, while some were curled up nearby, dragon pressure lingering in the air. In the square, 5 statues had been erected, all of them in the form of a true dragon, with the only difference being their color. One was red, another was white, one was gold, then green, and finally black. They were lifelike despite being statues, and at first glance they looked like genuine Dragon Clan members. The 5 statues formed a circle around the square, the mystery behind this unknown. Other than the statues, the Dragon Clan members had all gathered, including the 3 ancient dragons that Xianxia saw the other day. When Xianxia approached, the Dragon Clan members seemed to be making some preparations, and the 3 ancient dragons were each murmuring something. There was no room for any mistakes because the opening of the dragon pool was a huge affair to the Dragon Clan. Xianxia didn't stand on ceremony at all, flying straight over to Xianxia after a quick glance around and asking, "I'm not late, right?" Xianxia was concentrating when he heard the voice. As he turned his head to see that it was Xianxia, his expression darkened with rage. When Xianxia first came to the no-return pass, Xianxia was humiliated by him. He was a grand dragon, yet a 7th-order human actually grabbed and carried him by the neck as if he was a common chicken. His dignity was fully swept away under the attention of all the Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan. Every time he thought of the scene that day, he felt so humiliated that he wanted to cough up blood. Today's unexpected encounter with Xianxia was just like meeting an old enemy face to face. He was so enraged that he almost transformed into a grand dragon to fight it out with him again. Fortunately, he understood that now was not the time to act impulsive, so he kept his temper under control, snorted bitterly, and disregarded Xianxia directly. Despite being rebuffed, Xianxia acted like he and Xianxia were close friends, and he chatted nonstop. "Your brother Ji, right? We've met before. Could you tell me what to look out for when entering the dragon pool? This is my first time, and I don't even know what to do after entering dragon pool. If brother Ji knows something, please teach me a thing or two." Xianxia gave him a cool look while remaining silent. Xianxia then continued with pursed lips, "Brother Ji, you are a Dragon Clan member after all. You wouldn't be that petty, right? The previous occasion was really a minor misunderstanding. Why take it personally? If nothing works, I am willing to be carried by the neck by you once." As the saying went, never mention someone's pain. No matter how good Xianxia's self-control was, he couldn't bear it anymore and shouted, "You court death." With an innocent expression, Xianxia blinked at him and asked, "Why is brother Ji so angry?" Just as Xianxia was about to speak, one of the ancient dragons abruptly opened his eyes and glared in their direction. He did not say a word, but the coercion in his silence was replete with warnings. Xianxia froze, whereas Xianxia quickly controlled his demeanor. Martial Peak, Chapter 5311, Entering the Dragon Pool. It would not be wise for Xianxia to enrage an ancient dragon at this time, so after he sensed the warning, he immediately stopped talking. What was currently taking place should be the Dragon Pool's opening ceremony, a cumbersome, long, and boring ritual. While the whole Dragon Clan was paying full attention, Xianxia was incredibly disinterested. Despite having a dragon vein, he was born human, making it challenging for him to comprehend the current mood of the Dragon Clan. Finally, after half a day, the ceremony finally seemed to be winding down. Together, the 3 ancient dragons opened their eyes, and the middle one yelled, "Today marks the opening of the Dragon Pool, which will harness the ancestral power to aid dragon descendants to strengthen their bloodline. May our descendants continue endlessly, and our clan last forever." Immediately after, there were endless, continuous dragon roars. These roars shook the no-return pass, and dragon pressure filled the air. At the same time, the 5 enormous dragon statues that were in the square underwent an odd change. They were obviously statues, yet they appeared to be coming to life at this very moment, all of their eyes shining brightly. Xianxia noticed a faint tremble of the dragon source in his body, as if it was somehow connected to one of the statues. He couldn't help but be in shock, and as he focused his gaze on the statues, noticing that the one that had some kind of connection with his source was the dazzling golden statue. While cultivating in the divine spirit ancestral land's black ink sealing land, inside the Dragon Clan's sacred treasure, the Crystal Palace, Xianxia witnessed the ancient battle where the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress of old suppressed and sealed a black ink giant spirit god. From that, he knew that the source he possessed belonged to the Dragon Emperor of that generation, the Golden Divine Dragon. Naturally, given the circumstances, he was bound to make some associations. Those 5 statues were all of the different colors, yet the golden one was connected with him. If that's the case, these 5 statues were dragon emperors from different generations? Otherwise, there is no way to explain this sensation. In other words, there have been a total of 5 dragon emperors in the Dragon Clan's history. Undoubtedly, this number was quite small compared to the number of top human masters, but to the Dragon Clan, it was already quite a high number due to their long lifespans. It had to be acknowledged that a dragon emperor was the strongest in the entire clan. So if there weren't any accidents, such a master would only pass away due to old age. Since ancient times, the Dragon Clan had had 5 dragon emperors in succession. There should also be one in this generation, but Xianxia had yet to see him and was unsure of his whereabouts in the no-return pass. The connection he felt was extremely subtle, which should also be undetectable by other Dragon Clan members according to their reaction. Xianxia focused hard on it, but couldn't feel anything special about it. While he was in deep concentration, the 3 ancient dragons of the Dragon Clan all shook their bodies and assumed their dragon forms. Young dragons, grand dragons, ancient dragons, and divine dragons were the different divisions of the Dragon Clan. The length of their body alone could reveal their cultivation. They were young dragons if they were below 10,000 meters. They were grand dragons if they were between 10,000 and 50,000 meters. The ancient dragons range from 50,000 meters to 100,000 meters, with anyone at or above 100,000 meters being a divine dragon. The strongest master among the divine dragons was the Dragon Emperor. For instance, Ji Lao San's dragon form, which measured close to 50,000 meters when he previously transformed, could be deemed the upper bound of being a grand dragon. If he entered the dragon pool this time, he would certainly ascend to the ranks of ancient dragon. It was for this reason that Xianxia was blocked outside the no-return pass by him. How could Ji Lao San easily let this go when Xianxia had taken his chance to ascend? Of course, the dragon pool would still open in the future, but nobody knew how long it would take. The 3 ancient dragons had obviously been cultivating for a very long time, so they had basically reached the 100,000 meters limit. If they had fully transformed to their original size, the no-return pass might not be able to contain them. So, the 3 ancient dragons didn't assume their full, transformed state and instead restricted their size to about 10,000 meters long. Still, they were tremendously intimidating. Xianxia was shaken by the sight. Although he had never witnessed these 3 ancient dragons battling, their might should be greater than that of any 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master he encountered, judging just by the intensity of their auras. He couldn't help but wonder how long the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters might survive against such existences without succumbing. The disadvantages of the Divine Spirits were very clear. Their long lifespan meant slower growth. However, their long lifespan was also advantageous to them, as they were basically unbeatable compared to masters of equivalent realm due to their powerful physique and their long accumulation. Not to mention, the Dragon Clan was the leader of all divine spirits. Therefore, they were even more powerful than regular divine spirits. All 3 ancient dragons had different colors. One was black, one was green, and another was cyan. The variation in color symbolized the variation in their source attributes, such as Xianxia, whose source attribute was gold, or more generally, metal, which made his innate abilities sharper and more deadly. Transformed into their dragon forms, the three ancient dragons hovered back and forth in the air while various secret techniques were activated that caused time to fall into chaos. Xianxia didn't know what they were doing, but it was quite obvious that they were opening the dragon pool. The Phoenix clan had previously claimed that unlike the phoenix nests, which were basically attached to the immortal parasol tree and were visible to the naked eye, the dragon pool was a mysterious and magical location that could only be reached by the dragon clan. However, Xianxia clearly felt the existence of the dragon pool in the void, which meant it was not an ethereal existence and could still be sensed. How can this be explained? He couldn't understand and was too lazy to figure it all out. After all, he was not a pure-blooded Dragon Clan member, so he didn't know a lot of the secrets of the Dragon Clan. The 5 Dragon Emperor statues grew more and more lifelike as a result of the 3 ancient dragons' actions. The magical power from the statues quickly infused and converged into one. Xianxia stared and observed that the power was slowly rotating amongst the 5 statues, its speed increasing more and more. Less than an incense stick later, a vortex-like portal appeared in the center of the 5 statues. Xianxia felt an incredibly violent force emanating from that vortex, and he knew in his heart that this was the entrance to the dragon pool. The force was so strong that even he dared not underestimate it. Looking around, all the Dragon Clan members had no reactions, as if they were just waiting. After another moment, the whirling vortex settled and transformed into a stable portal. Immediately, the ancient dragon who had just spoken roared, "The dragon pool is opened. Enter now." As soon as he completed his sentence, 3 figures flashed in the direction of the vortex, followed by 10 more afterwards. Xianxia could clearly see that the 3 figures in front had comparatively weak auras, and he assumed that those were the young dragons, while the 10 figures behind who had much stronger auras that were practically identical to his own were the grand dragons. The reason why there were fewer young dragons and more grand dragons was because the Dragon Clan had difficulty reproducing. And as a result of the Dragon Clan's long lifespan, the number of grand dragons greatly exceeded the young dragons after the accumulation of years and centuries. Just like what the Phoenix Clan head told Xianxia, there were 3 young dragon slots and 10 grand dragon slots during this opening of the dragon pool. Since Xianxia had taken Jilao San's slot, there should only be 9 grand dragons entering the dragon pool. However, there were 10 that entered just now. Jilao San, who was standing next to Xianxia, hurried to the front of all the grand dragons, as though he was worried that if he took any longer, he wouldn't be allowed to enter. What is going on? Xianxia was stunned. He was also unsure of if there was a limit to the number of individuals who were permitted to enter the dragon pool, or if it wouldn't make a difference if there was one more. But at this point, he knew he couldn't fall behind. If there really was a limit to the dragon pool's capacity and only 13 individuals could enter, he could only stare blankly at them if these 13 went in before him. Although the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and the Dragon Clan had reached an agreement and Xianxia wouldn't be left out like this, there was always room for precaution. As his thoughts flashed, he immediately disappeared from his original spot and appeared on top of the vortex, plunging in headfirst. This scene stunned all the Dragon Clan members, especially the 3 ancient dragons, who shook their heads incessantly. This human really wouldn't obey their rules. The Dragon Clan had no means to leave him out and had simply added another slot. However, everyone in the dragon pool would receive fewer advantages as a result because the amount of benefits to be had by cultivating in the dragon pool was fixed. The more people who went in, the fewer benefits each would receive. To have 3 young dragons and 10 grand dragons was the maximum limit. It was difficult for the Dragon Clan members to reject the humans sending over someone with a dragon source. They initially wanted to let Jilao San give up his place, but after giving it some thought, they decided to just add another slot. He was just a human after all. Even if he managed to refine a dragon source, the benefits he could gain from entering the dragon pool should be limited. Hence, it would not affect the others in the grand scheme of things. Every time the dragon pool was opened previously, the young dragons would enter first, followed by the grand dragons. But now, that human ran in first. It couldn't be helped, though, as he was proficient with the Tao of Space. The whole thing happened so quickly that even the three ancient dragons were not able to stop him. Still, his actions made the ancient dragon's expression darken, and they secretly made the decision to never agree to such a request from the human race again, no matter the compensation offered. What does he think the dragon pool is? Behind Xianxia, the three young dragons and 10 grand dragons followed and entered the dragon pool orderly in an extremely quick manner. After every acknowledged dragon clan member entered the dragon pool, the three ancient dragons sealed the portal. It would take several years before the portal would reopen. When it was opened next, there would hopefully be an increase in the number of grand dragons and ancient dragons. At least 2 of the 10 grand dragons had a chance to join the ranks of the ancient dragons by their calculations. The other grand dragons were still short on their accumulations and had only entered the dragon pool this time to strengthen their bloodline. It wouldn't be until the next time that these grand dragons would have a chance to break through. Xianxia was wrong when he made the assumption that the dragon clan only had 3 ancient dragons. After all, how was it possible that there were just 3 of them after so many years of accumulation? It was just that these 3 were the oldest and the strongest, so they were the leaders of the dragon clan, in charge of all day-to-day activities, including the dragon pool's opening. Inside the dragon pool, Xianxia was shocked. He couldn't help but feel strangely at home as soon as he arrived at this place. Compared to what he experienced in the Star Boundary, it was entirely different here. After all, he wasn't exactly born in the Star Boundary, though he considered it his home. But in the dragon pool, Xianxia had a feeling like he had returned to his mother's womb, which helped him to relax both mentally and physically. It might be due to the magical power of the dragon pool that Xianxia, without taking the initiative, transformed into his grand dragon form the moment he entered. It seemed like they could only exist in their dragon forms in this place. His over 35,000 meters dragon form indicated that he was quite strong even among the grand dragons. Xianxia didn't take any action immediately and instead silently assessed his body while sensing his surroundings. His dragon vein was oddly active, a sign of his bloodline surging. On the other hand, the environment around him felt like an extremely deep pool with water all around him. Is this how the dragon pool got its name? Marshall Peak, Chapter 53:12 Depths. The water in the pool did not appear to be ordinary. Instead, it had an unusual power that, if absorbed and refined, would greatly help a dragon enhance their bloodline. Xianxia faintly understood why the dragon clan valued the dragon pool so much. This place could strengthen a dragon's bloodline power, and it also existed as the root of the dragon clan, so it was not surprising that they considered it sacred. Before he could savor the wonders held in the dragon pool's water, there was a burst of dragon roars all around, followed by the forms of true dragons appearing all around. After following him into the dragon pool, the 3 young dragons and the 10 grand dragons also transformed into their dragon form involuntarily, just like him. The young dragons were all less than 10,000 meters long, while the grand dragons ranged in length from 25,000 meters to close to 50,000 meters long. As soon as these dragons entered the dragon pool, they immediately dispersed and surrounded Xianxia. What's going on? Xianxia scrutinized his surroundings with his large dragon eyes. The aura of the grand dragons locked Xianxia, and it was obvious that they had malicious intentions. Since it was inconvenient to attack me outside, are they trying to take action now that we are in the dragon pool? It seemed that the Phoenix clan head's warning about battle occurring in the dragon pool was true. It wouldn't be that easy for him to gain benefits from this place as a human. One of them was a familiar black dragon, who appeared to be Lao-san. Lao-san had shown his dragon form outside the no-return pass, though he was quickly forced back into his human form after being captured by Xianxia. Despite this, Xianxia would not forget this dragon form so quickly. As Lao-san narrowed his eyes, he stared at Xianxia fiercely, and after moments of struggling, he let out a dragon roar. The top 10,000 meters of the dragon pool is yours. If you dare to dive any deeper, don't blame us for not being polite with you. Xianxia listened in a daze. For Xianxia, who was 35,000 meters long in his dragon form, 10,000 meters of space was naturally insufficient. Even if he coiled himself up tight, it would still take more than 10,000 meters of space for him to fit. Ji Laoshan clearly did not have his best interests in mind when he gave this ultimatum. This should be a consensus of all Dragon Clan members as they roared incessantly after those words left Ji Laoshan's mouth. Their dragon pressure in the air flowing towards Xianxia. The dragon pressure was very useful when it came to opponents with a weaker bloodline, even if they were stronger in terms of cultivation. Xianxia's own dragon pressure played a significant role when he was dealing with Zhu Qing's dragon clan previously. It was evident from the dragon pressure of Ji Laoshan and others that their bloodlines were extremely strong since they succeeded in ascending to the rank of Grand Dragon. Any Grand Dragon, including those just below 50,000 meters, would not be able to sustain themselves being enveloped by that much dragon pressures. Even Xianxia felt a lot of pressure, but he was still able to resist it. After warning Xianxia, Ji Laoshan stared at him fiercely again, flicked his dragon tail, and plunged down to the depths of the dragon pool, followed by the other grand dragons and young dragons. Before leaving, Ji Laoshan's eyes gave off the impression that he was still unwilling and reluctant. In truth, he had petitioned for all the grand dragons to immediately team up after entering the dragon pool to force Xianxia out, preventing him from exploiting the Dragon Clan's benefits. Battle was inevitable in the dragon pool, and besides, the Dragon Clan was not a submissive race. The Dragon Clan frequently engaged in deadly battles each time the dragon pool was opened in an effort to occupy a better position, with the winner being able to gain more advantages. However, the three ancient dragon elders rejected this idea. After all, the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm old ancestors were the ones who arranged this whole thing, and they had paid quite the price in order to send Xianxia over. Furthermore, the three ancient dragons knew that Xianxia, as a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, seemed to be important to the human race's upcoming crusade in some way. If they outright forced him out without allowing him to gain any advantages, it would be hard for them to explain to the human race. Since he couldn't be forced out, the only option was to let him stay in the dragon pool's shallowest part. Although not much, there would be benefits for him in this situation, and it wouldn't harm the Dragon Clan's interests. Thus, they wouldn't be violating their deal with the human race. Regarding this way of handling the situation, Ji Laoshan was somewhat reluctant because Xianxia shamed him so greatly that all he wanted was to rip him to pieces to vent his rage. However, he had to comply with the elder's words while deep down, he hoped that Xianxia wouldn't be so obedient so that he would have an opportunity to discipline him and reclaim the dignity he had lost. On the other hand, Xianxia was left helpless as the grand dragons and young dragons dove deeper into the dragon pool. He was not an idiot, though. Since Ji Laoshan allowed him to occupy the dragon pool's shallowest place and prevented him from descending any further down, didn't that indicate that there were more advantages to be had by diving further? Xianxia was naturally unconcerned about Ji Laoshan's threat. How could Ji Laoshan speak against him like this after being defeated? As long as these Dragon Clan members didn't join forces, he feared nothing. He did not, however, instantly dive deeper into the dragon pool because he wanted to verify his theory, so he remained in place and silently observed the situation. The water around the pool did indeed have a marvelous power concealed within, and this power clearly benefited no other living beings than the Dragon Clan. When his dragon vein pulsed, Xianxia could clearly feel the magical power in the dragon pool being absorbed into his body, enhancing his own bloodline and purifying it. The dragon pool was simply a cultivation paradise for the Dragon Clan. Even if one did nothing in this place, their bloodline could be rapidly enhanced. In addition, this was only the shallowest part of the dragon pool, so what would happen if he went deeper? Having noticed the effect of the cultivating at this shallow part of the dragon pool, Xianxia wasted no time and swept down with a flick of his body. But he frowned immediately after. He initially wanted to manipulate space principles to hurry deeper, but was taken aback when the space principles which he usually used at any time and anywhere could not be activated in this place. Is there some kind of restriction in the dragon pool? After trying several attempts, He confirmed that he couldn't manipulate space principles here at all. In this dragon pool, it appeared that only the dragon clan's different techniques could be used. Xianxia couldn't help but chuckle. He was wondering how Ji Laoshan had the audacity to speak to him so condescendingly after being defeated so badly, but now he understood. Xianxia originally thought that it was because there were a lot of allies on Ji Laoshan's side, but now he knew that it was due to the dragon pool's restrictions on any external forces. Ji Laoshan, a grand dragon with a dragon form of close to 50,000 meters, would really not be scared of him, who is only 35,000 meters long. In this place, if they both could only rely on the techniques of the Dragon Clan. With a quick thought, the back of Xianxia's right claw slightly heated up, and the great sun mark appeared on it. His thoughts flashed again, and on his other dragon claw, the great moon mark appeared. It seemed like the dragon pool couldn't restrict these marks from the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer. But this was only natural, as the burning light and serene glimmer were the ancestors of all divine spirits. Consequently, no matter how great the dragon pool was, it could not restrict the marks granted by both these ancestors. Xianxia had only wanted to test whether he could access the two marks in the dragon pool, but when he really activated them, he discovered that the magical power contained in the water of the dragon pool rapidly began flowing into the two marks. His own source swiftly surged, and another dormant power in his body reawakened, fused into his bloodline. It purified it at an astonishing speed. Xianxia was tremendously shocked. He previously used these two marks given by the burning light and serene glimmer to condense purifying light, with the great sun mark absorbing the yellow crystal's power and the great moon mark absorbing the blue crystal's power. Purifying light could be formed under the fusion of the purest yin and yang. Xianxia was surprised by these two marks when he was blocked by Ji Laoshan. Under the activation of these marks, Ji Laoshan was immediately powerless to resist. Now, there was another new pleasant surprise. These two marks were able to absorb the mysterious power of the dragon pool. With these two marks, Xianxia could benefit more from the dragon pool than any other Dragon Clan member. As for the power that was reawakened in his body, it was the power given to him by Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan when they left the chaotic dead territory the first time. Xianxia knew nothing about it, except that this power could greatly help the enhancement of his bloodline. This power had already been awakened twice before, once right after he left the chaotic dead territory, and again when his dragon bead cracked in battle. Both times, this power had greatly enhanced his bloodline. It also rapidly repaired the damage to his dragon bead, fixing what would normally have taken hundreds or even thousands of years in less than a decade. However, that power was simply too profound and mysterious, as it did not run out once his dragon bead was restored and instead just fell dormant again. Now, it was once again reawakened with the guidance of the dragon pool. This power already served the purpose of purifying one's bloodline. So coupled with the power of the dragon pool, Xianxia instantly felt tingles all over, like he was shedding his former body and being reborn. His bloodline was clearly being enhanced at an astonishing speed. His dragon bones made audible cracking sounds, his dragon scales shivered slightly, and dragon blood oozed out from his skin. He certainly felt that his dragon form was growing. However, this situation didn't last long, and less than an hour later, due to the great sun and moon mark's incredible absorption rate, the power in the water of the dragon pool was significantly reduced. This reduction caused the just awakened power to slowly fall dormant once more. In his heart, Xianxia understood the mysterious force granted to him by Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. The great sun and moon marks and the dragon pool's power all needed to work in tandem. The dragon pool's power was the stimulant that awakened the mysterious power, and his marks were the beacons which drew in the water's power. Thus, in order to continue strengthening himself, he needed more dragon pool power. However, after his intense absorption, there was not much dragon pool power left nearby. So, it would not be as effective if he remained and continued to absorb the power from there. When Xianxia inspected himself, he realized that his dragon form had increased by about 20 to 30 meters in this short period of time. An increase 20 or 30 meters to a body that was 35,000 meters long was nothing, but this was just the beginning. After releasing the Great Sun and Moon marks, Xianxia looked down with his dragon eyes. The dragon pool power deeper down should be far denser than it is here, since Jilao San and the rest all rushed down there. Without hesitation, Xianxia flicked his tail and rushed down to the depths of the dragon pool. How would Xianxia care about Jilao San's warning? The most important thing right now was to gain as many benefits as possible from the dragon pool. Martial Peak, Chapter 53:13, Passing Through. As Xianxia guessed, the deeper he went into the dragon pool, the more intense the mystical power became. However, he did not have any intentions to stop. Since he knew this, it was obvious that the deeper he dove, the better. This might be the only time he could ever enter the dragon pool. Thus, he should endeavor to reap as many benefits as possible. The dragon pool seemed bottomless, and Xianxia dove down tens of thousands of meters, but still saw no signs of any of the other Dragon Clan members. It made him wonder if the space inside the dragon pool was somehow distorted. There were 3 young dragons and 10 grand dragons who just came in. There should be no reason why there were no signs of them. Finally, after several thousand more meters, Xianxia finally came across Dragon Clan members. 2 young dragons, both at only around 7,000 to 8,000 meters long, were fighting. They did not use any peculiar secret techniques, and simply used their physical strength. Xianxia arrived just as the 2 young dragons were engaged in a fierce melee. They roared as they clawed each other ruthlessly as dragon scales were torn off and dragon blood splashed everywhere. Xianxia was surprised as he did not expect that the Dragon Clan's internal clashes would be so violent and bloody. Xianxia could guess that they were fighting for this spot. This place was already several tens of thousands of meters deep into the dragon pool, which appeared to be limits of these young dragons. Although they could get more benefits if they went further down, they might not be able to withstand the pressure. They could grow rapidly by purifying their bloodline at the physical limit of their bodies, so the deeper position in the dragon pool would only belong to the one who was strongest. The 2 young dragons were about the same size and strength, and were in an intense fight when Xianxia arrived. The 2 young dragons seemed to sense Xianxia's aura and suddenly stopped fighting. They turned their heads towards him, and one of them shouted angrily, "How dare you come down here?" The other young dragon also roared, "Get out of here. I'll teach you a lesson." Xianxia's huge dragon form passed between them, and with a swipe of his dragon tail, he sent the 2 young dragons flying. How dare these 2 young dragons of less than 10,000 meters speak so disrespectfully to him? They were so ignorant that Xianxia did not even bother to reply to them. When Xianxia dashed past them, the 2 young dragons tumbled as their vitality roiled. They stared momentarily in the direction that Xianxia disappeared before they suddenly roared in unison and rushed towards each other to continue their struggle. They were too weak to be Xianxia's opponents, so since their warnings were ignored, they did not try to stop him. There were other grand dragons deeper down who would naturally drive Xianxia away. The fight was in full swing, with the winner getting to stay while the loser would have to retreat. Xianxia went down another 10,000 meters and encountered the 3rd young dragon. For this opening of the dragon pool, only 3 young dragons had entered. The strength of the previous 2 was hardly worth mentioning, as they were only between 7,000 and 8,000 meters long. Thus, they were obviously still far from becoming grand dragons. However, this 3rd one was about to advance. Xianxia took a quick glance and saw that this young dragon's body size was over 9,000 meters long. If nothing untoward happened, he would break through to the grand dragon rank by the end of this dragon pool session. This was also the reason why he could cultivate at this depth without any worries, because he was much stronger than the 2 young dragons above and could occupy a deeper position. On the contrary, the earlier 2 young dragons had to fight for the best position above. This young dragon was more sensible than his companions. When he sensed Xianxia's aura approaching, not only did he not try to stop him and simply made way for him, he was not looking for trouble, and Xianxia naturally also did not bother him. So he just brushed past the young dragon and continued down deeper. This time, Xianxia did not encounter a grand dragon until he dove another 100,000 meters down. However, this grand dragon was less than 20,000 meters in length, so he should be one of the weaker grand dragons. This grand dragon wanted to stop Xianxia, but after looking at Xianxia's more than 35,000 meters golden dragon form, he restrained himself. Within the dragon clan, golden dragons were known for their ferocity and lethality. With the same bloodline purity and same body size, none could defeat a golden dragon. Xianxia was almost twice his size, so he knew that he was no match. The main thing was that Xianxia seemed to be diving deeper and was not trying to steal his territory. Xianxia continued his descent and came across two more grand dragons who simply made way. So far, his journey was uneventful. Xianxia realized a pattern as he dove deeper. The young dragons were separated by about 10,000 meters of depth, while the grand dragons were about 100,000 meters apart. Every 100,000 meters, there was a grand dragon, so it could be said that the power of the dragon pool within 100,000 meters was owned by the dragon clan member who took up station there. This should be a dragon clan rule passed down from ancient times. Xianxia was outraged when he realized this. How could Ji Lao San only permit him the top 10,000 meters of space? That wasn't even enough for him to stretch his body. Such impudence. However, Xianxia was alarmed at how deep the dragon pool was. He was already hundreds of thousands of meters deep and still was nowhere close to the bottom. Could it be that the dragon pool was millions of meters deep? Did it even have a bottom? He swam through the territories of two more grand dragons before he was finally stopped by one. This grand dragon was about the size of Xianxia, around 35,000 meters long. When this grand dragon saw Xianxia approaching from above, he was furious and roared, "Your courage isn't small. How dare you come down here?" He did not waste any time and lunged towards Xianxia with his dragon claws. With a 35,000 meters long dragon form, these dragon claws were both enormous and sharp. Even if Xianxia was also a grand dragon, he would lose a chunk of flesh if he was hit by these claws. When he attacked, the grand dragon also activated his dragon pressure as he rushed towards Xianxia. Xianxia had expected such a situation. Earlier, he did not encounter any obstacles because those young dragons and grand dragons felt that they were not his match and would only make fools of themselves if they attacked him. Now that this grand dragon was similar in size, it was only normal that he was challenged. Since his opponent had used his dragon pressure, Xianxia did not hesitate to use his source to counter. However, this time he did not use the Great Sun and Great Moon marks as there was no need to. Xianxia had felt threatened when the 10 grand dragons collaborated to pressure him, but it was totally different now that they were one-on-one. When the invisible dragon pressure hit him, Xianxia was totally unaffected. On the contrary, the grand dragon that initiated the attack became frozen in place with his claws extended. Xianxia slapped his claw on the grand dragon's enormous head and unleashed a violent strike, which sent the grand dragon flying away, leaving deep gashes and cracking many dragon scales on his opponent in the process. The grand dragon roared painfully, and when he finally managed to stabilize himself and turned to look around, he only saw the figure of Xianxia continuing down into the depths of the dragon pool. He did not dare to pursue and just stopped in place, shocked and shaken by the encounter. There was simply no comparison between their dragon pressures, which was akin to a competition of their respective bloodline power and the might of their source. Although the dragon clan knew that Xianxia had a dragon source, they just assumed it as an ordinary source. Even if a human had the opportunity to integrate a common dragon source, he would still not amount to much. At the most, he could have some characteristics and abilities of the dragon clan and cultivate some of the dragon clan's divine abilities. They still believed this human to be incomparable to the true members of the dragon clan. They were astonished when they first saw that Xianxia's dragon form was actually 35,000 meters in length. Very few humans could refine their dragon vein to this extent. However, the moment their dragon pressures were compared, this grand dragon knew that everyone in the dragon clan had greatly underestimated this human. Xianxia's dragon pressure was far stronger than his, which meant that either his bloodline power or his source was significantly more powerful. The strength of one's bloodline was intuitively represented in the size of the dragon. The stronger and purer the bloodline, the larger the body, which was why the grand dragons had to go deeper into the dragon pool to cultivate compared to the young dragons. The dragon pool was of great help in refining their bloodline. Between him and Xianxia, there was essentially no difference in their size, which meant there was a negligible difference in their bloodline power. That meant that it was all about their sources. The opponent's source was far superior to his own. The Grand Dragon was slightly lost in his thoughts. However, more than anything, he was curious about what dragon source this human had managed to acquire. How could the dragon source owned by a mere human be more powerful than that of pure-blooded dragon? Moreover, it was a significant difference between them. Did this human manage to find the source of a divine dragon? How could that be? Throughout the ages, the dragon clan did not have many divine dragons, with most of them only managing to become ancient dragons. A divine dragon was among the most powerful existences in the universe, so it was basically impossible for a divine dragon to die outside and lose their source. No, indeed there was one lost divine dragon source, and it was not an ordinary divine dragon either. The third-generation Dragon Emperor's source. The Grand Dragon was shocked when he reached this conclusion. If this was really the case, then none of them could act brazen in front of this human. What's more, no Grand Dragon who had entered the dragon pool this time would be his match. When the few ancient dragon elders learned of this human's existence, they would have to reassess him. While the Grand Dragon was pondering doubtfully, Xianxia had already gone down another 100,000 meters and easily brushed off a 40,000 meters long Grand Dragon. Dragon pressure was incredibly useful in the dragon pool. Xianxia did not need to fight the dragons head-on, as with his dragon pressure, he could just intimidate his opponent in a giving way. The deeper he went down, the more intense the dragon pool power became, and the more powerful the grand dragons he encountered. Xianxia encountered a grand dragons of 40,000, 43,000, 45,000, and 48,000 meters in succession. All the way through, with his dragon pressure flaring, no one dared to oppose him. Xianxia had yet to meet Xianxia, who was close to 50,000 meters and only a step away from becoming an ancient dragon. He was the strongest in this batch of grand dragons that entered the dragon pool. Thus, he would certainly be at the deepest part of the dragon pool to cultivate. Xianxia was puzzled about him snatching Xianxia's spot in this opening of the dragon pool. Logically speaking, if he were to take up a spot from the list of dragons that entered this time, it should have been from one of the weaker ones. However, it seemed that the dragon clan considered that Xianxia was about to advance to become an ancient dragon. Thus, even if he did not enter the dragon pool this time, it would not matter too much. Entering the dragon pool would only speed up the process a bit, so they made him give up his spot. Xianxia was not sure as to why they allowed Xianxia to enter dragon pool thereafter, but that was none of his concern. Martial Peak, Chapter 53:14, Yin Yang Millstone. After descending more than 1 million meters into the dragon pool, Xianxia finally encountered Xianxia. The huge dragon form was nearly 50,000 meters long and coiled up, hungrily devouring the mysterious power of the dragon pool, causing the surrounding water to churn rapidly. At the first sight of Xianxia's figure, Xianxia became furious and roared, "Ignorant human, what impudence!" This human was allowed to enter the dragon pool, but was supposed to remain in the top 10,000 meters. This was already a great gift from the dragon clan, so how dare he dive so deep? Xianxia already had a grudge against Xianxia, and now that he had seen his enemy, he could not hold back. He swayed his dragon form and pounced. Despite his rage and hatred, Xianxia did not underestimate Xianxia. Previously, he somehow lost to this human twice, so he knew the latter was not to be taken lightly. If they were outside, Xianxia would not have dared to act so reckless until he knew what trick Xianxia was using. But this was the dragon pool. Within this domain, all external abilities could not be used. The only thing they could rely on was the dragon clan's own strength and techniques. He was about to break through to become an ancient dragon. So how could he be afraid of Yongkai, who was just a grand dragon of around 35,000 meters? Since Yongkai ignored his warnings, this time he would teach the former a good lesson. It was also a chance to avenge his previous shame. Whether Jilao San would kill Yongkai remained to be seen, as that would depend on the latter's attitude. If Yongkai begged for mercy, he would consider being merciful and let him live. With many thoughts passing through his mind, Jilao San opened his maw. Asterisk star. A dragon roar suddenly filled the surroundings with intense dragon pressure. Jilao San's huge figure froze in place, and the roar he was about to unleash caught in his throat. The dragon roar just now was not Jilao San's, but Yongkai's. The dragon pressure suppression was incredible, and Yongkai had not held back. Since Jilao San blocked his way, he immediately opened his mouth and roared, unleashing the might of his source to cut through the latter's dragon pressure. The next moment, Jilao San watched helplessly as Yongkai's claw slapped his face. He took the full force of the immense power, and his whole body was sent tumbling into the distance. He hissed painfully as dragon blood blurred his vision. Jilao San even felt his nose had collapsed. That bastard is really brutal, he snarled. Meanwhile, the golden dragon had already swam deeper into the dragon pool, with only a faint golden glow looming in the depths. The faint golden glow soon disappeared as it was too dark to be seen. Jilao San froze in place and had no intention of pursuing. He also appeared stunned and uncertain of what he should do. A pure-blooded dragon clan member, who was about to break through to become an ancient dragon, was smacked aside by a grand dragon who was only 35,000 meters in length and was also a human. No one in the clan would believe such an encounter, but it was the truth. Jilao San still could not figure out why he lost to Yongkai the last time they fought. However, the reason for his defeat just now was obvious and undeniable. He realized that Yongkai's dragon pressure was much stronger than his own, to the point where he was frozen in place by the bloodline suppression. If that was not the case, it would have been impossible for him to not fight back when he was more than 10,000 meters bigger. Jilao San was shocked when he came to this realization. He was about to advance to become an ancient dragon, so the only ones that could exert total bloodline suppression against him were the pure-blooded ancient dragons in his clan. But what was Yongkai? He was a human. So even if he had the coincidental opportunity to refine and integrate with a dragon source, that did not change his original nature. So how could he exert such potent bloodline suppression? There was only one explanation for this situation. The source that Yongkai refined was extraordinarily powerful. Even if the original owner had died, the innate strength of the source did not weaken much. The only possibility was that Yongkai's source was a remnant of a powerful ancestor of the dragon clan. An ancient dragon source? No, that wouldn't be enough. Could it be a divine dragon source? Jilao San shuddered at the thought. Could the source that this human had refined be a legendary source of the dragon clan? If so, it was understandable that he was not Yongkai's opponent. It was also no wonder that Yongkai could reach this deep without the other grand dragons stopping him. Even Jilao San was no match for him, let alone other grand dragons who were not as powerful as him. The biggest clue as to Yongkai's source's origin was his dragon form golden in color. Golden dragons were very rare in the dragon clan, and only 2 or 3 golden dragon sources have been lost throughout history, with one in particular being of special importance. This is something big. Jilao San's heart began to pound. Although he was only a grand dragon, he knew how much effort the dragon clan had spent searching for that lost source. Unfortunately, they could not find anything after countless years and had to finally give up the search. Unexpectedly, that source had returned, refined by a human. If he was not in the dragon pool, Jilao San would have gone to report this to the elders immediately. Now that the dragon pool was sealed, though, it would be years before it opened again. He suppressed his multitude of thoughts and comforted himself. If Yongkai really had that source, then it only made sense that he was no match for him. He felt much better when he thought about it this way. Yongkai smacked him, moved on, and did not seize his territory. That alone was a blessing in disguise. Without wasting any more thought on this, Xianxia quickly focused on refining the dragon pool's power. He was just one step away from becoming an ancient dragon, so he could definitely succeed during this training session. It would not be too late to seek revenge against that hateful human after he advanced to become an ancient dragon. It was impossible for a 35,000 meters dragon to achieve a breakthrough in just a few years by absorbing the benefits of the dragon pool. When the dragon pool opened once again in a few years, he would be an ancient dragon and that human would still be a grand dragon. Even though Xianxia's source was powerful, Xianxia would no longer be suppressed so easily. He could then settle their accounts. What was that human's old adage? Yes, 10 years is not too long for a gentleman to seek revenge. Xianxia stopped when he was 500,000 meters away from Xianxia. At this position, he began to feel a trace of pressure not from his body, but from his dragon vein. The further down the dragon pool one dove, the denser the ambient power, so this position was 100 times better than the top 10,000 meters he was originally granted. However, each Dragon Clan member had their own limit. That was why the 3 young dragons and 10 grand dragons occupied different positions to cultivate based on their own strength. This location was the limit for Xianxia, as he could feel that if he were to go further down, not only would he not be able to get more benefits, it would probably be detrimental to him. Upon realizing this, Xianxia decided not to dive any deeper. He allowed his body to float in the pool of water while he activated his golden divine dragon source, devouring and refining the power contained in the dragon pool. All of a sudden, the dragon veins in his body throbbed and dragon blood flowed through his veins like numerous raging rivers were connected to it. Invisible power was absorbed into his body and integrated into his blood to refine the power of his dragon bloodline. The tingling sensations came again, and Xianxia instantly felt like a million ants were gnawing on his body from the inside, drawing a roar of agony from his mouth. When he first entered the dragon pool, Xianxia tried to devour the dragon pool's power to refine his bloodline, and although he got some benefits, those were only superficial. Moreover, the power at the top of the dragon pool was not very dense. Now that he had descended more than 5 million meters into the dragon pool, where the power was 100 times denser than at the top, the benefits gained were not the same. Xianxia looked forward to it eagerly as he wondered just how far his dragon bloodline would be refined after he finished cultivating in the dragon pool. An ancient dragon was equivalent to an 8th order open heaven realm master. Xianxia was not a pure-blood Dragon Clan member and could not exert the full power of an ancient dragon. But even so, he would still attain an immense increase in strength if he reached that level. Old ancestor Xianxia considered that the crusade was dangerous, and Xianxia's 7th order cultivation may not be enough for him to protect himself. Thus, she along with the other old ancestors struck a deal to allow him to come to the dragon pool to enhance his strength. If he could advance to become an ancient dragon, then Xianxia's ability to protect himself during the crusade would be greatly increased. Xianxia didn't know what price the human race paid to get him into the dragon pool, and the Dragon Clan did not mention it, so he didn't bother to ask. Since the price was already paid, he certainly had to make sure he got their money's worth. This trip was for him to improve his bloodline as much as possible to become as strong as he could. After gradually getting used to the gnawing sensations, Xianxia immediately activated the Great Sun Mark and Great Moon Mark on his 2 dragon claws. Generally, when the dragons entered the dragon pool, they would do everything they could to devour and refine the mysterious power in the water. They would activate their own dragon source and use it to draw in and refine the power of dragon pool. That was the only way for them to strengthen themselves. However, Xianxia was different. The Great Sun Mark and the Great Moon Mark could not only draw out the pure power in the yellow and blue crystal, it was also capable of drawing in the power of the dragon pool. As soon as the 2 great marks appeared, Xianxia's 2 dragon claws instantly turned into 2 black holes, and the rich dragon pool power flowed into his body and was devoured by it. Instantly, Xianxia's complexion changed dramatically. The power absorbed by the Great Sun and Great Moon marks was so immense that he could not endure it. His grand dragon body began to break open with countless wounds, out of which his dragon blood spurted. It was no wonder that the Dragon Clan members cultivated in the dragon pool at positions according to their own limits. Although the dragon pool power was beneficial to them, absorbing too much was counterproductive. If Xianxia continued to devour the power of the dragon pool in this manner, in less than half an hour, his own source would not be able to endure it. He was secretly glad that he did not dive any deeper. He was about to stop when Xianxia's expression suddenly changed again. The power of the burning light and serene glimmer, dormant in Xianxia's body, suddenly roared to life. Previously, when he tried it at the top of Dragon Pool, the power of Dragon Pool was not too strong, and it was well within Xianxia's tolerance. Thus, he did not feel anything strange as his bloodline improved extremely quickly. Now that the dragon pool power he had swallowed exceeded his limits, the effect of the burning light and serene glimmer's power suddenly became obvious. When these two powers revived in his body, the intersection of yin and yang seemed to turn into an invisible millstone that began to swiftly and effectively grind and refine the dragon pool power he had devoured into his body. Martial Peak, Chapter 53:15, Why So Thin? In an instant, Xianxia felt a great reduction in the pressure. The uncomfortable feeling immediately eased and was replaced by an incomparable sense of comfort. His dragon bones emitted a cracking sound. Naturally, when his dragon form was growing, his skin would begin to crack and his dragon scales begin to tremble continuously. However, he did not feel any pain. There were only tingling sensations as his wounds cycled between opening and healing. Xianxia suddenly had an epiphany. When Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan gifted some of their power to him, they had already considered a situation such as this. Perhaps it was obvious to them that Xianxia would come to the dragon pool one day. When that happened, the benefits they gave him would be revealed to the fullest. The power of yin and yang converged in his body, and the invisible millstone continued to grind. The immense power of the dragon pool was quickly turned into pure nutrients for Xianxia's bloodline. In just a stick of incense of time, Xianxia felt his own dragon form increase by about 100 meters. This increase was extremely alarming. The stronger the dragon clan member, the more difficult it was to enhance their bloodline. Although Xianxia already some 35,000 meters in length, his bloodline still had huge room for improvement. Without some external help, just cultivating on his own, an increase of 100 meters would normally take at least several dozens of years for a dragon. This was also the reason why Xianxia hardly deliberately aimed to cultivate his dragon clan bloodline, because it was simply too time-consuming. Dragons all had extremely long lifespans, and since they guarded the no-return pass all year round, hardly facing any attacks, there was enough time for them to focus on such things. It was something they could afford to do, while Xianxia could not. Previously, at the top of Dragon Pool, Xianxia also activated the Great Sun and Moon marks to draw on the power of Dragon Pool. But in that position, more than an hour had passed before his dragon form increased by a mere 20 meters, which was not comparable to the current efficiency. This was the great benefit that the Dragon Pool could bring. The rapid strengthening of his bloodline meant an increase in strength. The feeling was so intoxicating that Xianxia soon immersed himself entirely in it, hungrily devouring the power of the dragon pool around him. Dragon Clan had 3 families, Ji, Zhu, and Fu. The Dragon Clan did not have a surname in the beginning, but as the leaders of all divine spirits from some unknown era onward, the Dragon Clan began to have its own surnames. Zhu Wuyu was one of the few young dragons of this generation of Dragon Clan. Although he was considered a young dragon, the truth was he was already several hundred years old. A dragon's growth was extremely slow, after all. He was only 7,000 meters long and was considered the youngest of the entire Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan actively supported the cultivation of all young dragons. After all, it was very difficult for the Dragon Clan to reproduce, and any pure-blooded clansman was extremely precious. In fact, not only the Dragon Clan, but all divine spirits had difficulty reproducing. It was very common for countless years to pass without the birth of a new clansman. It was still bearable for the Dragon Clan, as they could get a new clansman in the span of hundreds or thousands of years. Some divine spirit clans completely withered, as they could not give birth to new life even in hundreds of thousands of years. This could be the will of the heavenly way to achieve some kind of balance. After all, any divine spirit would eventually grow to be extremely powerful as time passed. As one of the only 3 young dragons in the clan today, Zhu Wuyu is naturally qualified to enter the dragon pool to cultivate. The last time a dragon pool was opened was before he was born, so he did not have that opportunity. Thus, this was his first time entering the dragon pool to cultivate. Although it was his first time entering the dragon pool, there was no need for any guidance, as he was a pure-blood Dragon Clan member. His bloodline inheritance was enough for him to easily understand everything about the dragon pool. Zhu Wuyu was cultivating at the uppermost 10,000 meters of the dragon pool. As he activated his source, he absorbed and devoured the mysterious power in the dragon pool. He purified his bloodline and repaired the wounds on his body. In order to occupy a deeper position, he fought his own clansmen fiercely. However, he lost in the end. As the loser, he had to retreat to a higher position. This was an established rule of the Dragon Clan. There was no shame in his defeat, as his opponent's bloodline was a little stronger than his, and more importantly, his opponent was much older and experienced. Still, while devouring and refining the dragon pool power and silently licking his wounds, Zhu Wuyu was still sore about the defeat. When his injuries healed and his bloodline became stronger, he would go and fight with that young dragon again, determined to snatch a better position. Although the clan elders were generous in facilitating the young dragon's cultivation, when in the dragon pool, they had to rely on themselves to fight for benefits. Half a month passed by, but as Zhu Wuyu was silently cultivating, he suddenly opened his eyes. He felt that something was strange as he looked around, like his surroundings had somehow changed. After a few moments of careful observation, Zhu Wuyu finally realized what was wrong. The dragon pool power had become incredibly weak at his location. What is happening? Zhu Wuyu began to worry. His position was bad enough to begin with, and now the dragon pool power had become incredibly thinner. How could he refine his bloodline properly in this scenario? Was the stored power in the dragon pool too weak when opened? I've only been cultivating for half a month. Could I have already absorbed almost all of the power within the top 10,000 meters? He originally thought that he would be able to advance this time. After all, his more than 7,000 meters long dragon body was not too far from becoming a grand dragon. One trip to the dragon pool to cultivate should be enough for a breakthrough. However, if the dragon pool power was too thin, then it was not possible for him to achieve a breakthrough. After taking a closer look at himself, he realized that his dragon form had increased by more than 100 meters in this half a month of cultivating. This was acceptable as he could cultivate in the dragon pool for several years this time. However, now that the dragon pool power had become so thin, it would be extremely difficult to further improve and grow. After pondering for a while, Zhu Wuyu swam down. Since his own region did not have enough dragon pool power, he could only rob others of it. He knew that he would have had to do this at some point, but he did not expect it to be so soon. A short while later, at 10,000 meters down, he heard a roar. Zhu Wuyu, you court death. Zhu Wuyu coldly snorted and snapped back. Enough nonsense. The last time I was careless, but this time I'll show you what I'm capable of. Amid the roars, the 2 young dragons, one around 7,000 and the other around 8,000 meters long, entangled and began to claw at and bite each other. The fight was vicious and bloody. In the dragon pool, no external powers could be utilized. The Dragon Clan could only rely on their own skills. The Tao of Time was a Dragon Clan's bloodline talent, but the 2 young dragons were not qualified to utilize this power. During their fight, they could only pit their physical strength against the other. From time to time, they might use their Dragon Clan secret techniques, but for the most part, it was just a brutal melee. This battle lasted for half a month, and both young dragons were now badly injured. A large portion of the dragon scales on Zhu Wuyu's head were torn off, exposing bloody wounds. Zhu Wuyu's opponent, Fu Qian's abdomen had a wound of more than several tens of meters long. It even exposed his squirming internal organs. Fu Qian looked at Zhu Wuyu in disbelief, not knowing why he was so desperate to fight for this place. When the Dragon Clan members entered the Dragon Pool, they naturally had to fight for better territory. However, the fights weren't life or death struggles. After all, the Dragon Pool was meant to cultivate in and for them to get stronger. The stronger one would keep the better position while the weaker one would retreat. That was the rule of cultivating in the Dragon Pool. When he first entered Dragon Pool, Fu Qian fought with Zhu Wuyu and came out the winner. As such, he remained at the deeper position while Zhu Wuyu swam up. Half a month later, Zhu Wuyu came to challenge him again, which surprised Fu Qian. Since he had already defeated Zhu Wuyu once, though, he was unafraid. Still, their battle this time was different. Zhu Wuyu was much fiercer, to the point where he seemed almost desperate. It was as if he was willing to fight to the bitter end, proof of which was that Zhu Wuyu did not retreat, even after battling for half a month. Fu Qian was extremely annoyed. The Dragon Pool was only open for a short period, so any time spent on fighting was taken away from cultivating. What Zhu Wuyu was doing was completely detrimental to both of them. Zhu Wuyu, have you gone insane? Fu Qian asked in frustration. He had acted according to the rules and did not offend him. So why was he so determined? Zhu Wuyu raised his head and declared arrogantly, "Cut the crap. If you think that you're not my opponent, then go up. This place belongs to me." Fu Qian was furious. Outrageous. Since you refuse a toast, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Come. And so, the two dragons began their fight again after the brief exchange. However, this time, it only took around 2 days before the injured young dragons suddenly separated, both of them now looking around in all directions. After a few moments, Fu Qian looked over and remarked, "What's going on? Why has the Dragon Pool power become so weak?" He could sense that the Dragon Pool power contained in the water had become so thin that it was no longer useful for him to cultivate. Zhu Wuyu said, "Huh? You feel it too, right?" Fu Qian suddenly realized the Dragon Pool power above somehow got depleted. "So you came down here to steal from my territory?" Zhu Wuyu was not his match, yet he kept desperately fighting for this position. There had to be a reason, and Fu Qian knew what it was. Zhu Wuyu grunted and replied, "Do you think I have nothing better to do?" Fu Qian became even more annoyed with this confirmation. This bastard ran out of Dragon Pool power and came to rob from him. Now, both of their positions were depleted of power. Still, why is the Dragon Pool power so weak? Fu Qian wondered as he suppressed his anger. The Dragon Pool power was naturally not unlimited. If it was, then the Dragon Clan members could all just live in the Dragon Pool all year round, and sooner or later they would all become ancient dragons. Each time the Dragon Pool closed after being used, it would take hundreds to thousands of years to reopen again. That was because the Dragon Pool required time to restore its power. When the power of the Dragon Pool was basically fully restored, it would reopen. Thus, there was no fixed duration to the time between its closure and the next opening. It all depended on how long the Dragon Pool needed to restore itself. However, generally speaking, the time between openings did not differ much, and it happened sufficiently frequently to meet the needs of the Dragon Clan. This time, something was clearly different. Zhu Wuyu was now in a much better mood, as he was not the only one who encountered this anomaly. Who knows? Maybe there was too much consumption last time. Fu Qian shook his head. If it really was due to the Dragon Pool being depleted too much during the last opening, then the elders would definitely have delayed the opening of the Dragon Pool. Now that the Dragon Pool had been opened, it meant that the power of Dragon Pool was enough to meet the needs of the Dragon Clan members who entered. It did not make sense for the power to be used up so soon. However, right now, it was a fact that the Dragon Pool power was so thin in Fu Qian's territory, while it must be the same for Zhu Wuyu. What should they do now? Martial Peak, Chapter 53:16, Three Little Brats. When Fu Qian was at a loss, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Zhu Wuyu's eyes wandering around, looking down into the depths every now and then. Fu Qian was shocked and asked, "Zhu Wuyu, what do you intend to do?" Zhu Wuyu glanced at him and said with a snort, "You clearly know the answer to that." Fu Qian frowned and then whispered, "Big Brother Ji is not to be messed with." There were a total of 3 young dragons in this generation of Dragon Clan. The Ji family young dragon was the oldest and had the longest dragon body, so he was the strongest. Only the 2 of them addressed him as Big Brother Ji, so it did not mean that he was the strongest within the Ji family. For instance, Ji Lao San was about to break through to become an ancient dragon. They grew up in a different era, so each generation of the Dragon Clan addressed each other differently. Big Brother Ji was a young dragon who had already exceeded the 9,000 meters mark, unlike the 2 of them who were still some ways away from their breakthrough. When they entered the dragon pool this time, neither Zhu Wuyu nor Fu Qian had the intention to compete with Big Brother Ji. They knew that they were not his match and could not compete for his territory. However, now they might not have a choice but to fight. If they did not compete for a better territory with stronger dragon pool power, how could they train and improve their strength? Thus, one look at Zhu Wuyu's wandering eyes, and Fu Qian knew what he was thinking. Zhu Wuyu followed up, "I know that Big Brother Ji's is more than 9,000 meters, and just 1 step away from becoming a Grand Dragon. But although neither of us are his match, and even if we join forces, we probably won't win, how can we not try to fight for his territory under the current circumstances?" Fu Qian could not help but shrug and asked, "Aren't you afraid that Big Brother Ji will beat you to death?" Zhu Wuyu replied, "Needless to say, I am expecting serious injuries. As long as the fight does not kill me, though, I will be able to carve out some space to gain some benefits." This was what he did previously, while fighting with Fu Qian, as he was refining and devouring the dragon pool power around them the whole time. Although he was injured and scarred during the half a month of fighting, he managed to refine a lot of dragon pool power, which was then used to refine his dragon vein. Zhu Wuyu knew he really was not Big Brother Ji's match, so his intention was not to drive the latter away. As he said, as long as Big Brother Ji did not kill him, he could always reap some benefits. It was better than waiting up here with nothing to gain. With his mind made up, Zhu Wuyu swooped down with a shake of his tail. "You're really going?" Fu Qian was shocked that Zhu Wuyu was acting so bold. Zhu Wuyu coldly snorted and said, "To the brave go the spoils. Stay up there if you're too scared." Fu Qian hesitated and remained where he was, but a short while later, he gritted his teeth and chased after Zhu Wuyu. As Zhu Wuyu said, the power of the dragon pool in his territory was already very thin. Thus, there was no point in staying here. He had to go to compete for a better territory. Perhaps he could even take advantage of this dragon pool contest to advance to become a grand dragon. Moments later, Big Brother Ji roared angrily. "You gave you the guts to come down here? You court death." Dragon pressure pulsed through the area as dragon force stirred. Zhu Wuyu and Fu Qian joined forces to battle Big Brother Ji. It was 2 against 1, but they were still no match for the latter and were beaten to a pulp. However, the 2 dragons were determined not to retreat, and as they were being beaten, they continued frantically devouring and refining the power of the dragon pool around them. Big Brother Ji was furious, and his attacks became increasingly ruthless. After about half a month of fighting, the 3 young dragons were now locked in a 3-way standoff, each of them looking at the others from a short distance. Big Brother Ji was apoplectic, and his eyes were shooting daggers. He was ready to devour and rip apart the both of them. Zhu Wuyu grinned and tried to appease him. "Big Brother Ji, please don't be angry. I do not want to come here, but Fu Qian enticed me to come down with him to nibble some of the dragon power here. I could not resist the temptation and followed along with him. Now that you've beaten me until I can hardly open my eyes, I hope that you're done venting your anger." Fu Qian was stunned and turned his head to look at Zhu Wuyu as he said angrily, "What are you talking about? You were the one who—" Zhu Wuyu snorted as he snapped back. "What? Didn't I say that Big Brother Ji is not to be messed with? Yet you want to come to disturb him? Look at how messed up you are now. If you go out of the dragon pool, even your parents won't be able to recognize you." Fu Qian was dumbfounded. "Well, let's not talk about the past, since what was done cannot be undone. Now that the power of the dragon pool in Big Brother Ji's territory is almost depleted, we have no reason to fight anymore. Zhu Wuyu shouted coldly. Fu Qian's eyes rolled scornfully and was dumbfounded. Previously, he had the impression that Zhu Wuyu was despicable, but now he knew that he was also shameless. Zhu Wuyu turned his head to look at Big Brother Ji and asked, "Now what do we do? Do we wait for the dragon pool to open again and go back in disgrace?" Big Brother Ji was furious and did not know how to vent his anger. If possible, he really wanted to hammer these two to death. However, as Zhu Wuyu said, now that his dragon pool power was almost depleted, there was no point in fighting any longer. The current dragon pool session was an opportunity. With his more than 9,000 meters long dragon form, he could easily be promoted to become a grand dragon. However, he still had a way to go until he broke through. It was not that easy to advance without the help of sufficient dragon pool power. It would be embarrassing if he did not advance to become a grand dragon when the dragon pool reopened. He was the only young dragon who was expected to advance, unlike Zhu Wuyu and Fu Qian. "What are you trying to say?" Big Brother Ji snarled through gritted teeth and restrained his anger. Zhu Wuyu scoffed and said, "Since we're in this situation, as the humans say, in for a penny, in for a pound." Zhu Wuyu's eyes then glanced downward. Fu Qian went pale as he stuttered, "Why will you?" Previously, when Zhu Wuyu proposed stealing some of Big Brother Ji's dragon pool power, Fu Qian already felt that he was too outrageous. Now it was even more excessive that he was considering competing with the grand dragons below. Those were grand dragons. How could they even hold back their wrath when 3 young dragons intruded into their territory? "Shut up!" Zhu Wuyu shouted with utter contempt. "What a coward!" Fu Qian almost choked to death. When Big Brother Ji did not say a word, Zhu Wuyu was disappointed and sighed as he lamented, "For generations, our dragon clan has constantly guarded the no-return pass. It sounds honorable, but at some point it seems we lost our courage. Now, we dare not even compete in a fight. Sigh, I guess I will just go back to my own territory and have a good sleep and wait for the dragon pool to open again. I am the weakest among us, so it's fine for me not to become a grand dragon this time. But, Big Brother Ji, if you're not going to become a grand dragon this time, then I'm afraid you'll ultimately be punished." Big Brother Ji muttered, "Stop taunting me." Zhu Yu chuckled, "How dare I? Big Brother Ji is the leading figure of our generation. Fu Qian and I have always taken you as a role model, right?" Fu Qian was confused for a moment. Zhu Wuyu cursed in his heart. This moron was truly incompetent when it came to using his head. Zhu Wuyu brushed Fu Qian aside and said, "There is not much time left in this opening of the dragon pool. Our advancement has been very slow. If we don't think of a way forward, we will stagnate as we are. I don't know about you guys, but I refuse to accept this situation. Big Brother Ji, as long as you say the word, I, Zhu Wuyu, will fight with you. At the very least, I'll lead the charge against the Grand Dragon below." In any case, they were all going to become punching bags, so it really made no difference who was beaten up first and who was last. At least, if they went together, they could share the beatings. Going alone would be disastrous. Regardless, he had to drag Big Brother Ji and Fu Qian along. When the Grand Dragon below wanted to punish them, as the weakest dragon clansman among them, his share of responsibility should be limited. "You're willing to take the first blow?" Big Brother Ji looked at Zhu Wuyu in surprise. Zhu Wuyu appeared like he was suicidal and yelled confidently, "I'll take the opening blow." On seeing that he was so determined, Big Brother Ji nodded satisfactorily and said, "Good. Let's head down then." Fu Qian suddenly came to his senses and shouted, "Wait! Setting aside the fact that there are grand dragons down there, the 3 of us are only young dragons. We may not be able to withstand the pressure below." Zhu Yu looked at him with frustration and yelled, "Are you stupid? The dragon pool power above us is so weak, so how dense can it be below? Yes, in the past, we could not handle the intensity at those depths, but now it is different." Fu Qian thought about it and admitted, "You have a point." Zhu Yu braced up and said, "Then let's do it." Big Brother Ji and Fu Qian looked at each other and both nodded their heads. "Let's go." Zhu Wuyu did not hesitate, and with a flip of his dragon tail, he swam deeper down. A short while later, a grand dragon roared. "3 little brats, You've got some nerve coming down here. Zhu Wuyu immediately screamed and shirked the responsibility. Big Brother Ji brought us here. Third uncle. Don't hit my eyes, I can't see. Big Brother Ji was immediately offered up as a sacrifice. These three young dragons had very little experience with the dragon pool, so although they could clearly sense the reduction of the dragon pool power, they all thought that was due to the lack of power stored in dragon pool itself. It was different for the grand dragons. Some of them had come to dragon pool multiple times, and although there was always some difference in the stored power in the past, the difference was usually not significant. This time was different. The power in the dragon pool was decreasing at a terrifying rate, and a few grand dragons with great strength could even clearly perceive that there was an invisible force deep below that was pulling in and devouring the mysterious power. The dragon pool power was weakening at an incredible rate from top to bottom. As a result, the dragon pool power at the respective dragon clan members' territories was rapidly depleting. When the dragon pool power weakened, the dragons could not get the necessary benefits and could only dive deeper down to fight for and snatch new territories. Initially, Zhu Yu went to grab Fu Qian's territory. Then the two young dragons joined forces to grab Big Brother Ji's territory. Now the three young dragons came to challenge a grand dragon for his territory. Now, 3 months later, the team has expanded to 2 grand dragons and 3 young dragons. Zhu Yu is now very happy. At this point, he would no longer be beaten up when they challenged another grand dragon for space in their territory. While the seniors fought, he only needed to observe from far away and take the opportunity to refine the dragon pool power. Indeed, the further they went down, the stronger the dragon pool power became, but unfortunately it did not last long before it ran out. Since ancient times, no young dragon had ever descended more than 100,000 meters into the dragon pool. However, this time, these 3 young dragons vastly exceeded this feat. In a span of just 3 months, Zhu Yu and Fu Qian's dragon forms had increased several hundred meters in length, and Big Brother Ji was about to break through to become a grand dragon. They were only young dragons with huge room for improvement, so although they were only following behind their seniors, their growth was very obvious. Zhu Yu silently pondered. With such a rate of improvement, he now stood a good chance of becoming a grand dragon during this dragon pool cultivation session. Looking at the seniors who were now fighting, Zhu Yu grinned sinisterly. Fight, keep fighting. Fight so that we, the young dragons, can continue to reap the benefits. Martial Peak, Chapter 53:17, Ancient Dragon Vein Tempering Art. As the dragon clan's members above fought fiercely, Xianxia was hungrily devouring the power of the dragon pool and tempering his dragon vein at a depth of more than 1 million meters. He had grown tremendously. When he entered dragon pool, his body was roughly 35,000 meters. Now, after only half a year, he had almost reached the limit of a grand dragon. He was just 1 step away from reaching 50,000 meters and becoming an ancient dragon. In half a year, his dragon form had increased by 15,000 meters. That meant that he had grown 2,500 meters per month, or around 80 meters every day on average. Of course, the longer he grew, the slower his rate of growth. Initially, Xianxia could grow close to 100 meters in a day, but now, he was not growing as quickly. It was not easy for him to become an ancient dragon. In fact, Xianxia had stagnated for more than 10 days now. He had reached a bottleneck. Xianxia did not have any issues when he advanced from a young dragon to a grand dragon. However, now he felt resistance when he sought to advance from a grand dragon to an ancient dragon. In fact, any dragon's breakthrough to the realm of ancient dragon was a big hurdle and was often accomplished by using a special secret technique. This was not part of a bloodline inheritance, though, but was instead developed through Dragon Clan's own research over the generations. For a pure-blood Dragon Clan member, when he or she was ready to advance to become an ancient dragon, the Dragon Clan's elders would teach them this secret technique. Just like Ji Lao San, who was about to break through to become an ancient dragon, he was taught this method by the ancient dragons of the Ji family before he entered the dragon pool. However, Xianxia did not have this opportunity. No one taught him how to achieve the breakthrough. After arriving at the no-return pass, while the Phoenix clan was willing to interact with him somewhat, the Dragon clan totally ignored him. Needless to say, they did not share with him the typical breakthrough method. Xianxia also realized the problem when he went 10 days without any progress. Although he was still devouring the dragon pool power, it was not much help to him like before. Previously, every drop of dragon pool power was able to refine and enhance his bloodline and dragon vein, such that he became more powerful. He did not know how long the dragon pool would remain open this time, but it certainly would not be too long. If he does not become an ancient dragon by the time it closed, then he would be disappointing old ancestor Xianxia and the other human masters who obtained this opportunity for him. This was the first time Xianxia encountered such a situation, so he had no clues about how to deal with it. Looking around, Xianxia grit his teeth and swam deeper into the dragon pool. 6 months ago, this was the limit of his bloodline and dragon vein. Over the past 6 months, his dragon form had increased by 15,000 meters, and his dragon vein had improved tremendously. Thus, this depth was no longer the limiting factor. Now he was qualified to go deeper. Xianxia's thought process was very simple. Since his dragon vein had reached a bottleneck, then he needed to use a lot of energy to overcome it. As long as he had sufficient energy, he would be able to achieve a breakthrough. After diving several hundreds of thousands of meters, Xianxia felt like he had reached his limit once again. However, this time he did not stop and instead continued to descend. Since he decided to accumulate more power to force a breakthrough, he had to go deeper. After all, the dragon pool power was naturally denser at the deeper depths. Only after diving another 1,000,000 meters did he finally stop. This is about right. At this point, Xianxia felt a huge pressure on his dragon vein. Any further down, and he would be courting death rather than seeking a breakthrough. The surrounding dragon pool power was incredibly dense, more than 10 times what it had been at his previous position. It would not make sense if he could not break through to become an ancient dragon here. Xianxia composed himself and then activated the great sun and moon marks on his dragon claws. Instantly, the rich power of the dragon pool surged into his body. Xianxia's dragon eyes instantly rolled backward as he felt as though he had severely overeaten. He felt extremely uncomfortable and nauseous. However, he did not stop and instead urged the Great Sun Mark and Great Moon Mark to continue drawing in the ambient power. As before, when stimulated by this immense influx, the dormant power of the burning light and serene glimmer awaked. The power of yin and yang converged, turning it into an invisible millstone, grinding the incoming dragon pool power so that it was softer and easier to absorb. Earlier, with the help of this power, Xianxia was able to refine the dragon pool power easily without feeling too much pressure. But not anymore. Even with the power of Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan helping him, the huge dragon pool power began to accumulate in his body, causing his blood to run wild and his dragon vein to pound. Pain ripped through all parts of his body, and the place where Xianxia hovered instantly glowed a bright golden color. The dragon pool water around him became tainted with dragon blood, as Xianxia could feel his own skin cracking. The power accumulated in his body was too much, and he was unable to refine and absorb it fast enough, so he ended up wounding himself. Xianxia clenched his teeth and held on, letting his dragon blood spurt out. Under the intense pain, his dragon scales almost stood on end while trembling. However, at this moment, his dragon vein was like a sealed funnel. No matter how much dragon pool power was swallowed and refined, he could not absorb any of it. If his dragon vein could not absorb the power, it meant that he could not strengthen it, and he could not advance to become an ancient dragon. Xianxia did not care, though, as he firmly believed that as long as he persisted, there would be a moment when this situation would change. Just as Xianxia activated the great sun and moon marks, in the madness of devouring the power of Dragon Pool, a pair of giant eyes opened 1,000,000 meters below and looked upward. Previously, when Xianxia was devouring the Dragon Pool's power 2,000,000 meters above, the being below did not feel anything. However, now that Xianxia was only 1,000,000 meters away, he was able to perceive the disturbance in the Dragon Pool. since the isolation power of the dragon pool was very strong. Even though this being could only vaguely perceive something was happening, it couldn't really tell what was happening. It took a few moments of silent observation before the beast with the giant eyes frowned and muttered, "What reckless idiot is trying to use the ancient dragon vein tempering art?" It was not that the ancient dragon vein tempering art could not help one achieve a breakthrough. It was just too difficult, and the requirements for success were prohibitively high. Special means must be used to absorb the huge dragon pool power, and the whole refining process was also extremely dangerous. The slightest mistake could result in one's dragon vein being destroyed. In ancient times, the dragon clan did utilize this method to refine their dragon vein to achieve breakthroughs and strengthen themselves. However, in those days, there were too many dragons who failed. Failure meant that their foundation was severely damaged. It would take hundreds to thousands of years in order to recover from such damage, if it was even possible. In serious cases, the dragon's death was even possible. This resulted in many in the dragon clan falling. The dragon clan was already scarce in numbers. Thus, they could not accept such risks. Therefore, the masters of the dragon clan spent a lot of effort to develop a set of secret techniques specifically for breaking through. After generations of improvements, this secret technique was now all but perfected. With this secret technique to use during the breakthrough to the realm of ancient dragon. Although it was much slower than the ancient method, and the process was not as efficient, it was a lot safer. At least when the breakthrough failed, the dragon clan member could try again. It had been many generations since someone from the dragon clan last used the ancient method to break through. But now, someone had appeared and was trying to do exactly that. Although he also appreciated the determination of this junior, the dragon clan did not approve of this method. Members of the dragon clan had long lifespans, but they were few in number. There was no shame in taking the safe path and avoiding unnecessary risks when time was not a concern. Now that this junior had chosen to use the ancient dragon vein tempering art, the being in the depths could not stop him, nor could he offer any assistance. It would be impressive if this junior could use the ancient method to advance and become an ancient dragon, but if not, it was his own choice and no one else was to blame. The only thing the being in the depths really cared about was that this junior was making a lot of noise. He did not know what method was being used to draw in the power of the dragon pool. But even from 1,000,000 meters below, he had noticed. He was thankful that his cultivation was not at a critical juncture. Otherwise, he would have been disturbed by that junior. The beast with the giant eyes pondered for a moment before he dove deeper down until he could no longer feel the disturbances above him. He then stopped and resumed his meditation. Xianxia's dragon eyes continued to ooze blood, looking extremely appalling as the golden light around him bloomed to the extreme. He was suffering from intense physical pain, which would have been bearable if that was all. However, his restorative ability was incredibly strong, and after his physique was torn apart, it began to heal and would then be torn yet again. And so, the process repeated itself over and over again. Xianxia felt like he was being subjected to the cruelest torture. The so-called death by 1,000 cuts could never be compared to his current situation. However, it still wasn't enough. Several days of persistence with intense sufferings did not yield the slightest progress. He was now out of ideas and furious. He was furious because he did not know how long he had to suffer and endure. He was also angry because if someone from the dragon clan could advance to become an ancient dragon, there was no reason he could not achieve a breakthrough. Although he was a human, his source was no worse than any others in the dragon clan. With bloodshot eyes, Xianxia gritted his teeth and descended more than 100,000 meters further. During this time, the great sun and moon marks continued to draw in the power of Dragon Pool. Simultaneously, the yin-yang millstone continued to grind and refine this power to nourish his body. The unbearable pain pushed Xianxia almost to madness. Yet, he had no intention of stopping. Old ancestor Xiao Zhao's concern was reasonable. The human race's crusade would certainly be dangerous, so Xianxia's 7th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation might not be able to protect himself. It was difficult for him to improve his strength within his current order in such a short period. Thus, the only option was to strengthen his dragon vein. Now that he had this opportunity, he could not let it go to waste. With this thought in mind, Yang Kai gritted his teeth and persevered. At one point, he could not hold back anymore and roared. While he was in intense pain, the battle of the dragon clan members above him had almost ended. The 3 young dragons and a few grand dragons were all badly mauled. One of the grand dragons was particularly angry and gritted his teeth as he roared, "You bastards!" In the past, although there were dragons fighting for territory in the dragon pool, they basically only sparred against each other. Whoever was strongest stayed, and whoever was weakest retreated. This time, he was quietly cultivating in his own territory, but several grand dragons and 3 young dragons suddenly came at him. He was alone, so how could he fight off so many enemies at once? Even when he valiantly resisted, he was beaten to the point where his dragon scales were sent flying and dragon blood spattered all about. As he spoke, he glared viciously at the 3 young dragons and snarled, "Never mind that the grand dragons came to fight for territory. What are you 3 young dragons doing here?" Zhu Wuyu and the other 2 young dragons were startled when questioned by this grand dragon. Their 13th uncle was not known for his graciousness, so he might shift all the blame back to them. Naturally, the 3 young dragons felt a bit remorseful, but they had little choice as the situation had forced them to follow the seniors down the dragon pool to fight. Otherwise, they could not obtain any benefits at their original depths. Martial Peak, Chapter 53:18, Naked. In the silence, a grand dragon sighed as he explained, "Sure, Lu, we can't help it. The power of the dragon pool above has been depleted, so there was no way for us to cultivate." Fu Shi Lu shouted angrily, "So you came down here to rob from me?" Another grand dragon said, "That has been a rule of the dragon pool since ancient times. What do you have to complain about?" Fu Shi Lu glared viciously at the grand dragon, who spoke second. He really could not complain when his other clansmen were competing for his territory. However, they came as a group to fight him for his territory, which was why he was so angry. There was no point in dwelling on this subject now, though, as the dragon pool power in Fu Shi Lu's territory had almost been depleted as well. Suppressing his anger, Fu Shi Lu looked down into the depths of the dragon pool and asked, "Did something change down there? Why is the power of the dragon pool so weak this time?" A grand dragon replied, "If you carefully sense what is happening below, there seems to be some kind of force that is drawing in and devouring the power of the dragon pool at an incredible rate. That's why our positions were affected. If I'm right, it should be because of that senior down there." Upon hearing this, the other grand dragons seemed enlightened. Another grand dragon nodded and said, "Yes, if it's really due to him, then it explains the changes in the power of the dragon pool. If he is trying to achieve a breakthrough, then he will certainly need a lot of power. Then what do? We want to know how long he will take to break through. We can't just wait here and do nothing." Naturally, we cannot wait here. Since there's no more dragon pool power up here, then we should continue down. As long as we're careful not to interfere with him, we should be fine. All the grand dragons nodded in agreement, while the 3 young dragons were confused. Zhu Wuyu came up to Big Brother Ji and whispered, "What are they talking about? Who is the one down below?" Big Brother Ji replied, "How would I know?" Zhu Wuyu was surprised and exclaimed, "Not even you know?" A nearby grand dragon glanced over and coldly snorted, "3 brats, don't be so curious. You will know when it is time for you to know." As they were talking, the other grand dragons already began to swim downward, while the grand dragon who spoke to Zhu Wuyu immediately shouted, "Keep up, all of you. This is a rare opportunity. Normally, it would be impossible for you little ones to visit the depths that we're going to." Zhu Wuyu immediately flicked his tail and followed. He also did not expect the situation to go this far. Initially, he went to Fu Qian's territory to fight for benefits. Now, half a year later, this team has expanded to include all 3 young dragons and 7 grand dragons. There had never been a time when the situation in the dragon pool was like this. What Zhu Wuyu was more curious about was who the grand dragons were referring to. Unfortunately, the grand dragons would not tell him anything, and he could not do anything about it. After a long journey, they encountered 2 more grand dragons, but no fights broke out because they also felt that something was abnormal in the depths below. After explaining the situation, the group expanded again. Now there were 3 young dragons and 9 grand dragons descending to the depths of the dragon pool. Except for the strongest Xianxia, the rest of the young dragons and grand dragons were all gathered together. Soon, the group arrived at Xianxia's territory. The leading grand dragon took a look from afar and stopped the clansmen behind him. The other grand dragons were puzzled, looked towards Xianxia, and also sensed something. Only the 3 young dragons were completely confused and did not understand why everyone had stopped. The isolation power in the dragon pool was too strong at this depth, and they were too weak to detect the situation Xianxia was in. Zhu Wuyi was blunt, impatient, and spoke without thinking twice, so he swam towards the lead grand dragon and asked softly, "Uncle Shirlu, what is the situation down there?" Fu Shirlu glanced at him, wanting to ignore this cheeky brat, but he soon realized that Zhu Wuyi would just keep pestering him if his curiosity was not satisfied, so he reluctantly explained, "He's about to break through." Zhu Wuyi was surprised and exclaimed, "Third uncle is about to achieve a breakthrough just half a year after entering the dragon pool." Fu Shirlu replied, "Your third uncle was just 1 step away from becoming an ancient dragon. Furthermore, his source is not bad. There is nothing strange about taking only half a year to achieve a breakthrough. In fact, this can already be considered slow. Previously, we all believed that he would only need 3 months to break through. The reason for the delay must be that the dragon pool power had become thinner, causing Xianxia to take a few more months to accumulate enough." Big Brother Ji asked with great concern, "Uncle Shirlu, now that the dragon pool power is so weak, will third uncle be affected?" Fu Shirlu replied, "Of course he will be impacted if he does not accumulate enough power. Now that he has accumulated enough, though, his bloodline is undergoing a transformation and the need for external power is not as great. Thus, the depletion of the dragon pool power will not interfere with his breakthrough." Big Brother Ji heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing this. There would be trouble if Xianxia's breakthrough failed. However, it appeared that the weakened power of the dragon pool had no impact on his third uncle, which meant that the latter's breakthrough was a certainty. Henceforth, the dragon clan would have another ancient dragon. They were able to sense that Xianxia was at a critical moment of breakthrough. Thus, the dragon clan team stopped so as not to disturb him. As Xianxia was about to achieve a breakthrough, Xianxia was also happy in the deeper parts of the dragon pool. He felt that his dragon vein was undergoing some amazing changes, and his bloodline had become purer and more condensed. He was not afraid of the changes to his body, and more afraid that nothing would change, since that would mean that all his efforts had been in vain. The pain was intense, and Xianxia grunted repeatedly, but it was mixed with joy and excitement. Then suddenly, Xianxia's entire body was invigorated, and he felt as if he had broken through some kind of shackle, allowing his dragon vein and bloodline to suddenly rise to a higher realm. His skin cracked, and his dragon scales that were trembling began to shed. This sudden change caught Xianxia off guard. Dragon scales could be said to be a dragon's strongest protection. With his current length of 50,000 meters, even if he took a direct blow from a 7th Order Open Heaven Master, his dragon scales might not fall off. But now a few had actually shed on their own. Before he knew what was happening, more dragon scales fell from his body. Xianxia was shocked. He did not know if this was a good sign. After all, without their dragon scales, how could a dragon protect itself? Not to mention, his dragon scales gave him a majestic and imposing look. Without those dragon scales, he looked naked and hideous. Xianxia could not even bear to imagine a naked dragon without scales. Xianxia was powerless to stop the continued shedding of his dragon scales, though. At the same time, his dragon bead was pulsing. Every time the dragon bead pulsed, a mysterious power would escape and be absorbed into his dragon vein. In just half an hour's time, Xianxia's body had been stripped clean of dragon scales, and he had indeed become a fully naked dragon. Is this how a dragon breaks through? Is it always like this? Yang Kai was not sure if his dragon scales could still grow out. Although it was likely that they would grow out again, there was always a chance that they might not, as he was not a pure-blooded Dragon Clan member. If they really didn't grow back, Yang Kai secretly made up his mind that if that happened, he would never show his dragon form to others in the future. It would simply be too embarrassing. While he was thinking that, fresh blood oozed out of his cracked skin, and strangely enough, the fresh blood that oozed out was not golden. Yang Kai had been bleeding golden blood since long ago. But now, instead of golden blood, the fresh blood oozing out of his body was red in color. Yang Kai cannot be bothered to think about his image now. As the fresh red blood continued to seep out, it seemed that some wonderful changes were happening within himself. It was as if something was being purged from his body, along with the blood. A thought suddenly flashed across Yang Kai's mind. Is this because I'm human? A divine spirit source was an extremely profound and mysterious treasure. Anyone who had attained a divine spirit source had the capacity to transform into a true divine spirit if they could cultivate it to the limit. Dragon and Phoenix clan sources were no exception. However, the chances of this were very slim, which was why the Dragon clan had an innate dislike for Yang Kai. Even if he managed to obtain and refine a dragon source, it did not change the fact that he was still human. At best, he only managed to acquire an impure dragon bloodline. Although Yang Kai previously bled golden dragon blood, that was not the blood of a pure blood dragon. At his core, he was essentially still human. Now, Yang Kai could clearly feel that he was being transformed into a pure blood dragon, and the human part of him was being purged. He was shocked as he did not expect this to happen during his advancement to becoming an ancient dragon. As a human, Yang Kai never felt inferior to any other race. The human race was indeed inherently weak, without all the innate advantages a divine spirit possessed. However, it was the weakness of the human race that enabled it to have so many possibilities. Without humans, the 3,000 worlds would be empty and uncivilized, completely lacking in culture, though the beauty of nature might be more apparent. If he was not human, he would not have been able to see the black ink battlefield, where the countless human soldiers sacrificed their lives to protect their homes and families. As a human, Yang Kai did not feel inferior. Since he was born weak, then he had to try harder to be strong. Compared to the divine spirits, the human race could really be considered weak. Even so, he was born a human and was proud of it. Was his root as a human going to leave him now? Yang Kai suddenly felt a bit conflicted. He had never considered this possibility previously. He had always assumed he would be a human, even if he possessed a dragon source. However, at this moment, he began to think a lot about such matters. He never imagined that he would care so much about being human. The dragon bead was still pulsing endlessly, and as his bloodline continued to agitate, more portions of his human physique were rejected. Now, his close to 50,000 meters dragon form was covered in fresh red blood. Yang Kai opened his mouth and released a deep dragon roar. Why should he care about being a human or dragon? As long as he could kill the Black Ink clan, what did it matter? So what if his human blood was purged? Did that mean that he was no longer a human? He was born and raised by humans. His parents were still in the star boundary. More fresh blood poured out, and soon completely engulfed Yang Kai. His dragon roar gradually subsided, and the dragon pool fell silent. At the same time, further up the dragon pool, another dragon roar sounded. Ji Lao San had become an ancient dragon. Although the power of the dragon pool had weakened considerably, he had accumulated enough to achieve a breakthrough. Of course, his advancement was not as problematic as Yang Kai's. After all, he was a pure-blood dragon and did not need to purge anything from his body. It was easier for him since he could omit this step. Had he been in Yang Kai's position, it was unclear if he could achieve a similar breakthrough. Martial Peak, Chapter 5319, also 50,000 meters? If Ji Lao San took on human form, he would appear as a youth who looked about the same age as Yang Kai. But in reality, he was many times older than Yang Kai. Dragons were strong and had long lifespans. However, they grew extremely slowly. After nearly 10,000 years, Ji Lao San finally shed his former body and was reborn, breaking through his bloodline shackles and advancing to become an ancient dragon. The excitement was overwhelming, and he continued to roar in celebration. Amid the dragon roars, Ji Lao San's nearly 50,000-meter-long dragon body finally achieved a breakthrough. His dragon vein was enhanced as his dragon form continued to extend. 500 meters, 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters. Finally, the increase slowed to a stop at nearly 3,000 meters. Each breakthrough a dragon accomplished was accompanied by a leap in strength. Although, when compared to before entering the dragon pool, he had only grown around 3,000 meters. Ji Lao San's strength now was leaps and bounds greater than before. Now, he would be able to fight and defeat 3 of his previous selves from before he entered the pool. If he encountered that human's dragon pressure again, he was confident that he would be able to block it without any difficulty. The other party might have obtained a divine dragon source, but he was only a grand dragon. How much of the source's strength could he utilize? After advancing to become an ancient dragon, Ji Lao San's immediate desire was to seek revenge and regain his dignity. Of course, it was impossible for him to kill Xianxia, as the humans had some agreement with the dragon clan. He would be in big trouble for killing the human, but certainly a beating was acceptable. Fights in the dragon pool were a common affair and would not draw any attention from the elders. Therefore, after his breakthrough, Ji Lao San immediately dove down towards the depths of the dragon pool. "Where is third uncle going?" Zhu Wuyu asked when he sensed that Ji Lao San's aura was getting further and further away. A grand dragon next to him thought he must have gone to pick a fight with that human. Of course, that was only to be expected when he was so agitated and impatient when he left. Zhu Wuyu froze and asked, "Hey, how come I haven't seen that human as we descended all the way here?" Big Brother Ji looked at him scornfully and said, "Are you stupid? Since you did not see him, he must be deeper down. Otherwise, why would third uncle swim deeper in anger?" Zhu Wuyu remarked in disbelief. "Does that mean the human is so powerful he could dive deeper than third uncle?" Among these current dragons in the dragon pool, Ji Lao San was the strongest with the purest bloodline. Thus, his territory was the deepest in the dragon pool compared to the other dragon clan members who entered this time. How could that human have gone so much deeper than Ji Lao San? Was his bloodline and source so much more powerful? Zhu Wuyu's casual remark caused the grand dragons to look at each other and begin to wonder what was going on. "Let's follow," said a grand dragon before he immediately swam down after Ji Lao San. Even if they were not going down for the spectacle, the dragon pool power at this level had been depleted and they had to go deeper for their respective needs. Since they had to go deeper anyway, they might as well tag along to see how Ji Lao San dealt with that human. All the young dragons and the grand dragons had naturally encountered Xianxia when he was diving deeper into the dragon pool and had lost him. Thus, they felt humiliated and were eager to see him being taught a lesson by Ji Lao San. They wanted the human to know that the dragon clan was not to be messed with. The only reason why they were not his match was because they were not strong enough. Along the way down, the grand dragons slowly began to have an ominous feeling. This couldn't be helped, as it was getting too deep. The position where Ji Lao San was before should be the limit of his tolerance. But now, they had dived 2 million meters down, and still they did not see the human. They even began to suspect that the human had been overconfident, dove too deep, and been crushed by the pressure of the dragon pool. But then, why had they not seen any signs of his remains? If he was not crushed, that would be even more terrifying. The grand dragons were also aware of this, and the atmosphere suddenly became a lot more serious. Although the 3 young dragons did not give it much thought, they could sense how solemn the situation was getting. Even a normally talkative Zhu Wuyu kept quiet along the way. Hundreds of thousands of meters further down, the lead grand dragon's eyes suddenly lit up as he exclaimed, "Third brother!" All the dragons fixated their eyes on Ji Lao San, who was 1 step ahead of them. Now, he had stopped to one side and did not descend any further. None of them knew what he was doing. Soon, All the dragons arrived at Ji Lao San's position, and the lead Grand Dragon said, "Congratulations on your advancement, third brother. The Dragon Clan now has one more ancient dragon." The other Grand Dragons also congratulated Ji Lao San. Among the three young dragons, Zhu Wuyu went all out to flatter Ji Lao San. He praised him as the unrivaled dragon in the world and the #1 dragon in history. It was an exaggeration for him to be deemed as the #1 dragon. However, at only 10,000 years old, to have become an ancient dragon, Ji Lao San was definitely extremely talented even among the Dragon Clan. Many older dragons were not as talented and would go through their entire life as grand dragons, were never able to take the final step to break through. On average, the grand dragons who had the ability to take this step were around 20,000 years old. This alone indicated how gifted Ji Lao San was. However, what was strange to all the dragons was that Ji Lao San did not react to their well wishes at all. In fact, he appeared quite sullen, puzzled, and in disbelief as he continued to look straight down. The dragons looked in the direction of where he was staring, but could not see anything. "Third brother, what happened? Aren't you happy that you've become an ancient dragon?" A grand dragon, who had spoken earlier, asked in bewilderment. If he became an ancient dragon, he would be so overjoyed that he could not sleep. Ji Lao San, on the other hand, looked bitter and dejected, which was really quite puzzling. Zhu Wuyu also asked, "Where is that human? Has third uncle already killed him?" That human was too arrogant. When they entered the dragon pool earlier, he was slapped aside by that human. Unfortunately for Zhu Wuyu, he was not strong enough to beat that human. Otherwise, he would have fought with him to the end. It would be fine if he was beaten by his own Dragon Clan seniors, but how dare a mere human beat him? Since Zhu Wuyu was incapable of taking revenge on his own, he could only count on Ji Lao San. When he said this, a Grand Dragon asked, "Yes, where is that human? Why is he nowhere to be seen?" Ji Lao San, who had not moved, sighed unnoticeably before motioning slightly with his head, indicating the human was below. The expression of the Grand Dragon, who asked the question, changed as he remarked in disbelief, "He's down below." Ji Lao San was about to nod, when he suddenly frowned and shouted, "Brace yourselves." As he said that, he used his dragon force to bring the three young dragons into his protection. The other 9 grand dragons were bewildered and couldn't help wondering, "Brace ourselves? For what?" They soon knew the answer. Deep in the dragon pool, a strange sound like that of a heartbeat pulsed. It was extremely faint, but at the same time, all the dragons felt their bloodlines resonate with it. The unusual feeling caused the dragons to become very anxious, and they began to surge their dragon pressure. This was only the beginning, though. Following the initial pulse, a powerful dragon pressure suddenly erupted and enveloped all the dragons, immediately causing them to feel a sense of intense dread. They felt helpless, like children facing a fully grown man. Their throbbing bloodlines were instantly suppressed as they looked at each other in panic. Not only the grand dragons, but even Ji Lao San, who had just become an ancient dragon, felt suffocated. Only then did the dragons understand why Ji Lao San had brought the 3 young dragons under his protection. If he had not done so, the dragon pressure would have been too much for them, and they likely would have been instantly crushed. Luckily, this intense pressure disappeared as quickly as it came. A grand dragon wondered aloud, was that from that senior? That feeling felt familiar to him, as he had once angered one of the clan's ancient dragon elders. When that elder became angry, he unleashed a type of dragon pressure that felt similar to what they had just experienced. Although he did not specify exactly who he was talking about, Ji Lao San was aware of the situation in the dragon pool and naturally understood who he meant. Still, he slowly shook his head and said no. No. Everyone gasped. The Grand Dragon was asked in surprise, "Who then?" From their position, the Grand Dragons could not see the situation below, but Ji Lao San, who had become an ancient dragon, was clearly able to sense something. Otherwise, he would not have stopped here. Before the strange pressure swept over them, Ji Lao San had reacted in advance, which meant that he could see the situation at a much deeper depth than them. Ji Lao San did not answer, though he appeared to be very reluctant and in utter disbelief. Another grand dragon hazarded a guess. Third brother, if it is not from that senior, don't tell me it was from that human. Even he felt foolish for asking such a question. How was that even possible? The dragon pressure they felt was extremely pure, and they had all seen that human in his grand dragon from as he descended through the dragon pool. Although the dragon pressure he showed was indeed potent, if they closely scrutinized it, the human's dragon pressure was still impure. It must have something to do with him being a human. Although he had refined and merged with a dragon source and had a dragon clan bloodline, fundamentally he was still human. So, it was impossible that a human caused such a commotion. But unexpectedly, Ji Lao Sin muttered it was him. All the dragons were shocked. How can that be? They exclaimed in total disbelief. Ji Lao Sin laughed bitterly. If they asked him, who was he supposed to ask? Who could tell him what had happened? He should be full of joy when he advanced to become an ancient dragon. He then dove deeper into the dragon pool to look for the human to restore his dignity. How could he have anticipated encountering such a situation? It was totally inexplicable. The dragon scales on the human had completely shed, and his dragon body was covered in a layer of fresh red blood that continued to ooze out, encompassing him entirely. The dragons next to him were not strong enough to see the situation below, but Ji Lao San was able to see some of it. That was not a human figure in the dragon pool below. It was a huge blood cocoon with a human that had transformed into a pure blood dragon. When they first came to this depth, there was still some dragon pool power around. However, that power was now madly flowing into the blood cocoon and disappearing. Now, the dragon pool power where they were had also been depleted. However, the human was now at the critical juncture just like he was previously. He had accumulated enough power, and it was no longer a big deal if there was insufficient dragon pool power in the surrounding waters. Furthermore, this blood cocoon was about 50,000 meters long. This was what made it so difficult for Ji Lao San to accept. When he entered the dragon pool, he was just a step away from becoming an ancient dragon. Yet he spent half a year to break through after much effort. What about that human? When he entered the dragon pool, he was only 35,000 meters. Half a year later, he was now 50,000 meters. That was an increase of 15,000 meters. Since ancient times, no dragon who entered the dragon pool to cultivate had ever seen such a terrifying increase in size. 15,000 meters. How many years of cultivation was required to achieve that? At first, Ji Lao San also thought that the dragon pool's change had something to do with the senior below. Now, it seemed that was not the case. Rather, it must be caused by this human. Otherwise, how could he have grown by so much in such a short time? The more Ji Lao San thought about it, the harder it was for him to accept. Martial Peak, Chapter 53:20, Advancement to become an ancient dragon. Ji Lao San had become an ancient dragon and had keener eyesight than the others, so he could see that the human was at the critical juncture on the verge of a breakthrough. This was also the reason why he did not descend any further. He wanted to regain his dignity, but he would endanger the life of the human if he were to interfere at such a crucial moment. If the other side failed to break through because of his interruption, it would become a blood feud that only death could end. Furthermore, he was unsure if he could even get near with the intense, pulsating dragon pressure. Muffled grunts were emitted irregularly from the blood cocoon below, as if a powerful life was being awoken. Along with each muffled grunt, a powerful wave of dragon pressure would burst forth. The grand dragons were at a loss as to what to do. After a long silence, Ji Lao San finally said, "There's no telling how long it will take him to break through. So, take care and go around him to cultivate deeper in the dragon pool." There was no point in them all waiting here. The opening of the dragon pool was an opportunity for the dragons to cultivate, so they should not be wasting their time idling around. "What about you, third brother?" a grand dragon asked. Ji Lao San pondered for a moment and then said, "I'll stay here to observe the situation." Since he had achieved a breakthrough and become an ancient dragon, it could be said that he had achieved his goal for this trip into the dragon pool. It did not matter if continued to cultivate or not. More importantly, he wanted to wait for Xianxia's breakthrough, and then have another match with him to determine once and for all who was better. The humiliation that Xianxia caused him in front of the no-return pass had to be settled. Since now was not a good time, he simply had to wait until Xianxia was done with his breakthrough. The Grand Dragon who asked the question must have sensed Ji Lao San's intentions and did not try to talk him out of it. He simply nodded and said, "Good. Third brother, take care." It seemed this human had a thing or two up his sleeve. The commotion during the breakthrough was intense, so if he became an ancient dragon, his strength would probably be quite profound, and Ji Lao San might not be his match. If he was not careful, he might lose to the human again. However, since Ji Lao San insisted, it was inappropriate for him to try to convince him otherwise. Since a decision had been made, the Grand Dragons placed the 3 young dragons in the middle for protection, then swam around the dragon pressure-filled area below to dive deeper into the dragon pool, soon disappearing from sight. At this moment, Xianxia's entire body was wrapped in the blood cocoon, and his mind was empty and totally relaxed like never before. His dragon vein was pulsating, and his body was undergoing a radical transformation. After a period of time, he suddenly felt an inexplicable restraint. He stretched his limbs, and with crackling sounds, the bindings were torn open like a thin membrane. He was slightly shocked and quickly realized that there was nothing really restricting him. Instead, there was a blood cocoon that had wrapped around him at some point. The blood cocoon was naturally the part of him that was human, and now, with the purity and strength of his dragon vein reaching a certain height, the part had been discarded. When the blood cocoon was torn apart, it shattered to pieces and scattered into the flow of the dragon pool. Xianxia literally shed his former body and was reborn. With a resounding dragon roar, Xianxia's dragon pressure reverberated throughout the dragon pool, and brilliant golden light was emitted from all over his body. Ji Lao San watched from afar, filled with a complicated expression, as the golden light was so glaring that he could hardly open his eyes. His breakthrough to the ancient dragon realm was not nearly as eventful. In contrast to his bitterness, Xianxia appeared quite joyful. His divine sense surged, and he quickly examined his own body, feeling as if his dragon vein had never been so pure and strong. His 50,000 meters form was even more fearful and appeared invincible. Xianxia was even more satisfied that his dragon scales had regrown. He was no longer naked like before. Although the new dragon scales still look a bit delicate and not as strong as before, they were new and would harden over time. When his scales matured, they alone would be able to block off a blow from an 8th order open heaven realm master. After Ji Lao San advanced to become an ancient dragon, he grew in length by about 3,000 meters. However, Xianxia did not, mainly because the dragon pool power here was completely depleted. If there was enough dragon pool power around, his body would have grown tremendously. Xianxia was full of joy and laughed loudly, but his laughter came out as continuous dragon roars. Ji Lao San narrowed his eyes and clenched his claws, muttering to himself, "So noisy." The next moment, he saw a blur, and Xianxia's huge body instantly rushed towards him. Ji Lao San backed up instinctually as he and exclaimed, "What?" He had remained there to wait for Xianxia to advance to become an ancient dragon, planning to fight him to determine who was stronger. However, when the moment came, he became hesitant. This couldn't be helped, as his opponent's dragon pressure was significantly stronger than his. Having just broken through, Xianxia would not be familiar with his new strength and wouldn't be able to restrain himself. Worse, even from so far away, Ji Lao San already felt his dragon vein being suppressed. If they fought now, the only possible result would be him being one-sidedly beaten. Not only that, when Xianxia broke through to the ancient dragon realm, his bloodline was completely refined, and he had become a pure blood dragon. Unlike before, Ji Lao San no longer saw Xianxia as someone who was half dragon and half human. Now, this golden dragon in front of him could be considered as his clansman, although he still hated Xianxia's guts. Xianxia looked at him with his dragon head tilted and seemed to be smiling. He then said, "Relax, I came to thank you." Although he was wrapped in the blood cocoon and his mind was emptied, he could still perceive what was happening in the outside world. After his breakthrough, the events that had transpired would naturally be recalled. Xianxia was surprised that Ji Lao San did not take advantage of the crucial period before his breakthrough to interrupt him. With his prior arrogance, it would not be surprising for the latter to interfere so as to disrupt his advancement. However, Ji Lao San did no such thing. This saved Xianxia a lot of trouble. "There's no need to thank me." Ji Lao San coldly snorted and stared at Xianxia with narrowed eyes as fury raged in his heart. It was as if Xianxia did not notice it, or perhaps he did not care about the other party's attitude. He just turned his head towards the bottom and said, "I just made a breakthrough and need some dragon pool power to continue to refine. The power here had been depleted. I'll be heading down now." After saying so, his body flicked and he swam down the depths of the dragon pool. As Xianxia was departing, though, his dragon tail flicked and hit Ji Lao San's body, throwing him far away. After he managed to stabilize himself, Ji Lao San gritted his teeth and roared, "Bastard!" Ji Lao San was convinced that Xianxia did it on purpose, whipping him with his tail because he sensed that Ji Lao San still wanted to fight with him. After cursing, Ji Lao San became a little dismayed. He was also an ancient dragon now, so how could he just accept being smacked by a tail for no reason? He was hit by Xianxia only because the moment Xianxia made a move, his dragon pressure had suppressed Ji Lao San, which caused his reaction to become extremely slow. Ji Lao San secretly sighed, knowing his desire to fight against Xianxia was pointless. Since Xianxia knew that Ji Lao San was not his match, he smacked him with the tail as a warning to him. He had now confirmed that Xianxia had refined a divine dragon source. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to have such powerful dragon pressure. The golden divine dragon source. It could be none other than that legendary existence. Ji Lao San felt a little better when he thought of it that way. He was not inferior to Xianxia. It was just that his source was not as strong as that legendary ancestor's. The day his source reached the height of a divine dragon, he would be able to take on Xianxia. With this thought in mind, Ji Lao San hastily headed deeper into the dragon pool. At the same time, Xianxia was already dove quite deep. He met the 3 young dragons and the 9 grand dragons, all of whom quickly moved away with looks of disbelief. Nonetheless, he did not care. He was starving now. It was not the regular feeling of hunger. It came from the depths of his bloodline. Xianxia had just achieved a breakthrough to become an ancient dragon with extremely pure and strong dragon vein. Now, all he wanted was to devour more power to satiate and strengthen himself. Unfortunately, the dragon pool power in his previous territory had been depleted. Thus, he could only continue deeper down into the pool, so as to fill the void his bloodline made him feel. After passing those grand dragons and young dragons, Xianxia did not know how much farther he swam down, but eventually he activated the great sun and moon marks, and the huge dragon pool power poured into his body, turning into powerful nutrients. Xianxia felt a wave of relief. With the sound of bones cracking from within his dragon body, his 50,000 meters dragon form that had just stabilized began to grow rapidly. Not only that, as his own bloodline had been purified, the secrets hidden deep within it had begun to awaken. The dragon clan's inheritance. The inheritance of humans relied heavily on various ancient books and careful instruction from one's elders. However, divine spirits were different. A divine spirit's inheritance was always hidden deep within their bloodline. Even without the guidance of any elders or any ancient books and records, as long as their bloodline was purified to a certain degree, these inheritances would naturally awaken. This was a kind of innate response to the scarcity of divine spirits. Even if there were few divine spirits in the clan, and there were no elders to guide the next generation, their inheritance could not be cut off so simply. After all, according to the heavenly way, bloodline inheritance was the basis of a divine spirit strength. It was an inheritance that could be ensured so long as the divine spirit's bloodline remained. Now that Yongkai had advanced to become an ancient dragon, he started benefiting from this inheritance. He was consuming the power of the dragon pool to enhance his body, while feeling the gift from the depths of his bloodline. The Dragon Clan's bloodline talent was the Tao of Time. Yongkai's attainments in the Tao of Time were not low. At least, he had not met anyone who had gone farther than himself with this grand Tao. According to his own classification, he had reached the 6th level of exceeding the ordinary to reach the extraordinary. Although there was still a huge gap when compared to his mastery over the Tao of Space, which was at the 8th level, summiting the peak, it was not bad at all. Throughout history, the only person he knew of who might be able to surpass him in the Tao of Time was Flowing Time Great Emperor. Perhaps it was possible for Xianxia and Xianxia to have surpassed him as well. After all, these two children were the successors of Flowing Time Great Emperor. Even so, they were probably still a bit too young. The Tao of Time was extremely difficult to master. Yongkai had already reached the 6th level, but had made no further progress for many years. With the Dragon Clan's bloodline inheritance and his own dragon vein, which had been refined to the point that he transformed to become a pure blood dragon, many obscure points from the past were now clear. Yongkai was overjoyed. This trip to the no-return pass was a huge success. Just achieving a breakthrough to become an ancient dragon was worth the effort. Not to mention, he could now improve his mastery over the Tao of Time. He also managed to reap a lot of benefits from the Phoenix clan. While Yongkai was thirstily absorbing the Dragon Clan inheritance from his bloodline, the beast with the giant eyes looked on angrily from the depths of the dragon pool. Who the hell is this little bastard? He had already moved far away from Yongkai previously, but how could he have known that Yongkai would continue chasing after him? Did he really think that an old man like him would not dare to teach others a lesson? Martial Peak, Chapter 53:21, Fu Guang. The beast with the giant eyes was at least several hundreds of thousands of meters away from Yongkai. So at such a distance, even if he was extremely strong, it was difficult for him to fully perceive the situation due to the isolation power of the dragon pool. He could only detect there was some commotion where Yongkai was. This bird hasn't broken through yet. The beast with the giant eyes felt a little strange. How could he have not broken through after he swallowed so much dragon pool power? Could it be that this junior's talent is just that horrendous? However, it was clear that this little one was very determined. The beast heaved a sigh and was satisfied that Yongkai had the right attitude. He could not blame Yongkai for not being talented enough. He would just go deeper and give this brat some room to cultivate. After all, he couldn't fight with a brat just because he was disturbed. The beast with giant eyes did not intend to help Yongkai. A dragon's breakthrough depended mainly on themselves, and outsiders could not help. The giant beast silently swam down another 100,000 meters until it finally could not feel the disturbances above. Time flew by, and 2 months later, Yongkai's body size increased again by nearly 10,000 meters. Now his dragon form was almost 60,000 meters. 50,000 meters was the baseline for being an ancient dragon, which was comparable to a newly advanced 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Yongkai's 60,000 meters dragon form meant that he had firmly established himself in this realm. It was unimaginable for a dragon to grow by 10,000 meters within 2 months. If dragons really could grow at such speeds, there would have been a terrifying number of ancient and divine dragons throughout history. This was all because Yongkai was able to devour enormous amounts of the dragon pool power during that short period of time, and even that was only possible with the assistance of the great sun and moon marks. The yin-yang power left behind by the burning light and serene glimmer was also essential, as it acted like a millstone to grind and refine the power from the dragon pool, so Yongkai could more easily absorb it. However, Yongkai also noticed that the more he progressed, the more difficult it became to improve. When he first came here, his body size could increase by several dozens to over 100 meters a day, but currently it was down to less than a dozen meters a day. One reason was his dragon vein was stronger and purer, so the same amount of dragon pool power was unable to enhance him as much as before. The second was the dragon pool power at his location had again been depleted. After such wanton consumption, The dragon pool power was much thinner than before. This time, Xianxia did not wait for the dragon pool power to be completely depleted. As soon as he felt that the power was significantly weaker than before, Xianxia proceeded downwards another 100,000 meters. The beast with the giant eyes was disturbed once again and flared his nostrils furiously. What's the meaning of this? Is that brat intentionally taunting me? He wondered. He was understandably upset. But once again, he decided to avoid a confrontation by swimming deeper. Another 2 months later, he felt a disturbance from above. It appeared like the annoying junior had descended again. The beast's veins at his temples throbbed in frustration. Suppressing his anger once again, he continued descending through the dragon pool. He decided that 3 times was the limit of his tolerance. One more intrusion into his territory, and he would be forced to discipline that brat. 2 months later, the beast with the giant eyes looked up again, but now he was not angry and instead full of doubts as he once again perceived movement from above. He previously thought that those movements were made by that junior using the ancient dragon vein tempering art, but now it seemed like something was amiss. After so much time, whoever it was should have achieved a breakthrough already. If he or she had failed at achieving a breakthrough, then this junior should have been crippled if not killed by the amount of dragon pool power they had absorbed. How could they just continue to cultivate? Now, curious and suspicious, he gathered his aura and silently swam upward to have a look at what was going on. Xianxia was dividing his attention between devouring the dragon pool power with the great sun and moon marks and cultivating the Tao of time using the bloodline inheritance he had just unlocked. The main reason why Xianxia went deeper every 2 months was he was aware of the inconveniences he was causing the grand dragons and young dragons above. The dragon pool power seemed to bubble up from bottom to top, so if he depleted all the dragon pool power where he was, then the grand dragons and young dragons above him would not be able to cultivate properly. Thus, when he sensed that the dragon pool power around him was getting thinner, he would descend another 100,000 meters. Even if he was eating all the meat, leaving some soup for others was only polite. It had been half a year since his breakthrough, and his achievements were significant already. His dragon form had increased by nearly 20,000 meters, for a grand total of 67,000 meters. On top of that, his gains in the Tao of Time were significant. Xianxia felt that with a little more effort, he would be able to ascend to the next level of mastery over the Tao of Time. When that happened, his Tao of Time would reach the 7th level, standing above all others within sight. However, while he was concentrating on his cultivation, he suddenly had a strange feeling. The yin and yang power of the burning light and serene glimmer in his body was rapidly weakening. Xianxia was momentarily stunned, but quickly realized that the 2 powers were about to run out. The power Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan gifted him back, then had already purified his bloodline and dragon vein several times over the years. Even now, they were intermingling like a millstone, grinding the dragon pool power for him to absorb. Unfortunately, these powers were not his own and would eventually run out one day. Xianxia was also prepared for this, but obviously did not expect it to be so soon. He was not disappointed, however. If it was not for this yin-yang millstone helping him, he would never have been able to refine the dragon pool power so quickly, even if he could withstand the huge amount he absorbed into his body. His progress would not have been so rapid. Xianxia had already gained enough benefits. Before entering the dragon pool, his grand dragon body was only 35,000 meters in length, but 1 year later, he had grown to 67,000 meters. In this time, his dragon vein had become incomparably pure. How could he not be satisfied with his achievements and progress? The external power was not his anyway. The power of the burning light and serene glimmer had already helped him lay a solid foundation. How far he could go in the future depended largely on him. As the power of the burning light and serene glimmer weakened, the invisible millstone in his body also began to collapse. Xianxia soon felt the pressure inside his body increasing. When the millstone was grinding, regardless of how much dragon pool power he devoured, it was quickly refined and absorbed, but that was over now. Too much absorption was now causing him to become bloated. Yongkai suspected that if he continued on like this, he would eventually explode and die. The dragons who entered the dragon pool would dive to an appropriate depth, claim a stretch of territory, and cultivate. The further they went down, the denser the power became. However, they had to be able to absorb and refine the dragon pool power to benefit from it. Each member of the dragon clan had to find their own limits when entering the dragon pool. Yongkai relied on the power of the burning light and serene glimmer to ignore these limitations and dive to a depth of over 1 million meters with a meager size of 35,000 meters. The power Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan gave him declined extremely quickly, like an arrow at the end of its flight. Just half an hour after Yongkai noticed the diminishing returns, the two forces had completely disappeared without a trace. Yongkai frantically stopped the great sun and moon marks, but even so he felt a lot of pressure. The dragon pool power he was wantonly absorbing before now felt like a huge burden he could barely resist with the power from his dragon vein. What's more, the outside pressure was also beginning to affect him as he could not absorb the ambient power. He could not remain at this depth any longer or something bad would happen to him. With his mind made up, Yongkai decided to head back up. However, when he opened his eyes, he was shocked. Two huge eyes were staring at him, glimmering and full of curiosity. Yongkai was now 67,000 meters in length, which was a considerable size. So if he felt that the entity in front of him was huge, then what was looking at him must be enormous. Yongkai's dragon pressure instantly surged, and he almost clawed at the stranger who was looking at him. However, he managed to hold back at the last moment, because he could see what was in front of him was a huge dragon head. Looking behind the dragon head, he could not even see the end of this being. In an instant, Yongkai could tell that this was an ancient dragon, an extremely powerful ancient dragon with a body of almost 100,000 meters. If the ancient dragon realm started at 50,000 meters, then above 100,000 meters would naturally be the divine dragon. Yongkai immediately knew who it was and asked, "Senior Fu Guang?" When he was previously a guest in Huang Xinyang's phoenix nest, Yongkai deliberately asked her about the Dragon Clan situation. Huang Xinyang saw no reason to keep anything from him if the information was not confidential. According to Xinyang, there was a divine dragon in the Dragon Clan who was the current clan head. The number of ancient dragons should be more than a dozen, but they were usually cultivating in seclusion and were not openly seen by others. The ones who presided over the affairs of the Dragon Clan at the No Return Pass were the three ancient dragons that Yongkai once greeted. They were also known as the three elders of the Dragon Clan. Those three ancient dragons were very old and powerful, but they had all exhausted their potential, and so there was no hope of them ever advancing to become divine dragons. In other words, their current strength was their limit, and there was no possibility of them advancing further. However, among the members of the Dragon Clan, there was one ancient dragon who had reached the upper limits of his current realm, but had not exhausted his potential, and thus had hope of breaking through to become a divine dragon. Fu Guang. More than 5,000 years ago, Fu Guang had already reached the limits of the ancient dragon realm, and then entered retreat deep in the dragon pool. He had not been seen since. According to Xinyang, Fu Guang would either become a divine dragon and emerge from the pool, or die in the dragon pool's depths. If he died, then his dragon force would escape into the dragon pool, leaving behind a legacy for the future generations. Without such determination, an ancient dragon who was attempting to make the final breakthrough would not easily enter the dragon pool. Throughout history, the Dragon Clan had many ancient dragons who died in the dragon pool without ever stepping out of it. Rumor had it that there were many dragon bones buried in the deepest part of the dragon pool. Of course, Xinyang was part of the Phoenix clan and could not be sure about this. However, they all lived in the No Return Pass, so it was normal to have some understanding of each other. Fu Guang had been in retreat in the depths of the dragon pool for 5,000 years. No one knew how he was doing, only that he was still alive. Still, 5,000 years was nothing for a Dragon Clan member. The dragons had extremely long lifespans, so 5,000 years was considered brief when living more than 50,000 years was a given. What's more, each time the dragon pool opened, it was impossible for the later generation Dragon Clan members to descend anywhere near where Fu Guang had secluded himself. Thus, none of them knew if his retreat was going smoothly. However, for him to remain in the depths of the dragon pool for 5,000 years, it was obvious that progress was not coming easily to him. When an ancient dragon, who was close to becoming a divine dragon, appeared at this depth of the dragon pool, Xianxia was certainly able to guess his identity. This was a white dragon, and even at this depth in the dragon pool, it was difficult to hide its pure glory. Although the ancient dragon did not exert any dragon pressure, Xianxia felt stifled just by being stared at by those eyes. Although his source was slightly inferior to Xianxia's, this ancient dragon's bloodline was much stronger than his. Fu Guang nodded lightly and asked curiously, "Which family do you hail from?" Martial Peak, Chapter 53:22. You want to do what with me? The dragon clan was divided into 3 families, the Fu, Zhu, and Ji. The dragon clan's bloodline was being continued by these 3 families, which was why Fu Guang was surprised that he did not feel the bloodline aura of any of these 3 families from this young one. Moreover, if he was not mistaken, when he first perceived this youngster, he was using the ancient dragon vein tempering art, which meant that he was not yet an ancient dragon. Under up close observation, this youngster was already a nearly 70,000 meters long ancient dragon. It was simply unimaginable for a dragon to have such a huge improvement in less than a year's time. Even for someone as gifted as himself, it was impossible to have such an achievement. Throughout history, no dragon had ever grown so rapidly. It was completely beyond Dragon Clan's ability to understand how this could be accomplished. While asking the question, Fu Guang inadvertently looked at Xianxia's 2 front dragon claws. When he noticed the great sun and moon marks, he realized that they must have something to do with this junior's rapid growth and the enormous consumption of dragon pool power. "Senior, I am not a dragon of the no return pass." Since he was sure that the ancient dragon before him was Fu Guang, Xianxia had nothing to fear. At least, he would not be attacked for no reason. "You're not a dragon of the no return pass?" Fu Guang was slightly surprised as he continued to ask, "Did you return to your roots from the outside to pay respects to your ancestors?" Xianxia shook his head and explained, "No, I am human. It was a coincidence that I had the opportunity to refine a dragon source and advance to become an ancient dragon. During that process, my bloodline was purified." Fu Guang was even more surprised and exclaimed, "Human? Those few stubborn old goats actually agreed to let you into the dragon pool?" He obviously knew the stubbornness of those ancient dragons. The dragon pool was fundamental to the existence of the dragon clan, so no one was worthy to enter it except for the pure-blood dragons. He wondered what they were thinking to let a human enter the dragon pool. However, Fu Guang soon nodded lightly and said, "Whether you were human or not before, now that your bloodline is pure, you could be considered part of the dragon clan. Furthermore, you are already an ancient dragon." As he said, he continued to study Xianxia. He noted that Xianxia's golden dragon source was extremely powerful. If he was not mistaken, it should be the legendary source that was lost all those eons ago. No wonder those stubborn old goats were willing to let him enter the dragon pool. They must have taken this into consideration. Unaware of the other party's thoughts, Xianxia was slightly stunned when he heard what Fu Guang said, and said with a touch of dismay, "Yes, this junior is part of the dragon clan now." Fu Guang laughed slightly and asked, "What's the matter? Are you reluctant to give up being a human?" Xianxia replied, "Not really. It's just that I'm not used to it yet." Fu Guang nodded and said, "Although someone like you is very rare, there have been a few recorded in my dragon clan's history. I do not understand your feelings, as there is no downside to being part of the dragon clan. At least when comparing to others in the equivalent realm, the dragons are much stronger than humans." He then changed the topic and asked, "Those 2 marks, are they from the burning light and serene glimmer?" Senior's vision is truly sharp. They are indeed from those 2 seniors. Xianxia was not surprised. Since Huang Xinyan could recognize the origins of the 2 marks at a glance, there was no reason why Fu Guang could not. Fu Guang swam around Yang Kai with some curiosity and asked, "Those two marks can draw in and absorb the dragon pool power? I've never heard of anything like them before. However, since they are marks granted by those two, it's not surprising that they have this ability. What I wonder is how you manage to withstand such a huge amount of power inside your body. By right, you should have exploded long ago." He had been observing Yang Kai for a while and was truly puzzled by this situation. Yang Kai explained, "When those two seniors granted me their marks, they also gifted me a portion of their pure yin and yang powers. When this junior sucked in the dragon pool power, the yin and yang power turned into something like a millstone and ground it down, allowing me to rapidly absorb and refine the dragon pool power." Fu Guang was amazed and exclaimed, "There is such a thing." He had never known of such a possibility. Even the entire dragon clan knew nothing about this. Otherwise, the ancient books would have records of these capabilities. This brat in front of him not only had the marks of the burning light and serene glimmer, but he had also received a part of their powers. That meant that they considered him in high regard. The burning light and serene glimmer would never grant their powers to others lightly. At least, Fu Guang had never heard of anyone having such an opportunity before. Come, activate those two marks again," Fu Guang asked eagerly. Yang Kai shook his head rapidly and said, "Senior, unfortunately, this junior has exhausted the yin and yang powers of those two. If I draw in any more dragon pool power, I won't be able to handle it." "What are you afraid of? Just do as I say. I'm here and will take care of you." Fu Guang spoke with utmost confidence, as if he wanted to reassure Yang Kai and let him act boldly. Yang Kai was at a loss for what to do and about what Fu Guang's intentions were. However, considering that Fu Guang was close to becoming a divine dragon, he was surely not a match if things got out of hand. Besides, it should not matter if he just demonstrated the two marks' ability a little for Fu Guang to see. With that in mind, Yang Kai nodded his head and said, "In that case, Junior will show you how they work." He then activated the great sun and moon marks on his two dragon claws. The moment the marks shone, they started to suck in the rich dragon pool power from the surrounding area. Yang Kai was prepared to stop at a moment's notice, as he did not have the yin-yang millstone inside him anymore. He really could not withstand too much dragon pool power entering his body. However, just as he activated the two marks, Fu Guang made his move. His nearly 100,000 meters dragon form vibrated immediately, and his dragon scales stood on end. As he did so, Fu Guang's dragon body suddenly turned into what seemed like a bottomless abyss, madly devouring the incoming dragon pool's power. Feeling his dragon vein roar and his bones crack loudly, Fu Guang's eyes lit up. Yang Kai was not experiencing too much pressure because almost 80% of the dragon pool power drawn in by the great sun and moon marks was being intercepted by Fu Guang, leaving a mere 20% to enter Yang Kai's body. Although it was still a bit uncomfortable for Yang Kai, it was within his ability to tolerate. At least he would not be at risk of dying anymore. Yang Kai suddenly understood Fu Guang's intention of requesting him to activate the great sun and moon marks. Xin Yang said that Fu Guang had been in retreat in the depths of the dragon pool for 5,000 years. If he had not broken through yet, it meant that advancing from an ancient dragon to a divine dragon was no easy task. If Yang Kai could help him achieve a breakthrough, it would be an enormous favor, not only to Fu Guang himself, but to the entire dragon clan. The dragon clan had only one divine dragon right now, so their overall strength would soar with an additional one. As Yang Kai was thinking about this, Fu Guang signaled to Yang Kai to stop. Yang Kai obediently did as he was told. Fu Guang pondered silently while glancing at Yang Kai every now and then, as if he was thinking about how to make a request. He also appeared very hesitant. Yang Kai was amused and wondered just what he was going to say. What is there to hesitate about? The advancement to become a divine dragon should be far more important compared to owing a favor or some notion of pride. Nonetheless, even with such thoughts, he did not say anything and just waited in silence. After a long time, Fu Guang said awkwardly, "Kid, do you want to dual cultivate with me?" Yang Kai was shocked and stuttered, "Dual cultivate. With you? What the hell are you talking about?" Why did you suddenly bring this up? Are you actually a female dragon? But it doesn't look like it, and your voice is obviously too low to be that of female. Yang Kai doubtfully thought. Fu Guang nodded seriously and said, Yes, cultivate with me. See, you can draw in an enormous amount of dragon pool power by using those 2 marks. However, you can't digest it all, so I could digest most of it for you while you absorb the rest yourself. Yang Kai choked and remarked, ahem. So, this is what you meant by dual cultivate with you. He thought that Fu Guang was referring to something else. Fu Guang said with a straight face, Of course. What else could I have meant? Yang Kai was speechless, and even suspected that Fu Guang did not understand what the connotation was. In Fu Guang's mind, dual cultivation simply meant cultivating together. Noticing that Yang Kai did not agree immediately, Fu Guang said, Of course, this is more beneficial to me, but I will not let you suffer a loss. Let's do this. You are now a pure-blood dragon and can only enhance your bloodline on your own without anyone's guidance. However, my Dragon Clan's bloodline talent is the Tao of Time. If you agree to my request, I can give you a few pointers while you cultivate. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard what Fu Guang said and exclaimed, Really? Fu Guang nodded, of course. Many thanks, Senior. Even if Fu Guang did not offer to give him pointers on improving his mastery over the Tao of Time, Yang Kai was already planning on helping him. If Yang Kai really helped him become a divine dragon, then the Dragon Clan would owe him a huge favor. Now, with the added benefits on top, Yang Kai would certainly not refuse. Do you agree? Fu Guang asked to confirm. This junior can't think of a reason to refuse. Very good. Fu Guang slithered his dragon form and continued. This matter cannot be delayed. Come with me. It had been over a year since the dragon pool opened, so Yang Kai would leave in at most a few years' time. Thus, Fu Guang did not want to waste even a single moment. Yang Kai followed Fu Guang closely, diving deeper into the pool. He did not know how deep they went, but Yang Kai felt that he had reached his limit. If he went any deeper, the dense dragon pool power around him would kill him even if he did not activate the Great Sun and Moon marks. Yang Kai was not surprised that Fu Guang looked so relaxed. After all, there was a difference of over 30,000 meters between their sizes. Fu Guang was on the cusp of becoming a divine dragon, so it was only natural that he would be able to resist the pressure better than himself in the dragon pool. Fu Guang also sensed this, and without waiting for Yang Kai to say anything, he took the initiative to stop and said, This will do. Yang Kai promptly replied, As you wish, Senior. Fu Guang was very considerate and explained, You should slowly activate the Great Sun and Moon marks and progressively draw in the dragon pool power. You don't have to do it all at once, just slowly adjust it. Yang Kai nodded and replied, I'll try. He had never tried to control the Great Sun and Moon marks, because previously he had the yin-yang millstone in his body to help him grind however much power he could draw in. Now that he was going to help Fu Guang cultivate, though, it was necessary to use a more refined method. Coil up your body, Fu Guang said. When Yang Kai heard this, he quickly coiled himself into a ball. Fu Guang placed Yang Kai in the middle and wrapped him with his body for protection. On seeing this, Yang Kai felt a lot more assured. In this way, the dragon pool power sucked in by the Great Sun and Moon marks would be devoured by Fu Guang first, and only what he could not take in would float him. Thus, Yang Kai's safety was guaranteed. Martial Peak, Chapter 53-23, Fu Guang's Hypothesis. The Great Sun and Moon marks were activated and the dragon pool power began to swirl around them. This time, Yang Kai deliberately tried to control the 2 marks and found that it was actually not difficult to manipulate them. When Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan gave him these 2 marks back then, this should have been taken into consideration. However, the marks still pulled in the dragon pool power at an alarming rate. This place was already a few million meters deep into the dragon pool, so the surrounding power was very dense. Any kind of suction force would draw the power, and like tsunami, Fu Guang grunted as his huge form shook. His dragon scales stood on end, and his body instantly became like a bottomless abyss, devouring the dragon pool power that he absorbed. Yang Kai, who was surrounded by Fu Guang's dragon body, was a bit nervous but soon realized that he had worried over nothing. The majority of the dragon pool's power was swallowed up by Fu Guang, and not a single bit came to him. Seeing this, Yang Kai gradually strengthened the power of the marks, and more dragon pool power was drawn. Yang Kai slowly increased the suction force of the marks until he reached about 70% of maximum when he began to feel some of the power overflowing to him. That also meant that Fu Guang was at the limit of how much he could absorb. He gestured to Yang Kai, who understood and strengthened the power of the marks a bit more. With Fu Guang's cooperation, the excess dragon pool power that flowed to Yang Kai was devoured and refined by him. Both Yang Kai and Fu Guang were silently adapting to the current pressure of the incoming power. Yang Kai found that without the burning light and serene glimmers yin-yang millstone to assist him, he could not refine all the dragon pool power that he drew in, and a large part of it simply passed through his pores and back out into the dragon pool. Previously, with the yin-yang millstone, no matter how much dragon pool power he drew into his body, Yang Kai was able to refine it quickly and not a drop remained. This was also the reason why he was able to advance to become an ancient dragon so quickly and grow to a shock 67,000 meters in one session. Now, without that millstone, Yang Kai finally felt the difficulty of a dragon cultivating and breaking through. It was no wonder that Fu Guang had not been able to attain a breakthrough even after staying in the depths of Dragon Pool for 5,000 years. If he, as an ancient dragon of 67,000 meters, was already having difficulty, there was no need to mention Fu Guang, who was only one step away from becoming a divine dragon. Yang Kai did not know if this attempt could help Fu Guang break through his bottleneck. However, since Fu Guang had made the request, he could only do his best and leave the rest to fate. Unlike Yang Kai's current relaxed situation, Fu Guang's devouring of the dragon pool power was much more intense. Yang Kai could even hear the dragon vein inside Fu Guang roaring like a river. Apart from that, the latter's body would occasionally crack open and dragon blood would gush out everywhere. This was obviously the result of the pressure he was under. Although he looked miserable, Fu Guang's spirits appeared buoyant, but this couldn't be helped. Before Yang Kai entered the dragon pool, he had also tried using the ancient dragon vein tempering art, drawing in as much power of the dragon pool as possible to use the pressure to break through his own shackles. However, in these 5,000 years, little progress was made. It seemed his body had reached a limit, and it was impossible to advance any further to become a divine dragon. He had pondered a lot during these 5,000 years. The ancient method was actually quite useful in terms of refining his dragon vein. The problem was that he simply could not draw in enough dragon pool power to meet the requirements for a breakthrough. That was why after he saw the great sun and moon marks on Yang Kai dragon claws, Fu Guang began to think that if Yang Kai could help him pull in a massive amount of dragon pool power, he might have an opportunity to achieve a breakthrough. The two marks proved to be more effective in drawing in the dragon pool power than the ancient dragon vein tempering art that he was using. Previously, while cultivating, Fu Guang vaguely felt some subtle changes to his dragon vein, so he knew it was working. Although he could not see any signs of breakthrough, any change was better than none. His only fear was nothing changing at all. Now, however, the changes were far more noticeable. If he could succeed this time, then the entire dragon clan could become more prosperous in the future. Since ancient times, the dragon clan had produced numerous ancient dragons. However, there were very few divine dragons. There were never more than 3 in the same era, with the biggest reason for this being that the last hurdle was just too difficult to overcome. If Fu Guang could break through and become a divine dragon using this new method, though, then the next time an ancient dragon wanted to break through to become a divine dragon, they could simply ask Yang Kai for help. If all went well, the number of divine dragons in the dragon clan might achieve new heights. With this hypothesis in mind, he looked at Yang Kai as if he had found some kind of precious treasure. Several more days passed, and both Yang Kai and Fu Guang had completely adapted to the pressures they were under. Fu Guang suddenly opened his mouth and spat out his own dragon bead. The dragon bead was quite large, round, flawless, and completely white. Yang Kai also had a dragon bead, but his was incomparable to Fu Guang's. Fu Guang's dragon bead seemed to have no other characteristics than being beautiful. However, Yang Kai could feel the heaven-destroying and earth-shattering power contained within it. This was the result of Fu Guang's dragon force. 4 dragons, their dragon bead was just like a monster beast's monster core, the foundation of their existence. It was also their trump card when facing a strong enemy. In times of desperation, a dragon could take out their dragon bead to attack the enemy. Of course, there were great risks involved in doing this, which was why a monster beast would not summon their monster core unless desperate, much less a noble dragon. Yang Kai had done it once before in order to kill Zhu Feng, Territory Lord, but that one single clash had resulted in his dragon bead being damaged, and without the help of Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan's power, it would have taken him hundreds, if not thousands of years to recover. He did not know what Fu Guang was doing by suddenly spitting out his dragon bead at this time. However, it was soon obviously that this was how the latter was planning to guide him on how to better master the Tao of Time. Watch carefully. As Fu Guang shouted, the dragon bead began to rotate. From that dragon bead, pure dragon force emerged and formed a layer of haze around the bead. At the same time, the flawless white dragon bead also began to transform. The white dragon bead soon turned into different colors, and the entire dragon bead became pockmarked. Not only that, the dragon bead seemed to have a strange power surging within it. Yang Kai's dragon eyes widened as he stared at this scene, and soon he was shocked. What he saw was no longer a dragon bead, but rather a universe world. The haze of dragon force was the barrier around this universe world. This was a newborn, lifeless universe world, but with the convergence of the powers of the 7 elements, a transformation began to occur, and the barren universe world also gradually changed. At first, an ocean appeared. Then some green began to spread around. The originally white dragon bead became green and blue. The aura of life slowly appeared in the sea and soon spread to the land. The first lives were very fragile and could not withstand any disturbance. The slightest interference, and it spelled disaster for them. Rebirth followed each destruction, and eventually, life took a hold and managed to tenaciously survive. Over time, life flourished and the whole world thrived. Yang Kai realized that Fu Guang was using his dragon bead to show him the evolution of the Tao of Time. Time was an extremely subtle power, more mysterious and esoteric than even the Tao of space. The Dragon Clan's bloodline talent was the Tao of Time, so they had no need to deliberately cultivate it. When a dragon's bloodline became pure to a certain degree, the inheritance hidden deep in their bloodline would awaken. Still, it was very difficult for a dragon to master this power. Yang Kai did not know for certain before, but now he had to admit that his ability to cultivate the Tao of Time was linked to his dragon bloodline. Otherwise, it would not make sense for him to be able to cultivate the Tao of Time while being proficient in the Tao of space. Now he was an ancient dragon, and his dragon vein was extremely pure, so his bloodline talent had awakened. All that was needed was for him to enhance his own understanding in the Tao of Time. Fu Guang's display greatly made up for this. He was an ancient dragon who was just a step away from becoming a divine dragon. Looking at the entire Dragon Clan, it could be said that apart from the current Dragon Clan head, he was the most powerful. With the help of his own dragon bead, Fu Guang displayed the wonders of the Tao of Time for Yang Kai, with no regard for how much of his strength he used up from his source. This was an opportunity that not just anyone could have. Even Fu Guang would not have done such thing if he had not requested Yang Kai's help. Yang Kai's mind and soul had been completely absorbed by the dragon bead. It was as if he was inside of it, experiencing all the wonders of the Tao of Time. It was as if he was sucked in and could no longer feel the passage of time in the outside world. Every moment was like tens of thousands of years. The whole world's living creatures became extinct just before the universe collapsed under a violent shock and turned into an empty black abyss. Yang Kai's eyes finally blinked and his mind regained its clarity. He saw Fu Guang swallowing his dragon bead back in his mouth and looked at him with an odd expression. Fu Guang originally thought that Yang Kai's attainment in the Tao of Time would only be superficial. However, When Yang Kai's mind and soul became immersed in his dragon bead, Fu Guang realized that something was wrong. This kid's attainments in the Tao of Time were not low at all. In fact, he could perceive that the time principles Yang Kai could manipulate were extremely powerful and profound. Apart from Fu Guang, the only ones that could be compared were the clan head and the 3 elder ancient dragons. As for the other ancient dragons, they were all probably inferior to this boy. Moreover, he could clearly feel that Yang Kai's mastery over the Tao of Time had advanced another level just now. How is it? Fu Guang asked. Yang Kai slowly came to his senses and said gratefully, "Many thanks for your guidance, senior." Fu Guang's feeling was right. Yang Kai had indeed taken another step forward in his mastery over the Tao of Time, reaching the 7th level, standing above all others within sight. The most obvious change was the speed of time flow in his small universe. Previously, the speed of time in his small universe was 4 times faster than that of the outside world. Now it was 5 times faster. The faster time flow in his small universe meant that the living beings in his small universe could grow more rapidly, while the spirit herbs planted in his small universe could also be harvested more frequently. Most importantly, Yang Kai's own heritage would accumulate faster. Although Yang Kai did not know how much real time had passed outside, his mind had been following the transformation of the universe within Fu Guang's dragon bead for countless eons, sensing the mysteries in the flow of time. It was not surprising that he could make a breakthrough in mastery. Fu Guang nodded lightly, so it was not in vain. The dragon pool is about to reopen. You should leave soon. Yang Kai was dumbfounded as he asked, "How long has it been?" "Almost 3 years." 3 years? It seemed like an instant. "Senior," Yang Kai suddenly felt a little hesitant. He had gained a lot from this session, but Fu Guang did not seem to have attained a breakthrough. If he left at this time, that would mean that everything had been for naught. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5324, That damn human is a bastard. Seeming to sense Yang Kai's thoughts, Fu Guang said, "The power I have accumulated is already enough. All that remains is the evolution of my bloodline. No external force can help me now." Over the past 3 years, the dragon pool power that Yang Kai drew using the great sun and moon marks was almost equivalent to what Fu Guang would take in after 100 years of effort. This showed the immense power of the 2 marks. Previously, Fu Guang could not take this final step because the ancient dragon vein tempering art he was using could not draw enough dragon pool power at once to apply sufficient pressure to force a breakthrough. However, this was not a problem with the great sun and moon marks. Although he could draw the same amount of dragon pool power in 100 years as Yang Kai did for him in 3 years, that did not mean that the effect was the same. Without Yang Kai's help, he might not have been able to take this final step in 100 years, or even 1,000 years. Now Fu Guang could feel that his bloodline was changing, so it was time to finally take that last step. Maybe when the dragon pool opened again, the dragon clan would have another divine dragon. Yang Kai was relieved to hear him say that. He did not want to owe someone a favor. Fu Guang had instructed him on the Tao of Time, and Yang Kai helped him to advance to become a divine dragon. Thus, there was a mutual gain, and neither owed the other. A dragon scale suddenly flew towards Yang Kai, and Fu Guang said, "Bring this to those 3 old ghosts, and you'll get the rewards that you deserve." Yang Kai reached out and grabbed it. He had a feeling that the dragon scale had been marked by Fu Guang's secret techniques, but he did not know what it said. He had no intention to pry either, as he had not done anything wrong to the dragon clan during his trip to the dragon pool, except for devouring a lot of dragon pool power. He even did Fu Guang a favor, although he was now a pure blood member of the dragon clan, and he had purged the part of him that was human when he broke through. Subconsciously, Yang Kai still felt like he was human. A flash of light suddenly came from above. The light came from afar but seemed to penetrate the entire dragon pool. Immediately afterwards, a low voice sounded from above. "Time is up. Quickly leave the pool." The voice was naturally from one of the ancient dragon elders. Without delay, Yang Kai nodded slightly at Fu Guang and said, "Farewell, senior. I hope to hear good news from you the next time we meet." Although Fu Guang said he had accumulated enough power and all that was left was bloodline conversion, things might not go so smoothly. Just look at the number of divine dragons who had appeared throughout the dragon clan's history, and one would understand. If it was so easy to break through and become a divine dragon, then the number of divine dragons in the dragon clan would not be so low. Go on, Fu Guang nodded lightly. Xianxia flicked his dragon tail and swam into the beam of light. This glowing path seemed to have the effect of warping space. He did not know how the dragon clan managed to do it, but Xianxia, who was millions of meters deep into the dragon pool, reached the top after just a blink of an eye. At this moment, in the huge square of the no-return pass where the 5 statues of the dragon emperors stood, a portal appeared. Dozens of dragon clan members gathered from all directions. 13 dragons then rushed out of the vortex, one after another, appearing in the no-return pass. Instantly, the dragons roared one after another, causing the void to shake. However, the dragon clan was stunned after seeing the condition of those who entered. Even the 3 ancient dragon elders frowned. This cannot be helped, though. After all, the growth of those that wouldn't seem too small during this dragon pool cultivation session. Their expectation was, among the 3 young dragons, the one called Big Brother G was sure to advance to become a grand dragon. After all, he was already over 9,000 meters and was not far from breaking through. A few years of training in the dragon pool should have been enough to cross this divide. Zhu Wuyu and Fu Qian were a little further behind, but if they were lucky, they might also be able to advance to become grand dragons. Although one young dragon had indeed advanced to become a grand dragon, he was just over 10,000 meters, which clearly indicated that he had broken through not too long ago. Zhu Wuyu and Fu Qian's progress was even more pitiful. They were barely 9,000 meters each, still a long way from becoming grand dragons. This was only the young dragon's performance, though, and the grand dragons were even more disappointing. Among the 10 grand dragons who entered, at least 2 or 3 should have reached the ancient dragon realm. However, only Ji Lao San had become an ancient dragon, while the others were still grand dragons. Even their growth was unsatisfactory. The 3 ancient dragon elders had never seen a batch of descendants with such poor performance before. It could be said that this was definitely the group of dragons with the smallest achievements in the dragon pool in history. Some distance away, Huang Xinyang was sitting on a branch of the immortal parasol tree, dressed in her usual colorful robes. She swung her legs leisurely as she looked on eagerly at the unfolding drama. When she saw the state of the dragons that emerged out of the dragon pool, she smiled and muttered, "I knew it. When they let that human into the dragon pool, I knew that there would be a negative effect on the other dragons. It turns out that I was right." Feng Lu Lang stood next to her and frowned as he said, "Didn't the dragon clan ever consider checking his source?" Huang Xinyang pursed her lips and said, "The dragon clan is too proud. Even if that human had refined a dragon source, it was of no importance to them. Additionally, they made some agreements with the old ancestors from the human race, so they would not waste their energy checking. What they did not know is that the source the human obtained was extremely powerful. Xianxia had the golden divine dragon source, the source of the 3rd-generation dragon emperor. While the dragon clan did not know about this, the Phoenix clan had guessed it before he went in. This couldn't be helped, as Xianxia had been able to access a phoenix nest on his own. That phoenix nest belonged to the Phoenix Empress of the same era as the 3rd-generation dragon emperor. The sources of these two were lost together and had never been found. Since Xianxia was able to enter that phoenix nest, and he said that his wife obtained the source of that generation's Phoenix Empress, it was likely for that dragon emperor's source to be with him. Since the dragon clan was too lazy to check, the Phoenix clan head also did not bother to tell them. By letting such a person into the dragon pool, there certainly would be some impact. That was why when the dragon pool reopened this time, Huang Xinyang waited to watch the drama unfold. It was so boring staying at the no-return pass, and there was no place to have fun when they were cultivating in their phoenix nests. Huang Xinyang did not understand what Xianxia did in the dragon pool. But why did the dragons who entered with him grow so little? Could their lack of performance be related to him? Even if his source originally belonged to the 3rd-generation dragon emperor, it should not have such a dramatic effect, right? Nonetheless, her doubts were soon answered. Zhu Wuyu went straight to his parents' side and shouted, "That Yongkai fellow is such a bastard. He snatched so much of the dragon pool power that we did not have enough for us to cultivate with." Zhu Wuyu's parents, an ancient dragon and a grand dragon, both frowned when they heard what had happened. It was common for clansmen to fight in the dragon pool for more power. When they first entered the dragon pool, they also fought with their other clansmen for a better position. Thus, Zhu Wuyu's accusations were quite flimsy. Zhu Wuyu's father, an ancient dragon, immediately reprimanded. "What is there to complain about if you are not as good as that human? Furthermore, the human should be able to transform into a grand dragon. Even if he fought with others, he wouldn't bother with your position. You've always been too lazy, which is why you did not advance much this time." Zhu Wuyu felt aggrieved and explained, "No, father, that guy really has something strange about him. I don't know what method he used, but he was somehow able to quickly devour an enormous amount of dragon pool power. My strength is weak, and I occupied the uppermost position. But just half a month after entering the pool, the position where I was no longer had any dragon pool power at all. The dragon pool power was depleted that rapidly." Zhu Wuyu's mother, a grand dragon, appeared stunned. Zhu Wuyu nodded and continued, "Yes, so I went to Fu Qian's territory to fight for a better position, but after just half a month of fighting, his place also did not have any dragon pool power left. We continued descending through the pool to fight with the others, but no matter how deep we dove, the dragon pool power did not last long. It not only happened to where we 3 young dragons were, but also the places occupied by the senior grand dragons. Go ahead and ask them if you don't believe me." The ancient dragon turned his head and looked doubtfully at the others who had just emerged, to which all of them nodded in agreement. Upon hearing the explanation and seeing their collective reaction, the dragons, who were waiting in the square, loudly remarked, "No wonder all those who enter the dragon pool this time have not improved much. How can that be? The power of dragon pool should have been sufficient. How could it have dried up so quickly? The dragon pool power seeps up from bottom to top. If too much power is consumed at the lower depths, it would disrupt the replenishment above, and then the top would dry up. But how can a mere human have that kind of ability? Or could that senior be the cause of it? It's possible. If his breakthrough was imminent, he would naturally require a tremendous amount of dragon pool power, and it would not be surprising for him to disrupt the density above. If it was really because of him, then these brats were just unlucky to enter the dragon pool at this time." Zhu Yu did not know who they were referring to. Fu Guang had been cultivating in the dragon pool for the past 5,000 years, and Zhu Yu was only a few hundred years old. Thus, he did not know of Fu Guang. Zhu Wuyu's parents certainly knew about Fu Guang, though. If it was really because of him that these dragons did not advance much during this dragon pool cultivation session, then there was nothing they could do about it. After all, an additional divine dragon in the clan was worth far more than having a few more grand dragons or ancient dragons. When Zhu Wuyu heard their speculations, he complained, "Why do you all keep referring to that senior? It was all due to that human. Ask Third Uncle G if you don't believe me." Third Uncle G saw it clearly when that human broke through. A breakthrough? The group of dragons all gasped in surprise. Frankly, the dragon clan did not know the specifics and extent of that human's dragon bloodline. After all, Yongkai had never exposed his dragon form or pressure to them. They only knew that he was a grand dragon, and even that was revealed to them by the human old ancestors. As Huang Xinyang said, the dragon clan had their pride, and even though Yongkai managed to refine a dragon source, they did not take him seriously and did not bother to investigate. An old ancient dragon elder looked at Ji Lao, San, and asked, "Did that human really achieve a breakthrough in the dragon pool?" Ji Lao San nodded meekly. Before he entered the dragon pool, his dragon body was nearly 50,000 meters. Now, when he left the dragon pool, he was only 55,000 meters. But what about that human? When Yongkai entered the dragon pool, he was 35,000 meters, yet after just half a year, he managed to break through to become an ancient dragon. Now that 3 more years had passed, there was no way to guess just how much he had grown. Ji Lao San was a pure-blood dragon. To think that he could not even compete with the advancement rate of a mere human in the dragon pool. He was utterly ashamed of his poor performance compared to that dastardly human. Martial Peak, Chapter 53-25, 70,000 meters. The three old, ancient dragon elders looked at each other, and they all saw the doubt in each other's eyes. They were all both surprised and doubtful that the human had achieved a breakthrough in the dragon pool. According to the information they received from the old ancestors, the human should only be a grand dragon. If he had achieved a breakthrough, then was he not an ancient dragon now? This was a bit abnormal. Throughout the ages, the dragon clan had indeed lost a lot of dragon sources, and many different individuals from different races had obtained them. However, one growing to such an extent was extremely rare. On the other hand, when they learned that the reason why their clansmen who entered Dragon Pool grew so little was due to that human, those dragon clan members surrounding the place became agitated. Some of the grand dragons even instigated the rest to teach Xianxia a lesson when he emerged from the pool. From Dragon Clan standpoint, it was already an exception to allow an outsider to enter a sacred place, such as the Dragon Pool. If the Ninth Order old ancestors had not come to an arrangement with the Dragon Clan, there was no way the latter would have agreed. It was enough that he was allowed to enter the Dragon Pool and gain some small benefits, but now it turned out that he interfered with the growth of a dozen clansmen. How could this be tolerated? The Dragon Pool did not open regularly, and every Dragon Clan member cherished the opportunity to enter it to cultivate. While the dragons were busy complaining about what the human did, a golden light appeared at the swirling entrance of the Dragon Pool, followed by a large dragon head rushing out of it. An intense dragon pressure immediately engulfed the area, and the noisy square instantly fell silent. Amid the loud dragon roar, a huge dragon quickly emerged from the Dragon Pool. Those who were complaining angrily moments ago now looked up at the sky in a daze. The three ancient dragon elders were also flabbergasted. Jilao San's face began to twitch involuntarily. 70,000 meters. A full 70,000-meter ancient dragon. He was coiled above the no-return pass, glowing in splendid golden light. It was awe-inspiring, and the brilliance was simply unparalleled. Jilao San was filled with bitterness when he saw it, and muttered internally, 70,000 meters. When Xianxia entered the Dragon Pool, he was only 35,000 meters, yet after just a few years, his dragon form had doubled in size. Throughout the ages, no dragon had ever been able to cultivate to such an extent in just one session in the Dragon Pool. As a 70,000-meter dragon, Xianxia was already considered to be extremely powerful as an ancient dragon within the Dragon Clan. What caused Jilao San to be speechless was that, under Xianxia's dragon pressure, he actually felt his hands and legs go limp. He was completely subdued. Not only him, but many other dragons, who were also ancient dragons, felt suppressed by the human's dragon pressure. Naturally, this came from their own bloodlines being suppressed. A golden dragon, the old woman of the three elders exclaimed in disbelief. Another elder was staring at one of the 5 Dragon Emperor statues. Naturally, the 3rd-generation Dragon Emperor statue at this time also began to glow with a golden light. The aura from it resonated with the dragon in the sky, as if there was a connection between the two. So that's how it is. This elder murmured. Under such circumstances, if he still could not guess the origin of Xianxia's source, then he would be a disgrace to his position. The Dragon Clan had also searched for this lost source. Other than the Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan also searched for it, but they missed the best period and were unsuccessful in the end. However, both the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan knew how powerful these two sources were, so it should be impossible for them to be destroyed. Even if they could not find them, it did not mean that they did not exist anymore. However, no one expected that this missing source would reappear in front of Dragon Clan in such a way. Immediately, the ancient dragons who knew the details had mixed feelings. They all thought that Xianxia's source was just an ordinary dragon source, and there was nothing for them to worry about, as the Dragon Clan had lost many such dragon sources. It was their fortune and opportunity for those who had found these lost dragon sources to obtain them. However, if this source involved the third-generation Dragon Emperor, then its significance was totally different. That source could pave the path to reach the peak. Xianxia's huge dragon form hovered over the no-return pass for a short time before he shrank down, transforming back into his human form as he landed in the square. Feeling the prying eyes all around, Xianxia knew that his presence had brought the Dragon Clan a lot of doubts. At the very least, he could no longer hide his refinement of the golden divine dragon source. The Dragon Clan should have a lot of questions for him. Xianxia decided to speak first before they could ask any questions. Greetings, three elders. Senior Fu Guang has an object for this junior to pass on to you. The oldest-looking elder in the center held back his initial questions and instead asked in surprise, Fu Guang? You met Fu Guang in the dragon pool? Yes, Xianxia nodded firmly. How is he doing? The old man asked with concern. Xianxia replied, Senior Fu Guang is well. What did he want you to bring back? The old female elder asked. Xianxia handed over a dragon scale from Fu Guang. The old woman took it, focused on it, and after a while, she handed the dragon scale to another elder. She then looked at Xianxia in disbelief. When the other two elders also finished examining the dragon scale, they looked at each other silently, seemingly reaching a tacit understanding between them. The middle elder nodded slightly and looked warmly at Xianxia as he said, Since you have shed your former body and been reborn, your bloodline is now pure. From now on, you are a member of the Dragon Clan. In fact, the moment Xianxia rushed out of the dragon pool, the three ancient dragon elders already felt this. Xianxia was not the same as when he first came to the No-Return Pass. Xianxia had a strong human aura when he first came to the No-Return Pass. However, when he emerged from the dragon pool, that aura was completely gone. He now exuded the aura of a pure blood dragon. After checking Fu Guang's message in the dragon scale, the three ancient dragon elders also learned what happened inside. As they had previously thought, Xianxia had indeed refined the lost source of the third-generation Dragon Emperor. This was confirmed by Fu Guang. He was also highly regarded by the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer, who granted him the great sun and moon marks. It was because of these two marks and another gift from those two seniors that he was able to devour the dragon pool's power and grow so rapidly. It was also because of this reason that those who entered the dragon pool during this session performed so poorly. It was not that they had no aptitude, just that all the benefits were taken away by Xianxia. If Xianxia had been the same as when he first arrived at the No-Return Pass, the Dragon Clan would not have let him off, as the future of the Dragon Clan depended on those juniors. Hindering their growth infringed on the Dragon Clan's interests, which was simply intolerable. However, since Xianxia was also a part of the Dragon Clan now, he was considered a clansman. Clansmen will naturally compete and fight for benefits. Thus, the elders could not accuse anyone of wrongdoing. Not to mention, Fu Guang left behind a message that he was now able to take the final step in his advancement because of Xianxia's help. Fu Guang's advancement to become a divine dragon was undoubtedly more important than the growth of those dozen or so descendants. Xianxia was now a 70,000-meter-long ancient dragon and had returned with the source of the third-generation Dragon Emperor. This was more than enough to make up for the losses of the young ones this time. When the old man elder then looked up at the clansmen, he announced, The Dragon Clan has been in decline for many years, and our numbers are withering. Now, a new clansman has returned to strengthen and bring glory to our Dragon Clan. The other two elders beside him roared in unison, Glory to the Dragon Clan! Glory to the Dragon Clan! Xianxia was slightly stunned. So, I'm really now a member of the Dragon Clan? Although it was true that when he advanced to become an ancient dragon, he had purged the human part of him and became a pure blood dragon, it still felt uncomfortable for him to become a member of the Dragon Clan. Xianxia actually did not care too much about whether his bloodline was human or dragon. After all, he was not born in the Dragon Clan and did not attach that much importance to his bloodline. However, when the three ancient dragon elders declared it in such a manner, that meant that he became a member of the Dragon Clan. Many Dragon Clan members were eager for Xianxia to come out of the dragon pool so that they could teach him a lesson. However, After the three elders' declaration and cheers, they no longer dared to create any trouble. The divine spirits highly valued the concept of community. If Xianxia was an outsider, they would naturally make some comments. However, since he was now a clansman, there was nothing more to say. Even Zhu Yu, who was the most irritated by Xianxia, had roared along, not to mention the other Dragon Clan members. Only Ji Lao San rolled his eyes furiously as he thought, "That makes him part of our clan? If so, then how can I get my revenge?" However, when he thought about it, Xianxia was now a 70,000-meter-long ancient dragon, while he was only 55,000 meters. His bloodline power and source were both inferior to Xianxia's now. If he were to try to seek revenge, he was doomed to fail. He sighed inwardly and admitted defeat. At least he knew that he was too weak to seek revenge now. On the parasol tree, Huang Xinyang was very excited as she watched the entertaining show unfold before her eyes. She knew that Xianxia's trip to the dragon pool would certainly cause a stir. However, she never expected it to end up with him being accepted by the Dragon Clan and becoming part of it. The Phoenix Clan and Dragon Clan had been living together at the No Return Pass for many years, and were both basically numb to each other by now. However, in the end, they were all on the same side. If the Dragon Clan became stronger, it was also beneficial for the No Return Pass. It had been many years since the No Return Pass had experienced a war, but more power was never a bad thing. As the rest of the dragons were still cheering, the three elders looked at Xianxia warmly and appeared very friendly towards him. A pure bloodline was not enough for them to show such favor to Xianxia. However, the source he refined was the source of the third-generation Dragon Emperor. That source itself contained the heavenly Grand Tao. If Xianxia managed to fully inherit it, then he would be able to advance to a level comparable to the third-generation Dragon Emperor, which meant becoming a divine dragon. Divine dragon? Throughout the ages, how many divine dragons had there been in the Dragon Clan? Furthermore, Fu Guang's hidden message in the Dragon Scale also mentioned Xianxia's great sun and moon marks, which, when activated, could draw in the dragon pool power at an incredible rate. This was a remarkable help for those in the Dragon Clan trying to achieve a breakthrough to the divine dragon realm. If another ancient dragon in the clan was ready to advance to become a divine dragon, they could request for Xianxia's help, which would greatly increase their chances of success. The three ancient dragon elders had reached the limits of their own cultivation. Still, did that not mean they were not eager to take that next step? They all wanted to, but they were constrained by their bloodline and could not advance. If Xianxia's great sun and moon marks could give them a boost, then it might be possible for them to achieve a breakthrough. Although there was not much hope, it was at least worth a try. Of course, that was a consideration for the future. Fu Guang was still in the dragon pool and could not be disturbed. When Fu Guang emerged, perhaps the three ancient dragon elders might also give it a try. At least, one could always hope. Martial Peak, Chapter 5326, Dragon Tome. The three ancient dragon elders gladly accepted Xianxia, who had such a pure bloodline and undoubtedly had a bright future that would greatly benefit the entire clan. The old man elder in the center of the group asked, now that Xianxia has joined the clan, should his name be included in the Dragon Tome? Yes. A low voice suddenly came out of nowhere. The voice was loud and it sounded like a grand bell. At the same time, Xianxia felt a divine sense sweeping over him. The divine sense was comparable to old ancestor Xiaoxiao's. Xianxia's heart fluttered as he realized that the origin of this divine sense was probably the head of the Dragon Clan, the one and only divine dragon alive today. In the Dragon Clan, young dragons had bodies that were under 10,000 meters. The strength of those in the Dragon Clan was very different. A newborn young dragon was very fragile, perhaps even worse than an ordinary human cultivator. However, when their body grew to 9,000 meters, they were equivalent to a human just below the 7th order. More than 10,000 meters, they became grand dragons, which was equivalent to 7th order open heaven realm masters. Above 50,000 meters, they were ancient dragons, which were equivalent to the 8th order open heaven realm master. At 100,000 meters, they became divine dragons. That was comparable to a 9th order open heaven realm old ancestor. Of course, the strength and rank were divided as such, but when they really fought, the divine spirit of the same realm would most likely be more powerful. The divine spirits had too many advantages that the humans did not. For example, Xianxia's dragon form was now 70,000 meters. According to the ancient dragon classification, his strength was considerable. If he transformed into his dragon form, he could take on a veteran 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Today's dragon clan had only one divine dragon. However, this dragon was not considered to be a dragon emperor because divine dragons also had those who were weak and strong. The current head of the dragon clan felt that he was not qualified to be considered a dragon emperor. Such a situation was not unique or even uncommon in the long history of the dragon clan. Otherwise, the dragon clan would have far more than 5 generations of dragon emperors, all of whom were the most powerful masters of each generation of divine dragons. Xianxia knew that the dragon clan had a divine dragon, but he had not seen him yet. This time, the divine dragon also did not show up, but only responded when the ancient dragon elder asked a question. Xianxia did not know what the dragon tome was, as he had never heard of it before. When Huang Xinyang told him about the dragon clan, she did not mention anything about a dragon tome. He did not know if she also did not know about it or simply didn't mention it for some reason. As Xianxia was wondering, one of the male elders said, "Come with me." He then led the way, accompanied by the other 2 elders. Xianxia followed behind them. The other dragons stopped cheering and followed behind Xianxia solemnly. Sensing this atmosphere, Xianxia realized that having his name entered into the dragon tome was an extremely solemn event for the dragon clan. A short while later, they arrived at a simple temple where the 3 elders entered in turn, followed by Xianxia. As for the other dragons who followed them, they all stopped outside. The temple was extremely spacious, but the interior was very simple. It gave an unusually empty feeling. At the head of the grand hall was an altar which was surrounded by dragon force that acted as a kind of barrier. Xianxia squinted and saw that the altar seemed to be suspended on an irregular stone, slab-like object. The slab appeared to be about the size of a wash basin and was covered by a restriction. Xianxia also did not see any other unique objects and guessed that this was the dragon tome mentioned by the elder. What the hell is this? As he was wondering, the 3 dragon clan elders stood at the 3 corners of the altar. Each used a dragon clan secret technique, and then, with a mysterious dragon roar, the restriction opened. Moments later, the old man elder shouted, "Open the dragon tome!" After he shouted, the 3 ancient dragons opened their mouths and spat out their respective blood essence, which fell into the dragon tome. The seemingly mundane dragon tome quickly swallowed up the dragon blood from the 3 ancient dragons, and in the next moment, it began to emit a faint glow. As the dragon tome flew out, the male old elder reached out and caught it. He then turned around, looked at Xianxia, and said, "The dragon tome has existed since the beginning of the universe and has witnessed the birth of the first dragon and the inheritance of generations upon generations. Since ancient times, it has recorded the names of 14,362 dragons. You are the 14,363rd. Xianxia raised his brow slightly at this new information. The dragon clan had been around for ages, and this dragon tome was something that was created when the dragon clan first appeared. He had never heard of this before. If every pure-blood dragon was recorded in the dragon tome, that meant there were less than 15,000 of them that had been born thus far. It was an extremely small number. However, considering the dragon clan had extremely long lifespans and great difficulties reproducing, the low number was not that surprising. During this trip to the No-Return Pass, Xianxia had encountered 3 young dragons, but this was actually quite rare for the dragon clan, as in the past, it was not unusual for thousands of years to go by without a single newborn clansman. The old female elder looked at Xianxia with a smile and said, "Perhaps in the past, you did not know of the existence of the dragon tome. When your name is recorded in the dragon tome, not only does it mark the clan's recognition of you, it is also a great benefit for you." Xianxia said humbly, "Please enlighten me, elder." The old woman elder smiled and said, "Firstly, the dragon tome keeps track of the life or death of anyone whose name is recorded within. If a clansman encounters a crisis outside, they can call for help from the clan by using a secret technique which is connected to the dragon tome. Secondly, the dragon tome is connected to the dragon pool. If you really meet with misfortune outside and die, if there is still a trace of your source spirituality in the dragon tome, with the dual powers of the dragon tome and dragon pool, there's a chance you may be reborn in the dragon pool. Xianxia was shocked by this and exclaimed, "Resurrection? As in, back from the dead?" The elder nodded, "Indeed." Xianxia was now completely dumbstruck. The first power of the dragon tome was not too significant, but the second ability was completely outrageous. Xianxia had experienced a kind of resurrection once before, when he fought with the great demon god Mo Sheng in the Star Boundary. His physical body was completely destroyed. That time, he was able to come back from the dead with the help of the powers of the immortal tree and the soul-warming lotus. That was a combination of extremely good fortune and opportunity. Xianxia did not want to experience that again. After all, dying was not a pleasant experience. However, who could guarantee that they would not die? Especially in an environment like the Black Ink battlefield, where 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master perished at a not infrequent rate, not to mention a minor 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters like him. Recording his name in the Dragon Tome meant that it could be used to basically turn back and bring back a dead dragon inside of the Dragon Pool. This would be an extremely appealing prospect to anyone. However, Xianxia soon realized that something was amiss and asked, "Is there a price to pay for coming back to life?" It was simply too heaven-defying to bring back the dead. Previously, he had to refine the entire immortal tree before he could rebuild his body, and the immortal tree was an extremely precious treasure of the universe, close to the ranks of supreme treasures. Even if the Dragon Clan had the power of resurrection, it should be impossible to do it at will. If they could, then the Dragon Clan would be truly immortal and indestructible. How could such a community be so withered? Setting aside the rest, if the third-generation Dragon Emperor had been resurrected, then Xianxia would not be standing here today. The old man elder nodded and said, "Indeed, it is natural to pay a huge price to be resurrected. Additionally, no one can guarantee the success of this process. Truthfully, the chance of success is very small. In Dragon Clan's history, the number of times the Dragon Pool and Dragon Tome have been used to resurrect someone is not more than 10, and among these 10 attempts, only 3 succeeded." Xianxia now understood. He knew full well that such a heaven-defying technique was impossible without serious constraints. In the entire Dragon Clan's history, they only attempted about 10 resurrections. One would expect that, each time, it must have been for an extremely important member of the Dragon Clan. When the third-generation Dragon Emperor fell, the Dragon Clan must have done it, but unfortunately, it did not succeed. Otherwise, the third-generation Dragon Emperor would still be alive. What's more, the probability of success was less than 30%, which could be considered very low. Even if it was very low, though, that was also a ray of hope, and it was enough to motivate anyone. The Dragon and Phoenix clans were worthy of being the heads of the divine spirits, who won the favor of the heavens. The Dragon Clan had the Dragon Tome, which had the powers of resurrection, while the Phoenix Clan also had the ability to resurrect with their Nirvana fire. Even so, both clans had restrictions placed on them when it came to the act of resurrection. Such clans were truly worthy to be the leaders of the divine spirits. "What does Junior need to do?" Xianxia asked. The old man elder said, "Use your source and leave your mark on the Dragon Tome." Xianxia nodded lightly and asked again, after recording one's name, "Does the Dragon Tome place any restrictions on this Junior?" The old man elder replied, "Indeed, there is one small restriction." "Please tell me, elder, do you know why the Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan are absent from the Greater Black Ink battlefield?" The old man elder asked instead of answering. Xianxia shook his head. In fact, he had been wondering about this previously. The no-return pass was located at the rear of the human race's defensive line and served as the final barrier to the 3,000 worlds. Although the location was of great strategic importance over the years, except for when the Black Ink clan took over Great Evolution Pass and launched an attack, this place had not encountered any battles at all. Both the Dragon and Phoenix clans were powerful in their own right, and as divine spirits, they had a much higher ability to resist invasion by Black Ink strength. With there not being any full-blown wars of the No Return Pass, the Dragon and Phoenix clans could have easily sent some of their people to support the human race on the Black Ink battlefield, especially when the battles were the most intense. However, across the entire Black Ink battlefield, there was no signs of the Dragon clan and Phoenix clan fighting. It was only the human race. Divine spirits are not as powerful nor as effective as your purifying light in terms of restraining and eliminating Black Ink strength. It was not surprising for the Dragon clan to know about his purifying light, which was a powerful tool for the human race to deal with Black Ink clan. Even though the No Return Pass was situated at the rear, they would have heard about such a monumental development on the battlefield against the Black Ink clan. The power of the divine spirits also had a certain degree of restraining effect on Black Ink strength. The Black Ink giant spirit god was sealed in the divine spirit ancestral land by the third-generation Dragon Emperor and the Phoenix Empress. After countless years, the ancestral strength of that place constantly wore down the Black Ink giant spirit god's Black Ink strength until it finally ground it down completely. Otherwise, when Xianxia helped open the seal years back, the ancestral land would have been devastated. The reason why dragons and phoenixes do not appear on the Black Ink battlefield is related to an ancient agreement between us and the human race's great experts. The old man elder continued. In that agreement, the Dragon clan and the Phoenix clan were made responsible for guarding the No Return Pass. Unless there is an existential threat to the clan, they are not allowed to leave the No Return Pass. This agreement was simple, but was so important it became known as the Bloodline Great Oath. This was why there were no signs of dragons and phoenixes in the divine spirit ancestral land, and none of them on the Black Ink battlefield. Xianxia could not understand and asked curiously, but why? Why would there be such a pact, and how could the divine spirit clans, who were always proud and aloof, accept such terms? This was as good as the human great expert restricting their freedom. How could the two clans agree to this? Marshall Peak, Chapter 53:27. Is he stupid? The male old elder said, I do not know what the ancient masters were thinking. However, in this current situation, if there wasn't this agreement, then the numbers of dragons and phoenixes would definitely have been fewer than it is now. Without this agreement, the Dragon and Phoenix clans could enter and leave the battlefield at will, but who could guarantee that they would survive the fight? Under the powerful attacks of the Black Ink clan, even mighty dragons and phoenixes could fall. They could accept a few clansmen dying on the battlefield, but what about significant numbers of deaths? If a few important clansmen died and the entire clan became agitated and rushed to the battlefield, it might lead to complete extinction. It was because of this agreement that the two clans could continue to remain at the No Return Pass. Although the days were boring, at least they did not need to face the many risks of the battlefield. From this point of view, perhaps it was not the ancient human great expert who restricted the freedom of two clans, but rather the two clans choosing this of their own accord. But what does this have to do with this junior recording my name on the Dragon Tome? Xianxia asked with a frown. The elder replied, If you record your name on the Dragon Tome, then you must also honor this agreement. In other words, if I record my name on the Dragon Tome, I have to stay at the No Return Pass and cannot return to the Black Ink battlefield? Xianxia exclaimed. Indeed, the elder nodded. This agreement was known as the Bloodline Great Oath for a reason. If Xianxia was not a pure blood dragon, it would be fine, but now that his bloodline was pure, once he recorded his name in the Dragon Tome and officially joined the Dragon clan, he would be subject to the same restrictions. If he broke them, he would face backlash from his bloodline. Xianxia swept his eyes over the three Dragon clan elders in front of him, who all appeared very calm. If Xianxia had not taken the initiative to ask, they would not have said anything. It was not that they intended to hide anything, for if they did, they could simply have not explained at all. Of course, the message that Fu Guang sent back on the Dragon Scale indicated that Xianxia's great sun and moon marks were extremely useful to the Dragon clan. If possible, they wanted Xianxia to remain at the No Return Pass. Not to mention the three of them. There were also other ancient dragons in the clan who either wanted or needed to break through in the future. If Xianxia helped them with their breakthrough, then their chances of success would greatly increase, maybe by as much as 30%. A 30% increase could not be underestimated. After all, over time, that would mean a 30% increase in the number of divine dragons for the Dragon Clan. Nonetheless, since Xianxia took the initiative to ask, they had to explain it clearly. They did not intend to deceive him. The benefits of recording one's name in the Dragon Tome were indeed enormous, and the possibility of coming back from the dead with the powers of the Dragon Tome and Dragon Pool were very tempting. However, what was the use of all these benefits if he could not leave the Northern Pass? Xianxia's trip here was to improve his strength, mainly in preparation for the human race's crusade. If he was now forced to remain in the Northern Pass, how could he take part in the crusade? He would also have wasted old ancestor Xiao Zhao's efforts and expectations. Amidst the silence, the old female elder said, "Xianxia, the source you received is the source of the third-generation Dragon Emperor. This source is remarkable. Additionally, you have transformed from a human to a dragon. Once you record your name in the Dragon Tome, you can maintain your family name and establish a new branch family of the Dragon Clan. This would be a huge contribution to the Dragon Clan." The old woman elder's message was obvious. If Xianxia stayed at the Northern Pass and sired a few more young dragons, then the Dragon Clan would add the Yang family to the existing Fu, Zhu, and Ji families. Furthermore, he would be the founding patriarch of this new family. Not just anyone could receive such an honor. The Dragon Clan has existed for countless eons, but so far only 3 family branches had been established. As soon as Xianxia recorded his name on the Dragon Tome, there would be another family branch, and Xianxia would immediately become the first ancestor of this dragon family branch. Another elder, who had not spoken so far, also added, "We're not asking you to remain at the Northern Pass and idle for the rest of your life. With your 7th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation, even with your 70,000-meter ancient dragon form, your role on the Black Ink battlefield will be very limited. However, if you stay in the Northern Pass, your presence would be of great benefit and importance to the future of the Dragon Clan. If you want, you can also bring your family to the Northern Pass. Although we are also technically on the Black Ink battlefield, it has been quite peaceful over the years. Now that Great Evolution Pass has been retaken, the Black Ink clan can no longer come to harass us." That's right. You have family in the 3,000 worlds, right? There is no such thing as security on the Black Ink battlefield, so your loved ones must be extremely nervous about your safety. How could you continue to let them worry? The 3 Dragon Clan elders took turns to persuade Xianxia to record his name on the Dragon Tome and remain at the Northern Pass. However, when they saw that Xianxia remained so indifferent, the 3 elders knew that their persuasions were ineffective. Even if he was young compared to them, he was still a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with a strong and resolute heart. If he could change his mind after just a few words of persuasion, then it would be impossible for him to have the cultivation he had today. The old male elder said again, "There is no hurry to decide on recording your name in the Dragon Tome. Why don't you stay at the Northern Pass for some time and carefully consider first? If you really do not wish to stay, no one can force you to." Xianxia slowly shook his head and said, "This junior appreciates the kindness of the 3 elders, offering me the opportunity to record my name on the Dragon Tome and your invitation to stay at the Northern Pass. This junior is eager to live such a peaceful life, but many of my companions are still on the Black Ink battlefield. The human race is about to embark on a grand crusade, but this junior's cultivation was too low. Perhaps, as the elders have said, my presence may not make much of a difference on the battlefield, but every pair of hands helps. Millions of my predecessors have fallen on the battlefield to stop the Black Ink clan. This junior is not that powerful, but I would like to follow the example of my ancestors. If I fall somewhere on the battlefield, it will only be because I am not strong enough. No one else is to be blamed." The old man elder said solemnly, "So, you've made up your mind." Xianxia took a step back, cupped his fist, bowed, and shouted, "For the common people, for the 3,000 worlds, I will continue to fight until my dying breath." The old female elder sighed softly and said no more. The old male elder then said, "In that case, we will not force you. About the matter of recording your name in the Dragon Tome. When the Blacking clan has been eliminated, you can come back to the No Return Pass, and we will help you do so." "Many thanks, three elders." Xianxia bowed again. "I've inconvenienced you for too long now. I shall take my leave. The battlefield is dangerous. Be careful in whatever you do." Xianxia nodded slightly, turned around, and rushed out of the temple as the group of Dragon Clan members looked on with heavy hearts. He then flew out of the No Return Pass. Although the other dragons were outside the temple, they saw and heard what happened inside, and understood that Xianxia did not record his name in the Dragon Tome. Zhu Wei went over to Fu Qian and whispered, "Is that guy stupid? He would rather go out courting death than to take up such a great reward." Fu Qian looked on as Xianxia departed and sighed softly. "Why keep sharpening a sword if you don't intend to use it?" Zhu Wei blinked at him for a moment before he snarled, "You are just as stupid." Fu Qian glared at him and barked, "You know shit." When he was about to leave the No Return Pass, Xianxia stopped and turned his head to look at the immortal parasol tree. He saw Huang Xinyang sitting on a tree branch, looking at him with a smile, and Feng Lu Lang standing next to her. "Are you leaving?" Huang Xinyang asked with a smile. "I am." Xianxia nodded, thought about it for a moment, turned around again and bowed to her. "Many thanks for helping out with my wife's affairs." Huang Xinyang waved her hand and said, "Think nothing of it. Is there anything you want to tell her?" Xianxia shook his head and said, "There is nothing to say." After a pause, he then asked, "The Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan had an ancient agreement with the human grade experts. After recording one's name on the Dragon Tome, the Dragon Clan had to remain in the No Return Pass. How about the Phoenix Clan?" Huang Xinyang pursed her lips, patted the branch she was sitting on, and said, "Once you have your own nest on the immortal parasol tree, you need to stay at the No Return Pass." Xianxia nodded blankly. It seemed that both the Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan had similar restrictions. For the Dragon Clan, even if one did not record their name on the Dragon Tome, he could still cultivate in the Dragon Pool. However, the same could not be said about the Phoenix Clan. If one wanted to cultivate with the Phoenix Clan, it required possessing their own phoenix nest. Now, Xianxia understood that if Su Yin really came here, she would be restricted to the No Return Pass. Xianxia cupped his fist and said, "I will take my leave now. If I come back, it will be a triumphant return." Huang Xinyang snickered, shameless boasting. "Then, I'll wait for your good news." As soon as he finished, he dashed away, and then a loud dragon roar could be heard from the distance. A golden light flashed brightly as the dragon pressure faded away. In the void, Xianxia transformed into his 70,000-meter ancient dragon form. He did not do this to intentionally show off. The void was silent, and no one would see even if he wanted to show off. He was overjoyed because he had gained so much during this trip to the dragon pool. His dragon body was only 35,000 meters when he first entered the dragon pool, but after emerging, it was 70,000 meters long. Not only did his size double, but his dragon vein and dragon bloodline had become completely pure, allowing him to transform into a true dragon. This dramatic increase in size meant a huge increase in strength. However, his small universe still only had the heritage of a 7th-order open heaven realm master. Thus, it would take time for Xianxia to get used to this sudden surge in power. He had to find a way to adapt, otherwise, it may be a problem if he had to face powerful enemies. It took Xianxia half a year to travel from Great Evolution Pass to the No Return Pass. Now, even if his mastery over the Tao of Space had improved, it would still take roughly half a year for him to return. This was the perfect opportunity to get familiar with his new strength. During the journey, Xianxia swung his dragon claws and whipped his dragon tail from time to time. Occasionally, he would use Dragon Clan's secret techniques, and sometimes he would summon the Azure Dragon Spear. His 2 dragon claws would grab the spear and wield it around as if he was fighting invisible enemies. If anyone saw this scene, They might think that this golden dragon had gone insane. Xianxia could not help it, though. The human race crusade was about to begin, and he did not want to enter the battlefield before he familiarized himself with his newfound powers. It was a very fruitful trip to the Northern Pass. On top of the improvement of his bloodline, he had gained a massive amount of spaced out essence from Su Yan's phoenix nest. The spaced out essence in her phoenix nest was created from the immortal parasol tree and contained the mysteries of the grand Tao of heaven and earth from the primordial era. So it was a great tonic for Xianxia. Although it did not take him to the next level of master in the Tao of space, it did enhance his comprehension immensely. The main reason was that Xianxia's own attainments in the Tao of space were already very high, and it would be very difficult for him to ascend to the next level. Inside the Dragon Pool, when he helped Fu Guang to draw on the Dragon Pool power, the latter even used his dragon bead to demonstrate to Xianxia the mysteries of the Tao of time. That enabled Xianxia to break through the shackles of his understanding of the Tao of time, reaching the next level of mastery. His dragon bloodline had grown, and his two grand Taos had improved tremendously. At this moment, Xianxia felt very fulfilled, both in terms of his strength and his perception of the two grand Taos. He was totally unrecognizable as compared to when he left Great Evolution Pass. Martial Peak, Chapter 5328, gets something back. If he could completely digest all the gains from this no-return pass trip, Xianxia believed that his strength would improve by leaps and bounds. It didn't take much effort to familiarize himself with the power of his new dragon form. All he needed was slow and steady accumulation. Xianxia focused more on comprehending the Taos of time and space. The rapid advancement of his two grand Taos gave him a faint sense of enlightenment. The Tao of space was his main grand Tao, and his achievements in the Tao of time were perhaps due to his bloodline. In the past, his mastery over the Tao of space mainly affected his use of space principles, and the Tao of time, his use of time principles. The two were not related to each other. Even though he had once created the powerful secret technique, Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, that was mainly through chance and coincidence. So, he did not give it much deep thought. But as his comprehension of the Grand Taos advanced, it became clear to him that time and space had always been closely related. Space was unable to exist on its own, and so was time. From ancient times until now, the existence of the universe was interwoven with both time and space. The Sun and Moon Divine Wheel combined time and space principles, but that was something Xianxia achieved subconsciously. Now, when he gave another look, he noticed that his Sun and Moon Divine Wheel had many flaws and had a lot of room for improvement. Faintly, Xianxia was struck with a flash of inspiration. If one day he was able to perfectly fuse time principles and space principles, his Sun and Moon Divine Wheel would definitely become much more powerful. It would become possible for him to kill territory lords using this secret technique, even when he was only in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Be that as it may, it was extremely difficult to fuse these two. As Xianxia tried, his strength fluctuated wildly, but he was unable to accomplish anything. He felt like something was missing. The feeling of being unable to cross the hurdles to reach your goal when they were within sight, and you clearly knew how to reach, it was extremely frustrating. It could easily cause one's mind to grow restless. This was one of the reasons so many cultivators had suffered from cultivation dissonance while cultivating in retreat throughout history. If one mulled over something too deeply, it would form an obsession, causing their focus to narrow and form an endless cycle of frustration and failure. As a result, they would either lose all confidence or lose their minds, which in turn would cause their grand Tao to collapse. Having learned the lessons from history, Xianxia didn't want to suffer from cultivation dissonance because of this. So, every time his mood became restless, he would relax and focus on the changes brought about by the growth of his dragon form. By varying his routine, he avoided unnecessary problems. A few months later, Great Evolution Pass entered his sight. Xianxia collected his thoughts and reverted from his dragon form. When he saw the dense figures stationed on the walls of Great Evolution Pass, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that if he returned too late, he would miss the crusade. From the looks of it, the crusade had yet to begin. After giving another thought, he realized that it was not surprising. The round trip to the no-return pass cost him a year, and counting the time he had spent at the no-return pass, it should be just about 5 years since he left. The human race army should not be ready yet. Space principles fluctuated as he arrived in front of Great Evolution Pass in a few instantaneous movements. The soldiers on duty had long noticed the strange movements, but after seeing Xianxia's face, they quickly let him pass. When he returned to Great Evolution Pass, he saw soldiers bustling around inside the pass, as if they were preparing for war. Xianxia had no idea about what the situation in the other theaters was like, but if the crusade were to start right now, the Great Evolution Army would definitely be unstoppable. With the confidence gained from their previous victory over the Black Ink clan and the addition of the evil, purging divine spears to their arsenal, it shouldn't be a problem for them to destroy the royal city. As for whether they could kill the royal lord or not, that would depend on the means of old ancestor Xianxia and the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Suddenly, a divine sense sweep surged from somewhere. Naturally, it belonged to none other than the old ancestor. As soon as the divine sense came in contact with him, it withdrew. Without any hesitation, Xianxia flew away, following the source of the divine sense. A short while later, he arrived at the old ancestor's residence, where old ancestor Xianxia was lazily lying on a chair inside her garden. She sized him up before asking, "How was your trip?" Xianxia replied respectfully, "It was quite worthwhile. I gained a lot." Old ancestor Xianxia slightly nodded as she teased him. "We didn't leave your name in the Dragon Tome?" Xianxia was taken aback. "You know about the Dragon Tome?" Old ancestor Xianxia pursed her lips. "It's not like it's some kind of secret, so why shouldn't I know about it?" In truth, the only reason she knew about it was because she was a 9th Order old ancestor. Ordinary humans would have never have heard of the Dragon Tome. Even Xianxia had only learned about it after visiting the no-return pass and completely purifying his bloodline. The Dragon Clan wanted me to record my name in the Dragon Tome, but this junior refused. MHM. Old ancestor Xiao casually nodded. If he really recorded his name in the Dragon Tome, it would be impossible for Xianxia to return to Great Evolution Pass. Xianxia suddenly furrowed his brow and asked, "Were you injured recently?" He had already noticed that old ancestor Xiao was a bit pale. He thought it was because her injuries had yet to heal, but after giving a closer look, he noticed that something was off. Old ancestor Xiao's aura was clearly unstable. This cannot be due to old injuries acting up. The only possibility was that old ancestor Xiao was injured recently. "I've been going to the royal city more frequently these days," old ancestor Xiao casually replied. Xianxia was speechless. Why fight with the royal lord? Isn't harassing him enough? During the previous war, repeated battles had caused the royal lord's injuries to pile up, while old ancestor Xiao's frequent visits after the war prevented him from healing in peace. Old ancestor Xiao didn't need to fight with him. All she needed to do was disturb him from time to time, frustrating him and eliminating any chance he had to recover. Xianxia could not understand why old ancestor Xiao had suddenly become so aggressive. Saying so, he spread out his small universe. Old ancestor Xiao furrowed her brow at the sight. "It's just some small wounds. I'll be fine in a few days." Xianxia shook his head and asserted, "You're the old ancestor, so this matter concerns the entire Great Evolution Army. It's more important for you to quickly recover." The old ancestor politely refused. "I know you're doing this out of goodwill, but I've spent a lot of time healing in your small universe. My recovery comes at the cost of its bustling world essence, which will have some negative impact on you." Xianxia requested once more, smiling. "This junior understands, but such losses won't affect me too much. You should focus on healing yourself." Old ancestor Xiao glanced at him before sighing, no longer insisting. Suddenly, her expression changed. "Your small universe." Xianxia explained with a smile. "My dragon bloodline was purified and my mastery over the Tao of time improved. Now, the flow of time in my small universe is faster than before." A faster flow of time made it easier for the old ancestor to heal her injuries. Old ancestor Xianxia had lived there for hundreds of years inside of his small universe, so she naturally could sense the changes here. The old ancestor's injuries weren't too serious, and she had completely recovered after staying a few months in Xianxia's small universe, while only a month had passed in the outside world. After recovering from her wounds, the old ancestor suddenly stood up. "Don't be in a hurry to leave. Wait here for me." Saying so, she soared into the sky. Xianxia quickly retracted his small universe as his face twitched slightly, staring in the direction the old ancestor had left. After recovering from her injuries, the old ancestor had gone to cause trouble for the royal lord once more, so it was no wonder she told Xianxia not to leave. Apparently, he would have to help her heal from her injuries after she returned. As he had expected, the old ancestor returned in less than half a day later, but her condition greatly surprised Xianxia. Although he couldn't find anything wrong with her appearance, Xianxia could clearly feel that the old ancestor's injuries were much more serious than last time. Needless to say, he quickly spread his small universe and let the old ancestor enter to heal. After a few more months, when the old ancestor had completely recovered, she left the pass once more. The old ancestor returned after half a day again, and this time her face was pale and there were traces of dried blood stains on her clothes. After repeating this process several times, each time, old ancestor Xianxia was injured more severely. When the old ancestor returned from her fifth excursion, Xianxia finally couldn't bear it any longer and persuaded, "Old ancestor, there's no need to rush. The crusade is imminent. At that time, we'll first cut his wings and then, with the cooperation of the 8th Order Division commanders, we can slowly take care of the Royal Lord." Xianxia really could not understand what the old ancestor was trying to achieve. Although he helped her mend her injuries and the Royal Lord was now even more heavily injured, the Royal Lord could rely on the power of the Black Ink Nest to empower himself. Fighting alone in the royal city wasn't beneficial to the old ancestor. Old ancestor Xianxia gave him the feeling as if she wanted to quickly finish off the royal lord. Hearing this, old ancestor Xianxia bitterly smiled. "It's not what you think. I have my reasons." Xianxia was confused. As if she felt a little apologetic, old ancestor Xianxia explained with a smile, "I'm not trying to kill that royal lord. His injuries might be quite serious, but it would be quite difficult for me to kill him without the cooperation of the army. I've been going over to visit him only because I want to get something back from him." "What is it?" Xianxia was taken aback. "Does the royal have something that belongs to the old ancestor? Could it be that she had lost it while fighting with him last time? But that should be impossible. With the old ancestor's cultivation, how could the royal lord have secretly snatched something from her?" Old ancestor Xianxia was silent for a moment, seemingly hesitating about whether or not to tell Xianxia about this. But in the end, she still chose to give him the answer. "Every great pass is a huge mobile palace artifact. You should know this." Xianxia nodded his agreement. This was something he had learned when he first laid eyes on Blue Sky Pass. However, despite being a type of mobile palace artifact, the Great Passes were simply too large and difficult to control. Even the old ancestors overseeing each Great Pass were unable to control them freely despite their fearsome strength. Every Great Pass has its own core, and with the help of that core, the Ninth Order old ancestors can control their respective Great Passes. With the assistance of others, a mobile palace artifact like the Great Pass can also be used to attack the enemy. The core is similar to an array core of a grand array. The Great Pass is nothing without its core, just a giant, immobile fortress. The Great Pass can't be used for anything other than for defense in such a state, but if you have its core, the Great Pass can really be used as a mobile palace artifact. Unfortunately, the core of the Great Evolution Pass has been lost. If I'm right, it should have fallen into the hands of the Royal Lord, so I must retrieve it. Xianxia was dumbfounded, judging by the old ancestors' words. If they had the core, Great Evolution Pass wouldn't have to remain in place and could instead be brought to the royal city at some cost. At that time, How could the royal city possibly resist the powerful Great Evolution Pass? Even if all they did was charge right at the royal city, the Great Pass would easily smash the royal city. However, the core of Great Evolution Pass had been lost, and without it, Great Evolution Pass could not move. After giving it another thought, Xianxia did not find it strange. Great Evolution Pass was in the possession of the Black Ink clan for 30,000 years. Although they had recovered it now, why would the Black Ink clan leave behind such an important thing? It was very likely that it had been taken away long ago. This was the reason why old ancestor Xianxia had been frequently haunting the royal lord. With the crusade approaching, if Great Evolution Pass didn't have its core, they wouldn't be able to mobilize the pass. This would make it impossible for them to coordinate with the other Great Passes. So no matter what, she had to retrieve the core of Great Evolution Pass.